Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is our millionaire training camp where we talk about the art of economic elevation, what economic elevation looks like, and how you can achieve that for your family. Well, we do not honor generational curses. We break those dang things because you got to get rid of the nonsense if you want to get to the dollars and cents. Yeah, I just made that up. That's like totally bars. I really should have been a rapper or something, or maybe I was in my previous life. Anyway, how's everybody doing? I hope you're having a great day. It's great to see all of you. I'm super excited. Yeah, I am not. I was not in the 5 a.m. club this morning. I was in the 6:30 a.m. club, which is crazy. When you get used to getting up, like peeling yourself out of bed at 4:45 a.m., you totally feel like a slob when you get out at 6:30. It's the crazy, like you feel like you cheated or you just slept too long or whatever. And it's crazy. It really makes me think about standards, how our brain gets acclimated to standards. Because there was a time where waking up at 11 was normal, but now it's like, man, if I get up at 7, oh my gosh, I start questioning my life. Like, am I a loser now? Am I a bum? Like, what's going on here? But anyway, I want to talk about a couple of things actually. First off, I'm going to talk about this recession that's coming. And yes, I think there is one coming. But then again, it always happens, right? What goes up must come down. And I'm going to talk about ways to prepare for the coming recession. And we're going to talk about why it's happening. I'm going to explain the economic fundamentals and dynamics of why this recession's coming. Again, I don't care if you voted for Trump or not, but this is on him. This is a guy that campaigned on, we're going to make the economy great. We're going to make America rich again. Well, right now it ain't working. So stage one is leading to a recession. Most experts will say that a lot of these policies with the tariffs and all that stuff is just like, it's just not really gonna be that great for economic activity. At the same time, though, again, I'm not here to question who you voted for or why. I don't do that. I'm just here to really give you the facts. And right now, the data pretty much says not only that a recession is likely coming, but also that most Americans, right at this very moment, are actually not in approval. Most voting Americans, most people, registered voters, are not in approval of the way the administration's handling the economy, and that's going to be a big deal for them. So as we start our Money in the Morning, one thing I want to let everybody know, remind everybody is that I sometimes I send out the text, sometimes I don't. So if you want to make sure that you're aware when class starts, make sure you're on the text list, and also. Just a reminder, don't forget that our financial slumber party is going to be Friday night at 11 o'clock. And I only invite people that are in this class because I'm kind of like that. It's almost like when you were little and you were on the basketball team and you had a sleepover and you only invited other people from the basketball team. I'm kind of like that now. Like y'all are like the basketball team. Like we out here winning championships and other people don't understand what it's like to go through our practices and win games and all this other stuff. So I'm not interested in I ain't gonna lie, I'm a little bit reclusive, but I've always been like that. I've always been an introvert who is who has I have to be an extrovert because of what I do. So if you meet me like at the convention, I'll hug you, shake your hand, talk to you and everything else. But I'm really naturally introverted. I'm naturally like to myself. I focus internally, I focus on the people around me. I'm the person that would go to a party and I'd rather have a really deep conversation that's 2 hours long with one or two people than to try to go around and talk to everybody. That's a lot of work. You ever do that? It's hard. Well, wait, so you got to have these a bunch of stupid, shallow conversations like, "Hey, how you doing? Good to see you." And then as soon as the conversation gets going, it's like, "Oh, I gotta go network with this other person here. The rich guy just walked in the room. Gotta go talk to him." I don't do that. I just don't. I don't. That's not. No, I want to talk to you because I like you and you're interesting. I don't want to talk to you just because you're rich or famous or something. I know a lot of rich and famous people who are just terrible to talk to. I'm telling you. So anyway, with that being said, that's why I'm inviting y'all to the slumber party. Y'all can come. I ain't inviting the whole world. So anyway, I will text out the link to join. If you want to join us on Friday, some of you have already signed up. We're going to talk about stock options. It's called How to Make Money on Monday. I'm literally going to give you a stock options playbook, a couple of little plays that you can apply right away that will turn into real money. But it helps if you have a capital base. Like so, if you have a little bit to invest where you can buy some stock, I will show you exactly how to make money from that stock on Monday. And also, we're gonna have fun. We play music and stuff. I just act a fool and that just, but don't judge me. Don't judge me. Just pretend like I was drunk or something, right? Don't make fun of me. All right. So here is what I want to drill into. Another thought that I had economically before we start talking about the recession that's coming and getting ready for that is I thought about the black community, right? And I thought about this. How many of you, give me a yes or no in the chat. How many of you have heard repeatedly, and how many of you believe that America was built on the backs of black people? How many of you believe that black people built this country? Give me a yes in the chat if you firmly believe that America was built by us. Like we did this. This is ours. We you know, even Trump's, I think Trump said that too, actually, believe it or not. You built America or something, right? That's a fact, and I do agree with this fact. But I thought about this and I said, okay, so if we built America, if black people built America, then why is it so hard to believe that we can build our own community? I mean, I imagine building Black America would be easier than building America, America, right? So if we built America, if we built the whole damn country, why can't we build what sorry, why can't we build up our neighborhoods? Like why can't we build up our families? Why can't we build up our businesses? Why can't we build up our own economic system? Why can't we build for ourselves? Like that doesn't make any sense. That's kind of crazy to me. So either people who believe that black people built America, either they're lying, or which I don't think you're lying, I think you're correct. Or we underestimate what we're able to do. I was thinking about this because I was talking to a guy last night who is a smart young guy, about 34 years old, and he represents a lot of athletes. He's kind of like a sports agent, and I said, these damn athletes, I love them. Don't get me wrong, I'm not making fun of them. But I said, why can't they build their own sports league? It's easy. Like, just get a board of people that know what they're doing and stop comparing yourself to white people. Stop thinking that you're going to build the NFL in 2 weeks. You're not going to build the NFL in 2 weeks. You're going to build a league that's probably going to look like what the NFL looked like in its first 10 or 15 years. But that's okay, though. You're still operating at warp speed. You'd still be much further ahead of where the NFL was in 2 weeks, because you got access to hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. You got plenty of people who are not black who pretend to be your friends. Well, this is their chance to prove it. Tell that bank that wants to sponsor you to write a check to give you the financing, get you a committee of smart people. You got over probably if LeBron James got together with his 20 best friends and they all agreed to back this league, you need two things. You would need two things to start this sports league. And I'm gonna get to the recession stuff in a minute, but y'all know what it is. This is conversational learning. You need two things. All you need is the ability to be rich and famous. You need wealth and you need distribution. You need to make money and you need to have visibility. Those are the only two things. If you have those two things, if everybody sees you and you're making bread, then you're winning. Then the league is successful, right? Well, think about it. If if you're talking about LeBron James or some other famous athlete who gives a damn, um, why wouldn't it be the case that if he got together with his 20 best friends, his 20 most famous friends, and they all agreed, okay, with this league, we're all going to back it. That means every time there's a game, we're all going to stream the game on our social media. Well, that right there would be 300 million viewers right there. That would be distribution. That's your NBC, that's your CBS, that's your ESPN. That's all. And just that alone is worth hundreds of millions of dollars in distribution. Just that alone can build an entire economy. You can build a whole economy around that. You can get your little Stephen A. Smiths and maybe get somebody like a Jeff Lightsey Jr. to do your commentary, and right. So you can build an economy around this, right? You can sell products on that platform. You can get sponsors if that's what you want to do. Whatever, right? I think developing your own products might be the best approach. And then the second thing is if you're looking to develop the infrastructure, just get your people to go, I would literally go up and jack up all these other folks, all these non-black people that want to be around me, and I'd say, if you're really my ally, are you my ally? Of course I'm your ally. But our family, Abraham and I, we've always loved you, LeBron. Okay, well, if you love me, then I need you to go to Chase Bank and tell them to give us, 30 million to back what we're doing. And then I want you to go to Wells Fargo, tell them to put in their 30, 50, 100 million or whatever. And then I need you to go to the third bank, well, the next bank on the list, Bank of America, and they need to they need to drop in 100 million, right? So then at that point, you got your capital base. So now you don't have an NFL level capital base. It took 100 years to build the NFL. It took 100 years to make the Chicago Bears worth $5 billion, or in the New York Giants to be worth 5 or 6 billion. It took 100 years to do that. So you're not going to have that overnight. But you can have a league in about 2 weeks that's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And that league, if it's done properly and managed by smart people who aren't interested in comparing themselves to white folks, that league could be making 50 to $100 million in profit in the first year, first 5 years. Very easy to do. But you have to sort of understand where you are. Like when I started the Black Business School, I didn't say I want to build Harvard University in a month. I didn't say that. I didn't say, oh, we're going to be as big as the University of Texas. I can't. Our annual budget is probably like the amount of money the University of Texas spends in about 5 hours. I can't do that. But what I can do is I can use my PhD, and I got friends that got doctorates, and that's kind of what makes a university tick, is like having lots of smart people you can learn from. And I don't have the ability to reach millions, 100 million people, but I can reach about 5 million. Um, and so you build where you stand, you build with what you've got. And I did not spend 1 second comparing myself to somebody else. I just didn't do it because everybody else's their blessings aren't your blessings. Their challenges are not your challenges. Their opportunities are not your opportunities. You're in a different space. I never once woke up and looked in the mirror and thought that I saw a white man. I don't look in the mirror and see a guy with blonde hair and blue eyes. I see a bald black man with glasses and a gray and goatee, and I say, let's work with what he's got instead of trying to be like Steve down the hall. And I think that's what keeps us from building. It's the fact that we're comparing ourselves to people who've been building institutions for over 100 years. You're trying to compare your little raggedy black owned business that started, in 2023 to a corporation that's been around since 1845. How the hell are you gonna compete with that? If you want to make a comparison, go look at what that company looked like in 1855. Compare yourself to that. Stop comparing yourself to what other people have. I think so. So this is it. Like I just don't. It baffles me, and it doesn't baffle me completely. I mean, the NFL and stuff, they're pretty good at protecting their assets and their intellectual property. They own their Negroes, and they don't want them participating in something outside of what has been sanctioned by the league, right? And this is a dilemma they're going to have to deal with, right? So they're going to fight you. I know people. I talked to some guys who started something with the 40-yard dash where they kind of glammed it up a little bit and did a really great job. They had a really like a whole thing around it because the running the 40-yard dash. If you're an athlete, that's a big deal. So they had made it into this amazing competition, and they tried to get the NFL to partner with them. And the NFL's like, "Yeah, we'll partner with you, bud. Sure, we'll back you. We'll give you some money, bro." And then the NFL was like, kind of like quietly, they claimed anyway. They claimed that that they were going behind their back and sabotaging all of their corporate brand deals they were trying to make. And in the back of my mind, I was thinking, that's a great concept you have. But in the other part of my mind, I was like, yeah, I understand why haters be hating. I understand why the NFL wouldn't be happy with what you're doing. And then the other part of my mind is like, why are we going to the same white folks to raise money? Why are we even worried about corporate sponsors and all that? Why don't we start with what we have? Like you don't see the Black Business School out here trying to go get corporate sponsorship. I don't take money from corporations. You don't see the Black Business School going to the government trying to get government money. I never woke up thinking that I was white. And I'm not saying that only white people can do this. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that I don't play the corporate game. I just don't, because that is a racist game. So I don't try to win the game of racism. I don't play the game of racism. Do you understand the difference? Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying that I like maybe I could win the game if I tried. Maybe I could, but no, there's a difference. There's playing the game, there's winning the game, losing the game, and then there's transcending the game and just getting out of the game altogether. There's overcoming the system and fighting through the system and fighting the power, and then there's leaving the system and developing alternative systems that are going to not put you through, every ounce of an economic hell. So what one of the keys to wealth that isn't discussed at all is black people loving ourselves enough to understand and to commit to the possibility that we can develop alternative systems that serve us. Do you understand? Some of y'all playing a rigged game. That's why you keep losing. I don't play rigged games. I don't. If I see a game like I got into, Damon Dash came through here, right? Damon, we used to be buddies back in the day. We don't hang out as much as we used to. But Damon's a funny guy, right? And I told you about my experience with Kanye. That kind of drove me crazy. And and Kanye had a great lyric one time where he said me and Dame get along because we're both assholes. And I said, yeah, I can confirm that. Yeah, that's a good you're both assholes. I don't like assholes. So anyway, but with that being said though, but Dame is a nice guy though, so don't I'm not making fun of him. Anyway, I remember Damon came in and he was having a debate with me about something. I think he was mad about one of his baby's mamas or something crazy like that, and child support or something. And I'm just listening and we're just talking and we're on the air. And then he tries to like get me to agree with something that he said that I just didn't agree with. And he's like, "Well, what don't you think that if your child's father pays for this and pays for that, that you shouldn't ask for more money and da 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 da?" And I was like, "I don't know. That's not my situation." And he's like, "Well, tell me. It's like seriously, like, don't you think that?" And I'm like, "No, I don't. No, I don't know. I don't have a response to that." And he kept trying to back me into this yes or no question that was gonna support his argument whether I said yes or whether I said no. And I was like, no, I'm not even gonna participate. I'm not even gonna because I see what you're doing. You're doing kind of like the Democrat Republican thing, like when you get sort of boxed in and you really have no choice other than to make the choice of the person who structured the whole debate in the first place or the whole situation in the first place. So my thought was, um, I'm not even walking down that hallway with you. Right? Just like with politics, so people don't understand when they say, "Well, you're voting Democrat or Republican." I'm like, neither, because those are bad choices to begin with. That's not true choice. That's the illusion of choice. Do you understand? So what I'm saying to you, here's my point, and I'm gonna make this point, then I'm gonna get to the recession stuff, because I know that's what I talked about before. You gotta really kind of be able to process things to sort of understand what racism does. Racism does not really give black people a real choice. Racial systems, the integration that we were sucked into, we were tricked into, never gave you a real choice to have real power. They make you think you have choices. But really at the end of the day, I think our choices are far more limited than they would be if we were able to step to the side, step away, and be in a space where we decide what choices are going to be available in the first place. Do you understand? So the power in a game is not just from the people who win the game. The power of the game is from the people who design the game. So when you go into this economic system, I encourage you, learn how to design the game. We have models in the Black Business School. We use things like the Sturdy model for children to teach them about wealth, systems, technology, entrepreneurship, relationships, and delegation for the youth. Most of this model doesn't have anything to do with like getting a good job or going to make sure you go to college or or managing your 401k. No, it's systems. Systems is like if you can think like if you're a systematic thinker, you can scale a business. Technology. Well, most of the wealthiest people in America are people that know technology, AI and all that stuff, Silicon Valley. Entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs are economic gods because entrepreneurs have the ability to give themselves a pay raise. Entrepreneurs get to decide who gets to climb through the glass ceiling and who doesn't because you structured the organization in your image. You get to decide what happens in that system. That's where systematic racism or whatever you want to call it works in your favor. Relationships means that you have that ability to connect with people that are going to help you elevate, right? Which goes down all the way down to who you choose to marry, which unfortunately a lot of people never learn that. So they marry somebody that drains all their wealth. And then also delegation, the ability to team build and then pass the ball. And then you get to be like LeBron James used to be. If you remember, I'm gonna make this last analogy. This is a compliment to LeBron. I had a good buddy that was on the faculty at Georgetown University, who's a great professor there. I think he's still there. And we used to argue we would argue for hours back 25 years ago when LeBron James first came into the league. And the argument was this. I said, there's this kid who played in a McDonald's All-Star game. I said, I think he's going to be amazing. And my friend was like, no, he's not going to be amazing. He's going to be average. The NFL's full of great players. He's going to be average. I said, no, no, no. He's different. And he's like, well, why is he so different? I said, because he's not just able to score, like a lot of great players can. This kid he controls the game. He can see everything that's happening and he manages the game. I said, watching him play in that game, he didn't even score all the points in the McDonald's All-Star game, but I had a feeling that he could decide at any point if he wants to score or not. But what he would do is he would see other players and distribute the ball. He would say, "Okay, you haven't gotten the ball in a while. You haven't gotten the ball in a while." I said he reminded me of a father playing basketball with his 10-year-old sons, right? If he's got three sons that they're 8, 9, and 10, and he's playing basketball, the dad knows he's the dominant player, but he doesn't have to dominate to know that he's the dominant player. He gets to decide, okay, little Billy didn't get the ball this time, so I'm gonna pass it to him. Okay, JoJo, you go around this way and I'm gonna give you the ball, right? So he's controlling the game. Do you understand? LeBron transcended basketball from a psychological level, and he's still great, right? He's still hanging in there. I love him as an athlete 100%, and as a human being, right? Married to his wife, been a good citizen. I have a lot of respect for him. And the thing is though that the economic game is kind of similar. You have people that are in the game and trying to score points in the game. Some people are winning the game. Some people are losing the game. Some people win and then they lose, and they lose and they win. And then there's some people that just kind of have the ball like LeBron and just kind of know where everybody's positioned. They tell you they do this, and that means you're supposed to go through the pick and roll, or they do this, like the point guard. And so what I really encourage you is to really try to get your child into spaces where they can learn how to be an economic point guard. That's my point. There are people in this economy. What you got to understand is that there's levels to all of this. There's like people on the chessboard who are just the pawns. There are some higher level players on the chessboard, and then there are people who just move the pieces around, right? And I think that comes back to financial consciousness. That's one of the reasons why the first name that I gave this class was financial consciousness. I said you got to be able to see the game the way LeBron saw the whole court. Right? And it's not about just always scoring all the points or getting all the money. It's about knowing where the money's at, knowing how to position yourself. Like sports is, basketball might be about positioning, right? It's about knowing how the players are moving. Do you understand? And these are things that get taught early. If you don't teach your children these things early, they'll never learn it. And they'll always feel like a victim because they'll feel the pressure of somebody moving them around. Like I'm gonna tell you, as much as whether you like Donald Trump or not, he's not training his kids to become anybody's pawn. He's training his children to be chess masters. To move the pieces around. Okay. Anyway, but that's what they do with the Ivy League schools. That's what they do at Harvard and Yale and Stanford. They train you to be a chess master, not to be a piece on the board. All right. So anyway, one thing I want to remind everybody about is that we're doing stock market class today. If you haven't joined our stock market investors club, feel free to go to drboystockmarket.com. You can go there, and also I sent you all that list of the companies in Europe that I'm taking a look at to invest in because I think these Trump tariffs, what they've done is they've reignited Germany. Germany now has become like this raging war machine because they don't have the security guarantees that they used to get from the United States. All these were in place since World War II, and so Germany, because of the whole thing with what happened in World War II, they've kind of backed away from this the whole military thing. Well, they've reignited. His policies have kind of reignited the beast. So Germany is literally talking about borrowing insane amounts of money to really develop their infrastructure around defense. And that's going to stimulate, if it goes through, if any of it goes through on a significant level, it should stimulate spending and infrastructure all throughout Europe and really boost their economy. It kind of made the Europeans kind of competitive. For a long time, they kind of had a wimpy little economy and they weren't really reaching their potential. But there's something about Trump and just his sort of doing things the way he does things that's caused them to say, screw you, like we can fight too. So it'll be interesting to see that. So I'll put the list in the chat if you guys didn't get the list via text. If you're not on the text list, make sure you're on the text list for this class. Text the word morning to the number 87948. So text morning to the phone number 87948. And Tracy, I'm going to put this in here right here for you. So you should see this in the chat. So you can click on that link and you can get that list of stocks in Europe. These are good companies, good quality investments that and again, everything's buy and hold, right? We're not here about the fast money. I'm all about the sturdy money. money, right? So I'm not here about we're not here to talk about, quick, get rich quick sorts of things. I will show you how to get rich slowly. It's very easy to get rich slowly, very hard to get rich quick. And if you get rich quick, then chances are the money won't last. So I put that link in there and I'll also text it out. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948 on your phone, and you'll get that list. Now, let me give you, before we bounce out, let me mention this coming recession. So yeah, the recession's coming. The market now again. There's no guarantees. I think that they've revised it. Let's see here. The CNBC Fed survey says that the probability of a recession rose to 36% from 23% in January. The average 2025 GDP forecast declined to 1.7% from 2.4%. And tariffs are now seen as the top threat to the U.S. economy, replacing inflation. So in the Biden administration, inflation was all the rage. Now, under the Trump administration, tariffs are all the rage. So, do I think that they're going to do something about this? Yes, I do. I do believe that the Trump administration is going to respond because now his clout is kind of being affected. His reputation is really being hit, even amongst the people that support him. I think that his political capital is starting to dwindle. So what one thing that they're probably going to try to do is create clarity around their tariff policy. That's one of the big complaints is that it's very confusing. And if you know economic models, what you'll notice is that when there's confusion and uncertainty, valuations drop. Whenever things are just confusing, uh, the willingness to invest in something drops. Like think about if you're dating somebody and the person who's clear about the fact that they like you, they answer the phone, they treat you well, they tell you that they like you. That's gonna stimulate an investment in that person. All right, you might invest more time, you might invest your body, you might invest your money in that person versus the person who isn't clear, the person who says one day that they like you, the next day they don't, next day they like you again. Sometimes they ghost you. You don't know what's going on with her ex-boyfriend, right? So that person is not going to stimulate as much investment from you because there's uncertainty. You're not sure. But people that are 100% clear, you invest in those people. When I got together with my wife, who'd been my friend for a very long time, my goal was to have complete clarity in terms of how I felt about her and what my intentions were. She knew within about 3 or 4 months what my goal was with this relationship. And my sister met my wife for the first time and she said, Boyce isn't usually this clear about the fact that he's dating his wife. Like he's really super clear about this. And so that let her know that I was a safer investment because I wasn't going nowhere, right? So clarity is something that's lacking in the Trump policy as it pertains to tariffs. That's been a big complaint. But even with the clarity, it's still pretty much understood by most economists that tariffs are not good for overall gross domestic product. Because what they do is they also cause these trade wars. So countries stop getting along with each other. It's all like you have a relative who just if they get mad, they cuss people out and want to fight. And then some other cousins like, well, I'm gonna fight you back. And next thing you know, your one cousin done shot the other one and stuff like that. This actually really happened. Tierra Williams from the Fly Nubian Money Club. She told a story about that last week, where her family members all got together to invest together and build generational wealth. And in the building of this generational wealth, they called it a susu, but it wasn't really a susu. It was a Ponzi scheme, basically. It was one of those blessing looms, right? They call them susus, but that's not a susu. Susus are a safe investing vehicle that's been used for a very long time, mostly in the Caribbean. But again, people will hijack language to get you into their scam. So they all invested in this susu, and it was one of these things like if you put in $50 and I put in $50, then we'll all have $500, that kind of thing. So so it got so bad that one of her cousins said, if I don't get back my $1,500, I'm coming over to the house and I'm shooting everybody. Like this was her cousin. Her cousin literally was like, I'm coming over. I got my gun. Everybody's gonna die if I don't get my $1,500 back. And so investing in wealth is supposed to bring families together, but in this case, you almost had somebody catch a case because you had them investing in the wrong way. So no, so if you want to know that was not a susu. maybe that, I think Tierra jokingly called it a pew pew, like pew pew. I don't know, but it's that, but it wasn't a susu, definitely. Maybe it was a death wish. So be careful about stuff like that when you start investing together. But investing together can benefit you, but you have to do it safely, especially when you're talking about your relatives' money. Now, here are a few tips that you can apply as you get ready for this coming recession. I do believe that one is going to come because recessions happen. It's just like having a bad day or a rainstorm. It's going to rain eventually. So first thing you want to do is if you don't have an emergency fund, you want to create one if you can. And they say that an emergency fund should be 3 to 6 months of living expenses. For some people, that's easier than others. I personally think also that it's okay to have a chunk of your emergency fund in the stock market and other places. I gave you all that list of safe haven companies you can invest in on the text list. If you're on the text list, and you'll get it eventually because I think I put it in there. And so having that 3 to 6 months of living expenses is critical. Or it also, I think that things like I know that little things like having that second stream of income in the household is beneficial. So maybe you might not want to break up with your wife or your boyfriend, too soon, because having that extra stream of income does make a difference. A lot of people, if you go back 100 years, people had relationships and families for survival. They didn't just do it because they thought somebody was cute. Number two, you can cut a lot of unnecessary expenses, right? So maybe go through your subscriptions, things like that. Maybe cook at home a little bit more. That's a good way to save money. Diversifying your income. If you haven't started the side hustle yet, maybe this is the time to look into the side hustle, right? It doesn't cost money to just sit down with family and friends and just talk about ideas. One thing I've noticed is that sometimes we think that in order to start a business, we have to spend money. I don't spend money when I start a new business. I'd rather, instead of paying money, I'd rather just pay attention or realize it doesn't cost me anything to have a conversation. It doesn't cost me anything to sit back, maybe talk to AI, talk to my family, and just kind of process different ideas, things like that, explore things before I get to the point where I spend money, I really want to understand and be able to visualize very clearly exactly where this money is going to go. Because a lot of times, people's investment ideas will suck your money dry, and then you won't have anything coming back. You'll have all your money going in one direction and not the other. So I would encourage you to look into the side hustle or invest in skills that can help you learn how to earn more money or maybe ways to generate passive income. There are things like dividends and rental income. I've told you I make a lot of my passive income selling stock options. That's a great way to make passive income, but it's if you have a capital base. If you don't have a capital base, it's a little bit tougher. So it's almost like trying to generate income with stock options without a capital base is like trying to collect rent when you don't own any property, right? In order for you to collect rent money, you have to own property in order to have something to rent out. So this is why having the capital base is more important than even the college degree for young people. Because if you have a good enough capital base, you don't even have to go to work because your money is working for you. Like that, when they talk about your money working for you, that's what they're talking about. So there are lots of things out there. And one thing that I mentioned, if you guys want to go into business with us, with me, we actually have the Black Wealth Ambassadors program where you can buy my book. It's a best-selling book, The Ten Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can buy them at $15 a copy, and I'll sign it for you, which adds value to the book. And you can, as you form your investment clubs, or if you educate the kids in the neighborhood, or you educate your church, let people, offer the book for people where people can buy it from you and make that your business, right? And you can make most of the money. The book, if you go on the website, is $40 to buy an autographed copy of the book. I'll sell it to you for 15 if you're a Black Wealth Ambassador, and then you can resell it and make money from that. But also you can educate the community. So that's something that we have in place, and we're going to do the same thing soon with our children's workbooks. They're very, very popular. We've sold tens of thousands of these workbooks, and they cover every grade band, and they cover things like investing, stocks, and money. So we got things for first graders, fourth graders, seventh graders, etc. And so what I'll do is I'll text out another link where you can buy the workbooks cheaply, and you can resell those, make that into a business, right? Because if it's the goal anyway, the goal is for us to educate our own kids. So why don't we start doing that? Why do we have to wait for someone's permission? What are we waiting for? Who are we waiting for? who is going to give us permission to do what every human being is supposed to do, which is to take responsibility for your children and responsibility for your community. I'm not waiting for anybody. So, long story short, I'll text you all the link. If you're interested in the Black Wealth Ambassadors program, you can pull out your phone, text the word wealth to the phone number 87948. So, if you text wealth to 87948, later on today, I'll send you a link and you can get the workbooks really cheaply. And it takes like 70% off or something. And again, if you want to make that a business, I support you completely. If you're doing content creation and you say you want to bring up the books or whatever, that's really awesome because that's our distribution system. We're not mainstream. I don't want to be mainstream. I want to be black stream. And black stream is how we can actually get the blood flow to where it needs to get to, right? So moving on. All right. So another thing you can do in order to prepare for the recession is to reduce high interest debt. If you have credit cards that are where the interest rate is very, very high, maybe refinancing that or paying some of that down, especially while the getting's good. If you're making good money, get rid of some of that high interest debt because that really does weigh you down. Also, investing wisely is really important too. One of the biggest things that you want to avoid in this economy is a lot of panic selling. We talked about that last time, so I'm not going to belabor this point. But literally, I told you all when Muhammad El Arian, who's a great economist that I respect, he's the president of Queens College. He literally said something like, he said, volatility causes you to make bad investment decisions. So what that means is that when you have a bad day with stocks, like I think today is kind of a rough day, a lot of people get scared and they sell, and then next thing you know, you end up missing out on the bulk of the money. You didn't stick around until the party got good. You left when the party got a little bit slow. And I just want to tell you, just reiterate that the stock market has been the number one investing tool in America for about 150 years. So sticking around, great term, Charlene. Sticking around is how you make the money long term, right? Just like New Edition used to say, "Tell me, baby, can you stand the rain? If you can stand the rain, then you'll be good." But everybody likes the sunny days, but you can't run away just because it's a little bit cloudy. So I think leaving your investments there and really think of investing as a long term process, at least 3 to 5 years, really more like 5 to 10, then you're typically going to be fine. There's very few investments you could have made, say, in 2016 that would not have paid off right now in terms of S&P 500 companies. If you look at, say, the top 100 companies in the S&P 500, if you dollar cost average, meaning to just invested a little bit in any of those companies since, say, 2016, chances are you would have a ridiculous amount of money right now. Even Apple, I mean, Apple, everybody knew about Apple. 25 years ago, everybody knew about Apple. So it's crazy to me to even think that a poor person who consistently bought Apple stock, like, or maybe they just said, okay, every time I buy an iPhone, I'm gonna buy the same amount of Apple stock. I'm gonna take the same money I spent on the iPhone, and I'm gonna also buy some stock to go with it, so that so I'm not just giving them money, I'm also making money when other people give them money. A person who simply applied a simple program like that to their own lives would have just insane amounts of wealth. Like I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars in their bank account. So if you want to know where the money's at, it's in investing. We've talked about this. Okay. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and finish up for today. And by the way, as you guys know, the stock options program, Coin just started, Certified Options Investing Network, and we're doing 12 straight weeks where we're covering options from A to Z. We already did the first week. We meet every Thursday night. And if you want to talk to someone about joining the Coin program, you can go to drboycecoin.com. You have to apply. It's more exclusive. It's a smaller group. And so, but if you want to talk to someone, just feel free to go to drboycecoin.com, drboycecoin.com. And later on today, we're going to be talking about stocks, and I'll send you guys links on stuff. So make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948. And we do this every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. And God bless you. And I will see you all very, very soon. Take care. Bye bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's so good to see you. This is Money in the Morning. This is where we get together and we practice the art of economic elevation. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and it is always great to see everybody. And I have to confess, this morning I was not in the 5 a.m. club. That's always the goal. Today I think I was in the 6:30 a.m. club or something, which isn't bad. That's not terrible. That's not terrible. That's not terrible. All right. So anyway, um, I have a question I wanted to ask you all. Did anybody see where these Chase ATMs kept getting robbed? because of something on TikTok. There was like a TikTok trend where people would deposit the check and then withdraw the money really fast, and somehow they were stupid enough to think that the bank would never catch on and start prosecuting them and like trying to like get them sent to prison for 20 years. I don't know if anybody else saw this, but it was really interesting to me because, I'm a finance guy and and also I'm a common sense guy. And I really, really, really just thought it was kind of unfortunate and sad that there are young people who truly believe that you can do something like this and get away with it. And it was like, what, wait a minute, what? So you thought the bank was never that the bank don't count their own money? Is that what you thought? You thought banks just they don't know how to count? So anyway, um, yeah, it's led to prosecutions and lawsuits and everything that you would expect, right? Like, okay, you're going to jail, you're going to jail, you're going to jail. And the thing about the United States that's really fascinating to me is America is the kind of country that will prosecute you more for a financial crime than they'll prosecute you for murder, rape, like anything else. Like it's crazy. It's really interesting. When they get you on those federal crimes that relate to money. Because remember, America is a country that kind of worships money, and that's not healthy at all. You should not worship money, but that's the country that we live in. And so ultimately, one of the things that I think is important to understand. And I really was thinking about this a lot when I saw things happening in our own community where maybe people could, they had a big platform, so they were able to raise millions of dollars to from investors and stuff like that, like the guy on the Breakfast Club and the stuff that happened with the Tulsa Fund and all that. I think that sometimes we don't understand that the just the seriousness of controlling other people's money. And when it goes bad, it can cause some real significant harm, to your life and to the lives of those who are affected. Like you think about Bernie Madoff and how many years, like Bernie Madoff, didn't he die? I think he died in prison. This was a billionaire. You can keep going down the list. There are a lot of scenarios like this. And in fact, I remember when the Tulsa Fund got started, and the mistake I made with the Tulsa Fund was that I just tend to support black initiatives and black businesses, and I went to they invited me to go speak there one time, and I went there and I spoke and I said, yeah, of course I'm investing. I want to I want to support what this brother's doing, and it just didn't go well. And I remember, and I lost my money. But I know investing. I know that with investing, sometimes you put money into stuff and it doesn't work out, right? And I think a lot of people sometimes forget that, or people think that their money's going to flip and all this other stuff, and your money's not going to double in 2 years. That's not going to typically happen. So anyway, I remember when I heard about it, my wife said, "Well, why don't you do something like that? Have you ever thought about that?" And other people have said the same thing. And I said, I never would do that. I would not, I don't want to do that because number one, if you raise a whole lot of money from a lot of unqualified investors, meaning people that have never really invested before, uh, if it goes bad, then they're going to assume that you stole the money. That's going to be the assumption. People are going to say, "Oh, you robbed me," and because if you don't understand investing, then it's easy to think someone took your money when really it might have just been an investment that went bad. But sometimes people tell you it's an investment that went bad when somebody might have really taken your money. So it kind of goes both ways. It's kind of a tricky thing. But I said I wouldn't want to invest with anybody who doesn't really understand investing and the bumps in the road and the ups and the downs and what can go wrong. The second thing I remember saying to my wife about it was I said, our community's kind of volatile and there's not a lot of money to go around and people get built they build up a lot of hope, in individuals or they'll have a messiah and they say, I put my money behind this messiah and they're gonna change my whole life. And I said that leads to a lot of disappointment. Those are psychological bubbles that are easily burst. And so I said, no, I do not want to raise money like that. I do not want to do anything that involves something like that because I think that the financial maturity has to grow a little bit. And also, you want to, if you ever do a project like that, just know that just because you can raise the money doesn't mean that you should. You should raise the money from individuals that kind of understand really what's going on. Also, when you raise that money, there should be transparency. And that was, I think there was a guy that went on the Breakfast Club. He was kind of a big guy, and DJ Envy, brought him on there, and he raised a bunch of money for real estate or something, Caesar or something. And next thing you know, the projects were kind of going south and a lot of weird shenanigans were kind of happening in terms of, I think there was a point where he couldn't pay a guy his money, so he gave him a bag of jewelry and said, "You can hold my jewelry until I pay you," or something like that. And I was like, "That's kind of ghetto. Like that's kind of hood, like that's not how multi-million dollar investments go." And really, another thing too is transparency is really important. So if you have a project like that, one way to defend and protect what you're building is you got to have a board. You have to have a group of individuals independent from yourself that are able to give some sort of report on what's happening at all times. When you are managing other people's money, you have accountability to those people. You have to tell them what's happening. This is what we did with your money. This is what went bad. And this doesn't just protect them, it also protects you. Because if it is opaque, meaning that you cannot see through the process, then people are going to just make whatever assumption that they want to make. And so really I would almost say that now when I see people that like a lot of times we get excited, like there'll be an announcement I'll see on social media where they'll talk about somebody who created like a lemonade brand or a brand of teddy bears or something. They'll say she just received a $1 million investment from Costco or something like that, and or a venture-backed company just gave him $10 million to launch his business. I honestly feel sorry for people like that because we think that money comes with no strings attached. A lot of times it's easy to think that money is given without something being expected in return. And the bigger question you must ask is whenever you're given a bunch of money, your first question has to be, okay, what's the trade-off here? What am I actually giving up in exchange for this money? And if you don't have that conversation with yourself, then it's very easy to be duped. Like, and I see this a lot of times when I see how enthusiastic people will get just when they found out that a black-owned business raised money. My thought process is, well, who gave you the money? What do they expect in return? What ownership stake do they have? How are they going to shape your decisions? And what do you expect it to deliver in exchange for this money? So I'll give you an example. So with the Breakfast Club guy, I remember noticing that like a lot of his deals where he was raising so much money so easily, so quickly, a lot of these deals were really, really crazy. Like, it was like, okay, I'm going to charge you 50% interest, but you got to give me my money back in 6 months with 50% interest or something. Yeah, of course somebody's going to loan you $1 million if you can guarantee that they're going to get 50% ROI on their money in 6 months or 30% or some exorbitant amount of money, or you're going to double my money and right, right. So a lot of times it's important to understand. I think a lot of times we don't get this, that all money's not good money. Ever since we started doing what we do, we don't take money I told you we don't take money from the government because the government expects something back for their investment. We don't take money from corporations. We didn't want to get into the DEI game because I don't fit under DEI. I'm not really so much an integrationist. I'm not anti-integration. I just believe that black people should be owning things. I believe that we should have some sort of control over our destiny. I know enough history to know that when somebody invites you in the house, they're going to make the rules of what you can do inside that house. And I don't want that. I want power and control, even if it means we have to work for it. Also, we never really took on investors. I said, no, I have a vision with this thing that we're trying to do, and I don't need anybody getting in the way of that. I know how this works. My doctorate's in finance, and some of the stuff that I do is going to seem a little radical, but I know what the end result's going to be. We need to do radical economic surgery on our community, on our families, on our people, so that we can elevate, right? Because if we don't make that adjustment, if we don't really do the hard work required to really make ourselves better, then we will never get better. And one thing I have very little patience with is I have a very small amount of patience with all the false solutions that are out there. I just don't have time to sit here and have you tell me that if we march and pray again, like we've been doing for hundreds of years, that somehow this is going to be different. Or if I vote for this politician that you put in front of me, that that's going to change everything. No, it's not. It never does, right? I need something that's really going to work, and I need to see results, right? Just like mathematics. In mathematics, I taught math at the University of Kentucky. And the thing about mathematics that I love is that you can't really pretend like you have the solution, right? If 2 plus 2 is 4, you got to show it and you can see the result and you know it's going to work. So you say, "Oh, I've got 2. Okay, I need to get to 4. There's only one way to get to 4. I got to add another 2." Right? Some people will say, no, the way you get to 4 is 2 plus bananas equals 4, or 2 plus hamburger gives you 12. No, don't tell me that 2 plus Jesus is gonna get me 4. No, I'm sorry. I know 2 plus 2 is gonna give me 4 because I saw it proven in the math problem. So I think that for black people, if you see that black wealth is here and you want black wealth to get here, then you got to figure out how to get this part here. You got to put the piece on top of that, right? And you do that family by family. You don't do that with some broad initiative where we're going to elevate the economic condition of 40 million people by getting them to all do the same thing. That doesn't really work, in my opinion. I think that what you do is you go family by family and you say, okay, let's look at your wealth building process and let's look at what's working and what's not working. How do you feel? And this is the part of the conversation that's very easy. I don't have to tell you how you feel. I don't have to tell you that what you feel is wrong. I just want to ask you, how do you feel? Do you feel? Give me a yes in the chat if you agree that you feel that there's like you were tricked a little bit when it came to this whole wealth building thing. Give me a yes if you agree that you realize, wait, there's some shenanigans going on. Like right, like wait, they told me to do this and this and this, and then it didn't equal that. They told me that two plus giraffe equals 4, or or 2 plus twerking equals 6. Like, no, 2 plus twerking does not equal 6. 2 plus 4 equals 6. And this is it's, to me the logic is very simple, right? And so let's drop the shenanigans and let's really talk about what a wealth building process looks like. Oh, very easy. Stock market, we've talked about that a lot. There's some other things, entrepreneurship, having families that have an intergenerational plan, having parents that care about you enough that they actually start the process before you get into the wealth game. You getting a running start is really probably the biggest part of the wealth building process that's simple that we have not embraced. A running start means that this culture that says my kids got to get it out the mud, that literally I'm gonna work my whole life and build up all this momentum. Thank you, Calvin. See, Calvin didn't. Calvin does that. He does every time. I think we might be related because Calvin will say a word. I'll see the word and I'll say that's the word I'm looking for. I didn't even know Calvin said it. I literally just said it because I saw momentum. And Calvin, we got to meet, man. We probably have met. I forget stuff. So if we've met before and I forgot, just forgive me. I love you though. I respect you. So anyway, let's keep going here. So think about this, right? This simple logic of like, I'm gonna work my whole life. I'm gonna work 40 straight years and bust my butt but then I want to make sure my children start all over. I want to make sure my children start with absolutely nothing, right? And go into a really competitive situation. Right? That's crazy. I've got a big running start. I could just hand the baton to my kid where they've got a running start and then they can jump right into the race. Instead, I'm forcing them to start from standing still and all the other people are running by them at 200 miles an hour or in race cars coming by in 200 miles an hour. They're standing still on the track. I'm expecting them to catch up with everybody else. It's just not going to work. So little basic things like having an intergenerational plan, like saying, okay, it is my job to make sure that you have momentum going into the economic game. That right there would solve probably about 50-60% of the economic problems that most 20 and 30 somethings are going through right now. Most of them are struggling because they do not have a shall we say a capital base. They don't have that capital base to kind of help them to make money. So instead, only capital base you can access is the one that God gave you, which is your time, your body. Some people sell their bodies for money, right? That's why OnlyFans is a multi-billion dollar business. Maybe it is it might be your college degree, right? So it doesn't mean that you have to sell something unethical, right? So all these things are intrinsic and they're very valuable. But the thing about it is that really, I explained to my kids, I said, actually, working for money is the hardest way on earth to make money. I said, actually, what's supposed to happen is eventually your money's supposed to be working for you, and your money can work harder than you can ever work. Your money doesn't sleep. Your money's working night and day all the time. So when you give that child the capital base, you give them some money that they can invest with, then they're able to make more money than most people. I think we talked about that the other day where I was like, yeah, well, if you you can get your kid through college and get them to get a good job and they can spend 20 years on the job and hopefully one day make six figures, or you can just invest a little bit for them uh, early in life so that by the time they're 25 years old, they've got three or $400,000 in a capital base, which allows them to generate a pretty high amount of income if they know what to do with those assets. Okay, so anyway, let me circle back on the Chase thing, and before I do that, I want to mention to everybody really quickly. Don't forget that Friday night at 11, we're going to do another financial slumber party. This is where we get together on a Zoom at 11 o'clock at night, and we wear our pajamas and we play music and have fun, but we also learn some financial topics. So this one is called How to Make Money on Monday, the Stock Options Playbook. So what I'm going to do is give you a step-by-step process that you can apply to make money on Monday. Like literally you can go out into the market. You have to have a little bit of investment capital though. So I can't it's not like you can make something out of nothing, but you can definitely make something out of something. So how about that? So if you want to join us, make sure you're on the text list. I'll send out the invitation again. Text the word morning to the number 87948. So you can text morning to 87948. If you are not on the list, or if you live in another country and you still want to come, you can actually just go to drboyceelevate.com. So if you go to drboyceelevate.com, you can get there. Now, Daniel, did you say you couldn't register? Um, what do you mean you couldn't register? Like you tried to register and it didn't work? Or if that happens, then let me know because I know a few hundred of you registered. But if you had any trouble, write down the email address to our support team. You can email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support at theblackbusinessschool.com. Did everybody else, did you get in okay? Let me know if you got in okay, because I like to know about these things. From what we saw in the analytics, we didn't see anything that indicated an issue, but okay, Josephine got in okay. Okay, good. All right, so yeah, all right, so yeah, that's it. That's gonna happen Friday night at 11. Garnell, okay, yes, okay, great. Thank you. All right, so let's see. Matilda, okay, you're gonna email, yeah, email support at theblackbusinessschool.com and let me know because I'd like to know about these things. All right, so let's talk about this Chase thing again. So a lot of people saw what was going on with Chase. I don't know if you saw that story where basically it was the weirdest thing. The people, I guess, follow stupid internet trends because they just, I don't know, aren't thinking or something. I have no idea. Or maybe their brains aren't working. But basically, this trend was where people were doing something that any normal person would just know you're going to get caught. So they would deposit a fake check into their Chase account, and it would be like a massive amount of money, like $100,000. And then they would withdraw like thousands of dollars out of the account before the check cleared. And so a lot of people got prosecuted and sued and stuff like that. So what's fascinating is that whenever I hear a story about money, especially people doing something weird or crazy about money, I always think about financial psychology, which is something I thought a lot about in my doctoral program. And there are theories that relate to this stuff. Believe it or not, money is the ultimate drug. And so some quick little theories that I want to introduce you to that relate to this actually is one is the illusion of free money and moral hazard. Moral hazard would be defined. One definition is when individuals take excessive risks because they don't bear the consequences. So a lot of people thought they were just going to get free money. They thought they could just deposit this check and that Chase would absorb the losses, right? And I don't know if they thought Chase just wouldn't notice or maybe Chase wouldn't be able to find them, or whatever it is, right? All that's ridiculous. But moral hazard pops up a lot, actually, uh, when you don't align incentives. Moral hazard, there's so many different ways. Like my brain is exploding because there's so many different ways I want things I want to explain, but I'm gonna try not to talk too much or talk too fast because I get excited, I talk fast, and then it confuses everybody. One example of moral hazard is when I remember I was a freshman in college and I didn't have any money. I was broke. I was almost homeless my freshman year. Like it was real. There was this nice lady named Joyce Beatty who worked at the University of Kentucky who used to go around with me to help me find a job. I applied for a job at Bojangles and I mean I had nothing. I had no money, nothing. And but I finally got a dorm. I was super happy to have a place to live. That's crazy. And my roommate was this white kid from Louisiana, and he was on the swim team. And I didn't realize until that year just how many pricks were on the swim team. Like they're all like a bunch of like young Donald Trumps. Like they at least these guys were. They were just a bunch of jerks. And they were just wild. They would stay up till 4 in the morning drunk and then get up at 6 a.m. for swim practice. I'm like, I don't know how you even do that. It was crazy. So anyway, this little jerk, it was my roommate. He I remember him telling me that his father, he said, my dad told me that if I can get a 3.0 grade point average, he's going to buy me a $30,000 car. And I remember just sitting there just thinking, this is so ridiculous that this kid can't even get a 3.0 to get a $30,000 car. I had a 4.0 and wasn't nobody giving me nothing. I was barely still in school. They didn't even the university didn't give me no money. I was mad. I was still mad about that. Eventually they did. Eventually I got all the scholarships because I came and took everything. I was like, no, this is survival. And the beauty of that is being pushed to rock bottom really brings out the most in you. And that's when I began to emerge as a student. Before that, I wasn't very good at school. But anyway, I remember just thinking about how many of my friends I knew who would go to college and waste their parents' money. Right? Have you ever seen that? Where it's not even just, and Veronica says that's white privilege. It could be white privilege, but I've seen black kids do that too. I've seen black people do that. I had a friend, the first girl that I ever kissed a long time ago. I'm not gonna say her name though, but if I was 15, it was awesome. Anyway, but I think she married a woman. So what does that say about me? I don't know. Anyway, but she went to college, and the school she went to cost like $30,000 a year, and her parents paid all this money for her to go to this school. And so I was a freshman, and I think my mother knew her mother, and my mother talked to her mom in the grocery store, and she said, and my mother, I remember her telling me, she said, "Do you know that they paid $30,000 and she didn't even pick up the key to her dorm room? She didn't even show up to school. Forget like dropping out. She didn't even show up." And so her parents lost $30,000. And a lot of you have seen this. Maybe some of y'all have kids like this, where they go to school and don't do what they're supposed to do, and then next thing you know, you're mad because you lost all this money. Well, that's moral hazard. That's moral hazard. And where moral hazard creeps into that conversation is that they were okay losing money because it was your money. Do you understand? Like it wasn't their money. If it was their money, they would have protected it. See, people will protect their own stuff far more than they'll ever protect your stuff. Do you get what I'm saying? Do you follow the logic here? Like every study shows, for example, that when people own their property, they take better care of the property than they do when it's somebody else's property. Owners take care of the lawn better than renters do. This is what the studies show. People who own a car will drive the car more carefully than somebody who's renting the car. Some of y'all might be in a rental car. You know how it is. You the floor, you pedal to the metal, don't let the car warm up, driving really hard, twisting, turning, throw trash on the floor, right? Because you don't care. It's not your car, right? That's moral hazard. Moral hazard is when one person is making decisions, but they're not necessarily feeling the consequences of those decisions. That's a type of moral hazard. So in this particular case with the Chase Bank scenario, it was a moral hazard issue. It could be defined that way. That people were like, yeah, I can just put this check in here and I can go and get the cash out and Chase will absorb the losses so I can so it's YOLO. I can do whatever I want. And clearly obviously that was not actually what occurred. Other examples of where moral hazard comes into play is when you transfer power to another person. This is why you got to be really careful about who you marry and things like that. Like you might have seen scenarios where maybe you have two people that are dating and one person's really nice to the other one. Let's say you have some athlete who's got $100 million contract and he's got a girlfriend who's super nice to him, and then after they get married and they tie the knot, then suddenly she's like, "Oh, I think I want a divorce, and I want half, by the way. I want half your money. Like I'm out of this marriage." Well, that's a moral hazard issue. That would mean that he probably should have vetted the situation better. Maybe what they call optimal contracting. You make a contract. Like this is what prenups do. Prenups are like, yeah, okay, if you ever screw me, then I'm going to make sure that I minimize the amount to which you can screw me. Another example in real life might be you've probably seen scenarios where a guy is super nice to a woman and until she gives him the you know what I'm talking about. And then after that happens, suddenly maybe he's not calling anymore, right? Because okay, he's got what he wants now. Now he's kind of moving on, and maybe vetting him or optimal contracting or somehow protecting yourself would be a way to kind of manage that sort of risk. So moral hazard can be, a lot of scenarios, or maybe if you loan money to somebody, we've talked about that how unethical it is. It's basically stealing when somebody borrows money from you and they don't pay you back. I wrote about that in my book, The Ten Commandments of Black Economic Power, that is theft and that creates financial trauma. And that financial trauma minimizes economic activity because then you have people that say, this is why I don't loan money to relatives. This is why I don't invest in my relatives' businesses. This is why I don't involve money in family at all, right? Which is really actually opposite of what wealthy communities do. Wealthy communities actually connect money and family on a very deep level. If you look at Indian families that come to Detroit and buy up every damn gas station in the city, they do that because they operate as a family. They'll loan money to each other, but they also have optimal contracting to minimize the moral hazard problem. You're not going to hear about Pradeep borrowing $1 million from the family and not paying it back. Oh, they're going to find Pradeep and they're going to whoop that ass, right? Same thing with the Jewish community. They will blend money and family all day, but there are consequences to you screwing the family, stealing from the family. You will never be invited back to the synagogue. You will be excommunicated from all other activities of this family because you stole from the family, and that is not appropriate. And I just think about whether or not there are consequences in place when you talk about our family wealth process. I even think about just even scenarios where sometimes we enable people, like maybe you got that cousin or that uncle who's getting like 50 girls pregnant and doesn't take care of any of his kids, but his mama like steps up and babysits the kids and pays his child support for him. Like are we really enabling that behavior sometimes? I don't know. It's a family by family situation, but I've seen it all, right? I've been black a long time, and I think I'm gonna stick with it. Being black has been pretty cool. I've been black most of my life now, since the surgery, and so ultimately. These are problems that you have to deal with, right? Economics and sociology are connected in the black community. Yeah, I know that was I just that was me. I'm just being sick. I didn't get no surgery, y'all. This is really me. No plastic surgery. All right, so all right, so one more thing I want to mention really quick is this summer we're going to Ghana. If you want to join us on the Ghana trip and get information, Jay Cameron is going to help us get there. He's got a great company. Forgot the name of the company, but it's a great travel company, and he's extremely good at what he does. And so, if you want to join us in Ghana, we went to Egypt last year. That was really successful, a lot of fun. And just a lot of bonding and everything else. And me and my wife will be there too. So if you want to join us on any of the trips, just text the word travel to the number 87948. So text travel to 87948 on your phone, and we'll send you information about the travel. All right. So a couple more theories that relate to this chase thing, just in terms of the financial lesson here, is something the get rich quick psychology, they call it prospect theory, which came out from two researchers named Kahneman and Tversky, it's connected to something else called the hot hand fallacy, this fallacious idea that somehow, with investing you can have a hot hand and great things can happen. So what happens is that when people see other people winning, they overestimate the odds that they're going to win too. So maybe a lot of people saw on TikTok, they saw all these people doing something stupid and making lots of money, and they're like, oh, well, if all these people are doing it and it's working for all these other people, then it'll probably work for me too, right? Which is obviously false thinking, because something else kicks in. It's called selection bias, where you're only seeing the people who succeeded. What they're not showing you are all the people who did the same thing, who got 20 years in prison. They're not showing you all the people who did the same thing, who ended up getting sued, and to this day are in debt for $500,000. To this day, can't get a bank account anywhere. To this day, can't get a job because it's on their record permanently. To this day, have a scarlet letter, a financial stain, a social stain on their record that will last them for the rest of their lives. They have a what can best be described as a financial STD that ain't gonna go away. And it's going to, they did it when they were 18, but it's going to affect them when they're 48. That's crazy that you do something at 18 that affects you when you're 40. I feel bad when I see young people do that. And this happens all the time. This sort of this sort of prospect theory. It happens a lot. I think about black boys, and I think about why is it that if I go into a classroom full of black boys, and and let's say a lot of them can't even read at grade level. Most black boys, in case you don't know, most black boys in public schools, 86% can't read at grade level. That's a crisis. That's an emergency. That's something that as a community we cannot allow, but we allow it because we're used to white people deciding if we're going to be successful or not. I don't buy into any of that. That's not who I am. That's not my philosophy at all. But other people can disagree. But here's the deal. I think about the fact that if I go in that classroom and I say, how many of you are going to be a professional athlete? 30, 40, 50% of those boys are going to raise their hands. I remember talking to a young black kid who was about 16, and he was in special ed. They put him in special ed classes when he was in the first grade, and he's been in there ever since. But it was really interesting because he became a genius when it came to playing video games and stuff like that. So when it came to stuff he wanted to do, he was fine. He was smart. He was normal. But when it came to school, for whatever reason, they decided that he wasn't smart. So there's no point in teaching him anything. So anyway, I remember saying to him, I said, "So what do you want to do when you grow up?" He said, "I want to be a football player." And I said, "Do you play football?" No, he wasn't. And something I was like, "How are you going to be a football player if you're not on the football team?" Right? Just basic stuff. And I find it really fascinating how many black boys grow up thinking they're going to be professional athletes. That is prospect theory. That's a big chunk of it. Prospect theory, selection bias, stuff like that. Why does this apply? Well, because the reason these black boys, they had to get this message from somewhere. The reason these black boys are willing to make this investment, this massive investment, where you're not just investing money, you're investing your life. Your life is more valuable than money. The reason that they are investing and betting it all on professional sports is because every time they turn on the TV, they see some athlete that's making millions of dollars. They see some guy who's playing with LeBron. They see somebody, or then they'll hear these little stories about somebody who started in the hood with a single mom and they struggled, and now he just signed for a $200 million contract with the Minnesota Timberwolves. And they're like, oh, I'm in the hood with a single mom. One day I'll get a $200 million contract with the Minnesota Timberwolves. And that's what they see. That's prospect theory. That affects his decisions as an investor. Everybody's an investor. Everybody is an investor. Just some investors are better than others. Everybody's an investor. Most of your investments have nothing to do with money. So as an investor, he's investing his life into this lie of a dream, this false hope that he's going to be a great athlete. He hasn't really had the time because his brain hasn't properly formed yet. His prefrontal cortex won't be developed till he's 25 years old. So he doesn't even consider the fact that, wait a minute, this guy that I'm looking at on TV is 6'8", 240 pounds. I'm 5'5", 160 pounds. He's not even thinking about that, right? And also, what he's not seeing is he's not seeing the other 10,000 kids who tried to do the same thing that this guy on TV did, and every last one of them failed. Every last one of them made the investment, and they lost. They bought the lottery ticket and lost their money. They lost 100% of their investment. They invested thousands of hours, thousands of hours that could have been spent learning how to be an entrepreneur so they could be millionaires. Thousands of hours that could have been spent learning about stock market so they could have had a plenty of money or a big fat nest egg. Thousands of hours that could have been spent picking up a skill like plumbing or maybe becoming surgeons or whatever. It takes more energy to become a professional basketball player than it takes to become a neurosurgeon, in my opinion. If you look at how good you have to be, how much time you got to put in, how much work it takes to get there, it takes less work to be a surgeon than it takes to be a basketball player in the NBA. It takes less work to become an entrepreneur. In fact, it takes probably one thousandth of the work to become a great entrepreneur that it takes to make it to the NFL. And in the NFL, you're gonna have some concussions and CTE, brain damage to go with it. So the cost of your investment is gonna be pretty huge. Pretty huge. In fact, I told you all the story about when I met Antoine Randall L., who was, I think, NFL Man of the Year and Super Bowl champion, who had a long career with the Pittsburgh Steelers, who literally sat there and we were talking, and I didn't even know that he was. I was asking him about CTE, and he was telling me because I was giving a speech, and we were at the same thing or whatever. And because I told you, I was kind of hating a little bit because we were the same height and the same size, and I was looking at him and thinking, man, I could have played in the NFL too. I was literally thinking that. I was like, I thought you had to be big. Like, you're not big. You're the same height as me. What the hell, man? Anyway, so we talked. And after we talked, he was on the cover of USA Today the following year. And he said, I wish I had never played football. That is heavy. I said, oh my God. I told Alicia, I said, I, we were talking about this topic, but he was talking about other people. I was asking him, I was saying something like, I think I was saying something like, yeah, do you have any friends that have been affected by this CTE thing? He said, yeah, oh yeah, a lot of my friends. Yeah, a lot of them, they'll go to pick up their kids from school and can't remember how to get home, or they'll talk to you and about something and then bring the same topic up as if they never talked about it before. Like a lot of weird stuff. I didn't know that he was experiencing the symptoms himself. I didn't even think to ask him because I'm thinking you were the NFL Man of the Year. You were a Super Bowl champion. Of course, you're happy with your life. You're happy with your investment. No, he wanted a refund. He was like, I wish I could do a do-over and I would have picked a whole different profession. What? How heavy is that when even the most successful people are wishing that they'd never played football? That's scary as hell. So when you look at the millions of black boys that invest their entire lives, again, they make an investment, but it's more valuable than money. They invest their entire lives into trying to chase this sports dream. That's prospect theory and selection bias. Prospect theory, where you see other people doing it, so you're like, oh, I can do that too. And selection bias, in that they have selected. There's a rare selection of individuals that you see on TV. Same thing happens even when you talk about just the art of thugging, right? When you talk about they call them YNs, which you can figure out what YN stands for. The guys that run around with the ski masks around Chicago that want to, get into the thug life and they 14, 15, 16 years old, whatever, running around with a gun or whatever. Well, that's prospect theory because what happens is that they are hearing from these rappers that are making this thug life, this street life look glamorous. They're also seeing only a segment of that life. They're seeing the glamorous side. What they're not seeing the whole picture. The whole picture is where you also need to go see the guy who's 38 years old who got locked up in 1996, who has missed his whole entire life. He's been in prison for 30 years, and or maybe he's 48 years old, whatever, right? I got to do the math right. And he's been and he's the whole time he's in prison, he's missed out on everything. He's missed out on his youth. He's missed out on girls. He's missed out on getting married. He's missed out on having kids. He's missed out. His parents both died while he was locked away, right? He lost his whole entire life. There are thousands of people who can tell that story. So my thought is, I wish they could see all of that because a lot of them eventually see it, but they see it after it's too late, right? It's like you're in the trap, and then you get to see what hell looks like after you're caught in hell. But instead, they should have a glimpse of hell. They should see what the daily life of a prison inmate actually looks like, and ask themselves, is this something that you want to do for the next 40 years? And a lot of them, I think, possibly might be affected by that. But again, the prefrontal cortex isn't developed yet when you're a kid, so you're going to make irrational decisions. But even then, you take that prospect theory out where you're not just seeing the glamorous lifestyle. In fact, I think it's absolutely criminal that you have some of the rappers like the Rick Rosses and others who glorify and glamorize violent criminal behavior because once they get caught in that system, once that white man got that grip around their neck, he does not let them go. And you've got men, and I've known these. I know a lot of people, right? I know a lot of brothers who just came home from prison, who literally got caught in a situation in 1992 where they could have made a different choice, right? Instead of being in the club, they could have been in the library, but nobody told them to go to the library. Everybody was going to the club. They didn't have to be drunk that night. They didn't have to be carrying a strap. They didn't have to shoot back when the guy shot at them. But again, when you what you see, the glorification of this lifestyle ends up affecting your investment decisions. Except you're not investing money, you're investing your life. And now you had a negative 100% return on investment, but nobody told you in advance. This is what we've lost in the community when we lost our fathers and we lost the intergenerational knowledge transfer. See, we talk about the transfer of intergenerational wealth, but what we don't talk about enough is the intergenerational transfer of knowledge. See, for everything you go through at 22, there's some 62-year-old who can tell you what lies down the road, right? And this isn't just for investments in terms of choices. This is investments in terms of your finances. If you're 22, you should probably talk to a 62-year-old who knows what happens when you spend 40 years not investing in the stock market. When you're 22, you should probably talk to that 58-year-old who can tell you what happens when you spend the next 3 decades not investing in your physical health, like eating chitlins and cheeseburgers and everything else, right? You know, when you're 22, you should probably talk to somebody who can tell you what happens if you spend 40 years not investing in family, taking care of your kids, finding a good woman or a good man and loving them and fighting through and working through whatever it takes to keep that family together. You should probably talk to somebody. You should, like there was a whole conversation for a while about, dying alone and stuff. Y'all remember that? And it's like, yeah, there are some people who die alone, and when I kind of addressed the late Kevin Samuels about it, I said, yeah, d dying alone sucks, but women aren't the only ones who die alone. I know a lot of men who are dying alone too. You should probably go and I told him, I said you should probably go look at that video of the lady, the black nurse who works in the stroke ward, who said that she sees lots of handsome, well-to-do black men in their 40s and 50s who never invested in family, who are sitting in the stroke ward. And they have to have their diapers changed because they can't do things anymore. And they have nobody coming to see them, nobody coming to help them, no children checking on them because they don't have relationships with their kids. And there's no woman that's sitting there worried about them or making sure that everything's okay. Right? Like when I thought about making the investment in having a wife, um, it's not a coincidence that my wife is a social worker and a therapist. I was like, I like that. And she's a nurturer. And she's the person where when I went to the doctor and they put me under, I had to be put under twice, once for the colonoscopy, another time for a dental procedure. My wife, I felt good knowing, going to sleep, knowing that there's another person who's going to be checking these doctors to make sure that everything's okay and making sure that I'm all right, right? And so I'm not telling anybody what to do or how to choose, how to make their choices. I don't do that. I don't do any of that. I think that the best thing I could do as a teacher is to just say, get all the information. Right? Just make sure that you should have full information when you make a decision. Right? So it's like young people, I wish I could tell them like just listen to the older people, even if you don't want it, they don't have to tell you what to do, but a smart decision maker gets full information when they make a choice. If you don't have full information, then you're kind of going in blind. And sometimes ego can make us blind. Ego can cause us to make decisions that have long-term implications when we never talked to anybody to tell us what's going to happen down the road. I'm talking about everything. I heard something today that related to investing, but I think it relates to life. I wrote it down and I don't know where I wrote it, but I'm gonna try to remember what was said. There's a guy named Muhammad El Arian who's the president of Queens College, who's a brilliant economist. And one thing he said that was really interesting to me was he said he was talking about the stock market. This is stock market stuff, but I think it relates to everything. He said that he was talking about the volatility. And I've told you all that in terms of what's happening with Trump in the White House and the stock market, there's a lot of jumpiness in the market, a lot of volatility up and down, up and down. And I've told you all my position. My position is, look, just because the market's crazy don't mean I got to be crazy, right? So I buy dips. I just, when I see stocks go down that I like, I just buy them and I just wait, right? That's a good strategy. And by the way, if you want a stock that I'm going to buy today, PayPal, I'm going to buy shares of PayPal. So there's some investment information if you do with it as you wish. Um, and what one thing he said was, I'm going to make sure I try to say it right, is he said volatility can cause us to make bad investing decisions that have long-term implications. He didn't say it quite like that. He said it better than I said it, but I think I can get the point across with this. He said volatility causes us to make investing decisions that have negative long-term implications. And what he was talking about is that when you own stock and you see the stock go up and down and it goes down and your heart rate, rises and it's about to come out of your chest and you're scared to death, a lot of people do, especially those who haven't healed from trauma and things like that. You make trauma-based decisions or trauma responses. You run away, right? You sell. Charles Rogers, the billionaire in Chicago, a black guy, he wrote a great article explaining how the black community probably lost about $2 trillion because we sold so much of our stock during the 2008, 2009 financial market decline, because everything went right back up, and people that bought your stock from you made tons of money because their stocks doubled and tripled on the comeback. Um, but here's the thing. I When I heard that statement, I said, man, that was really interesting because it makes me think about life. And what I want you to process, and this is an investment conversation, but as you all know, I'm more interested in it from a holistic standpoint. All the investments you make, not just your money. Money is part of it, though. It all applies to financial theory. Is this? I was thinking about how many times we let volatility cause us to make long-term decisions or make a decision in the moment where you're paying for that decision for the rest of your life, right? Like I think about I just one example. I did know a guy who got into a dispute at the club in 1994 or something, and he made the wrong decision in that moment, and he was literally away from his kids for 25 years, right? Because the volatility of the moment, and he had a lack of consciousness, right? And he because he was drunk and he'd been drinking too. Drinking reduces your consciousness level and causes you to make bad choices. So he made a bad choice and he paid for it for the rest of his life. Investors, they see temporary market volatility, they sell their stock, and then they look back and they regret the fact that they didn't stick it out. Um, Bitcoin, even I sold Bitcoin when Bitcoin crashed, and I'm mad as hell about that. I'm like, God, so don't think anybody's immune from this. We're all human beings. A lot of us have trauma. Give me a guess if you're traumatized, if you went through trauma as a kid. I went through a lot of trauma. So sometimes I have to stop myself from having a trauma response to things. I still have to fight that. It's like a drug addiction or something. You can't, you have to consciously work to shake it in every moment. It doesn't, there's not a point where I just am just always the person I want to be. I have to make myself the person I need to be so I can maintain whatever it is I'm trying to build. Think about marriages and relationships. Think about how many times you might have been in a situation that with a person that you love and it got really volatile, really rocky. And in that moment, you divested, you stopped investing in that relationship. And then the next thing you know, you spend in 20 years wishing that you'd made a different choice in that situation. But now you're both 50 years old and you can't go back to 1998. You can't do that, right? Um, so there's so many scenarios where that statement that he made applies to life. And I think that the solution to this is really, if you want to just really win, I think in life is making a commitment to having some degree of consciousness about decisions that you make. Like, get yourself out of the moment. This is something I was mentoring. There's a young guy I mentor. He's about 30 years old, and I just told him, I said, when you're dealing with your child's mother and everything else, get yourself out of the moment. When she's yelling, you're yelling, things are hard, things are crazy, it's volatile. Just get out of the moment, rise out of the moment, do some breathing exercises, step away for a little bit, and really think about the long-term implications of the choice you're going to make because that's how good investing should be done too. Good investing is the exact same way, right? When Bitcoin crashed, if you get out of the moment and stop worrying about right now and think about the next 5 to 10 years, guess what? You don't just maintain ownership in your Bitcoin, you double down on your investment. If I am in a bad situation with my wife and we get in some sort of disagreement, every couple has disagreements. My goal is to step back and remember how blessed I am to have such a wonderful wife and how much time I put into building a great relationship, um, and doing what is necessary to get out of this tough situation so we can have the next 20 or 30 years together. There was a time, I'm gonna tell on myself on this, and then I'm gonna stop before I keep confessing, before I over confess. But there was a time where I got so mad one time, and I said something um, that the kids overheard, and I broke one of my rules. My rule is I don't believe in arguing in front of the kids at all. And I said something the kids overheard, and it hurt their feelings. It really did. I'm not gonna say what it was, but I was like, "Okay, boys, this is your moment. Are you going to man up and do what you need to do, which was to apologize? I needed to, I sat each of them down one by one and said, look, here's what happened. Here's what I said. I am so sorry. And I want you to know how important you are to me. And it was wrong. I was wrong. A lot of times, I can tell you the truth. Maybe 20 years ago, I don't know if I would have done that, right? Because that's just hard. You know what I mean? Like you want to gaslight your way through it and just, like you got to admit you're wrong and all that. That's really hard to do. But after I got done, everything was back to normal and I saved my investment. Do you understand? Like the family I invested in, it's like we were back together again. Everything's okay. And we get to have the next 30 or 40 years in a healthy space as opposed to what would have happened if I just said, well, I ain't apologizing for nothing. Y'all can just, So anyway, long story short, I'm telling you, like that volatility piece, what Muhammad El-Arian said about volatility causing you to make bad decisions in the moment that will have long-term implications. If you understand that and memorize something like that, that will not just help you with your finances, that will help you with your health, that will help you with your relationships, that will help you with your life. Get out of the moment, transcend, elevate the consciousness. This is why we do elevate your consciousness and look at the next 5, 10, 20 years so you can realize, okay, how much am I going to allow this moment to shape what's going to happen in the future? And if you do that, I guarantee you're going to make better choices. And teach that to your kids. You can have them watch this video if you want to. I think it's a good rule of life. All right. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and go. It was great to see you all today. Thank you for hanging out with me today. Also, if you're not on the text list for this class, make sure you get on there. You text the word morning to the number 87948, MORNG, morning to the phone number 87948. And also, the financial slumber party is going to be Friday night at 11 p.m. Eastern. We are going to cover some stock option stuff, but we're going to have fun. They're always fun. A lot of you seem to like it. So I said, okay, let's do one of these once a month. That'd be kind of fun. And yeah, that's it, guys. So have a good day. God bless you. Thank you so much for hanging out, and I'll see you soon. Take care now. Bye bye. What's going on, everybody? What's going on? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I'm your friendly neighborhood finance professor. My goal is to help you have a better life and to put more money in your pocket. That's what we do, and we do it very well. We have almost 200,000 students in the Black Business School, and all of y'all are smart people because you're listening to people that understand how economics works, right? Because we know that money drives a lot of things. We know that money is the key to power. We know that there are lots of people in America and around the world that are very powerful, and it's only because they have more money than you, right? So we want to fix that. And I want to say welcome to everybody who came in. And do me a quick favor. Give me a quick yes if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me okay. I wanted to talk about some things that related to our Black jobs. And a lot of there was a whole conversation about Black jobs, like what is a Black job and what does that look like and stuff like that. And so what I thought I would do is kind of go through and sort of look at just what's really out there. What are the highest paying black jobs in America? And the reason I call them black jobs is not because only black people can do these jobs, but because I feel that that any job out there that you want should be yours if that's what you want. And also, I hope to explain some things about wealth that'll help you grow out of that a little bit. So I was being facetious when I said black jobs. I'm being silly. I mean, it's really, if you white, you can do the job too. There's white people working too. So is that okay? Do y'all get it? Do y'all understand my sense of humor? Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? I hope you get what I'm saying. I'm just having fun. It's a Sunday, man. I'm trying to have a good life. Anyway, let's get it cracking here. All right. So basically, I'm going to run through this list of the best black jobs that are available, and what I'm going to do is also sort the list. I decided to sort based on qualifications, right? Some jobs might require an advanced degree. Some jobs might require a bachelor's degree. Some jobs might require no degree. So I kind of cover all of that, just so you would have full data to kind of look at. And I think that the reason that this came to my mind was because I heard a mom talking to her daughter, and she was talking to her about what profession she wanted to go into. And one thing that that the conversation kind of came down to was her son kind of came up and said, well, you don't want to pick that profession because ain't no money in that. So anyway, now is my audio choppy? Can you guys hear me okay? Because somebody said my audio's choppy. So now I'm getting a little bit nervous here. I hope that it's okay. I hope you guys can hear me all right. All right. So let's just jump into the list. And what I'm going to do is I got a million screens open. And that might be why my audio is choppy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to shut down every screen except for the ones that matter. Also, just a reminder, this podcast is on Spotify. So if you are into the whole Black wealth conversation, then Spotify is a place you can go. Search for my name, and you will find lots of stuff that I do on Spotify. All right, so let's start. Let's take it from the top. All right, so here are the 8 highest paying professions out here. Now, I call them black jobs, but y'all know why I said that. I said it because I'm being silly. I'm having fun. So don't get mad at a black man for making a joke, okay? All right. So the highest paying job on the list is anesthesiologist. Did y'all know anesthesiologists make $239,000 a year? How crazy is that? Does that seem like a lot of money to you? How do y'all feel about that? Do y'all feel like $239,000 a year is a lot of money or a little bit of money? How do y'all feel about that? Do you feel like that's like, wow, oh my God, that's crazy, that's ridiculous? Or do you think like, oh man, that's all right? I mean, but there's other ways to make more money than that. How do y'all feel? Like, do y'all like? I don't know. All right, so let me keep going here. Number 2 is orthodontist. They make $239. Oral and maxillofacial surgeons make $239. A lot of these people make $239. That's kind of crazy. That's weird. All right. Oh, and they have median annual salary equal to or greater than $239. So I'll just name the list. And a lot of these people are surgeons. So let's skip that part. Let's go down to bachelor's degrees. And it looks like engineers make a lot of the highest salaries here. Petroleum engineers are at the top. Computer about 137. Then you have computer and hardware engineers about 128, aerospace engineers, software developers, chemical engineers, actuaries, electrical and electronic engineers, construction managers. Okay. Now, the next list, I decided to go into areas where there is no bachelor's degree required. And here you have commercial pilots making 121. That's kind of interesting. I think that's a little bit misleading because I did my pilot's training and I am a student pilot. I have landed and taken off in airplanes like on multiple occasions, but I'm not a great pilot. So don't get in the plane with me unless you like living on the edge. I'm a safe though. I'm a safe pilot. I'm just not an experienced pilot. Anyway, I was really shocked and surprised and saddened by how little pilots make. I thought that they made more money, and they really don't. They actually, it takes a lot of years to make good money as a pilot. I don't know. Does anybody else know that? And it's to me, it creates what I refer to as the impossible trade-off. The impossible trade-off is where you give years of your life to you give years of your life just to make a little bit more money. And I personally think that that's not the best way to make money. I think the trading years of your life, you can't get years of your life back. And if you want to look at some other professions that are listed here under high paying, they got dentists and nurse anesthetists, like anesthesia nurses, physicists, architectural and engineering managers, petroleum engineers, computer and information system engineers. They make a lot of money too. So here's some other professions that don't require a bachelor's degree. They've got commercial pilots, transportation, storage, and distribution managers, elevator and escalator installers and repairers. That's a rare profession. Power plant operators, distributors, and dispatchers. Let's see, first line supervisors and police detectives. They do pretty well. Electrical, about 91,000. Electrical power line installers and repairers make 85K. Aircraft and avionics equipment mechanics and technicians, they make about 75. Detectives and criminal investigators. I didn't know that they made that much money. That's really, really interesting. Are you impressed with this list? What do you all think? I mean, do you all feel, I feel like there are other professions out there that pay a lot more. I know that I've seen surgeons make, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, stuff like that. I think the thing about it, the thing I didn't realize until I got older is that it's kind of it's really a little bit of a waste of time to sort of fall into the belief that to make a bunch of money, you got to go to school for like a decade, right? I think that, or get 20 years of experience. I think that you may want to reconsider what you do with your life. But there are professions. Okay, so here's some better data. Pediatric surgeons make about 449. Cardiologists make 423. Orthopedic surgeons 378. Dermatologists 342. So it looks like the surgeons are way up there. Let me see if we can find out without the surgeons, because I kind of feel like surgery is kind of way up there. Chief executives, of course, make money. Orthodontists, psychiatrists, lawyers, computer and information systems managers. Let's see, cardiologists, radiologists, anesthesiologists. So the medical profession is where a lot of the money lies, right? And we've talked about that actually in terms of investing in that profession. I think healthcare is where a lot of money gets made, because quite frankly, that's where a lot of money gets stolen, in my opinion. I kind of feel like that profession, they just sort of dupe the American people pretty badly in terms of overcharging you for mediocre healthcare. And so what happens is that anybody who's in that profession does really well, the nurses, the doctors, the insurance companies, stuff like that. But it ends up becoming kind of a wealth drain. If you want to lose all your wealth, just go get sick. Go get sick in America and then watch how quickly you can go broke. It's very hard to have enough wealth where you can withstand the economic onslaught of what occurs when you get an illness or something like that. And so that's kind of that, right? And actually, one more thing I wanted to mention too is one of you asked me about a stock that I like right now. I'm actually going to buy shares in European companies. I'm going to buy shares in this ticker, IEUR. IEUR, that's a Euro shares ETF, which basically invests in a lot of major companies in Europe. And the reason I'm going to do that is because Trump is stupid. And I'm not saying this politically. I don't care who you voted for. I did not vote for Trump or Biden, if you ever wonder who I voted for. But he's stupid because the tariffs, he's rolling out the tariffs in a very sloppy way. And that's going to be economically expensive on the U.S. economy. The country's going to pay a big price for his tariffs. And you already see the stock market kind of getting really volatile and very rocky, because it's very hard to build wealth when you have instability. And instability is one of the quickest ways to ruin an economic system. In the Black community, there's a lot of instability that might come from things like undiagnosed, untreated trauma. This is why in the Black Business School, my wife's a therapist, we created the first ever Black financial therapy department, because I said a lot of our people need therapy. Like whenever you see people out here doing something crazy, it's because they never got help. They never got treatment for what happened to them when they were children. And nobody wants to do business with a crazy person. Nobody wants to do business with a person who's loud and obnoxious and irritating and angry all the time and ready to fight and ready to cut off relationships and all this other stuff, because it's not a smart risk return trade-off. So what I'm saying to you is that if you want to be a good business person and a wealth builder, get therapy. Think of therapy as an investment in you. Stop thinking of it as like, well, I only go to therapy. There's something wrong with me. I don't need no therapy. Therapy's for weak people. You ever hear people talk like that? They will, therapy. I don't need no therapy. I'm all right. I got this. No, stop thinking that way. Stop thinking therapy is only for people that are broken or screwed up. And what's crazy is that it's the screwed up people who always say that anyway. Right? It's the ones who are the most broken who are the most anti-therapy. Therapy is to just help you understand yourself so you can calm your butt down and focus on getting to the money. You understand? Therapy is emotional intelligence. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? Therapy is about kind of being smart, being able to balance between long-term and short-term decisions. Do you follow? Do you get what I'm saying? So really, and maybe I get it. I'm not making fun of anybody who thinks that way, but I'm saying we got to kill that because that's why a lot of your economics does not grow. Because right now you have you have a president of the United States, and I'm not saying Biden's any better. So do not think I am not a Joe. Y'all know I'm not a Joe Biden fan. I'm mad at him because he incarcerated all those black men in the 90s. A lot of them are still locked up, by the way. But you have a man in the White House who could be a narcissist, who's definitely unstable, who's definitely got an ego and a chip on his shoulder, who has been diagnosed by many of the experts that have come on this platform as having some potential mental health issues. So when you watch what happens when a crazy person has power, just look at the White House. Just look at that. And then I want you to translate that to your own life. I want you to translate to what happens in a household, financially and otherwise, when you have a father with undiagnosed, untreated mental health issues. Has anybody ever seen that? Has anybody ever been around a crazy father who just wreaks havoc on his family and it makes everybody want to run away from him? Or your mother has a drug issue or something, right? Drugs are big on the Black community. I have a friend who wants to build businesses with her mother, but she can't because her mother used to smoke crack. And now her mama is a recovering drug addict who still has significant bipolar, all the chemical imbalances that come from drug use. She got all of that and she can't do anything productive. She's like, my mama, she's pretty smart and I like her, but I can't build nothing with her because she's crazy. You understand? So mental health is critical for wealth building. I hope I impressed that point upon you. So speaking of that, just in terms of offering not just a problem, but a solution, we provide solutions. Dr. Alicia does a book club, a mental health book club on Sunday nights. It's going to be tonight. If you want to join and be invited, all you got to do is text the word love to the number 87948. Text love to 87948. She's an award-winning researcher. She's a top-notch scholar. She is a full professor in her field. Very few PhDs become full professors, by the way. I got to give a shout out to my wife. Some of y'all guys are intimidated by smart Black women and all that. I'm not like that. No, I like them. I like them smart. So my wife she's not just gorgeous, but she's smart as hell. And she's somebody that can help you and support you in your journey to become a better human being. So text the word love to 87948 and we'll send you an invitation. All right. So let me go through this list really quickly in terms of highest paying professions. I was joking when I said highest paying Black jobs in America. These are not Black jobs. We have to let white people have these jobs too. And so when I'm looking at this list and I see things like, petroleum engineers, financial managers, airline pilots, co-pilots, and flight engineers, physicians, psychiatrists, orthodontists, ophthalmologists, anesthesiologists. They have athletes and sports competitors on the list, but that don't count. Most of y'all ain't 6'5". Radiologists, cardiologists, etc. Okay. So, all right. Okay. So if you were to kind of dig into this list a little further, one thing you would notice is that really, with the cost of living going up in America, even people that are making good money are struggling, right? If you look at some of the professions that don't even require an advanced degree, most people don't have an advanced degree. In case you want to know what those professions might be, air traffic controllers at the top of the list, 132. Funeral home managers, 107, nuclear power reactor operators, 104,000, first line supervisors of police and detectives, that's 98K, power plant operators, 97K, transportation storage distribution managers, 96, elevator installers and repairs, detectives, electrical power line installers and repairs, they make 85K. Real estate brokers make 82, et cetera. All right. So here's what I want you to kind of consider here. And this is one of the reasons why I did this conversation today. So I told you I was listening to a mom talk to her daughter about what profession she wanted to do. And she was sort of looking at all the things she wanted to do. And then, then her brother comes up and goes, ain't no money in that. Ain't no money in that. And I was like, I said, it's kind of unfortunate. And tell me if you can get where I'm coming from. You don't have to agree. I think it's very sad that when we're young and we're trying to decide what to do with our lives, that we have to make decisions based on where the money's at. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. Like, I remember going through that. I remember when I started college, my three favorite fields were psychology, computer science, and finance, in that order. And I picked finance because I figured if I want to make some money, I have to learn about money. And I remember hearing that psychologists didn't make that much money. And I'm gonna tell you, I think that it's really important to understand, and I say this as a finance professor, that wealth can make your dreams come true, but money can be a dream killer. Money can be the ultimate dream killer. Money is that thing that will bitch slap you back into reality whenever you start dreaming just a little bit, or start thinking about how you can live your best life, or whenever you start expanding, it will contract you back into this reality, right? Like, think about it like this, right? One of the professions on that list was like nuclear power plant operator, right? And another one was air traffic controller. Does anybody know how stressful those jobs are? Air traffic controller, that means you mess up, people are dying that day. Like, planes crash into each other because you're at Heathrow, because you want to make, or not Heathrow, or let's say Heathrow or Hartsfield, Atlanta Hartsfield Airport, busiest airport in America. So you climb to the pinnacle of your profession. You're making that 104K, 110, maybe 120. But you're under so much stress that you're going to die probably 15 years earlier than a regular person. I don't think human beings are supposed to have that much stress. I'm not saying that we don't need air traffic controllers. God bless you. Thank you for keeping us safe. But that's a hard job. That's a hard way to make money. Nuclear power plant operator? Are you kidding me? Do you know how many exams you probably have to pass, and protocols you've got to remember, and nuclear power? Like, that's big, right? So I kind of feel like those people deserve more money. I do. I really do. And I'll say this too. There's easier ways to make money. That's what I'm saying. There's easier ways to make money, especially if you have a generational wealth plan. Let me give you a simple example. I'll try to make it simple. Y'all know what I believe, and this is what I said to the mom when she was telling her daughter what profession she couldn't pick because there's not enough money. I said, if you invest for a child when they're little, and you invest, if everyone were to simply put the same amount of money in the stock market every month from the time their child is born, if they put the same amount of money in the stock market every month that they spend on their car note, their child would have hundreds of thousands of dollars in liquid wealth by the time they're 25. They would literally have hundreds of thousands of dollars in liquid wealth. And do you know what you could do? Like, okay, so let's do the math simply, right? We have something in the Black Business School, in case you knew, called the $5 a day plan, where we literally say, if you just invest the amount of money it costs you to buy a McDonald's value meal, you could literally create wealth in less than a generation. Like a large amount of wealth. So the $5 day plan is $5 a day, about $150 a month. And I think that after 10 years, roughly, the estimate, it goes to about 29,000. After 20 years, it's about 102,000. 30 years is about $250,000. 40 years is about $750,000. So if you take that number and you take it up to, say, $600 a month, which a lot of people have car notes that are $600 a month. Some people even have, it's between their cell phone bill and what they spend going out to eat. That's $600, $700 a month. So $600 a month, you multiply that by 4. So the numbers then become like 120, roughly about 120K after a decade, about 400,000 after 20 years, about $1 million after 30 years, maybe a little less, maybe 800 to 900,000. But I want you to stop for a minute. And what I really want to help you consider, and a lot of people are not having these conversations. I wish more people did. If you had, let's say that a lot of y'all maybe do things like real estate, stuff like that. And so let's say that you took that money and you bought, your kid had, $600,000. So you helped them buy like 1,000 shares of Meta stock. I like to use this example because it's easy. Do you know that they could actually, today's the 16th of March, they could sell a call option on Meta stock The price is 607. They could sell a call option. They call these strike prices, which is we can talk about that later. But you could sell a call option on Meta stock. Your kid could literally be making $18,000 a month selling that option on Meta stock every month. $18,000 a month. 18,000 a month. Let me do the math real quick. $18,000 a month is 18 times 12. That's $216,000 a year, and that's money that they make without working. And people, when I say it, people think I'm crazy. They don't believe me. But what people don't understand is that income comes from a capital base. A capital base is some resource you have that generates something that you need, that generates, like a tree can be a capital base because it might generate apples or something, right? And you can get apples. The more apple trees you have, the more apples you can have. Income is like those apples, right? And the problem that most Americans have is that nobody teaches you how to build a capital base. Nobody talks to you about that because it's something that has to be done in advance. It's almost like during the pandemic, I was really frustrated during the pandemic because everybody was telling Black people and everyone else, you have to get this shot because you have all these pre-existing conditions. Black people have obesity and diabetes and these pre-existing conditions. So the only way to stay safe is to get this shot. Okay, fine. Believe what you want about that. But my question was, why is that pre-existing condition a pre-existing condition? Because we all pre-existed years ago where we could have worked to eliminate the pre-existing condition so we didn't have to take these extreme measures in order to stay safe. Do you understand? What I was simply saying was that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And one of the things that, and it really kind of, it didn't infuriate me, but it really saddened me because a couple of years earlier, I'd actually been in all the national and international newspapers because I told the singer Lizzo, I said, stop telling people that being obese is a good thing because people die from obesity. More Black people die from obesity than ever died from the KKK or racism or police shootings. So I said, stop promoting obesity because people are getting diabetes, heart disease, cancer. They're dying from obesity. So stop acting like it's a good thing. It's okay to be obese. I'm not making fun of you for being obese, but you shouldn't tell people like that being obese is as good as being healthy because that is simply not true. So I got attacked, of course, and they called me a sexist and all, they use all this, political language, right? This Black man, because they don't want young Black people listening to Black men who have experience. Like the Black male does not get the respect he deserves in our society, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to command respect because I know what I know. Well, check this out. So just less than a year later, they're saying, well, Black people, they all have obesity. They all need to get this shot. And I was like, that's exactly what I was saying. And so if you really cared about people, you would have prevented the obesity in the first place. You wouldn't be trying to give them a shot to fix the obesity. You would have helped to eliminate the issue in the past. Right? You understand? So the same thing is true with wealth. This is where I'm getting at. With wealth, people are struggling. A lot of people are doing very desperate things to get money. They're doing very desperate things to get money. And as a financial scientist, I can tell you the number one reason that they're doing desperate things to get money is because they don't have a capital base. They don't have resources. They don't own any assets. I think that that's by design. I really do. I really think that they because it's very easy to own assets, but you have to start in advance. It's just like being in shape. If you want to be in shape, you can't start yesterday and then train for the Olympics and be ready by tomorrow. You have to have started a year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago. Do you understand? So with wealth, it's the same thing. You got to start in the past, and the past is now. Hey, you get ready for the year 2030 and 2040 by preparing in the year 2025. That is a simple idea that has not translated throughout society. As a result, you see economic desperation everywhere. You see people struggling, broke, having a really hard time, and it's all easily preventable. All these people, they go take these stressful jobs, like I'm going to go run a freaking nuclear power plant just so I can make six figures. That is not necessary. I told this mom, I said, if you help this child, if you just invest for the child consistently, and they had enough money to own, say, 1,000 shares of Meta stock, they'd make $200,000 a year without any work at all. And they'd be able to go and actually live life. They wouldn't have to make all their decisions based on money. Do you understand? If you don't control your money, then your money will control you. Does everybody follow what I'm saying? Give me a yes. Just give me a little feedback. Let me know if this is resonating, if this is making sense, because I just really don't understand why we want to do everything the hard way. But I think that's a culture. We're trained to do everything the hard way. We're trained to create the problem and then go back and fix it, as opposed to fixing the problem in advance by avoiding the damn thing in the first place. Do you understand? Okay. So anyway, before I move on, let me let you guys know. I do have a whole list of like European stocks that I really like. If you want me to send that to you, I'll send it out this afternoon. Pull out your phone, text the word stock to the phone number 87948. So if you text stock to 87948, I will send you the list of stocks, the Euro stocks. That'll go out. Actually, I said today, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Actually, I think they'll have it ready tomorrow. But either way, text the word stock to 87948. And also, if you go to drboyceelevate.com, you can join us for our morning class. We do money in the morning every day, and we do something called economic elevation through conversational learning. All these are things that we put together in the Black Business School because we have the experts that are qualified to do this, because these are the best ways for people to learn about economics and finance. It's not stressful. It's fun. It's diverse. It allows us to talk about a lot of different issues, and it helps us really solve the problem as opposed to getting hemmed up by problems and complaining about how hard life is later on. I don't want that for you, and I don't want that for my kids. You know, I really think we have to have different conversations about what our people are going to do with themselves. Okay, so drboyceelevate.com. You can go to that URL. Okay, so the last thing I want to mention really quickly is I actually gathered some stats about the impact of investing. And basically, that's the other thing too. When I heard this son say, well, you can't go into that profession, that's not where the money's at. And I kind of corrected them and said, actually, if you're trying to pick the profession where the money's at, there is no profession where the money's at, because the money is not in the hands of workers. America's not a society that is designed for workers to have the wealth. Because if workers had the wealth, then people like Elon Musk wouldn't have so much power. So ultimately, if you were to talk about stats that show that investors make more money than workers, first thing I'll tell you is that, you know, every piece of data that I saw, I was on the Syracuse University faculty for a lot of years, and all we did was research money. The stock market was the number one driver of wealth. A lot of you know this. We've talked about this. In fact, I did the survey of the students that come to the morning class, which is free, by the way. You can bring. All I ask you to do is bring your families, bring your kids, because they need to hear this stuff. 88% of you are stock market investors. That right there tells me that a large percentage of you are going to have more generational wealth than other people. Because if you grab somebody off the street and you say, "Are you a stock market investor or not?" the answer to that question about whether they're consistently in the stock market tells you everything about where they are in the wealth stratosphere typically. Also, the other things you may want to just consider, just to chew on, is that, did you all know that if you had invested, say, $1,000 in Amazon stock in the 1990s, that would be worth over $1 million right now? 80% of all millionaires invest in stocks, and compared to only 31% of people that make under, say, $40,000 a year. Also, what's really crazy about America is that the wealthiest 1% own 53% of the stock. Like, that's insane. That is insane. Oh my God. The wealthiest 1% in this country own 53% of the stock. That's crazy. So I would say, if you want to go where the money's at, then you copy off the people that have the money. That's, to me, the money's not at your job. That's for damn sure. The money's in your boss's office. So yeah. So anyway, so let's see. Jan says, my kids are grown. What about me now? Well, one thing about wealth that I believe, Jan, is that the first step to understanding generational wealth is to understand that it's not about one person. Wealth is never about just you. Now it is about you too, but it's really, remember when Obama used to say the rising tide will lift all boats? Well, you're on the boat too. So when the tide rises, you and your family will lift, but you're not the only person on the boat. Your kids are on the boat. Your grandkids are on the boat. Your unborn grandchildren are on the boat. So when somebody comes to me and they say, well, what about me? I'm 70 years old and I'm just now getting started. I say, no, you're not. You're not just now getting started. Your story, you're just now getting started with wealth, but you think your story is ending soon. It's not ending. Your story is just beginning, because you are the ancestor. You're the one who has the opportunity to set it off in a positive way for future generations, or you can ignore that responsibility and let your grandkids suffer. In 50 years, 100 years, your great grandchildren are going to need money, right? As much as we think that we're like the modern Negroes and we're the most important people ever, we're not. Think about that. Imagine how people in 1924 thought. They thought they were hip on the technology. They thought they were some sort of new fancy generation or whatever. And we're the youth. No, you're not the youth. You're the old people. You're going to be dead soon. And the people in 2024 are going to be affected by the things you choose to do and choose not to do. So when I think about generational wealth, I'm thinking, what about people in 21, 25 and 22, 25 and 23, 25? And what little things could I do now that would really, really put them in a great position? It's very easy for me to do things that will be very hard for them. It's very easy to prevent a problem. It's very hard to reverse it. So if I sit here and I let 100 years go by where nobody's built a nickel of wealth for those kids, grandkids, great grandkids, then it's my fault when they suffer. It's my fault when they are destitute. It's my fault when they are economically desperate. It's my fault when they are slaves to the capitalist corporate plantation. So what I would say to you, Jan said, thank you. You're welcome. I hope this helps. I'm not scolding. I'm not here to scold you. I promise you. I might sound harsh, but I'm not trying to be that way. I'm just being I'm serious about this. We can do, there's so much we can do. There's so many. Think about this. Think about it like this. Imagine, I'll give you, in fact, no, don't even imagine this. I'm gonna give you a real life example. My wife bought her first house in the year 2000 and something from a couple of little savings bonds that her great grandfather bought in World War II. Like, he didn't spend that much money, but because there were 60 years of compound interest on these freaking things, it was a massive sum of money that helped his great granddaughter buy her first house. And then another one of his grandkids, they bought this little building on the south side of Chicago, cost about $5,000 to $10,000, and they bought it in like 1930 something. Now, 100 years later, that building's worth over $1 million, and his other great granddaughter is actually living in that building and has never had to work because she's charging rent to people that live in the building. Now she's the landlord because all the money that he could have took and took to the liquor store, he actually took that money and said, let me go ahead and buy this property. Let me buy these assets. Do you understand? So just little things like that can really not just help you overcome the system. See, overcoming the system means you're in the system. I'm not saying you can get out of the system completely, but the economic system, you can disconnect from that. You just have to have enough money to feed yourself, right? So if you give your children the opportunity to have enough resources to feed themselves, they don't have to get up and go to work every day. They don't. Having to get up and go to work every day happens because nobody built you a capital base. If somebody had built you a capital base, you would never have to go to work. Capital preservation, one of the most important concepts in wealth. Now, somebody's asking, how do you sell covered calls? That's a whole that's a whole conversation. But there is a training I did called How to Make Money Without Working. If you text the word money to the number 87948, I can send it to you. And it introduces the covered call thing. So how to make money without working. Just text the word money to the number 87948. Also, we're doing a financial slumber party on Friday. And if you're on one of those text lists, I'll send you a link and you can join us. And we will talk about I think I called it How to Make Money on Monday. And so we're going to do some covered call examples. I'll give you a couple of stock options plays. And because I realized that the best way I could support you is to help you figure out where the money's at and how to get there in a way that's safe and effective and doesn't take forever, right? Because a lot of times we have to see it a little bit in order to realize that it's real, because investing is confusing for people because there's so much BS out here. There's so much nonsense. There's so many scams. There's so many really overly risky investing opportunities. So many times people tell you to, bet it all and put everything in there. And then you lose a lot. And then you're like, man, investing sucks. It's terrible. So I get it. It's kind of like a jungle, right? So, if you're interested and if I can support you, I don't mind being your guide. I actually enjoyed this. This is really fun for me because I can really see it. It's like Neo in the Matrix. He's like, oh my God, the money's over there. It's over there. It's over there. It's over there. And this is another thing that I'll mention too, is I think that every one of our children just by default, just as a rite of passage, should learn about economics, learn all the different ways to make money that did go outside of just getting a job. Like getting a job is just one out of many ways to make money. That should not be your only play. You have to have many options. You got to be able to dribble with your left hand and your right hand, right? So you got to have a 3-point shot and be able to shoot a layup if you want to be able to play this game of wealth. And so, anyway, so Dr. Bingham, I see you said Dr. Boyce's courses are some of the best courses I've taken in my entire professional life as a student. Well, thank you, Dr. Bingham. That means a lot. And I know your name very well, sir. I see you in here all the time, and I respect you, man. I look forward to meeting you in person, brother. If we have not met yet, that's a wonderful thing to say. Thank you so much. All right. So anyway, I'm going to finish up and head on out. It's a Sunday, so it's a kind of a casual day. Thank you guys for hanging out. What's the $5 a day link? You can go to drboyceelevate.com and you get in the ecosystem and we can get you some stuff. Also, if you're looking to, if you haven't started your business yet, I have this great book called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. And the deal that we've made with our students is one that I believe can be profitable for you and profitable for the community, and also support the Black Business School, because we don't take government money. We don't take corporate money. So we have to raise money to build our institution. We're doing the Booker T. Washington thing. We're building our own Tuskegee, but God bless Tuskegee. One of our kids is going there. And so, so what we did was we created the Black Wealth Ambassadors program, where I want to train and deputize you to just share a message of wealth, a message of safe, healthy wealth in our community that comes with stronger families, more stable communities, better relationships, etc. So you can not just have money, but you can also be happy at the same time. A lot of people have money that they're not happy, or you can make money without selling out. You can make money without being stressed to death, right? So long story short, this book, I just checked Amazon. It is the #1 bestseller in the public finance category, which makes me proud as heck, because we don't have mainstream publishers, or mainstream doesn't really like stuff like that. Like I identify with Marcus Garvey. There's another reason why they never teach about Marcus Garvey in school. They only teach about, I think, failed solutions when it comes to our people. So long story short, this book is the #1 bestseller in public finance. So here's what, here's the deal that we've offered people, and thousands of you have taken us up on it. And I invite the rest of you to participate as well. If you're looking to start a business, this book is a damn good book. It's a bestseller. And it's one where an autographed copy of this book, we sell that for $40, right? So I'll sign it, send it to you for $40. Anybody who wants to be a Black Wealth Ambassador, I will sign this book for you and send it to you, and you can get it for $15. Now, the reason that we reduced the price, and the URL to take advantage of that, is right here on the screen, 10commandments.boycewatkins.com, or you can also text the word wealth to the number 87948. So the plan here's the master plan, and I think it's working pretty well, is we said, okay, well, if we distribute these books at a really good cost, and then I put my sign of authenticity on the book, my signature, which adds value to it, you can take this book and you can do whatever you want with it. You can just get some for your own collection. What I'm hoping you'll do is you'll consider, especially those of you that have some extra money, you can give away copies to kids in the neighborhood. Y'all know these little knuckleheads need it. And y'all know how many of our kids ain't got no daddy, ain't got no guidance, are not getting a good message. They're being led down a path of misery. So you are empowered to give them a pivot, right? You have the power to give them that little piece of information that might make them think more broadly about how they make their money, other than going and just filling out that job application or whatever, or going to the corporate plantation. So if you got extra copies, give them away to the kids in the neighborhood. That's what me and my wife do. We do that all the time. We give away copies of Powernomics, Garvey books. We love to do that. We gave away copies of books at our wedding. We did not accept any gifts at our wedding. We said, look, we're blessed. We don't want nobody giving us no gifts. We're going to give you a gift. So we bought a few hundred copies of Dr. Claude Anderson's book, and we gave them away to every single person who came to our wedding. Because I said, I want y'all to know what we about. We're 10 toes down on this Black wealth and Black power thing. We're not messing around with this. So anyway, you can give them away. The third thing you could do, and this is totally legit, is you can make it into a business, right? If you like the book and you like the message, you can literally, as a Black Wealth Ambassador, buy the books from us for $15, resell them for whatever price you want, and make a profit from that and make that into your business. And then at that point, we'll be in business together. This is not just us talking about building Black businesses. This is us actually doing it. And so this does work. Like I said, the book is good. It's a #1 bestseller on Amazon. The reviews are all nearly 5-star. You can go look it up on Amazon right now if you want to see it. And yeah, I just invite you to become our partners because that helps. It helps everyone, right? It helps you make money because I know a lot of you want to make more money. It helps the community because the community needs a message of strong Black economic empowerment, not the same old like go to school and get a job so you can drown in student loan debt and stress yourself out on the racist corporate plantation for the rest of your life and then die with no wealth. That plan is dead. That plan is DEAD. That is gone, right? So this is a better plan, right? This comes from my PhDs in finance, right? And then the third area that it benefits is it also helps the school. I told you we got to raise money, so so we're willing to compromise and share and distribute at a good cost. And so if you guys are interested, you can go to 10commandments.boycewatkins.com. The URL is right there on the screen. Or you can also, if you want to, you can also just text the word wealth to the number 87948. The book is called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. So I hope that pitch makes sense. That's me just giving you my little appeal. You might hear it again because I really was really excited and inspired by how many thousands of you like wanted to participate. I was always doing signing books. I signed probably 5,000 books a week or something and we ship them all out. And it's our family business. So our middle child, the one that's going to go to Tuskegee, that poor thing, like all she's doing is packing books. She's like, "What are you doing? What are all these people doing?" But I'm like, no, this is the Black economic revolution in action. And I wanted her to understand you're born in the middle of it. You are in the epicenter of something that is going to change our community for the next 300 years, right? You're right in the middle of it. So this is just like being a child of the civil rights movement or something, or the Harlem Renaissance. Like we are doing this. This Black economic revolution is something that people will talk about for the next 150 years. This is where it all changed. But we got to be serious. We got to seize the moment. So I want to seize the moment with you, and I appreciate those of you who hear me out on this and who are with me on this, because I have no doubt that this is going to be extraordinary. In fact, I know it's going to be extraordinary because it already is, right? Like I know I could die tomorrow and feel like, okay, I did my job. I would sleep well in that casket if this was my last conversation I ever had with you. Hopefully it won't be, but if it was, I'd say, okay, we did good. We ran the baton. That's our job. Wealth is a relay race. You just run your leg as fast as you can, and then you pass the baton and you get off the track. So anyway, God bless you guys. Have a great day. If you want to become a Black Wealth Ambassador, you can go to 10commandments.boycewatkins.com, or you can also text the word wealth to the phone number 87948, and I'll send you a link as well. And so have a great day, everybody. God bless you. And Charlene says, I just left church. What's popping? All right. Tell the good Lord I said hello. I don't go to church. I ain't gonna lie. But I do believe deeply in God. And I believe that when I'm talking, God is telling me what to say. I do believe stuff like that. So anyway, take care, everybody. And if you missed it, it's okay. You can just watch the recording. Love you guys. I'll see you soon. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Good today. It is a Saturday morning, and I want to welcome everyone to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and in case you don't know, Money in the Morning is where we get up every day and we practice the art of economic elevation and financial consciousness. So, economic elevation is the goal. I want you to elevate your finances. I want you to elevate your wealth. I want you to be filthy, stinking, just disgustingly rich one day. That's the goal. And there's a formula for that. There's a process for that. You just have to follow the process and believe in the process. And so, anyway, how's everybody doing today? It's a Saturday morning, and I know that sometimes on Saturday mornings, that's when everybody kind of sleeps in. Not everybody, but a lot of people do. So, the real soldiers that come in on Saturday mornings, I have a special amount of love for you because I know that you're really dedicated to what you're doing in your life, and I can tell you that sort of extreme commitment you might call it extreme, is really, really actually that's what champions are made of. That's where great people come from. Great people typically are extreme about something. I'm an extremist. I'm an extremist about black wealth. I'm an extremist about black families. I'm an extremist about protecting black children. I'm an extremist about how much I love black women. I'm an extremist about education. I'm an extremist about building our communities. I'm an extremist about overcoming racism. I'm not afraid of other people. I don't sit around shaking in my boots wondering what white folks is going to do to me. Lord Jesus, they coming. They coming, y'all. They coming to get me, y'all. I don't operate like that. I operate with intentionality. That's the goal. Because I believe that if you're intentional, you have strategy, you have good teammates, and you make a plan, you've got a really good chance to win. All right, give me a yes in the chat or amen or something to let me know if you agree with that or any of that. If any of that resonates with you, let me know because I think that that saying it loud, I'm black and I'm proud means that you can't say it loud, I'm black and I'm scared, or say it loud, I'm black and I'm weak. Right? Say it loud. I'm black and I'm a punk. Right? We don't do that. Like I don't do that. No, say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. And that which you are proud of is that which you will defend. That which you are proud of is that which you will love. That which you are proud of is that which you will protect. That which you are proud of is that which you will invest in, right? So when you love something, you invest in it. So if you love your kids, you invest in your kids. We talk about the $5 a day investing plan, where literally for small amounts of money invested right now in the stock market, you can set your kids up for life. Make sure they don't have to go through the struggle. They ain't got to be broke. They can quit their job if they want to. They can tell their boss to kiss their butt. But a lot of people don't make that choice. They put their children on the struggle bus, and then it becomes an intergenerational struggle bus. And you got the struggle bus because you inherited it from your parents. They might have loved you, but maybe they didn't know quite how to love you economically. So real love to me, Mary J. Blige had that song called Real Love. To me, real love is when I make sure you're good. That's it. That real love is when I make sure that you're fed. Real love is when I make sure you're secure. I make sure you're safe. Give me a amen if you agree with that. All right. So anyway, how many of you saw this story? Apparently, there are there are NFL players and NBA players and stuff getting robbed right now. Did anybody see that? Did anybody see the story? The FBI and the CIA and Homeland Security have been putting out warnings to professional athletes saying like hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your jewels because there are apparently these massive theft rings. They say they're coming out of South America. That's what the report is that I saw. They're coming up and they are literally robbing athletes and taking all their stuff, like busting up in their house, like running up in their spot and taking all their stuff, all the jewels, and because that you're young and you're making millions of dollars. Of course, you're gonna have like 100 grand in your closet and like $200,000 worth of jewelry in your living room just because that's like the most ridiculous thing you could do as a 25-year-old who's got an endless supply of money. But anyway, so so this is really crazy. And I want to talk about this because this talks about money. And believe it or not, see, anytime I'm gonna tell you, I'm your money man. Remember how you had the guy in Forrest Gump who Bubba who could do anything with shrimp? He's like, got fried shrimp, broiled shrimp, shrimp and potatoes, shrimp and mushrooms, grilled shrimp. Right? I'm kind of like that when it comes to money, right? Like when you talk, anytime you bring up money, because this is how weird you become when you have to get a PhD in this stuff, because all you do is study money. It's like you're like fried money, broiled money, grilled money, barbecue money, Negro money, white people money, women's money. Like you just anything that relates to money. I'm like, oh, there's a financial theory that relates to that. And believe it or not, when you're talking about money, there's a whole theory. There are literally research papers that are written about this, like why these guys are being robbed and why they're being targeted. So here's what the story basically says. It says that the FBI has warned the NFL and the NBA that there are these theft rings, very, very highly sophisticated, highly organized theft rings that are basically targeting these wealthy athletes. And what they're doing, which is really interesting, kind of slick in a way, is they're like, well, you're easy to rob because you're young and stupid, first off. And I'm sorry if you're 25. I was stupid when I young and stupid. When I was 25. So you're probably young and stupid. I ain't making fun of you, but you need to go listen to your daddy or something so you can learn something about life. If you don't have a daddy, you should go find one because we know how stupid we were when we were your age, but we didn't admit it. We thought we knew everything. Um, but the other thing too is the athletes tend to be very, very flashy. They show you what they have. They wear their wealth on their wrist. You ever seen Deion Sanders' son after he wins a game? He does this. Apparently, that's a thing because he just showing off your jewels and stuff. Now, me, I can't show. This is a Walmart watch, so I tell you, I can pretend to be flashy, but no, there ain't nothing flashy about this. This watch ain't gonna blind you. And then also you have. I look at some of the players, and it's really crazy. Has anybody ever seen how the NBA and the NFL players, not all of them, but how many of them will dress before a game? Like they would literally make it into like the Ultimate Divas fashion show, and they will show up wearing like a pink leprechaun uniform or some little weird zesty looking shorts, which makes your mama wonder about your sexuality. But I'm not gonna question it because you're 200, you're 6'5", 240 pounds. You could probably beat me up, but like just weird stuff like that, right? Like everybody is trying to compete in the fashion show. Well, what you basically have is you have young guys who are not just announcing how much money they have and drawing lots of attention. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Because when you're young and insecure, you feel like attention is a good thing. When you really become truly powerful and successful, you realize attention isn't always good. But then on top of that, the players were easy targets because they know exactly when you ain't gonna be home, right? They knew when Joe Burrow, who's this great quarterback for the Bengals, they knew when Joe Burrow was on the road playing the Pittsburgh Steelers. So they were like, "Oh, we're gonna go rob this fool while he's out playing football." And they did this to a lot of players. There's a long like Patrick Kelsey, he's got his girlfriend. I wanted to say Britney Spears. That's not she old. Um, the other one, Taylor Swift. Yeah, Taylor Swift. Right. And so basically what they've been doing is literally, I mean, setting up these really highly sophisticated operations where they are literally going out and robbing a lot of these players when they leave. Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelsey both had their houses burglarized. Over $2 million worth of stuff was stolen. It's crazy that you have $2 million worth of stuff just sitting around in the house. Bobby Portis, he's an NBA player. He was robbed in Wisconsin. They put out a $40,000 reward. There was a New York Jets player that was actually followed at home and robbed at gunpoint at his house. And so I'm looking here on ESPN.com, and basically, there were some people that have been charged, but I don't think the ring is done. I think that it's probably just kind of just part of something bigger. And the FBI also linked them into robberies of other prominent athletes. I mentioned that earlier. Three of the men have been charged by a federal grand jury in Cincinnati. Much of the evidence outlined in the FBI complaint is from cell phone data, surveillance video, license plate numbers that allegedly placed the defendants in the vicinity of the burglaries. The burglars, according to the FBI affidavit, quote, will approach the residences from cover, such as but not limited to a wooded or dark area before breaking into the homes. The groups often would separate into smaller units to commit multiple burglaries, according to the FBI. However, though burglary groups may consist of 4 or 5 members, these separate groups often work in concert with one another. Organized crime people communicate with one another and use the same buyers of stolen merchandise. So they have a whole ring, they have a whole market for these stolen goods that they can turn to so they can liquidate their investment by getting these stolen things on the black market. And there's some other players that I'm seeing here as well that have been hit. But anyway, that's not the whole point. The whole point is just sort of what's really happening here. Now this is interesting too because anybody that's ever been in the hood knows that this happens all the time, right? Right? Like most people know, for example, if you live in a poor neighborhood, you probably, and you go make a lot of money, you probably shouldn't ride around shining in the hood. You shouldn't have the shiny rims and the shiny watch and the big gold chain and all that because bad things can happen. You're drawing attention. The Chinese actually have an old saying. My students told me this when I taught in China a few years ago. They said that their saying is that the fattest pig always gets slaughtered. The fattest pig always gets slaughtered. Now, what does that mean? It means that when you are in a culture like ours, America's, where everybody wants to be the fattest pig, everybody wants to be the man, everybody wants the attention, everybody, the athletes and the rappers and everything, look at me, look at me, look at me. Well, there's a downside to that. And the Chinese, because they have a wise culture, they say, no, you don't want to be that person because when you are that person, then you're pretty much asking to be taken out. You're asking to be slaughtered. And what you'll truly find too is that when you're talking about younger people, that are maybe a little bit insecure, have something to prove, they're more attention seeking. Whereas you get a little bit older, truly powerful, truly wealthy people say, no, 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 I don't need the attention. There's one guy I read about literally who was he runs Tether, and he makes something like over $2 or $3 billion a year. And he does not do any interviews. He does not want anybody to know how rich he is. He quietly sits in the back and collects a couple $1 billion a year in income per year, not total, per year, and doesn't want anyone to even know about it because he knows that attention is bad. Or if you watch the movie American Gangster, remember when Frank Lucas went to the Muhammad Ali Joe Frazier fight? Shout out to Ali. I'm from Louisville too. Go Cards. They won last night. It was a great game. And he went to the Ali Frazier fight. His wife bought him the big furry coat with the big furry hat so he could look like all the other pimps and gangsters and dope dealers. And next thing you know, the FBI turned their camera and they're like, "Who is this guy? Who's this shiny fat pig? Let's snap some pictures of him. Snap, 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 snap." Next thing you know, he's on the FBI radar. So basically, with these athletes, this is what they call conspicuous consumption. Conspicuous consumption. And believe it or not, the Chinese, did anybody see this? The Chinese government actually made a law where they said that you're not going to be as stupid as Americans are. You can't, if you're wealthy, we don't want you on social media flaunting your wealth. Did anybody else see that? Give me a yes if you saw that. The Chinese government literally said, if you out here showing off everything you got, making people jealous, making people get distracted from their daily lives, we're not, you're going to be in trouble. We might actually come and take your social media down or arrest you because we don't allow that. And there's a kind of a reason for that, right? A lot of people say that when they're part of the reason that you might have criminal activity is because you have the poor person who's sitting there and he's hungry, he's broke, he's sitting there like, trying to figure out how to pay the rent, and you're like throwing around $100 bills. Well, if that don't make you a hater, I don't know what does. I'd be kind of like, okay, so you're telling me you don't really need the money anyway. So I got a gun and nothing to lose. Maybe we can do a trade. Maybe I can, like let you know that I won't kill you if you give me like just a couple $1,000 of that 100,000 that you have in your bank account. So here's some theories that you might want to link to this so you can understand finances and really tell your sons and your daughters and stuff. First, I've seen so many people when they get a new job and they start making money. First thing they do is they want to go tell everybody how much money they make, and and it typically brings bad attention. So there's one theory called the conspicuous consumption theory, introduced by economist Thorstein Veblen in 1899. So they've been knowing about flossing since 1899. This theory suggests that individuals purchase luxury goods to showcase their wealth and obtain social status. So psychologically, a lot of people that, if you notice, the flashiest people with money tend to be people who ain't never had no money before. Anybody ever notice that? That typically the flashiest person in the room is the person who is new money. They ain't never had no money, and they just want everybody to know they have money. And you ask, well, why would you do that? Well, the reason people do that is because they inherently understand that if I show you I have wealth, you're going to treat me different. You're not going to treat me like a Negro. You're not going to treat me like a poor person. You're going to treat me like I am somebody. So this is one of the reasons why, if you look at old videos from Ebony Magazine back in the 50s called How to Sell to the Negro, part of that was built on this idea that black people know that they are second class citizens, and part of the way that they want to show that they are equal and that they are worthy is by buying lots of things from white people. So that was a trap that you fell into. There was a whole episode about that on Different World. Remember back when Bill Cosby and people were trying to make TV shows that actually help black people. Different World. there's a part where Jasmine Guy's character, Whitley, goes into a store and the lady kind of blows her off or whatever. And to show the lady up, to show off to the lady, she goes back and buys everything in the store to basically say, oh, you were picking on the wrong person or you were ignoring the wrong person. And I think Sister Soldier was in that episode. And she was kind of like, why would you give all your money to somebody who hates you? Just to prove that you're worthy. Like, no, you should not give them your money. And I love that. I mean, that was way ahead of its time. We've talked about this that money is power. You don't give your power away to someone who's going to use their power to hurt you. You give your power to people that are going to use that power to help you. So Jasmine Guy went back and gave and returned everything. She said, "I know that I'm better than or as good as you, not better, and I'm not going to give you money just to prove to you that I'm your equal. I know I am." Right. So anyway, so this theory on conspicuous consumption suggests that individuals purchase luxury goods to showcase wealth and obtain social status. Such visible displays, though, can make them targets of fraud and theft. There's a financial vulnerability framework that says that it examines how behavioral and social factors, including the public display of wealth, can increase an individual's susceptibility to financial fraud and scams. Let me tell you something about having money. I've had money for a little while. It's probably about let me see, what is it? About 23 years. I got my first job when I finished my doctorate when I was 30 years old, and I was making $115,000 a year, which felt like $1 trillion. And so suddenly I'm bringing in $10,000 a month, and I could buy pretty much whatever I wanted. And I was young and single, and it was I told you my whole dating life changed. I suddenly became 6 foot tall. I became very handsome, and my jokes became very funny. I became the most interesting man in the world to a lot of women that I met. And so anyway, when that occurred, I can tell you that it was interesting because in the beginning, making all that money was pretty cool, and the word got around in the family that I was making six figures and all this other stuff. But then it started to change. It started to get a little bit dark because then what I noticed was that money makes you a magnet. You become a magnet for every sob story known to man. Anyone with a sob story within a 100-mile radius, tell me if you've ever gone through this. Anybody with a sob story within a 100-mile radius will be calling you to tell you the sob story. And what happens is that it's traumatic because you'll have somebody and you'll say something like, "Hey, let me know if you ever need anything." But then it actually means something because they know you have something to give them, right? So before you'd be like, "Hey man, let me know if you need anything." And it's like, yeah, if you need like a phone call or a ride to the grocery store or something. Yeah, but when you really got something and everybody around you needs something, like you got food and everybody around you is starving, and you say, "Let me know if you need anything," they're gonna say, "Oh, well, now that you mention it, now that you since you brought it up, my stomach is growling right now." And so literally, it's kind of crazy. It sounds ridiculous, but you get nervous about even saying things like, "Hey, let me know if you need anything," because people will really call you on that. People will really be like, "Yeah, well, you said if I need anything, I can call you." Be like, "Damn, I didn't really mean it." I didn't, like I kind of meant it, but didn't mean it. And so I would just, yeah, that was hard. That was real weird. And then also you become targets of not just people that might want to rob you or steal from you and scam from you. If lawyers target people that have money. So if you are anywhere near an incident that leads to a lawsuit, the lawyers will add you to the lawsuit just because they want to try to see if they can get something from you. Anybody ever notice that? It doesn't matter. Like you literally, you could be the rich guy who's just in the restaurant when the lady punches the other lady, and the one lady sues the other lady, and then somebody sues you too because you were looking too hard, or because you didn't move the coffee pot in time, or whatever. It'll just be something crazy, and they throw darts. They just throw spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks. Will Smith. Will Smith said something that was really profound. Will Smith is a smart man. Let me just give him credit for that. I know his wife they did that crazy Red Table show. I hated it. If you know Will, tell him I hated that show. Um, because I felt like it was just too much. Like you just stop telling us things. We don't some things we don't want to know anymore. But Will, I love the way he's conducted his career. And I never met Will. I've never met him. But I did meet his brother Harry, and I met Harry in Hollywood. We sat down and had lunch, and we talked 2 hours each time. We just really, really had a great connection, conversation. I should have stayed friends with him. I probably got his number somewhere, but I love talking to this guy. And what I love because we connected on two key things. Finance, he was into finance. He used to do Will's finances apparently back in the day. And also we had this thing with history, like the history of war. I think the history of war is really fascinating because it teaches you about how the real world works and that nobody cares about you and that you better be able to defend yourself or someone's going to kick your ass and take your stuff. That's kind of how that's what America was built on. And I think black people should could benefit from this. This is part of the reason why a lot of you are veterans. I didn't know this, but a lot of veterans follow me because I'm always think I'm kind of military minded in terms of realizing that sympathy and whining and crying and marching and praying and feeling sorry for yourself is not going to get you anything in a battle. You are in a battle with black people. You're in a competition, and you have to really understand these things. And competition requires hard work, preparation, sacrifice. And if you can't do that, then you're going to struggle. That's just my reality. So anyway, we were talking and I remember like noticing first of all talking to his brother was weird because they looked just alike and I was looking in Will Smith's eyes but it wasn't Will Smith, it was his brother. That was crazy. And but then also I remember thinking to myself, this is a smart family. Like these are smart people. Like I really got that sense. And so I have a lot of respect for Will, by the way. He said a couple things through the years where I'm like, okay, that was actually pretty wise. I like this guy. And one thing that he said that I liked was he was talking about what it's like to be rich and famous. And he said something that I'd actually observed myself that it was interesting. The difference was like I'm not Will Smith famous. I'm no, but I can say I can go to a few hundred cities and get recognized on the street. Everyone won't recognize me, but there will be that person who says, right? And I love you. I love you, by the way. If you are that person, I'm gonna hug you when I see you because I appreciate you so much. But I'm not for everybody. I'm an acquired taste in a way, right? But Will said something that made me think a little bit. And so, but Will Smith is kind of global, right? In his stuff. And one thing he said that was really interesting was he was explaining to his niece or nephew what it's like to be famous, and he said, two things. One, he said it's amazing because you can literally say one little thing to someone that changes their whole life. You can give them one compliment, you can lift them up and say, you're really smart, or I really love that outfit, or you're really pretty, or you can do it, and they will like it supercharges people. So it's like a superpower, and I would say, oh, it's great. He's conscious of that. I love that because I'd noticed that, but I didn't know if everybody else kind of thought the same way. It's an amazing experience. But then the second part of that though was he said that he has to have 8 lawyers that work for him all the time because people will just add him to lawsuits just because. He said, I have to have 8 lawyers defending me in court all the time from so many frivolous lawsuits being filed for no reason. And I thought, wow, that's really interesting that he said that. And one piece of advice he gave, and I like this advice a lot because I was actually kind of having an experience at the time that made me think. My manager actually sent it to me so I could see it, and he said you have to know how to fight off the predators without letting your heart go dark, right? You have to fight off the predators without letting your heart go dark because what you'll see sometimes is you'll see people that are rich and successful or famous or whatever, and they're just mean to everybody. They're mean to everybody, while sometimes it's just because they're a prick, like I met Janelle Monáe when I was on the Breakfast Club. She wasn't very nice. I tried to make conversation, and she's like, yeah, 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 whatever, right? And um, and I didn't like that, but then at the same time, you have these experiences where you get traumatized. Maybe you let somebody get too close, and next thing you know, they're trying to take things from you, or they're trying to harm you in some way, or whatever. So some people just build a big wall. It's kind of like black trauma. It's kind of like trauma in the black community. You ever see people that just have a big wall around them, and they're like, I'm safe inside the gates of this castle that no one can get into except for me. And they unfortunately spend their whole lives like alone and sad and angry and whatever, and really therapy will help you through that because therapy helps you become elastic enough to just know that, yeah, sometimes people will disappoint you, but you can come back from that, and there's a lot of joy in the world that you can acquire as well by learning how to have adequate boundaries while at the same time engaging with the rest of the planet, right? And this is a dance. This is a real dance, especially as your economic status changes. Because all y'all, if y'all not some rich black people already, you're going to be. I told you, you're gonna be. Your families are gonna be wealthy. Most of you, if you're consistent. Why? Well, because I know how wealth works and I know where the money flows. And the reality is that when you look where the money flows and where the money grows and flows in stock market participation. So when I saw that survey result that showed me that 88% of you are investing in the stock market and that a large percent of you are investing consistently, that right there tells me not where you are. I have no idea exactly where you are financially. It tells me where you're going. And it's where you're going that matters more than where you are. It's not what you are right now, it's what you're becoming. You're becoming wealthy people. If you're not there yet, I promise you, be consistent with this and you will. If you have been doing the same damn thing, like right now, let me give me a yes in the chat. How many of you are investors in the stock market? How many of you are in this? I love that this is like me flexing right now because I'm so excited about this. How many of you are invested? Like you made some money this week, maybe you lost a little bit, whatever, right? Okay, now here's what I want you to consider. Most of you are invested right now. A lot of you are investing consistently. Do you know that if you had been doing that exact same thing since the year 2005, it would be almost impossible for you to not be wealthy? Like if you literally were buying stock consistently and holding more than you're selling, like not selling it all, but just literally acquiring consistently, almost every single person, almost every single one of you would be wealthy right now. Imagine if you just, bought, imagine if you just took your spare change starting in 2015 and just bought a little Bitcoin every week. I'm gonna buy $20 worth of Bitcoin, $50 worth of Bitcoin. Back when Bitcoin only cost $20, when a whole Bitcoin was $1.50, right? You'd be filthy rich, you'd be multimillionaires, right? So as your wealth grows, and as you rise up an economic ladder, your life will change. It will change in a lot of ways. You're going to lose some friends. You're going to have some conflicts. You're going to have some challenges. You're going to get your feelings hurt. But take it from someone who's gone through this. I'm talking about life. I'm talking about my experience, right? And you kind of have to know how to balance that. And that's why things like therapy can be really helpful, no matter what stage of your life that you're in. Therapy will help you maintain those healthy relationships. Therapy will help you process what's happening to you. Therapy will help you reframe so that you don't want to go jump off a cliff because something went wrong. Therapy will help you keep going when your business has some sort of catastrophe that makes you think that you're supposed to stop, right? So this is my belief, all right? So anyway, with that being said, one thing I want to mention is in the Black Business School, by the way, we do have the first ever Black Financial Therapy Department. I repeat that just because some of you have heard me say this 1,000 times. I repeat things because new people come in every week. We literally have hundreds of new people that sign up for this class every week. So I want to make sure everyone knows what we got going on. And my wife, who's a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work, Dr. Alicia, she runs that department. That she helped me create that. And we work with the best Black therapists to figure out what psychological barriers are keeping us from building Black wealth. If you don't study the psychology, then you'll never understand the economics behind the psychology because money is about mindset. It's completely about mindset. So anyway, Dr. Alicia is doing. She has a book club on Sundays. She's going to talk about using conflicts to your advantage, like how conflict can elevate you, things like that. So if you want to be notified when she goes live tomorrow, and then she does Mental Health Mondays. Actually, Mental Health Monday, she's going to speak with Dr. Cleo Monago, and they're going to talk about the Luther Vandross documentary and what Luther went through. In his experience, he was super talented and all these other things, but he was in the closet for a long time, and I think they're going to kind of talk about that as well. So if that's your jam, you pull out your phone, text the word love to the number 87948 on your phone. Text love to 87948, and Dr. Alicia will send you a notification when they meet. Now let's hop back into this conversation about the athletes really quick because I want to introduce you to a couple more theories on just basically why being flashy with money is a terrible idea, but a lot of young people do it because they ain't never had nothing. There's something called a bias-induced gullibility. This study was on investment scams, and it found that individuals that were typically attracted to the high return, low risk opportunities often associated with affluent lifestyles are more prone to fraud due to bias-induced gullibility. Interesting. So what they're basically saying is that people who like the flashy lifestyle, like the people who are scrolling through Instagram and get excited because they see some influencer driving a Lamborghini. Anybody seen that? Like the influencer that's like where they actually have, did y'all know that they have movie sets in LA you can rent that where you can pretend like you're on a private jet. So you'll see some influencer that's sitting there on their phone, on their private jet, like they're about to fly somewhere. They ain't flying nowhere. They're like about to get in the Uber and go home, but they're pretending to be on a private jet because they have whole movie sets set up where you can pretend to be an influencer who owns a private jet. Well, anyway, they said that people who are more attracted to that, and I don't believe in any of that. I think that's a bunch of crap. I think it's all like so much of the stuff on the internet when it comes to finances and investing is all built on not just silly materialism, but it's built on drilling into your greed and your fear, right? To sort of getting you to sort of believe that you can make a lot of money really fast. So a lot of people that talk about stock options, for example, approach it in a way where they approach it basically like sports betting. It becomes like gambling. And I study stock options, and we read academic research papers on how options work. I see them as this vast income generating opportunity, but also as a risk management tool that can allow you to really have a safe, stable portfolio, but also generate income at the same time. And if you want a little bit of risk, that's there, but that's not all that there is, right? And so ultimately, the internet's sort of full of a lot of crazy stuff and they'll just lie, like they'll just say stuff that's just unbelievable, like there was one of my friends, her name's Tiara. She runs the Fly Nubian Money Club, and she was talking about how one of her relatives reached out to everybody during the pandemic. That's when there were a lot of scams during the pandemic, and the person said, "We're going to start a susu." Now, if you know what a susu is, a susu's been around for a long time. This is something that's done in a lot of East Indian countries, things like that, where basically it's like where a community gets together and they all help each other save. Everybody puts money into this pot, and then every few weeks someone gets a big pile of money because everyone in the community has been saving together. Almost the way taxes might work or insurance might work. You're all sort of contributing a little bit, but then that turns into a lot where you get blessed with a lot of money at one point because everybody sort of put into this pot. Well, this person Susu, this was not a Jamaican Susu. This was a Pittsburgh Susu, and so in this Pittsburgh Susu, in this like this ghetto Susu, this person basically said gave the same. You probably seen emails like this. Let me know if you've seen this, where it's like, okay, if you put in $500 and I put in $500, then we'll both have $5,000. Anybody seen that? Like almost like that Jesus water into wine, take one fish and feed 500 people type of thing. And it's all a lie. It's all a scam. It's a Ponzi scheme. It's a pyramid scheme. And it's a pyramid scheme. What makes it a pyramid scheme? Well, what makes it a pyramid scheme is the fact that really the way you're getting money is by recruiting new people, right? Does anybody know this, right? Like, so typically, did anybody notice, like, most of these scenarios require you, they're like, okay, if you get two people and she gets two people, and then those two people get two people, and all those people come in and they're pouring money into this pot, then the people in the center, the people at the top, the people who created the scheme, who created the fake susu, are the ones who are going to get paid, right? So it's like a financial version of musical chairs. And so anyway, she told this story where she basically said that they started this susu and they use all they know it's psychological, so they use all this language like pro black, pro Jesus, we got to get together and bless each other because we are part of the same community and we got to build generational wealth. And it drives me crazy because I use terms like generational wealth and I'm really thinking about generational wealth, and then I'll hear people that talk the same way, they use the same language, and I'm like, no, but you're promoting a pyramid scheme. You're going to traumatize people because everybody's going to get in this damn thing and a bunch of people are going to lose their money. And then they're going to think investing is bad, but you're not teaching them investing. You're showing them how to throw their money in the toilet. So anyway, she said that their little fake susu, their little ghetto susu, went so bad that one of her cousins like called the other cousin and said, "If you don't give me back my $1,500, I'm coming over there and I'm shooting everybody. I'm shooting." He said, "I'm coming over with my gun and everybody gonna die if I don't get my $1,500 back." And I said, "So how did we go from this loving susu, building generational wealth, and we gonna bless each other, to I'm gonna shoot up the whole house if I don't get my $1,500 back?" See, that's financial trauma, and that's what happens when And here's the thing: There's studies that talk about like the types of people that are more likely to get sucked into that. And now, I'm not saying that you're bad if you have been fooled by this. A lot of people have. But there are tendencies, there are characteristics of people that are more susceptible to this kind of thing. And it's typically people who kind of want to make a whole lot of money real fast. Right? They lean on your greed, or like just like those scams. When you get the email from the Nigerian prince who says like I have $20 million I'm gonna give you, or I have $20 million, I'll give you 2 million of the 20 million if you can help me get into my account, but you got to send me like $200 so I can pay the fee. Like it'll be something like that, right? So it's like you're thinking about the 2 million. And he's thinking about the $200 because he's thinking like if I can get you to give me $200 on this small probability that you're going to get 2 million, then I can just keep doing that. That's my hustle. So he's looking at the real money, you're looking at the imaginary money. So they're using the imaginary money to distract you from the real money. You pull real money out of your pocket because you're focused on this imaginary money. And when it's imaginary money, the sky's the limit. The sky's the limit. Like somebody could say, "Oh, I'll give you $1 billion," because they're not going to pay you, right? When you don't have to actually cash the check, then the check can be for any amount that you want. I had a cousin who used to scam people, and he would promise them any amount of money because for him it was no big deal. He had an endless supply of fake money. So it's like, oh, well, you don't want 100,000? Okay, I'll make it 250. How about that? I'll give you a good deal, 250. And what he's trying to do is trying to get this real money in your pocket. And one of the biggest things about investing in wealth and not getting scammed, write this down, put this in your head, is make sure you know the difference between real money and imaginary money. Like, make sure you know the difference between money that's in your pocket versus money that's in your mind. Or the difference between money that's really being made right now versus money that might get made in the future. If you know the difference between the two, it really shifts your perspective quite a lot. The way I invest, the way I do business partnerships with people is I say, when they come to me, I get it all the time. I'm a target. I'm a target. I know wealth and money, and I'm kind of known in certain spaces. So I get all kinds of stuff pitched to me, and my big thing is like, okay, I need to just know what's real versus what is possible. You're telling me all about all the possibilities. Well, then that's endless. We could become trillionaires on Tuesday, right? Great. That's nice, but I want to know. I don't want to know about the 10 birds in the bush. Tell me about the bird that's in the hand. Show me, write a check. How about this? How about this? Instead of promising me you're going to write a check for $200,000 next year, write a check for $1,000 right now. And let me just see, let me cash that. Let me see if that's real. And then we can build off that. Because last time I checked, you can build off of the real, but you can't build off of the fake. You can build off things that exist. You cannot build on things that may or may not exist. And so this is just a particular style. It's not so much the only way to approach things. Hopes and dreams are important, but you got to understand that the biggest thing scammers understand is how to manipulate your hopes and dreams to get you to give them something real. They do it in love all the time, in relationships all the time. Lord, did anybody ever see that Netflix special called The Tinder Swindler? Anybody see that? Let me know if you saw that. It was really good. It's called The Tinder Swindler. And it's about this man who would basically, this really handsome man that would just swindle women. He would get all their money, and because he knew how women think. He knew how to play with their fantasies and everything else. And he had a real crazy type of almost like an emotional Ponzi scheme where he basically would because one of the characteristic of Ponzi schemes is where you take the money from new investors to pay the old investors or the money from the old investors to pay the new ones. So this guy would not just lie to you and manipulate you. Like, because a lot of people do that. They'll sell you a dream and tell you, baby, one day we're gonna get married and have kids or whatever. But you got to have sex with me tonight, right? So again, you're doing a trade. You're trading something that's imaginary for something that's real, right? Like he's helping you imagine this beautiful life you're gonna have together and how many great things he's gonna do for you one day. But you're really gonna have sex with him today. So he's getting something real in exchange for something fake and imaginary. Do you understand the trend there? Do you get the pattern? Right? So he can, so if the dream that he gives you isn't good enough, he can just give you a bigger dream because dreams don't cost nothing. right? But what you're giving him in that moment, which usually is you know how these men are. You know what they want. They want the same thing, right? Right? What you're giving him in this moment is very, very real. And then later on, when it's time to cash in on the dream, he's like, I changed my mind, and I'll call you later. Good luck. Have a nice life. Whatever, right? So the Tinder swindler did that, but he did it in a really crazy way. He did something I didn't understand at first. I was like, how's he doing this? So what he would do is to prove that he was real, he would take you on a private jet to dinner in like Switzerland. And on the plane, he had his baby mama with the baby, and she would say all these amazing, wonderful things about what a great man he was. And so these women would say, well, he's probably not scamming me because, I mean, who can pretend to have a private jet? Who can pretend to take somebody to dinner in Switzerland, right? And this lady I'm talking to, she seems nice, she seems real, right? And what he was doing was basically because he had a whole production line of women that were at different stages of his process. He was using money from these other women to pay for him to market to new women to bring them into his little emotional pyramid scheme. It was crazy. Go watch it, it was just like, oh my God, I can't believe somebody's that sinister. I think they might have put him in jail, but then I think he got plastic surgery, so he's probably on the internet scamming. So be careful out there. And by the way, in fact, speaking of that, there's a lot of fake Boyce Watkinses out here that are going in people's DMs and creating entire fake crypto sites and saying, "Here, come on, brother, let's go invest together." Da, da, da. Please, that's not me. I am not in your DMs. I'm not creeping in your DMs. I creep in my wife's DM, and I barely got time to do that. So just please be really careful out there because these people, they're collecting real money. One lady lost, I think, $200,000, and she, because she came to me and she said, "This is what I was like. I'm so sorry. I didn't even know. I can't stop it. I've tried. You cannot. It's just there's too much. So please be careful. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. That's the big thing when it comes to investing. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. So when it comes to investing, stick with, go back to TLC. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Please stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to, right? So stick to the rivers and the lakes. That, shoot the layups. Don't worry about shooting the half court shots and the three pointers just yet. Just shoot the layups and the free throws. There's plenty of real money in the world that can come through investing. That you don't have to go chasing the fast money and the fake money because unfortunately that will leave you financially traumatized. And that's the reason I tell all these stories because the common theme is leaning on people's fantasies, maybe their greed. The greed attaches to the fantasy, and you're thinking, I'm gonna go make a whole bunch of money really fast. Allery says my voice is getting better. My wife thinks I'm a great singer. Ain't that crazy? I'm like, girl, you lying. You must really love me because I know you're lying right now. But anyway, yeah. So all right. So let's finish up. All right. So basically, with the athletes and the athletes kind of getting robbed and what's going on with that. One other study shows that basically wealthy individuals are 35% more likely to be victims of fraud because their affluence is visible, making them attractive targets. Nobody robs a broke person. So really, maybe a good safety mechanism when you get your money, when you become wealthy, a lot of you are going to be wealthy because you're investing, and I'm very happy for you. Is literally maybe get past whatever emotional need you have to show off what you have. Sometimes you can't help it. Sometimes there are some people that can just tell how that you have money just by how you walk, right? And so I'm not saying hide it, but I am saying flaunting should be something that's done with extreme caution, because that will make you a target of people who need things, who want things from you. All right. Now, a couple things I want to mention. Number one. I'm finishing that list today of stocks in Europe. I told you that with what's happening with the market, that a lot of money is being shifted overseas. And so I made a list of Euro stocks. I'll share that with you today. Make sure you're on the text list for this class to receive it. Text the word morning to the number 87948. So if you text morning to 87948, I will send that to you today, and you can take a look and decide if you want to put some money into some European countries as well. Number two, we are going to do another financial slumber party. Now, if you're new, you don't know what financial slumber parties are, but they're all the rage. They're all the rage. They're so much fun. And basically, what we do is we meet in a Zoom at 11 o'clock at night, and not midnight, because some of y'all be asleep by 9 o'clock and stuff. So you take your nap, and we basically study some financial topic. And we wear our pajamas and we bring popcorn and we play music and we just have a blast. And we also learn about finance and economics. So the next financial slumber party is going to be March 21st, and I gave it a title. I forgot what I. Oh, I know what I called it. I like this. This is kind of cool. It's called "How to Make Money on Monday." Stock options for beginners. So literally, I'm going to show you how to make money on Monday. This will be real money. This is actually how you can go into this market and sell stock options and make some money on Monday. So I called it "How to Make Money on Monday: Stock Options for Beginners," or something like, or the Stock Options Playbook. That's it. The Stock Options Playbook. That was what I wanted to think about, like a fun way to title it. And the reason I say Stock Options Playbook is because some of you already know how to use stock options and you're good at it. So this will give you plays that you can run that will make you money on Monday. For those of you that are new, I am going to go through some of the basics so you can kind of know how it works in general. We can't cover everything. Stock options is a pretty broad topic, but I can introduce you and get you started, and you can literally take this blueprint, go out on the market on Monday, and turn that into actual cash. Believe it or not, this is not this ain't no fooling. So anyway, if you want to join us in the financial slumber party, I will also send that link out via text. So text the word morning to the number 87948. I'll send you an invitation. So text morning to 87948. To be honest with you, when we do special events, I don't invite people that are outside of our group because I like talking to you. I don't need to talk to the world. I want to talk to people that understand why this is important and what we're trying to do as a community. Why you're doing this to me is more important as what you're doing. It's not just about the money. It's about us claiming our dignity. It's about reclaiming our families, right? It's about taking control of our communities, taking control of our destiny. I believe deeply in this, and in fact, yesterday I was giving our girls. One of our girls is about to go to Tuskegee, and the other one's 14. And I just walked up to him and I gave him a book, the Marcus Garvey book. It's This one's called Message to the People, and I said this is Marcus Garvey. I said he's one of the greatest human beings in the history of this planet, and there's a reason why your public school did not teach you about Marcus Garvey because he's the black person that wants black people to be free. He wants us to really truly have power and truly be free, truly be wealthy, truly have strong communities, strong families, all these things. And I think that you have to be suspicious of any system that doesn't want you to know about people that are really going to make you strong, healthy, and free. So this is the kind of stuff that I believe in. So I hope that that's okay with you guys. If it's not, then I can't apologize for that. All right. So anyway, so if you want to be on the text list to be notified of the financial slumber party, pull out your phone, text the word morning to the number 87948. If you live in another country and you want to attend and you can't text the word morning to 87948, I will also email it out. So if you want to get on the email list where I'll send you out this stuff, go to drboyceelevate.com, drboyceelevate.com, and I will email it out to you as well so that you can come to the slumber party. It's going to be Friday, March 21st at 11 p.m. So God bless you guys. Have a great day. Thank you for listening, and I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow morning. Take care, everybody. Bye bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, amazing black people. I hope you guys are having a great day. I'm having a good day. My day's starting off nice. I was not in the 5 a.m. club this morning, but I was in the 6:30 a.m. club. That's pretty good, right? I went to the gym, pumped a little iron, got it in today, made it happen, did the work. You got to do the work. You got to do the work. So anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. And I was thinking this morning about a few different things, and I'm going to share a lot of that with you today, because my goal is to put more money in your pocket. That's why we talk every morning about economics. And we had a great session last night. We did Powernomics training, which was really a lot of fun, and we really talked deeply about. Making about being an asset to your family and just what that looks like and how to implement that. And there were some other things I was thinking about. I want to make sure I hit this. I had some revelations about Trump and the stock market and some investment moves you might want to make that can help you to prepare for what's probably going to be a pretty bumpy 4 years. But then again, it ain't got to be bumpy for your bank account because I know a lot of you were making more money than Bumpy Johnson yesterday because the stock market was going up, and a lot of you saw that. Give me an amen in the chat if you made some money yesterday. Yesterday was a good day, but then there are going to be some bad days, and we're going to talk about that too. And another thing that crossed my brain was, did anybody see that story about that member of In Vogue who said she was living in her car? Anybody remember that? Yeah, she says, I gotta get her name. I had her name in front of me. I didn't write it down, but she says she's living in her car, and I was kind of surprised because that you don't expect that, right? Like they say, never gonna get it, never gonna get Don Robinson, right? Never gonna get it, yeah, right? Never gonna get a car, like never gonna get a ride to work, like never gonna what, like never gonna have no money, like I don't understand, like that was kind of scary to me, very sad and kind of unfortunate because you don't anticipate that somebody who has accomplished what she accomplished, what Don did. You don't expect to hear a story like that. But then again, unfortunately, these stories are all too common, right? A lot of us, are constantly hearing about celebrities that are having financial trouble. And these stories are interesting. There are financial lessons there that I think we can grab onto, things that we can use to understand our own economics. And so what I'm going to try to do is, without in any way making fun of what this person's going through. I know it probably sounded like I was making fun when I did the whole never gonna get it. I'm joking. I'm really playing. But still though, I thought it's kind of funny. Anyway, but so not the out, not her being, not her, not. See, I'm putting my foot in my mouth. I'm just gonna stop talking before I say anything that sounds even dumber than what I've said before. But really though, I get it, right? A lot of times when I see things like this, I wonder if there could be like a mental health issue. I wonder if there could be something going on that's deeper than just what we see on the surface, right? And Tracy says it can happen to anyone. Yeah, mental health problems can happen to anyone. It can happen to anyone. But one of the things I want to challenge you on a little bit, Tracy, is living in your car. That's not always something that can easily happen to anyone. I mean, I guess anything can happen to anyone. Like I could grow another 12 inches and be and fulfill my dream of being 6'8", but the probability is quite low. And also, we cannot get to the point where we resign to the idea that our fate is completely controlled by other people, right? Or that somehow the universe just decides if I'm going to be broke or if I'm going to be on the struggle bus or if I'm going to be financially secure. That type of thinking is not beneficial. That sort of powerlessness, right? Not empowering yourself, it does not help you succeed, right? It just doesn't. So me thinking that I can sit back and just wish and pray for my life to get better and not do any of the work and that the work does not matter, I think that's a false idea. So I think even though it could happen to anyone and we don't want to make fun of anybody, stop believing that everybody's outcomes are just random. I think that's really important. You know, there's not randomness, and I just say this as a person who sees the data. Like I'm a wealth researcher, and what the data tells you is that there are certain things that some people do that put them in a better economic position than others. There are some families that talk about money with their kids are not struggling as much as families where they don't talk about money with their kids. Families that overspend are typically more financially insecure than families that don't overspend. People that make a plan tend to be better off than people who don't make a plan. Charles Johnson, you're right. People who live below their means tend to be more financially secure than people who don't live below their means. So when you start talking about wealth and you start hearing people singing In Vogue songs, you're never gonna get it, never gonna get it, never gonna get it. That's not, no, it might sound good, but that ain't true. Like, stop letting people tell you that you ain't never gonna get it, that you can never be wealthy, that you can never be successful. That's a lie. That's a lie straight from the depths of hell. And I'm here to just tell you that we got to kill all that noise. Like that's this like we just like everything's just a roll of the dice. It could just happen. Like I'll see that with somebody. Somebody will die early, like they'll die in their 30s because they were using drugs and running the streets and not taking care of their health. And then somebody else will be like, well, you could just die any day. It could happen to anybody. It's like, no, yeah, but I get it. But if you're taking drugs, if you're running the streets, if you're not taking care of your health, your probability of dying earlier is much higher. And it's important to just understand these things. Okay, so let's move on. Let's jump into this, right? So let's look at some financial lessons that we might want to pick up from what happened to this poor lady, this amazing talented singer Dawn from In Vogue. So first off, when you talk about the entertainment industry, I think it's really important to make sure that if you have kids or family members that want to go into entertainment, it's important to understand how things really work. It's important to understand that most entertainers are not financially secure. It's important to understand that most entertainers are not as wealthy as they appear to be. It's important to understand that most entertainers are not as powerful as they might appear to be on TV or in the media. A lot of us think that because somebody, made a record or wrote a book or they're put on TV, that they're doing really well. And what's unfortunately true is that many entertainers are forced to fake it till you make it, and some of them never make it. For some of them, that song "Never Gonna Get It" really applies. My cousin was in that group TLC, and they have a very famous story about declaring bankruptcy, even though their album had just been number one, and how they got almost none of the money from that massive world tour that they did. One of the members of New Edition, who's actually in this class. I don't know if he's here today or not, and I don't want to be talking about, but everybody knows this story about how they got screwed in their first record deal. They had several number one songs in that amazing album in the 1980s. They went around the world and ended up getting a check for $1.87 from the record label, right? So this is a common thing. This happens a lot, and a lot of this really comes back from things like bad contracts or not or a lack of financial consciousness, right? If you are so overly obsessed with the bright shiny objects that you say things like, "Oh, I don't care about the money. I just want to be on stage. I don't care about the money. I just want to be famous. I just want people to see my work." Well, that's beautiful because that means you're an extraordinary artist, but it's unfortunate because there's somebody that's going to sign a deal with you who does care about the money, right? That little Jewish kid who went to Harvard, a Harvard Law School, who's 5'2" and very ugly. He ain't thinking about trying to get on stage and looking cute and all that. He's thinking about generational wealth. He's thinking about like, okay, I can go to the black community where they've got all the talent and none of the money and none of the access, but they got all the talent, and I'm gonna go in here and I'm going to mine for talent the same way we mine for diamonds in Africa, the same way we mine for cobalt in the Congo. The same way we go and we get diamonds and gold out of South Africa. We're gonna go and we're gonna mine their talent, and we're going to just give them some scraps, and we're gonna take everything, just like they take all the oil out of Nigeria, and they still have poverty in Nigeria. How in the hell does Nigeria have that much poverty when you got that much damn oil? Everybody in Nigeria should be as rich as the people in Saudi Arabia. They should be driving around in $250,000 cars, wearing their little turbans, living their best life, buying big houses that cost $1 billion, but they're not. There's poverty there, and I was really devastated by the poverty I saw in Nigeria. It was traumatic. It was like, oh my God, like what is going on here? How do y'all got all this oil and all this poverty? Well, we know how colonialism works, and various forms of colonialism are really interesting. There was an African leader who said something that was really profound. He said that colonizers, when they disappear, they usually return, and but this time when they come back, they call themselves investors. So he said that the colonizers eventually they become investors, and if you're not financially conscious, then these investors can end up colonizing and owning everything, and that's why right now on the internet, I think there is something. Anybody seen something called the residuals challenge? Anybody seen that? Yeah, there's literally something called the residuals challenge where I guess a lot of artists, from what I understand, are singing about the fact that they didn't get their residuals and they're not getting their money. Somebody else got their money. And I think poor Angie Stone, I think she was talking about that. And the next thing you know, she ends up dead. I don't know what was going on with that. And when you think about that, you think about the In Vogue member who is living in her car. It just goes really deep. I think even R. Kelly was singing about the residuals challenge, and man, that guy is so talented. He's so talented. And the sad thing to me about R. Kelly that really hurts my heart about it is that this man, I think, if he had had the right guidance, he could have been a tremendous asset to his community. He was a bill. R. Kelly could have easily been a billionaire. DMX could have easily been a billionaire. Mike Tyson could have easily been a billionaire. There's a lot of people that could have easily, a Biggie or Pac, if they had lived, if they'd been allowed to survive, they would have been billionaires. But these lost opportunities, what they really speak to is the fact that when we get $1 billion asset, somebody or something that has the ability to elevate our economic condition in a significant way, other people end up controlling that asset. That means that others are playing the game of powernomics and we're playing the game of strugglenomics. They're playing the game above the rim, we're playing the game beneath the floor. They're playing on level 10, we're playing on level 1. They're playing chess, we're playing checkers. So really, as a chess player myself, I know more about economics than white people do. I've taught them. That's what a PhD means. I can tell you that what we have to do as a community, if we want to win, if we want to dominate the way that we're supposed to dominate, we got to start playing chess. We got to start playing fifth dimensional chess, and that means not so much that you have to know everything. It means you have to start listening to people who do know these things. It means your children should be hearing these things. Your children should be doing better than you. Let me tell you how. In fact, your children should be doing better than me. Let me tell you how your children, those of you who, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. If I ask you to consider bringing your kids to this class, the same way you send them to that white school that they go to, would you consider doing that? Would you consider? And if I promise, like I won't cuss, well, I can't say I'm never gonna, but I'm gonna try my best, right? I'm gonna do my best. It's a generational curse. But if I promise you that I'm gonna try to keep it clean and I'm not gonna say nothing too raunchy, could you consider bringing your kid or your grandchild to class? Let me tell you why this is important. Okay. And now again, I know that we're only used to learning from white people and so they can miseducate us, but I hope you'll consider. Okay. So thank you for putting the yes there. I like intentionality. So here's what the reason I'm bringing this up and why your kid's going to be doing better than I was at that age. I did not meet my first black college professor until I was about 20 years old, maybe 19. I had never seen a black college professor before. The first black college professor I met is still one of my very best friends to this day. 30 something years later, he's still one of my best friends. His name is Dr. Tommy Whitler. And it was my sophomore year, University of Kentucky. And I was doing really well academically. I finally found myself, and school was going pretty well. And I was going to be inducted into some type of honor society. I don't remember what it was called. And I went to his office and I'm going up to knock on this professor's door. And he comes out and I'm looking at this little black dude like, okay, why are you in the professor's office? That was how backward my thinking was. I had never seen a black college professor. University of Kentucky don't hire black people like that. Still don't, right? And I said, I'm looking for Dr. Tommy Whitler. And he said, I'm Tommy Whitler. And I'm like, what? So at that point, I'm happy about it, and he became my buddy. I mean, we started playing. We would play basketball together. He had this bright, shiny little Porsche, and he's just one of my best buddies ever. But the thing is, though, it's crazy though, right? I did not meet a black college professor until I was 19. To this day, I've never had a black teacher in a college level class. Did y'all know that? I went to undergrad, got multiple master's degrees. I got two bachelor's degrees. Could have got three if I wanted to. I just didn't want to. I got fulfilled the qualifications for multiple master's degrees and then got a PhD. All those years of school, never once did I ever one time ever have a black professor in my class. So your child, by being in this class, your child by hearing from a black professor on a regular basis is 20 years ahead of me. Not just ahead of you and all of us. I mean, ahead of me, right? So what I'm saying is that if we can make sure that thousands, if not millions of our kids are ahead of us, then imagine what they can do. Imagine children being exposed to basic ideas of economics at an early age. Imagine if they understand simple little things like if you want to make money in America, the three ways people make money are real estate, stocks, and entrepreneurship. That's how people get wealthy. Or what if they learn little things like how to keep your poise, producer, owner, investor, saver, entrepreneur? That's the model that we teach in the Black Business School. Imagine if they learn what it means to be sturdy, systems, technology, entrepreneurship, relationships, and delegation for the youth. That's how you become millionaires. What if they learn the KID model, knowledge, investment, discipline, right? These are basic things. So what I'm saying is that elevating this economic consciousness is something that we can do, something that we are doing, something that we will do. And but I need your help. I can't do it by myself, right? So thank you for considering bringing your child to class, and we'll make it easy for you. I hope that you'll bring them tomorrow if you want to. All right. So here is the second lesson, and the other thing too is this class. In case you're new, it's built around something I call conversational learning. Conversational learning is easier than like sitting in a class and taking notes and having homework. That was very stressful for me. I learned a lot from men like my father by just having conversations. My mother would teach me with conversations. She would just tell me about life, and my daddy would be driving me around downtown Louisville, and he would point out, some guy, some wino on the corner. He'd say, "You see that? You see that MF over there?" And I'd be like, "Yeah, yes. You want to be like him? No." Well, stay away from drugs and don't drink, right? Like that's what he said. So I'm like, oh, I don't want to drink. I don't want to be like him, right? So anyway, long story short, these are the things that happen. Now, someone mentioned XRP. I do own XRP, and if you want to talk about things like stocks, specific things like that, we do Stock Market Tuesday. So every Tuesday, we do that. If you want to sign up for Stock Market Tuesdays, just go to drboystockmarket.com. That's drboystockmarket.com, and I'll tell you all about every stock and all the stocks I own, crypto, everything else. So there's a lot happening in that world. Now let's talk about this woman who is the former lead singer for In Vogue, Dawn. Well, give me her last name again. I forgot what it was. Who is who's living in her car right now, and she was on the internet kind of talking about it. My wife and I were discussing this and wondering what was really going on. The other thing that comes up, Don Robinson, that's her name. Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Curtis. All right, so Don, one other thing about this too is this really makes you think about things like multiple streams of income. The people that have gone into entertainment and have done well, that are still doing well, tend to have multiple streams of income or they have some type of ownership. These are things that are required for anybody that really wants to have sustainable economic uh outcomes. So if you're a singer in Vogue and they were young and they were beautiful, and the reality is that none of us are going to be young and beautiful forever. I was never beautiful, right? But she was gorgeous, and they were just so pretty, and they would just sing, and they're like, "You're never gonna get it." You like, and the men are like, Can I get? I want to get it, please." Right? That's what they had, right? And that eventually goes away, and sometimes you mature into another role, but sometimes your time it ends, right? It ends, but when you're 28 and they just call it, they act like you're a grandma or something, or you're too old, and the world moves on to something else, and that's hard to deal with. So developing those multiple streams of income is really important, and that requires understanding things like how to make your money work for you. If you can't get your money to work for you, then you'll always be working for your money. And the reality is that this poor lady, she's 59 years old now. When you get 59 or 60, I don't know if anybody else understands this, but when you get older, you're tired. You don't want to work all the time. I used to do the 10, 12 hour a day grind, and I still can work quite a lot, but sometimes you're tired. I was in the gym this morning. I had to stop doing the workout because my knee kept popping. It's like, this can't be good. My knee's snapping every time I lift this weight. I've got to stop, right? But these are not things that happen in my 20s. It happens, but it happens at 53. Stuff just kind of breaks down. You're like, okay, I hope this ain't the beginning of the end, right? But that's what it is. This is, so ultimately, passive income, multiple streams of income allow you to to have income coming from multiple places in case something dries up. Another thing is just generally a financial safety net. When you are doing well, it's extremely important for you to accept this reality about your economics, accept it right now. If you're doing well, there is some point in your life at which you're not going to be doing well anymore. If you're doing well, there's some point where you ain't going to be doing as well as you were before. You're not going to have as much money as you had before. And given that that's the case, these are called economic fluctuations. This is natural. We study business cycles and economic shocks all economics is all about is about studying risk and the chances that bad things are going to happen. And so if you go through life assuming that things are always going to be gravy and good and wonderful and money's always going to be flowing, then you're begging for an economic tragedy. You're begging for some sort of financial trauma. That's what you're begging for. And so if you walk away with anything from this discussion from our Money in the Morning class, it's that bad things are going to happen. Winter is always coming. And I tell you guys this all the time. We talk about the stock market and stock options and all that. Uh, every time I give you good news, I try to dampen it with bad news. I say, "Gosh, look at all this money we made. The stock market did really well. This is amazing." But then I say, "But don't forget, winter is coming. The bad days are coming." And I'm gonna tell you, sunny days, everybody loves them. But tell me, baby, can you stand the rain? The investors who can stand the rain, who have the psychological and mental fortitude to withstand the rain, tend to make wealth long term. But also, standing the rain comes down to, did you get you a damn umbrella while the sun was shining? Did you go get an umbrella? Did you spend your money on something silly? It's easier to stand the rain if you got an umbrella. If you ain't got an umbrella, you can still stay in the rain, but you're gonna get wet, right? So ultimately, you're in vogue, you're singing, you're doing your thing, you've got connections all around the world. You're known for how beautiful and amazing you are. So you've got lots of really important, powerful people that want to be in your circle. At that stage in life, if I'm mentoring her and she's my daughter or my friend, I'm saying to her, okay, let's go ahead and get it while the getting's good. Let's position ourselves for the future so that we can make sure that this propels us into something better. Again, not to say she didn't do this. I'm not making fun of her life. I'm not in any way judging in that way. I'm just pointing this out since you guys were talking about it. I say let's elevate the conversation and talk about it in a way that we're going to benefit as opposed to making it gossipy, right? The gossip of it does nothing for you. It is the lesson behind it. God gives you lessons every day. You pay tuition in the school of life all the time. You go through God's training camp on a regular basis. And when you go through those things, when you get those lessons sent to you, just hand delivered to you, you got to stop for a moment. You got to meditate and get closer to God. Consciousness is a closeness to God. That's where you meditate on it. You say, man, what can I learn from this? Where's the lesson in all this? Right? So find the lesson. That's where you get the value. Most great people who've ever like accomplished great things can tell you about some horrible tragedy that really got them to change their thinking. Right? You know what I mean? Like seriously, like most people who are like, yeah, I went out and I became a billionaire, but let me tell you about this horribly devastating thing that happened that changed my whole entire life. So that experience can either be an asset or a liability, depending on how you know how to process it. And that ability to process it in a healthy way is why we created the Black Financial Therapy Department. My wife, who's a therapist, we work with the best Black therapists in America to figure out the psychological barriers that keep us from building Black wealth. And we do this scientifically because I said Black folks can't build wealth until we learn how to manage the trauma, the undiagnosed, untreated trauma that exists in our community. We will never build wealth until we learn how to calm down, meditate, focus, and think through things when we're making decisions. Like I just saw something yesterday, and this is kind of related, but it's definitely related to wealth because we talked last night all about how wealth is tied to family. Family is a big part of wealth. And I heard a mom say something that I've heard other moms say before, and I wasn't sure how I felt about it, but she said, I had to make the conscious decision to take my daughter's father out of her life because I did not want my daughter growing up thinking that it's okay for a man to set low standards or to not follow through on commitments or to throw you a French fry when he should be giving you filet mignon, right? She said something like that, right? And I understood that part, your kids, you want them to have high standards, high self-esteem. You don't want them just accepting anything. But I was kind of asking, I do in case you wonder how academics think in terms of research, what we do is we like to move variables around to see what it looks like if you switch a variable, right? So in my mind, I said, I wonder what would happen if a man said that. Right? I said, I wonder what would happen if a father said, yeah, or if I came to y'all and said, um, Alicia, she doesn't really meet the standard. She told me she's gonna cook dinner at 7 o'clock, and I don't want our son growing up thinking it's okay for a woman to say she's gonna cook dinner at 7, and then she didn't cook it till 9. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back. And then on top of that, she yelled at him one time. I don't want him to ever grow up thinking that it's okay for a woman to yell at him. So we just removed Alicia from the house. We had to. It was a hard decision, but I had to make it to remove their mom from their life because their mom is she doesn't follow through on her commitments, and I need our son to grow up understanding he can't just accept anything from a woman. He can't accept a woman making mistakes all the time and always like saying things that aren't true. Does anybody see how awkward that would sound? How weird that would sound? Like, like really, I mean, right? Would that even make any sense, right? If a man was to say that, right? Because remember, when we decide that another person's inadequate to be a parent, that is kind of a subjective that's a subjective decision, right? You can't, I mean, because some people would say, like, well, do I really have the right to tell another person that their children should not be their children anymore? That the child you made that came from your DNA is not yours anymore because I decided that you're not appropriate for the child. Now, mind you, I picked you. I chose you, right? I picked you. That's like we start a business, we sign on the dotted line, and we both agree that we're 50% owners. And then I say, I don't like the way you're doing things. Now, you may not like the way I'm doing things, but that don't matter because I'm perfect, right? My stuff don't stink, but yours does. And since your stuff stinks, I'm booting you out of the company. And I have a right to do that just because I said so. I thought that was really interesting. And I thought about that and I was like, I wonder. I wonder if we should have a conversation about that and really try to figure out like what it really means to make the good decisions in advance so we're not spending our lives reversing bad decisions that we personally made. Because I'm sure that whatever she had to say about her child's father at that moment was probably not the same as what she would have said about him when they were sleeping together, right? And this is part of life. These are the subtleties in terms of things we got to understand if we're going to understand this wealth thing. Because I can guarantee you that if you are creating scenarios where the family is broken, what you're doing is you're significantly, probably by 50, 60% reducing your probability of ever having wealth or financial security. You do know that. You do know that the lowest net worth individual in America is the single black mother with children, right? That is just fundamentally true. Again, I'm not telling anybody how to live their life. I'm just telling you what the data says. So, and then right next to her is the single black father that has multiple, children with multiple women. And I can tell you, if you want to know my personal, not that I'm an expert on these things, I'm married to a relationship therapist, but nobody has it right. Even the therapists, even the experts don't have it all right. You only know what's going to work for your life. But one thing that I remember learning from my father is that most things that you try to build, it's not going to be perfect. The people that you work with aren't going to be perfect. The situations are going to be screwed up. Sometimes you're going to have to fight your way through dysfunction in order to maintain the goal, right? Like if I decide I want to run a marathon, I may get injured. I remember seeing a lady, I kid you not, I saw a lady who started a marathon. This is about mindset, right? This is what's interesting. Is she started the marathon and she fell in the first half a mile of the marathon. And in the first half of the mile of the marathon, she fell, her leg was bleeding, and she injured herself. And I said, "Oh, I'm sorry that you didn't get to finish. That must be sad for you." And you know what she said? She said, "No, I finished the marathon because I have to finish." Like for her, not finishing was not even an option. It's like, what do you mean not finish? No, of course I'm going to finish. I started. I have to finish. Right? Now, is that the right answer? No. And yes. It's all about values. It's choices, right? It would have been perfectly acceptable for her to say, I would have tried to finish, but who can finish a marathon when your leg is bleeding and you fell down? Like that's impossible. No, but the reality is that I have to acknowledge that no, it's not impossible. Because that lady, it was a white lady, that lady really ran that whole 26.2 miles with blood dripping down her leg. Because in her mind, she's like, no, I must finish. This is going to happen. So I think the same thing is true with almost everything else. This is how I kind of see business, family, goal setting. I think really hard about commitments I want to make. I don't make commitments willy-nilly. Even when it came to dating, I didn't go out and say, well, I'm rich now and I can go have sex with every girl I want. I didn't think that way. I was like, before I even take the time to put it all on the line for you, I need to get to know who you are. I need to know what's going on over here. We'll make sure I'm not walking into a landmine. So you can choose how you make decisions, and it requires consciousness. It requires patience and meditation. It requires you to sit back and think through. It requires you to be a leader, not a follower, because if you follow the sheep, you're going to end up getting slaughtered like the rest of the suckers out here. If you follow the sheep, then you're gonna be a slaughtered sheep like everybody else. And when you look at broken families all across America, that's millions of slaughtered sheep, slaughtered dreams. And I'm not making fun of anybody. Please don't think I'm doing it. But that's what it is. When you look at all the people struggling financially because they missed opportunities, that's slaughtered sheep. If you look at all the people who are 40 years old and beyond, who are not living the life they thought they were going to live, those are slaughtered sheep. Those are people who were led down a path, and they don't even know why they follow the path. They just followed it because everybody else was doing that. And next thing you know, they get to 35, 40 years old and they're miserable. And they're like, how did this happen? I don't know. Well, part of it's because you're not hearing me when I'm telling you, you got to think for yourself. And you have to stop for a minute and pause and say, does this even make any sense? If you can't do that, then it's the probability that you're going to end up with a big eraser trying to erase chunks of your life. Like I'm going to erase my child's mother because because I shouldn't have had a baby with a stripper. I'm going to erase my financial situation because I got too many student loans and too much debt. I'm going to have to erase this over here because I got a criminal record now and I don't know, not making fun of anybody. I get it. We all make mistakes. But consciousness and careful decision making can minimize the number of regrets that you have. That's what I'm saying, right? Because these are critical decisions and they do affect your economics, whether we like it or not. Everybody wants to talk about how I can figure out a way to get rich now from my situation. And the honest to God reality is as a financial doctor, I feel like I've got patients that come into my office and you've got one patient who says, I've been eating right and exercising for the last 20 years, and I want to know how to be healthy. That's easy. Okay, well, here's what you do. Keep doing what you're doing. Let's do a little more of this and do a little more of that. Take these vitamins and you're good. Then you got some patients who come in and they say, um, I've been smoking cigarettes and eating chitlins twice a day for the last 25 years. I've never exercised in my life. I do everything possible to ensure that my blood pressure is as high as possible. I don't go to the doctor. I've had sex with 3,000 women, so I probably have a lot of diseases, and I've kind of ruined everything. Can you make me healthy? And the doctor's like, I don't know where to start. I don't know where to begin. And again, it's not to make fun of anyone. I'm not making we all mess up. We all mess up. But I think that what does happen is that because we don't set standards in our society, we don't challenge people to be their best. Like we don't really believe in black excellence. George Fraser came in and talked about that. He said we use the term black exceptionalism now because everybody thinks everything is black excellence. Even Diddy was saying that Cardi B and her husband Offset were black excellence. And now Cardi, and in case you want to know how that story ended, Diddy's in jail. Cardi was on Twitter and talking to 100,000 people about how who her husband was sleeping with, right? And as they're going through this very nasty, very ugly public divorce, and it was just ghetto. It was ghetto as hell. And I'm like, ain't nothing about none of this reflective of black excellence. Not that there's something wrong with these people. They probably need help. They probably just need therapy. That's what they need, right? And so ultimately, you got to make a decision, man. Are your decisions going to make sense or not? Are the choices going to add up to something good or not? So let me finish up here and give the financial breakdown of this. Let's circle back to this in vogue singer, poor thing, who's living in her car. A few other things that you can learn from this is the power of ownership. It's very hard to be wealthy in America if you don't own something. If you want your children to be owners, start by helping them own shares of stock. The earlier you start, the better off they will be. 2025 is not 2025. 2025 is not that's not modern, that's not the present. 2025 is the past. 2025 is actually 1995 if you look at it in a certain way. And what do I mean by that? Well, 2025 is the beginning. This is 1995, and people in 1995 thought they were living in the present, but in our mind, we're like, no, you were living in the past. Right? Or people in the 1930s thought they were the new Negroes and the modern Negroes with modern technology, and we laugh at their technology, right? Think about how you watch old videos of people from your great grandpa's age, and they're doing the Charleston and driving these rickety, raggedy cars, really thinking that they were like some fancy Negroes. They really thought they were modern, right? They didn't have airplanes, for most people anyway. They were just kind of a new thing. So you are you're gonna be laughed at 100 years from now. The kids that are watching the videos, that I'm making right now, and I believe that they will. I think 100 years from now, young people are going to look back to the past to find out who they are. They're going to be laughing at the way we talk. They're going to be laughing at the way we dress. They're going to be laughing at the technology that we think is all advanced. Like, oh, they thought AI was advanced technology. Wait till they see what super intelligence is, But they'll never see it because these are old people. So my point is to say that because you're living in the past, you have many opportunities to control the future. That's my point. Because you're living in 1995, it's very easy to control 2025 if you start in 1995. Do you follow what I'm saying? Do y'all get what I'm saying? Let me know if you're following this because I'm talking kind of weird right now. I'm talking in circles. I hope this makes sense though. If you go back to 1995 and you invoke a simple investing strategy where you simply say, I'm gonna spend $100 a month on stock. By 2025, your family's a multi-million dollar family. Do you understand? You're buying shares of Apple. Just I think I've seen crazy stats that say something like if you bought $1,000 worth of Apple in 1998, you'd have $2.8 million now, right? You were buying Bitcoin when Bitcoin costs a quarter. You're buying 50 Bitcoin or 1,000 Bitcoins because you didn't have anything else to do with your money. So you went ahead and spent the $250 to buy the 1,000 Bitcoin, and now your 1,000 Bitcoin's worth $90 million. Do you follow me? You get what I'm saying? You live in the past. You have an opportunity to control the year 2050, 2055, but it requires consciousness for you to start thinking that way. You have to be able to see it. And when you see it, what you do is you say, okay, I'm going to be old and I'm going to benefit a little bit, but man, the people that are really going to benefit are my kids. My kids are going to be sitting on top of an empire that I started building way back in the year 2025. And that's what you do. This is how wealth is built. This is how where power comes from. This is where financial security comes from. Financial security is almost never built in a day. Financial security is almost never built in a day. If it is built in a day, it is typically because people it is because people or someone did something in the past to develop that institution or that framework that gives you financial security. So if I get married to someone and suddenly I'm financially secure, it's typically because in the past they were making investments that provided financial security. Or if I get a job and I feel like I'm financially secure because I have a job now, well, chances are that company was built 80, 90 years ago and somebody did the work to make that thing financially secure. If I feel financially secure because I got a TV or a movie deal, well, it's because 100 years ago, you had people that Meyer, I forgot his name, his first name, people like that who started companies like MGM and Warner Brothers and all that, and they went through the struggle to build the financial security, right? So two things are true from that. Number one, I might think I'm financially secure, but really I'm not because other people actually control my financial security, which means that whatever they created for me, they can take it away from me in a second. A lot of entertainers learn this. They think that they are doing well because the record label's sending them big checks, and then the label stops sending checks, and then suddenly they're living in their car and they don't know what happened or they're mad about their royalties or whatever. The second piece to that too is that your actions in the past will shape what your present looks like. The reason I can sit in this house in the present is because at some point in the past, somebody made a diagram and built a house and put all the, bricks and the wood and whatever else into this house to make the concrete to make this thing into an institution or into a structure that I am able to live in that is secure, that protects me from the weather outside. Do you understand? So, institutions are not built in a day. I encourage you to consider doing this. Why is this important? Well, because the black community, our culture, unfortunately, is heavily swayed toward entertainment, which is very, very economically dangerous, extremely economically dangerous. It makes us very vulnerable to economic colonization of various forms. 60% of NBA players and 78% of NFL players face some type of financial distress or bankruptcy within 5 years of retirement. This is so. Here's the deal. Look, think about this. This is crazy. Look at how many of your little black boys want to be basketball and football players. Look at the fact that 99.9% of them never going to make a nickel playing basketball, yet 100% of them or 80% of them have dedicated the majority of their time and energy to developing a skill that's essentially going to be pretty worthless unless they transfer it to something else. I played a lot of sports, but I'm not going to the NBA, NFL, none of that stuff. So I took what I learned from sports and I applied it to business, and that's what helped me succeed. I applied it to academics, that helped me to succeed. So these skills are transferable, but unfortunately, a lot of guys never learn to transfer it. So think about what a devastating, ridiculously bad economic model that is. How horrible that model is. How much economic trauma is going to come from that model. Remember, these young men are supposed to be the heads of your families. They're supposed to be your husbands and fathers and leaders in the future. And a large percentage of them are going into an industry that is basically a dead end industry for 99.9% of them. And then for that 0.1%, for that one out of 10,000 kids that gets a chance to go into the NBA or NFL, what is that? 60% of them are bankrupt within 5 years, or sorry, facing financial hardship, not necessarily bankrupt. 78% of the NFL players face financial hardship. So even your talented, not even your talented 10th, your talented 0.1%, like you're the guy that's 6'8", 240 pounds that can run the 40-yard dash in 4.4 seconds, even he's facing financial distress years after retirement. This is due to a lack of economic consciousness, a lack of an economic plan, a lack of economic understanding. That's why I need you to bring your kids to this class. That's why I need that little boy to understand economics from a holistic standpoint. I don't need more sucker stuff. I need the Jalen Browns. You know, Jalen plays for the Celtics. I love this guy. He's smart. He gets it. He's not going to have these issues, right? So let me keep going. Also, here's some other stats just so you can chew on. According to a working paper from the National Bureau of Economic Research, they found that 15.7% of NFL players filed for bankruptcy within 12 years of retirement. Um, Let's see here. Former NFL MVP Adrian Peterson earned over $100 million during his career, but found himself in debt exceeding $12 million due to poor financial decisions. And I remember Adrian, when he was playing, I remember it seemed like he had a lot of babies, right? And that's going to happen, right? When you are, when you're like the most talented player in the NFL and you're famous and rich and you got this like body of an Adonis, you're going to get offered lots of stuff. You know, girls are going to come after you, and if you haven't been trained to have some type of discipline in your decision making, and realizing that every time you lay down with a woman, you're making an investment in her, an investment in that situation, then you can end up with a really complicated outcome. I don't need to explain that to you. You get what I'm saying. So ultimately, financial consciousness means understanding what you're investing in and how that's going to pay off for you. And until we get to that point, I think you're going to see a lot of these tragic stories. But the good thing, though, is that there are people out here who get it, and so my job is really not so much trying to talk to people who don't want to listen. I like preaching to the choir, and I see Calvin, smartest black man in America, by the way, who says that Junior Bridgman just died, and Junior Bridgman was one of those guys. Junior Bridgman, I think he played for the University of Louisville, if I'm not mistaken, because I could have swore my mother used to talk about him when I was little. It's Junior Bridgman and a guy named Philip Bond. Philip Bond, I think, went to my mother's high school, and Junior, she talked about. She brought him up because he was a great athlete and a very smart man, and he eventually became a multi. I think a billionaire actually. He owned a lot of those Wendy's restaurants. And I never met Junior. I never got a chance to meet him. Someone reached out to me, a friend of mine in Louisville, a pastor named Kevin Cosby. He did call me and he said Junior Bridgman wants to talk to you. Because I think when he took over Ebony magazine, I made some comments about that, and I was happy to hear he wanted to hear what I thought. We just never got a chance to connect. I called Kevin back; he was busy, and it never happened. So I never got a chance to meet Junior. But I've heard great things about him, and I have a lot of respect for the family. And I want to make it clear that while you certainly have all the tragedies out here, every story is not a tragedy. You know, there are families that are really getting it done, making it happen, doing amazing things, and those are the role models. Those are the examples we should be paying attention to, not just the foolishness. But they love to market the foolishness because they want you to be a pack of fools. That's what they market. They market the sucker stuff because they want us to be a group of suckers. And I ain't being. I don't want to be a sucker. I don't want you to be a sucker. And I don't want your kids to be suckers. Because here's the thing: there's a lot of pain that comes from that regret of making just these horrifically bad mistakes. And what makes it so unfair is that when you do it, when you're making the mistakes, like when you have a 17-year-old who tries Molly because his favorite rapper tells him that Molly is cool, and yet then he's having seizures when he's 23 years old or sitting up in rehab instead of out accomplishing things. he had no warning that this was a bad decision, really, in a lot of cases, because it looked like everybody was doing it. Because there's a whole culture around black self-destruction. Like, there's a whole culture built, there's a whole economy built around your sons destroying themselves before the age of 18. And so it's hard. It's really hard. You really have to stop for a minute and learn how to make those decisions in the proper way, or you get sucked into the chaos, into the nonsense. So anyway, I say we keep swimming upstream, going against the wind, going against the grain, and speaking the truth that's going to make our kids successful and powerful. If a white man can do it, then we can do it too. Because y'all know white people got a lot of foolishness going on in their community too. They got a lot of crazy weirdos, and they make mistakes just like everybody else does. And so we're not the only ones who make bad choices. So anyway, but I want us to make good choices. So that's my point today. All right. So anyway, guys, a couple things really quickly. Tonight is the first day for those of you that want to get a certification in stock options. The program's called COIN, the Certified Options Investing Network, and you get a certificate when you're done. We cover stock options from A to Z, buy, sell, advanced strategies, everything. And when you're done, you're certified to teach other people. And this cohort is full. We don't have any more space for the cohort that starts tonight, but there will be another one in a few weeks. So if you want to join that, you can go to drboycecoin.com, drboycecoin.com, or you can also text the word coin to the number 87948. Number two, I will send you all, I mentioned to you all, yes, 12 weeks long. Actually, absolutely, John Jay. The other thing too is, and we're keeping the class sizes small, and I am going to teach the class. So we're going to meet every Thursday night at 8 o'clock, and we're going to go over stock options. I think everyone should learn stock options. I really do, because this is a great way. I told you that I make a lot of my money from stock options. So I think it's worth looking at, honestly. But anyway, the other thing too is that I'm going to make a list of stocks in Europe. Actually, what's been happening because of what's been going on in the White House and the chaos with tariffs and all that is that the a lot of capital is moving away from the U.S. into Europe. So a lot of the tech stocks that were the high flyers aren't like Nvidia and Amazon and all that. Those are not so much the stocks everybody wants now. They're kind of moving their money to Europe, actually. A lot of these dormant European companies are just taking off. So then they say this is going to happen for a while. So what I'm going to do is make a list of Euro stocks, and I'll just text it out to you guys. So make sure you're on the text list for this class. If you want to be on the text list for this class, text the word morning to the number 87948. So text morning to 87948, and don't forget to bring your kids. Number three, if you're not invested in the stock market yet, I know that 88% of you are invested in the stock market. I need that number to be over 90% on the next survey. I hope that you will help us accomplish this goal. I hope I've convinced you that the research says that the stock market is the place you must have money in order to build wealth in America. Most wealth builders have money in the stock market. So if you want to get some training on this, I did a black stock market weekend where I broke down an 11-step method that I use to decide if I want to put a stock in my portfolio. 11 questions you can ask yourself, and we call it the Dr. Boyce method. It is actually like patented and everything. So if you want to take a look at that, just go to the drboycemethod.com. That's the drboycemethod.com. And no, Esther, I do not like penny stocks. Penny stocks are typically terrible for various reasons we can go into later. But no, they're not great places to put money. So feel free to go to the drboycemethod.com. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening, and I hope you have a wonderful day. And I will see you all tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye. Hey everybody, come on in. So good to see you. Welcome, welcome. So great to get together with you guys today to talk about Powernomics. This is where we're making black people great again. That's what we're supposed to be. And and one thing uh, that I wanted to mention is that we were going to actually do a little bit of a switch on our content. Before, as you know, for years we've been reading Powernomics, and we read Black Labor, White Wealth by Dr. Claude Anderson. We also read The Black History Reader. In case you don't know, we've been doing this since I think about probably 2018 or 2019, and we've been very consistent for several years and been meeting every single week. And now I decided that we were going to do something a little bit different. Now we are going to jump into my book, which is called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. And what I'm really, really praying for, I said a little prayer to white Jesus, black Jesus, and baby Jesus. And I asked them all, I said, Jesus's can y'all please convince the people that are coming to this class? Like, I'll do this class for free, but can you convince them to be feel empowered enough to bring the chillums, to bring the little babies, bring the grandkids, bring the next door neighbor, bring the ratchet crazy cousin who don't want to listen to nobody. Like, just ask them, just invite them, just say, hey, you like money? Do you like money? Is money important to you? And they'll say, yeah, money's important. It's hard to get money. It's harder. The white man don't let me have no money. And then you say, well, I know a guy named Boyce who has a whole PhD in money. His whole doctorate's in money. All he did was sit around for 30 years and study money. And he's doing a class and it doesn't cost you anything. It's going to show you how to make money as a black person in America and how money works. And when you get done, you'll be smarter. You'll feel blacker. This is better than a Kendrick Lamar concert, except I won't be any rapping that I do is going to be rapping that's going to turn into action. And because I'm not here to just talk to you, I'm here to make your life better. And I know that we're doing this in the Black Business School. We're getting it done, actually. I did the survey results, and I found that 78% of you reported to us that your income, your wealth has gone up because you've been coming to class. That's what I want. That's what I want. We got so many people out here that just, they got the fast lips and the fast tongue and just mouthpiece on fleek and just can just give you a great speech and make you feel good. But can they make your life better? Right? Is your life improved as a result of that interaction? And if the answer is no, then I'm gonna be like, well, why are we wasting our time? Why are we sitting here just talking? I don't know about y'all, but I'm tired of all the talking. I want to break the cycle. I want us to really get things done. I want us to have a plan. I want to implement the plan. I want to see our families prosper. So a couple stats that I will brag about forever, and I'm gonna keep working to improve these stats, is number one, 78% of you that come to Money in the Morning, which we do every single morning, 7 days a week, said that your income and your wealth has gone up because you've been part of these trainings that we're doing in the Black Business School. That makes us, in my opinion, I think that makes us the number one HBCU in America because we don't even charge you hardly nothing. Most of our classes are a fraction of the cost of most universities. But then number two, um, the other stat I was really proud of was what was it? What was it? Oh, 88% of you are invested in the stock market. That's very powerful. That's extremely important. Remember, take this from a person, a master of wealth. When I look at the data, basically the way to predict if a person's going to have money or not, or generational wealth, is are they consistently participating in the stock market? That is the number one variable. I can show you a chart of wealth going all the way back to 1802. And on this chart, they pretty much show you that stocks are the best way to make money in America. If you're not in the stock market, you're missing the money. I just want you to, so if you're wondering, like, well, why is the money flying over my head and landing in my neighbor's pockets? Well, you look no further than the stock market. I'm sure you, maybe unfortunately, they didn't talk about that in your public school. Maybe your parents didn't know it to tell you. Maybe your homeboys didn't want to tell you this. Maybe, Massa didn't want you to have his secrets, but that's where the money's at in America. So that's the second stat that I'm really proud of. The third stat I'm super proud of is that when we asked you all, would you recommend our classes to a friend? And literally, 99.2% of you said yes. 99%. That's what I'm talking about. I got 99 problems and oppression ain't one. Okay, so we are getting it done up in here. So clap for yourselves. And I think we should and I'm clapping for the Black Business School because this has been my life's mission. I probably put 30,000 hours of labor into building this thing. And I'm inspired by people like Booker T. Washington, who understood many years ago when he built Tuskegee, he knew that building institutions and systems, that's how we're going to make our people strong. That's how we're going to make black people great again. So that's what the Black Business School is. It is your institution, it's your school, it's your university. Wear that Panther proudly. You all asked about getting like the Panther on some apparel and stuff. We got that set up. Just give us some time, and you can wear your little Panther and just be proud of that because this is our stuff. Like ownership and control is the key to power. On this planet, like what you own and control is what determines your fate in America and around the world. Don't let anybody tell you different. So anyway, all right. So let's jump in and let's talk about where black wealth comes from. And as I get started, I want to remind everybody, don't forget our stock option certification program, Coin, starts tomorrow. So if you want to, I don't know if it's too late to join for this cohort though, but if you are interested, it stands for Certified Options Investing Network. We teach you out stock options from A to Z. You get a certification, and you are then qualified to teach other people. So if you're interested, you can go to drboycecoin.com, drboycecoin.com, and talk to a representative and see if you're interested in being a part of that. All right, so Kelvin's from West Texas. Great. I love West Texas. I used to live in Killeen, Texas, actually, when I was a baby. My daddy was in the military. Shout out to all the veterans. And Killeen, Texas is where I kind of cut my teeth as a human being. I remember being a 4-year-old running around Killeen and getting in all kinds of stuff. Could have got kidnapped by some people and taken across the Mexican border and never been seen again. But it was the 70s. It was a wild time. All right. So anyway, let me jump in here and let's start with this one. So we're going to read my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. Now, if you want to get a copy, I will sign a copy and send it to your house. My daughter's in the other room right now, shipping copies out. We reduced the price of the autographed books from $40 to $15 for those of you that are in these programs. And you can resell it. You can order 50 copies, 100 copies, start a whole business around Black wealth if you want to. And you literally can sell the book for the retail price if you want. I heard my autograph means something. I think I'm a little bit internet famous. I didn't know that. Dr. Frazier is giving me the same award. He said we're giving an award, the Icon Award, and the winners of the award are going to be Robert Smith, the richest black man in America, Ben Vereen, the actor, Tyler Perry, who makes a lot of really interesting movies, and Dr. Boyce Watkins. And I said, "How dare you compare me? I can't be in the same class as Tyler Perry. I don't know how to make those movies. I can't make a Tyler Perry movie. But anyway, so apparently my autograph means something. So if you want to resell it and make it a business, let us go into business with you. Like let's partner together. Like we'll ship the books. We'll be the dope man. We'll supply you with the books at a low cost. You can then go talk to your friends about Black wealth, talk to your church, talk to your family, and then when they say, "Hey, I'd like a copy of that book," you can say, "Oh, I've got 50 copies of Dr. Boyce's book. It's autographed in my basement. I'll sell it to you for $30." And then people will pay that. It's worth far more than that. It's a bestseller. So feel free to do that. All right. So here, I'm going to start with the preface. Let's just start reading from the very beginning. And I'm going to, as we're reading, I'm going to connect some of these ideas to economic theory so that you'll understand the premise and what I'm really trying to say in this book. And by the way, if you want to get that copy of the book, I forgot to mention, the URL is 10commandments.boycewatkins.com. So if you go to 10commandments.boycewatkins.com, that's the only place you can go to get the discounted copy. So that's 10commandments.boycewatkins.com. I said it 3 times, so I hope somebody can type it in the chat. All right, because there's always somebody that's like, "Can you say it again? I missed it." So if somebody could help them out, I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, so here's the preference. This book is written under specific conditions of which you should be aware. First, this is not a how to get rich book for individuals looking to maximize their 401k or invest in the stock market. I have other material for these purposes. Secondly, it's not a book for all people of all backgrounds. Truth be told, I wrote this book for black people because we have a job to do. Our job is to reverse hundreds of years of discrimination and exploitation and the expropriation of trillions in black wealth that continues to evade our community. I wrote this book for us. I didn't write this book for anybody else. If you guys didn't want it, then nobody would want it because I don't tell other people to stay away. I don't go around saying I can't stand white people. I don't do that. But I'm not trying to be here for everybody. I'm here for you. I'm here for us. I'm here for this, right? To solve a problem, you gotta focus on the problem. If you're trying to be everything all the time for everybody, then you're gonna miss out. And so we're on page 2. So let's see. This book is also designed to lay out a framework to understand how trillions in black wealth are lost every single year due to poor cultural habits and family structure. The black family is inherently a multi-million dollar institution. So you were born. If you got how many of y'all got a family? Give me a yes if you have siblings, children, parents. Anybody got? If you don't have a family, then we can be your family. We will be your family. I will love you. I can be your adopted daddy. You can call me Uncle Boyce. You can make me your adopted son. I'm signing up for all of that. I sign up. I volunteer for all positions and for those that are looking for family. But a lot of you have family. So one thing I want you to really understand, you got to internalize this because I have economic theory that can prove this. I can prove this mathematically. If you got family, you were born wealthy. You may not think you were born wealthy. You may have been deceived to think that you didn't have any wealth because you didn't have any money. Money, those little worthless pieces of paper that are printed out by the Fed. And they are worthless, by the way. They're only worth something because we decide that they're worth something. Money is backed by the full faith and confidence in the federal government, and if people lost confidence in the dollar would plummet. So they are inherently worthless, but they gain value. They gain value because we believe in these little green pieces of paper. So what I need you to do is I need you to believe in your little black pieces of paper. I need you to believe in as much in the value of your family as you believe in the value of that man's paper. Do you understand? I need you to believe in yourself just like you believe in him because you believe in his institutions, you believe in his currency, you believe in his culture, you believe in his talent. Do you believe in you? Do you see the value in you? And as we go on, you'll understand how valuable the family is and what the family's worth. And I'll give you 1,000 examples to make sure you understand this. But I just want you to really practice internalizing this idea. You were not born poor. Stop letting anybody make you believe that you were poor just because you didn't have money. I lived in the projects and we used to eat bologna sandwiches with no bologna. I remember the day my mama paying $50 a month for us to live in LaSalle Place. That's the name of the project that we lived in. I remember roaches being in the house, stuff like that. But we have so many other things that money could not buy, and I really encourage you to just understand that. So let's keep going. So this book is designed to lay out a framework to understand how trillions in black wealth are lost every single year due to poor cultural habits and family structure. Okay, I mentioned the black family being a multi-million-dollar institution. Consider this. Imagine a family with a mother, father, and three children. Each of those individuals grows up and works for a big white corporation, as we are taught to do from birth. Assume each individual earns about $40,000 per year, but the companies they work for are profitable. So they are able to convert their labor into a marketable product that earns them $60,000 per year. Also assume that each person is in the labor force from age 20 to age 70. Fewer and fewer people are able to retire at 65. This means that each person in the family, let's exclude inflation for the sake of this exercise, is offering $60,000 per year for 50 years to a big white company. That's $3 million per person times five people. That's $15 million in black wealth. So it's $15 million in wealth that you transferred to other people just because you all got up and went to work every day. Multiply this over 8 million families, and you have trillions in black wealth lost in the course of a generation. All of this wealth leaves our community and ends up in the hands of others. This is an admittedly sloppy example because the numbers are not precise. I didn't include inflation, rising wages, or compound interest. However, the goal here is to make a very simple point. White people stay wealthy because black people are trained to make them wealthier every single year. And this is the stuff that makes white people afraid of me. I'm not anti-white, but I am anti-lie. I'm not interested in lying to you. I'm not going to tell you something that's not true. And so if me telling the truth about how our wealth was stolen makes people uncomfortable, then I can't help you. That's between you and the person who told you the original lie. In this book, I want to discuss wealth leaks that occur due to not properly optimizing the massive wealth potential of the black family in America. I won't spend much time on poor consumption habits and other losses. Instead, I want to focus on the structure that a black family should consider if they want to win the game of wealth in America and around the world. The black family is an absolute gold mine of possibility. The parent who raises his or her children in such a way that it enhances the family business will rarely have serious financial problems. Your family members are a form of human capital that is often neglected when we go our separate ways, cut each other off, undermine each other's success, and don't support one another. All of these habits came from slavery and continue to this day. So while we can easily understand why black wealth was never built in the first place, most of us are incapable of understanding why it continues to decline. You're working really hard. You're getting up and going to work every day. I mean, how many people in here consider yourself hardworking? How many of you work 30, 40 hours a week? What do you think? Give me a yes if you put in 30, 40 hours a week for a company or whatever, right? So you've been working really hard and it should be that if you work hard, you are rewarded for that, right? If you work 30 years and you have worked hard for 30 years, you should be financially secure. You should be safe, right? And in fact, my wife sent me just today, my wife shared with me a news story about a poor lady who is the lead singer for In Vogue who is living in her car and she's 59 years old living in her car. And I said, "Wait a minute." I said, "How are you're the lead singer for In Vogue and you're living in how did that happen?" And so what that makes me think about is that there's so many of us who will have a lifetime of work behind us, getting up going to work every day. Some people, even celebrities that have been busting their butts consistently and don't have anything to show for it. Right? If I said to you, if I said, go back and I want you to show me that you still have 10% of all the income you earned in 2017. Show me where that 10% is at. A lot of people say, I don't have any, I have 0%. Right? And this comes from not being able to establish the right type of economic consciousness at an early age. Okay, so I'm gonna keep reading here, and just in case, and by the way, if you have questions or something, I won't see the question because I got it. I got ADHD. My wife thinks I'm on the autism spectrum or something. She said, I think you have Asperger's. I said, are you calling me an Asperger? That's worse than an ass sandwich. But anyway, so because my wife, and this is how I win arguments now. She wins arguments. Being married to a therapist is hard work. So she wins arguments by diagnosing me. I win arguments by owning the diagnosis. So I come back and I say, you need to stop picking on me because apparently I'm disabled with my Asperger's. So you should not pick on disabled people. That makes you a bigot, ma'am. So you need to back up off of me. So I'm gonna own it. Shoot, you throw that at me. You throw some lemons at me. I'm gonna make me a big bucket of lemonade and just be drinking it right in front of you. So anyway, so that's why I can't. If I answer questions, if I'm looking at the screen too much while I'm reading, I will go back and forth, and then next thing you know, we'll be talking in outer space, and y'all be confused. So I got to focus on cause I got the Asperger's. Okay, all right. So anyway, let me keep going. All right, so this book is not meant to be written for academia, where the work tends to go over the heads of most people. Much of the original research on economics I did during my time on the faculty at Syracuse University has rotted away in dusty academic journals that nobody ever reads. So do not expect a long list of citations and references at the end of this book, since it is based on common sense, blended with theoretical constructs I've created as I've analyzed the black wealth problem for 30 years. If you don't believe me, that's okay. I'm writing for those who are willing to hear my point of view. Also, this book is not written for anyone other than the black community. My goal is not to obtain mainstream recognition or validation. That means nothing to me. My goal is to put black people first and to help us solve the economic problems that have plagued us for generations. So while I do not condone the hatred of any other group of people, I always put black people first. So let's keep going. All right. So let's jump into the first commandment of Black economic power. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to back this up with some economic theory so that we can really see the concept. And it might actually take a couple sessions for us to get through this. And if you aren't on the text list to get invitations to save money in the morning or something like that, or the Powernomics training, just text the word morning. Actually, text the word money to the number 87948. So if you text money to 87948, we'll send you stuff, and you can take a look at that too. All right. So commandment number one: always be an asset to your family. Always be an asset to your family. You do not want to be a liability if you can help it. Or if you are a liability, you don't want to be a long-term liability. I knew a man years ago who was the baby of his family. His mother raised him and his four siblings all by herself. They didn't have much money, and he grew up with his older sisters to protect him. Now, do you see where this is going? Does anybody know a black man who was raised without anybody holding him accountable? Anybody know that guy? You might have one in your family, and you can say it's about women too as well, but it's different for women. The dynamic is different, but the broken family is a real problem in the community, right? So this is, imagine him being the baby, having older sisters and a single mother who pretty much, unfortunately, did never forced him to be a man because in her mind she was always his baby, right? But then they get older and they start making babies and causing all kinds of havoc, and she's bailing him out of jail and all that. Anyway, in addition to providing necessary protection, the young man's sisters made the mistake of coddling him a bit too much. When he got in trouble at school, the consequences were minimal. He also never learned how to provide and protect the way a man, or in a way a man does, largely because his father was nowhere to be found. So he had a terrible father who abandoned his responsibility too. His father was not involved, and his father was an alcoholic as he became an alcoholic. So these things become intergenerational. At about the age of 18, he went to jail for the first time. His loving mother borrowed money so she didn't have to, so sorry, that she borrowed money she didn't have in order to bail him out. At this point, he was locked out of the economic system and ran the streets with his friends, playing basketball, hanging out, and getting involved in drugs and alcohol. He got a few girls pregnant during his younger years, and his mother took care of the kids for him, even paying his child support. A few years later, he went to jail for the second time. Now he was a broken 32-year-old man with no education, no jobs, no opportunities, moving from house to house and woman to woman. Whenever his mother would see him, he was usually in a bad situation. No one in the family ever expected him to be doing well. All they would measure were varying degrees of bad. Can y'all relate to this? I want you to take a minute and process what I said and to think about an example that you can that you maybe have seen where this happens. This happens a lot. As his mother grew older, she found that she couldn't cover for her son anymore. She couldn't handle the women and the babies. She stopped bailing him out of jail. She even had to stop taking his phone calls because it was exhausting to keep telling him no whenever he asked to borrow money. Later in life, the man's mother was on a fixed income with her drug addicted son calling to borrow money. This was until the day he died. So he died before the mother because he was out in the streets. Things happen in the streets. We know this, right? And so she had to bury her son. The boy's mother died a year later. She died right after her son did. This is a true story. Heartbroken after losing her son in his 40s. No matter how old he'd become, he was always her baby. This story is familiar in too many black families. Far too often, we have relatives who were never taught their role in the family and how to be an asset to those they love rather than a liability. All of us know about that person in the family who can't take care of their own kids, can't make good decisions, and can't get their act together. The problem has worsened since the CIA allowed for the importation of massive amounts of crack cocaine and other drugs into the black community. Now millions of our children don't even know what it's like to have two loving parents. They think that having two parents in the house is for white people. I talked to a young lady I mentored and I asked her, I said, all the girls on the basketball team, well, first of all, there was 12 girls on the team, 10 of them dated girls, 10 of them, so 10 out of 12 had no interest in dating boys. Also, they engage in interesting behavior that really was a product of social engineering. They would get in fights. They would fight over girls. They would be in the a bathroom and having fist fights over who's gonna get this girl to be their girlfriend. And I asked her, I said, how many of the girls on your basketball team have a father in the house? And she thought about it for a really long time, and she said, None. Like none of the like and this is not normal. This is chaos. This is absolute chaos. This is some Lord of the Flies type stuff. This is kind of crazy. But this is the product of years of systematic dysfunction, and this is why I don't trust systems. These systems that are out here, I do not trust them because these systems have destroyed us in so many ways. Let me keep going. Many parents can't speak to their children. The black family has been so horribly harmed by drugs that we should have a zero tolerance policy on all mind altering substances. I don't know why we can watch Whitney Houston die early, watch DMX die early, watch a rapper die every 2 weeks, and not really stand up and say, stop rapping about drugs, stop promoting drugs to the kids, stop making drugs seem like they're okay. They're not okay. There was a Columbia University professor who was a black dude. He's super liberal, right? So he was running around talking about like how he likes to use a little bit of what was the drug? I think he talked. It wasn't crack. It was like meth and heroin. He's like I like to use a little heroin to take the edge off and somebody said, well, Doc, why don't? Because I had a daughter that went to Columbia. One of my adopted girls went to Columbia, and so they said, well, why don't you have him on your podcast so he can explain his position? I said, I don't want to hear what his position is. I respect the man, but you're talking about a traumatized community where drugs has wiped out entire freaking generations. I'm not gonna cuss, but y'all know what word I was about to say. I'm like, you're talking about a community where drugs have devastated us. Why are you running around talking about, oh yeah, you can take a little crystal meth and get you a little heroin and what did white folks teaching you up there? Like what the hell's going like that's that weirdo. That's that weird white people stuff. No if you're white, I'm sorry, but y'all weird sometimes. And I was like, no, I don't even want to hear it. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm saying I don't want to hear it. We need a zero tolerance policy on mind altering substances. And really, we need to think about what alcohol does. Most of y'all, many of y'all, give me a guess in the chat. How many of y'all got like a drunk ass uncle or a cousin or a sibling who drinks too much? And you've seen him destroy his life or her destroy her life over alcohol. I talked to a young brother the other day. Every now and then I love talking to young people because I told you I love being Uncle Boyce and Daddy Boyce. I just when I talk to you, I'm going into daddy mode. You're 25. I'm old enough to be your dad. I'm gonna give you advice that I think your dad should give you. And we were talking, and this young guy, hardworking guy, he was a filmmaker, and he told me about his ex-girlfriend and his child's mother, and that and I remembered him telling me that she had a substance abuse issue and that she refused to get therapy. And I said, well, I don't know if you should be in a relationship with somebody who refuses therapy. I don't think that's healthy. I think that you should want people that want to get better. And so anyway, I talked to him a year later and I said, so how did things work out with your child's mother? And he said, oh, she died. She's dead. And I said, really, what happened? He said, it was the alcohol. They got her. Right. And everybody tried to help, but that's what got her. So I'm sitting here in my mind, I'm visualizing, okay, so now you're raising this son who's 6, 7 years old. Mama died, and these are things that are preventable. And this is what really just bothers me. I think that generally as a community, I think we need our own policies on things. That's my point. I think you got to disconnect and say, well, I know what their policy is. So you got to understand that their policy should be different from your policy. Why is that? Well, because I know a lot of things about America when it comes to the money. And America is a capitalist society. So many of their policies, many of the things that they tell you are okay and safe are not okay and safe. They're not healthy things, right? So they tell you that they were telling you that opioids were safe and healthy because the FDA was paid money by by big pharma to say that these things were okay. And next thing you know, you have an opioid epidemic, right? So you have to make your own policy based on what's best for your family. Black first means you first, and it might mean health first, your mental, your physical health first. So I'm gonna just tell you, when I was at Syracuse University on the faculty, I got into a fight with another black professor because I said, stop encouraging these young people to drink every time you get together for a party. That don't make no damn sense. You're supposed to be a mentor, man. Why are you inviting them to happy hours every email I see is a happy hour? But I didn't realize he was an alcoholic and he thought I was just being too serious and you're not fun and you're this and you're that. I'm like, no, I'm not fun because I see how many kids get raped under the influence of alcohol. I see how many students ruin their lives under the influence of alcohol. They're 19, 20, 21 years old. They don't know better. They make bad choices under the influence of alcohol. You go look at Southern University. A young brother just got killed in a fraternity hazing ritual, and I bet you somebody had been drinking that night, right? So it's up to you. It's up to us. We got to be the leaders of our community. That's what I'm saying. We got to step up. We got the mothers, the fathers, the leaders, the people that care have to stand in and say, no, this is my community. You're not going to come up in here with that chaos, feeding nonsense that's going to destroy our children. So anyway, let me keep reading here. But this is something I feel strongly about, and it's really a matter of confidence. You got to make the decision. Stop following the crowd. Stop trying to fit in. Why would you want to fit into a losing culture? I don't want to fit in with the losers. I'm fitting in with the damn winners. That's where I'm going. And if you ain't trying to win, then get your ass up out of here because this is not the place for you. Let me keep going. These failings in family and parenthood have become a massive emotional and financial drain on the family. Trillions in black wealth have been lost because of relatives who became liabilities to their loved ones when they should have been raised to be assets. The problem is further compounded by the devaluation of motherhood, where we've been led to falsely believe that working for your boss in a factory is more important than spending time with your own children. That's why I respect my friends from the Nation of Islam and Hebrew Israelites and things like that so much. It's because they understand how important the kids are. They understand that family matters more than your damn job. That's just, I'm not saying your job's not important. I'm sure if you're the executive vice president of green widgets at Coca-Cola, God bless you for that. That's really, really cool. But the idea that we have just traded everything related to family in exchange for a job it looks awfully strange when you imagine that. Like imagine a plantation where the people working on the plantation ignore their own kids so they can get a really nice job in the big house. That's pretty much what we do. I'm not saying you shouldn't have a career. I'm not saying you shouldn't be proud, but this idea that we can so easily just neglect family in exchange for career, that's a product of capitalism, by the way. Capitalism taught you that. 100 years ago, people didn't think that way. So let me keep going here. Sorry, but your oppressors taught you this nonsense. This is not who you are. One of the most valuable resources God endows you with at birth is the presence of people. Human life and labor are worth trillions, which we've known since the days of slavery. For hundreds of years, whites have been able to buy and sell slave labor for large sums of money and even use it for the acquisition of property. The point here is that your children, if you raise them properly, can become tremendous assets to your family. Children who are raised to be assets to the family can help perform many of the functions we typically obtain from the government and corporations. Our kids can provide a low-cost, loyal workforce for our family business. Again, our daughter is in the other room right now shipping books to you. If you ordered a copy of this book, the book will come to your house. Just know that she shipped it. I signed it, she shipped it. Teamwork. They can provide financial backing when times get tough, right? So this guy who was showing up to his mother's house to borrow money should have been showing up offering something, offering help. Hey mama, can I cut the grass? Hey mama, you need anything? Hey mama, are you okay? But instead he showed up as a little baby even at the age of 45. Let's see here. Um, they can provide various forms of protection and physical security in old age. Uh, of course, all of this is reciprocal because we all invest thousands of hours and dollars into raising our kids. We feed them, clothe them, and provide guidance, love, and various forms of support all throughout their lives. So many children, if raised to understand their sense of responsibility to the family, are very happy to return the favor. Asking your children to support the family is not a form of exploitation. It's the kind of relationship that helps everyone in the family survive. So here are some rules in terms of interacting with children and things like that. Again, these are things that just came from a mix of what I know about economics, but also just common sense. So one rule that I have is that trade is always better than charity. So when turning your children into family assets, one rule to consider is that trade is better than charity. The world is not a place where people are going to line up to reward you for doing nothing. As a child, my parents used to say something that may sound depressing on the surface, but was quite sobering over time. Nobody cares that much about your problems. Don't get me wrong, there are people who care about everybody and everything. They might loan you money, pay your rent, or come through for you in a difficult situation. But from what I've observed, even the best of friends have their limits. If person A is always draining person B, causing him problems, disrupting his life, and only showing up for person B whenever they need something themselves, then person B is going to eventually get fed up. This is for a good reason. None of us is an infinite resource. So most of you probably know somebody who always shows up with their hand out. Anybody know what I'm talking about? They show up, you go to dinner, when the check comes, they don't even look at the check because they know that they're not paying. They know that you're paying. Anybody got friends like that? Or maybe when they call you, if you have a problem, they gotta go. They don't have time to talk. But when they got a problem, they want to talk all day. Anybody else? See, so these people are emotionally selfish, maybe financially selfish, constantly broken, and they see you as an asset and they lean on you, and you've positioned yourself. You've chosen to be that asset for them, and they've chosen to be a liability for you. So it's a symbiotic relationship. You're the giver, they're the taker. Some of you are even married to people like that, right? Or dating people like that, right? So this means both of y'all need therapy, not just them. It's not just them that's screwed up. It's you that's screwed up too. I take it from a screwed up person myself. I'm black too. All right. So here's the deal with trade being better than charity. Let's keep going. We've all got friends and relatives who think the world owes them something. They seem to always have the worst luck. Everything that goes wrong is always somebody else's fault. These individuals, in my view, were never raised to understand their role in being an asset to others. Rather, they are a liability. This is where child rearing comes into play. When I speak to my kids, I share a concept called quid pro quo, which means something for something. Dr. Claude Anderson talks about this in his book, Powernomics. Powernomics.com is his website. Every child should read Powernomics. Now, this doesn't mean that I always expect them to pay me back for anything that I give them. It also doesn't mean that they should assume that everyone is trying to exploit them. Instead, it's a general framework to empower them by leaving them with the assumption that you aren't always going to get something for free. Sure, your mother might always be willing to give you something for free, but the world is not. Also, when your mother will grow, sorry, also, even your mother will grow tired if you're constantly borrowing money and giving her nothing in return. Also, consistently leaning on charity from others disables the person who receives the charity, and it drains the person who's always coming through as the superhero. It can further so it can add further stress to the recipient who now feels indebted to the person providing the charity. I found that trade is a stronger economic engine than charity. There's a documentary that I saw a long time ago called Poverty Inc. And in this documentary, Poverty Inc., one of the things that they talked about is that basically that these charitable organizations who claim to be helping all these African countries are actually keeping them in poverty. And they said the reason they're keeping them in poverty is because charity is a type of addiction. It teaches a lack of, shall we say, accountability. It teaches a lack of of empowerment, right? It says to that African country, it says, no, 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 don't develop your own industries, don't develop your own businesses, don't learn how to make your own products, because we're just going to come through and we're going to come and just write you a check. We're going to come through, or we're going to give you free stuff. We may not even write you a check. What we might actually do is we're going to come in and we're going to just give you the thing that we think you need to have, right? So if we see an African country and the babies need shoes, then we're going to undermine every shoe manufacturer in that country by giving away free shoes. But we're not actually going to give you the money to buy the shoes or the materials to buy the shoes or the skill sets to make the shoes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go and use poverty porn. I'm going to take images of starving, poor little African kids. I'm going to market that to other white people, market that to other Europeans, and they're going to give me billions of dollars. And then I'm going to take my fee off the top. Then I'm going to take that money and pay my other white friend billions of dollars to make shoes for the poor kids in Africa. So you're not going to get the money. But you're gonna get the shoes. Do you understand? Do y'all understand the hustle there? Do y'all see the problem with that? That literally the money, you don't get to touch the money, you don't get to touch the means of production, you don't actually get to learn how to fish. But we're gonna deliver plenty of fish to your doorstep after we pay our friends to fish for you. So when I'm running the charity and raising money on your behalf without asking you your opinion, without even asking you how you want to be represented, without asking you what you need, I'm gonna take that money and I'm really just hooking up my friends. I've created a whole industry around your suffering, which means that as the do-gooder European who's allegedly helping the African country, I can only stay in business as long as you broke. I only have something to market if you are in the middle of economic hell. So I have no incentive to fix the problem. I'm like big pharma. My incentive is not to make you healthy. It's not to heal you. My incentive is to help you manage your illness. Make sure you're just sick enough that you always need me, because when you stop needing me, then I'm gonna go, I'm gonna have a problem. Do you understand? So this sort of poverty cycle, that's something that happens in a lot of spaces. So ultimately, charity is okay as a temporary mechanism. I'm not saying you should not give to others. You should give to others a lot. I give a lot, but charity is not sustainable. If anybody is that person where you're just constantly giving to others and ain't nobody pouring back into you, that's gonna kill you. You're going to become, somebody said the word symbiotic means parasite. So maybe I shouldn't use the word symbiotic. Maybe I should use the word reciprocal then. How about that? How about reciprocity? I apologize if well, you're talking to a guy who failed biology class. So I probably messed it up. My apologies. Didn't mean to give you the image of like the movie Alien. But anyway, so no, the parasite model does not work. What you want to have is something where it's like, I pour into you, you pour into me. And because we're connected. By pouring into you, I'm pouring into myself. Do you understand? When you pour into me, you're pouring into yourself, and then we formed an ecosystem. Ecosystems are beautiful. Economics, that's the fundamentals of economics. That's why what the words of people like Dr. George C. Fraser are so important and so powerful. He teaches you how to connect to each other and to help each other out and to see each other as part of the same body. To see the world as something bigger than yourself. This is a spiritual idea. This is a type of consciousness. Are you truly a conscious black person, or are you just a Negro who uses the word conscious and don't even know what it means? You're not even conscious enough to know what the word consciousness actually means. This happens a lot. So ultimately, these ecosystems are taught. They can be taught to children. Basic ideas. My father used to tell me stuff like, "Well, family's supposed to help out family." Or you don't lie to family. You never steal from family. Stealing from family is the worst thing a person can do. Things like that, right? And ultimately, this is a culture. So when you have this in the culture, when you have everyone understand, like, no, you're on the team, you're on the basketball team, but you can't just ride the bench. When you're on the team, you got to score some points too. Or if somebody else is scoring the points, you can set a pick, you can play some defense, you can scramble for loose balls. But one thing that will not be tolerated is you sitting on the side watching everybody else do all the work and you pretend like you're disabled. If you are an able-bodied adult in your right mind, then you can add something of value, right? So it's really an attitude, it's really an approach. So let me jump in and I'm going to show you guys some economic theory that really connects to this idea so that it can sink in and you can sort of see ways to apply it. All right. So here I found something. There was a guy named Becker at the University of Chicago who did work on a really important topic you should understand called human capital. And all human capital is basically the economic value that a human being can bring to your life. And I really think human capital is a concept you want to be familiar with. I think that if a lot of women were to think about human capital before they slept with some of these men, they would probably have a better life. Like I just jokingly tell young ladies I mentor, I'm like, I don't know if you should really be sleeping with a man who can't bring nothing positive to your life. I think it's okay for men to think that way too, and to appreciate the human capital, starting with the fact that if you are with a woman, she can give you children. She can, give life to your DNA. I mean, that's pretty powerful human capital. But then on top of that, is that person that's in your life, whether you're talking about relationships, friendships, or anything else, are they adding value? Or are they taking away value? And the amount of value they can add or take away, a lot of times comes down to how they've invested in that human capital, right? So, for example, a skilled person brings more human capital than an unskilled person. A hardworking person brings more human capital than a lazy person. A person with education brings more human capital than a person with no education. A person with a network and connections brings more human capital than a person that has no network, no connections. A person that loves you and cares about you brings more human capital than a person who does not. So Becker's human capital theory from 1964 basically says that investments in education, skills, and health increase a person's earning potential and productivity. Families that prioritize education and skill development, I'm saying it slow so you can take that in. Families that prioritize education and skill development create long-term economic advantages, leading to higher incomes, generational wealth transfer, and social mobility. So if you have a family that values education, if you have a family that values skill development, if you have the family that's always encouraging each other to learn a new skill, pick up a trade, get something that you can bring back to the family, then that will improve your incomes. It will improve your intergenerational wealth transfer. It will also make you more socially mobile. So the next thing, there's another theory by Lucas and Moll from 2014 called the dynastic wealth model. This is pretty powerful. This theory suggests that families with skilled and knowledgeable members accumulate wealth across generations. All that means is that education matters, right? That means that you want to encourage each other to learn things. But here's the thing about education that's really important. I was explaining this to a young black college student. I said, make sure you understand that education is essential, but some people confuse education with going to school. There are a lot of people who go to school for a very long time, but they're not educated. Um, and this is the great fallacy that I think hits us as black people. Some of y'all went to school for a long time and somebody convinced you that you were white. They really did. They taught you everything the white kids were learning, and you navigate the world like they do. And then, when little things pop up like racism, or you get excluded because you're black, or you find that your networks and connections are not the same as theirs, you just get all mad and sad about it. Right? And then that's how the politicians manipulate us. They say, well, just vote for so and so, and they're going to make it better. Well, I say you start off by voting for yourself. And I think you start off by really questioning the whole process in the first place. Why is it that most black kids from the very beginning are trained to work for white people? And it's crazy. It goes all the way to the top. This is sinister, man. This is stuff that they put this stuff in place hundreds of years ago. A lot of our HBCUs were designed to just simply train black people to go work for white people. They didn't say we want to empower the black community and make them economically independent. No, they said we need them to have more human capital so they can come dump it on our table, so they can give it to us, so they can come and work for us, and they will take pride in working for us. This is a culture. We take pride in getting that fancy job and all these other things. And what I'm saying to you is, I'm not making fun of you if you have if you got your little black job and stuff. Good for you. Nothing wrong with that. I'm not making fun of you. But what I'm saying is that black jobs don't equate to black wealth. A black job is not going to create black wealth. If it does, then prove me wrong. Because y'all know we got millions of black jobs, but black wealth is going down. How is that? How is it that you are so skilled with your black job, you don't work so hard, you don't showed up to work every day on time for 30 years, and black wealth is declining? That don't make no sense. That's a rope-a-dope. So really the thing that really makes this such a critical conversation is that we must separate education from going to school. Just because you went to school doesn't mean you were educated. My goal is not to bring you to school. My goal is to give you an education. I want you to learn all the things that you learned in school. Sure, absolutely. That's important stuff. But you have to understand how economics works and how to make sure that the labor that you're putting into this society and the human capital you're developing stays in your family, stays in your community, and benefits you on some level. Because if you don't, then you're going to end up working your butt off and end up 65 years old and saying, "Gosh, I've worked really hard for 40 years, but I don't have anything." That's by design. And they don't just do it to black people. They do it to us the most because we're kind of the easiest because we have that whole slavery thing. But they do it to everybody. Anybody who will fall for the banana in the tailpipe, oh, they'll put a banana in your tailpipe. They don't care if you're not black. They do it to white people too. They do it to Chinese people. Anybody who shows up unprepared and uneducated about how the system works, they will be very happy to exploit you because capitalism is a beast that has an infinite appetite. They'll eat up everybody's wealth. They don't care. So let me keep going. Let me keep reading here. Um, just a reminder, if you want to get a copy of this book, I'm reading from my book, The Ten Commandments of Black Economic Power. We've invited you to become Black Wealth Ambassadors. And if for those who don't know, we've offered this autographed copy of my book. Instead of paying the $40, you can buy it for 15. You can, if you are rich and you want to just buy a bunch and give them away, that will be a great favor to the cause in educating your people. If you want to sell them at $30 or a higher price, whatever, my autograph will be in here and you can make it into a business. I invite you to do that. That's a win-win-win situation. You win because you can make extra money. I want to put money in your pocket. That's the goal. The Black Business School wins because we have to raise money. We don't take money from the government. We don't take money from corporations. Those are two things that we do not do. We don't get caught up with goofy celebrities and stuff. There are some celebrities that we admire because they do the right things, but most mainstream stuff is not really of that interest to me. And just as a side note, Chris Broussard. Does anybody know Chris Broussard on Fox Sports? Chris Broussard is a guy that I invited to speak at the All Black National Convention. He happens to be a mainstream guy. If you watch Fox Sports every morning, you'll see Chris Broussard. But the reason I invited Chris is because Chris is a 100% complete black man. He has I've seen him really they really put him to the test. They really put him under the fire, and this man did not buckle. He did not fold. He stood strong. He was 10 toes down on the black family, on just on supporting our youth, supporting our young black men. So he's the only person I could think of honestly to invite as a speaker to the All Black National Convention because we ain't got time for fake people. So anyway, that's what we believe in. So if you want to join the Black Wealth Ambassadors program, a couple of things you could do. You could text the word wealth to the phone number 87948. So if you text wealth to 87948, I'll send you the link where you can buy the book cheaply. Or if you want to go there right away, you can go to tencommandments.boycewatkins.com. All right. So let's read a little more. So we're talking about trade being better than charity. So here's one example. When my children come to me asking for a significant sum of money, I respond with a very simple statement. I do not see you as a charity case, so I challenge you to come to me with a proposal. What am I investing in? My goddaughter, who attended Columbia University, understood the process first. She would come to me with a proposal to receive a sum of money along with a plan for repayment and execution of the objective she was set to achieve with my investment. My return on investment is not financial. It is seeing my child use my resources to do something positive for herself that will make her into a greater asset for her own life and also for the family. So even when she agrees to repay the entire amount of money, I usually give her 30 to 50% of the money back. By doing things this way, it keeps us out of the guilt box. She doesn't owe me anything and isn't indebted to me. Also, I am not hit with the unfair pressure of constantly trying to solve someone else's problems. Children who understand such rules are typically the best to leave in control of some portion of your estate or family business when you are old and deceased. B, if I love you, I won't just feed you, I will support you economically. One tradition many black families have is to get together for Sunday dinner. The way to show love to each other is to offer them something to eat. These gatherings are a wonderful opportunity for us to catch up with cousins that we haven't seen in a while, watch the football game, or engage in family prayer. After Sunday dinner is over, many of us head in our respective directions for the Monday morning drag of going to work for whichever toxic corporation has economically adopted us. So during the time when our multi-million dollar families were gathered, we spent exactly no time discussing ways to improve our individual and collective economic condition. For many families, it is taboo to talk about money. Avoiding financial talk is unhealthy because it is the lack of discussion about money that causes so many family economic disasters. Money is one of the most important variables in your life, yet our kids know nothing about it. Is there any sport or job in the world you can participate in with no training whatsoever? I mean, think about it. If your son is a football player, he's going to go to football practice. If he's a basketball player, he goes to basketball practice. Your daughter that wanted to be a cheerleader, you sent her to cheerleading camp. You wanted to become a certified nurse's aide, so you went to school for that, right? Some of y'all became lawyers or doctors or engineers, and you went to school for many years for that. But for whatever reason, we jump into the game of economics and we don't get any training and we think it's going to work out okay. Is that logical? I want you to just pause on that for a minute. Like, does that even make any sense? Is that logical? And let's add to that. Another thing that's really important for you is your family. If you have a family, if you have children and you have a spouse, keeping a marriage together is hard work. It takes skill. Raising children is hard work. It takes skill. But where did you get training on how to do that? Did you read books on it? Did you talk to therapists? There's experts. There's lots of research on this stuff, right? There's lots of templates and guidelines and blueprints. Do you get any of that? So why is it that when it came to your black job, you went to school for many years, you got a lot of training to prepare to do your black job at the highest levels, but when it came to the really important stuff, like your relationships, you got no training at all. When it came to your wealth, you got no training at all. When it comes to your mental and physical health, just knowing how to hold it together, you didn't get any training at all. Could learn things like meditation and stuff like breathing exercises or whatever. Simple stuff, conflict resolution, whatever. Physical health. Look at how many of our people die early from preventable causes. Look at how many right now. I talked to a doctor, Rogers. His last name is Charles Rogers, I believe. He's one of the leading, he's one of the leading experts in the world on, I think it's like colon cancer. I think he studies black men and colon cancer, and he said that we have an epidemic of black men getting colon cancer and dying very early. Chadwick Boseman, my mother just died from colon cancer. And this is and my grandmother died from colon cancer. I'm kind of nervous, right? Because I'm related to those two people. And this is the kind of stuff that should send alarm bells out, right? Not just Floyd, George Floyd being shot. That will cause a massive panic, lots of conversation. But when a medical doctor like Dr. Rogers steps up and says, black men are dying like crazy from colon cancer, people just they don't even you don't even blink an eye. You just keep going on with life as usual. So I think again, going back to the difference between education and going to school, a lot of people go to school a long time and get no education at all because if education does not give you the ability to prepare for the most significant aspects of your life. I dare say this. I'm going to say this clear. Make sure you understand this. If your education does not give you preparation in the areas of your life that matter the most, then your education was a waste of time. There you have it. That's it. If your education does not prepare you, again, you got to start. This is the mathematical concept of dynamic optimization. It says that to solve a problem in the optimal way, you start at the end and you work your way backward. You say, what am I trying to accomplish? And then you work backward and say, okay, these are the skills I need to accomplish the goal. So like, I want to climb Mount Everest. So now I got to start from the top of the mountain, work my way backward to figure out where I need to start. So if your education does not give you the essential skills to help you succeed and prosper as a black person in this damn country, then your education was a piece of crap. It was worthless. No wonder you're mad that you owe $200,000 on a bachelor's degree that gives you zero essential skills to do the things that you have to do on a daily basis. You should be mad. You got tricked out of. And here's the other thing too. This links to the poverty thing. Remember I was telling you how The goal of the poverty organizations is to keep countries in poverty, so and they don't actually give them the money they raise. They'll go and give their friend the money to make a product so they can dump the product onto the people and don't give them any say in where the money or what the money's used for. The same thing reminds me of a question somebody asked me one time. They said, "How is it that I can go to college and I can get me a student loan for $250,000, but I can't go to that same bank and get a business loan for $10,000?" Has anybody ever wondered that? Has anybody wondered why you can go to college and get $250,000 worth of loans, but you can't get a $10,000 business loan from the same bank? Anybody ever notice that? Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? Well, it's similar. It's the same principle. It's them giving you a $250,000 student loan. That don't mean they're giving you a $250,000. They're giving you a $250,000 worth of overpriced education. That's what they're giving you. They're saying we're taking this product that's really worth about 5 or 10 grand. We're going to inflate the price to $250,000 and then give it to you. And then you're going to owe us a $250,000 in real money. You got to pay us in real money. We don't have to pay you in money. We're paying you with education. That's what we're giving you. We're giving you something that's cheap, and you're giving us something that's real. Do you follow the logic? Do you understand? See, because so the bank gives you $10,000 in a business loan, they got to give you $10,000 in cash. I bet you anything that no university that gives you or your child a scholarship for $50,000 is willing to let you walk in with a piece of paper and say, "Can I convert that $50,000 scholarship into cash, please?" They're not going to sit there and count your money out at the counter and give you 50 grand. They're not doing that. Why? Well, because that $50,000 scholarship really kind of doesn't exist. It's not real. It's not real money. But we think it is. Like right now, we got one of our kids is going to college, and all the universities like, we're gonna give you 40,000. We're gonna give you. She got $500,000 in scholarships already, right? Rapidly approaching $1 million. And don't you think that if we could call these schools and say, just send us a check and we're going to take the $700,000 and we're going to go buy her a stock portfolio and she's going to be able to live off that for the rest of her life? Do you think that they would do that? No, they'd be like, no, no, you don't understand. We're not really giving you money. We're just giving you a discount. That's what they're doing. We're just reducing our price a little bit for you, but it doesn't cost us anything to do that. It's not like we're really trying to give you money, because if they were willing to give me, if they gave it, literally, I'm a PhD in finance. Do you know that if they gave her $750,000 in cash, I would instantly say, okay, here's how we're gonna make sure you never work for anybody for the rest of your life. We're gonna go in, we're gonna buy some shares of Meta. We're gonna buy y'all who do stock options know what I'm talking about. We're gonna get you 1,000 shares of Meta. You're gonna sell the stock options every month, and you're gonna make $12,000 a month selling the stock options, and you'll make over $100,000 a year, and you don't even have to go to college now, and you don't have to work for anybody. You could just like go on vacations and live your best life for the rest of your life. You actually don't have to like do this whole like go to work every day thing, right? So really, what this speaks to, and I've mentioned this to you all before, that the most important thing that a young black person can have is not a college degree. It's a capital base. It's a capital base. It's some assets to invest. If they have money to invest, which you can easily create for them through things like the $5 a day plan. We talk about this all the time. They're fine. They're good. They're safe. They don't have to deal with all the nonsense. All the racism that people deal with on their jobs happens because they have to go to work. And the reason they have to go to work is because nobody made an economic plan for them. Because if somebody had made a simple economic plan for them, they would be in a position where they didn't have to go to work every day. There's a big difference between going to work because you have to versus going to work because you want to. They call that freedom, but black folks don't know nothing about freedom. We don't really want to know what freedom actually looks like. We just like to talk about it. It's the truth. Because freedom's not hard if you just listen, if you pay attention. I'm not making fun of anybody, but it's true. I'm sorry. It frustrates me. I'm gonna be honest with you. But anyway, let's keep going here. Let's keep going. So we're on page 14 of the book, The Ten Commandments of Black Economic Power. If you want to get discounted copies, I'll sign it for you, send them to your house, get as many as you want. You can go to tencommandments.boycewatkins.com, tencommandments.boycewatkins.com. All right. Okay. Let's see here. Here we go. All right, so money is one of the most important variables in your life, yet our kids know nothing about it. Is there any sport or job in the world you can participate in with no training whatsoever? If I love you, wouldn't I want to help you solve the most difficult problems in your life? Our perception of money being a taboo subject needs to change right now. Instead of showing someone you love them by cooking a meal. Also show your love by supporting their business. Sunday gatherings can be used as a time to invite loved ones into economic opportunities or to offer personal networks that might be valuable sales channels for those you love. You can talk about real estate acquisitions, or at the very least, let your loved ones know what you're up to, right? So have those economic conversations that will make sure that everybody just kind of has an awareness of what everyone else is doing in case something is going on that is beneficial. You'd be amazed how many times I have literally seen a multi-million dollar business form because one person just told the other one what they had going on. They just mentioned like, yeah, I was doing such and such. Oh, you're doing that? Oh, really? Okay, can I get involved with that? And next thing you know, the magic happens, right? It's what I call financial fertility. And to have fertility, you must have fertile economic soil, right? Fertility occurs with a certain environment, right? Whether you talk about nutrient-rich soil that you're growing vegetables out of. If you grow, you can't grow vegetables in the desert, but you can if you have some nice nutrient-rich soil. Or if you're talking about human fertility, if you get in a room with a pretty lady and you turn on some Marvin Gaye or some Luther Vandross, and the mood is right, then that's a fertile space, right? Things are going to happen, right? So ultimately, you have to think about economic fertility, spaces where I'm kind to you, we're working together, we're talking to each other, we're communicating, we want the best for each other, and then next thing you know, economic possibilities emerge out of that. And this is where things like therapy come into play because it's very hard to create a financially fertile space that isn't built on trust and connection, right? If I trust you, I connect with you, I like talking to you, then I want to do business with you. I want to do things with you, right? Maybe I want to make babies with you. Maybe I want to make businesses with you, right? Things like that, right? But if you're not a healthy person, if you're toxic or everything is a trauma response or you're ego driven or whatever, like for example, that lady from In Vogue who is living in her car at the age of 59, what they don't talk about is that sometimes celebrities go broke because they get blackballed because they're not great people to work with. They wear their ego on their sleeve. I'm not saying this is true for that person, but I can say that people talk, and I know a few celebrities who had strong opinions about that particular person, and I'll just say that much. I'm not saying anything else. So with that being said, though, um, let's finish up here. So basically, if I love you, I will help you succeed economically. Anything else is just a bunch of talk. C, the ultimate crime is stealing from loved ones, and this includes borrowing money that you don't pay back. My father's a great man. He's not always a good man, but he's a great one. As a great man, he made a lot of tough decisions on behalf of our family and always kept us on code with one another. It is because of my father's ability to make strong decisions that I have a very close relationship with my family to this day. Not much drama, just love and connection. This doesn't happen by accident. Part of this connection was driven by my parents consistently sharing the rules of relationships with my siblings and me. In their minds, there are codes of behavior that family members should follow, and it is entirely unacceptable to violate these codes. One of the codes is stealing from loved ones. In the words of my father, there's nothing lower for a man to do than to steal from his own family. Those words stuck with me through the years as I would hear about people getting hooked on drugs and stealing from their relatives. When it came to non-melanated people, I would hear chaotic stories about relatives conspiring to take their parents' fortune, kill a loved one in order to obtain the inheritance. But besides the obvious kind of stealing, there are more subtle ways that people steal from family. One is when you borrow money and you refuse to pay it back. Think about it. You have a loved one who cares about you so much that they are willing to give you access to their hard-earned money. They need their money back. And even if they didn't, it's still their money. To my surprise, I've seen within my own family and others several instances of people borrowing large sums of money from their relatives and never paying the money back. In some cases, the person would even act as if the loan never took place. Has anybody ever had that happen to them? Give me a guess if you've ever been financially traumatized by somebody who borrowed money from you. And it's the same routine. They're always super nice. They always swear that this is a one-time thing, that it's going to be fixed. And they're people that need stuff, that like people that are financially desperate. They're like the most polite people that you'll ever meet in your life. Like they're really helpful. They answer the phone on the first ring and they overcommit, they overpromise. And you say, okay, well just pay me back in a couple of weeks. Okay, well I'm gonna get paid on Tuesday and I'm gonna go, where are you gonna be Tuesday at 4 o'clock? I'm gonna come see you right after work and I'm gonna find you at your job and I'm gonna give you the money and I'm gonna give you some extra and then, like they really are really like really, really, really like in just positively engaging with you, right? They're so nice, right? And then you loan the money because you care about this person and you want to be nice and you want to help somebody out, and then everything changes. It's crazy. It's like drugs almost. Everything changes. Suddenly, they're not picking up the phone on the first ring anymore. You talk to them on the phone, they got an attitude. That maybe they have an excuse. If you can even get them on the phone, and suddenly Tuesday at 4 o'clock goes by, and ain't nobody paid you back. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, a week goes by, 2 weeks goes by, and it's crazy to me. It's real. I really wonder, like, what planet do these people come from that really think that it's okay for you to go borrow your relative's last dollar and then forget about it. Just act like you ain't get it. And then when they finally catch you, they catch you at grandma's house, or they chase you down and get you on the phone. You gonna have an attitude now? Well, if you keep talking to me like that, you ain't gonna get none of your money. Oh, that just burns me up. I don't know how y'all feel, but if you just so you know, if you are one of my relatives and you're watching and you borrow money and you never pay me back, I really am talking about you right now. I'm really talking about you. Don't you dare call me no more. Because it's crazy to me. It's absolutely, and I was fascinated with that because I was like, what is wrong with these Negroes? What is going through their head to make them think that this is appropriate behavior? This is not appropriate. This is financial trauma. This is traumatizing. Because now a lot of y'all, I bet you right now that if I was to ask y'all, how many of you have a rule that says I don't loan money to relatives? Give me yes. Come on, be honest. How many of you right now pretty much have a rule that says I do not loan money. If people want to borrow money, I do not loan it. Anybody? Give me a yes, right? A lot, I bet a lot of you, I bet hundreds of you, there's over 1,000 of you watching. I bet hundreds of you are gonna say, yep, me, I don't know money. Nope, nope, not at all. How did you get to that point? I bet you didn't get to that point. You weren't at that point in the beginning. I bet you there was a bad experience that you had where either somebody didn't pay you back and you were mad about it and traumatized from it, or you had to fight somebody you love, and next thing you know, you lost the money and you lost a friend, or you lost the money and you now you ain't talked to your cousin for 10 years. I remember I was telling y'all my cousin was in the group TLC, T-Boz, Tiana Watkins. Like we are related. Our grandfathers are brothers. And I found out later that I think and this is just a little family rumor. Maybe I'm wrong, but the family rumor was that they didn't talk for like 40 years because I think my grandfather loaned her grandfather, Sam, a bunch of money and Sam did not pay the money back. That's what the story was. But maybe Sam's family side of the family has a different story. And I saw them together toward they finally got back together when they were both like 95 years old. So the story has a happy ending, but it was crazy that for 40 or 50 years they did not talk because of money. Money, money, money. Money does this to people. Money is powerful. And the thing about it is that this is something that has to be talked about, right? These are core values that can be instilled in children to help them understand you don't steal from your relatives. You can, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you should steal from anybody, but my view is like, look, if you're gonna do somebody dirty financially and not pay somebody, then do that to a stranger. Do that to Mr. Charlie. Do that to a corporation, but don't do that to your cousin. Don't do that to your best friend. Why would you do that? What kind of who told you that this was okay? This is not okay. And the reason I'm talking about this is not because it's just an interesting, juicy topic. I'm talking about it because this is one of the reasons that black wealth declines. This is one of the reasons why the black economic ecosystem has underperformed. This is why it's hard to build black businesses and black economic relationships because there's so much trauma. It's just like so we have declining black wealth for the same reasons that we have a high divorce rate and broken families. Trauma, 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 trauma. You traumatize people, traumatize other people. So when people don't heal and don't elevate spiritually to understand their role in an ecosystem and the ability to create trust in a space, economic love and trust. Love cannot prosper without trust, right? Then you don't have anything going on. Your relationships fall apart, but also your economic relationships fall apart. I don't have an economic relationship with you because either you traumatize me or I traumatize you, or we're so scared that we're going to traumatize each other. So we just leave the money out of it. I sit there and I watch you go homeless. I watch you pass up $1 million business opportunities. I see you just literally just out here struggling, and I'm not going to help you at all because I'm so scared that if I loan you money, it's going to mess up our relationship. Things are going to go bad. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? And I'm gonna just tell you the truth. Every community is not like that. Every community is not like that. There are very wealthy Indian communities where they loan money to each other on a regular basis. They loan hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars to each other on a regular basis. If a cousin comes in and says, I have a great business idea, the family will pull together the money and say, yes, let's go buy that gas station in Detroit so the Negroes can't own nothing. How the hell is it that Detroit got all them damn black people and y'all don't own nothing? Somebody done came in and bought up all your damn gas stations because y'all can't come together like other people. That's crazy to me. That's embarrassing. We getting punked. People walk in your territory, take your stuff because you can't figure out how to get together and get on the same page. Nobody wants to heal. Everybody's twerking. Ain't nobody working. You up here talking big game and got all the Negro leaders that you want, all these people out here, civil rights leaders talking all this chaos, and y'all can't even get together and buy a goddamn gas station. That's insanity. That's crazy to me. And they come right in. Well, we saw the business deal and we thought that the business deal was good. So I called my cousin Pradeep and we raised $1.2 million and we bought the gas station and we own things above 8 Mile. We own things below 8 Mile. We own things all over Detroit. We own this city. The black people, y'all just props and consumers. That's what you are. You're just people that will make sure that Pradeep and his family get wealthy because we don't have a code. We don't have economic codes of conduct, economic codes of behavior. This starts with the family. It starts with keeping the family together and making sure that the family understands the rules of the game. You can't build wealth without stable families. So I'm sorry, I don't know about y'all, but I feel I'm angry. I get mad about this because it's really, it brings out the competitive side of me. It's like being a basketball player and somebody coming on your home court and beating you by 50 points in front of your girlfriend. Like that's humiliating. Your home fans are watching you get pummeled by other teams because you can't even come up with a game plan. That's ridiculous. That has to stop. That can't be what it means to be black. Because if that's what it means to be black, and I'm turning in my Negro card today. I'm not trying to be black. No, I want to be a black man. I don't want to be a nigga. I don't want to be a Negro. I don't want to be none of these things. I want to win. I want to win. So ultimately, if you're talking about what it takes to build a strong economic ecosystem, you have to have trust. Trust gets violated when people get traumatized. When you steal from a loved one, or when a loved one steals from you, you feel like you were financially raped. Nobody is gonna want to have a relationship with somebody they think might assault them. So even something as simple that you might think is like just kind of a thing that just sort of happens, people not like borrowing money and not paying it back. No, that's massive. That's huge because you might have a relative who's got $100,000 in the bank who's scared to invest in anything with his loved ones because he's afraid of getting screwed over. And he will go invest with a white man, Asian man, Indian man before he invests with a black man because he does not know what that black person's going to do with his wealth. That's a very scary, scary, terrifying position to be in. Let me keep going. All right. Let's finish up on this key idea, okay? And just a reminder to everybody, if you want to be a Black Wealth ambassador, text the word wealth to 87948 and you can buy stuff from us really cheap. And if you want to make it into a business and resell, you can. It helps you, it helps us, it helps everybody. So I really encourage you, if you like these ideas, I don't want you to just internalize them. I'd love for you to execute some of them. Some of you have families, some of you are part of a church, some of you are part of fraternities and sororities, some of you are part of other groups, and everybody needs money. Everybody wants to understand wealth. And we are experts on black wealth. That's what we do. And so I'd love to to support you in that. So text the word wealth to the phone number 87948, and I'll send you some information. Also, we're doing a stock options certification training that starts tomorrow called COIN, which stands for Certified Options Investing Network. So if you'd like to learn more about that and speak to someone, just go to drboycecoin.com, Dr. Boyce Coin, Dr. Boyce Coin. Okay, so let me give you a couple more economic theories that links to the idea of being an asset to your family. So we talked about dynastic wealth, the dynastic wealth model by Lucas and Moll, which basically says that families that have skills and knowledgeable members of their family tend to accumulate wealth across generations. Parents investing in their children's knowledge and entrepreneurial skill lead to higher financial returns long term. So when you train your child to be able to start a business, and this is one of the core values of the Black Business School, every Black child should know how to start a business by the age of 12. Even if they never become an entrepreneur, they should still know how to start a business because those who can think entrepreneurially are better at economic survival and prosperity than people that can't. People that can think entrepreneurially can see wealth more clearly than others. They can see wealth even when there's no money in the room. They can see economic possibility. So the dynastic wealth model pretty much says that when you invest in your children's knowledge base and their entrepreneurial skill, they have more wealth. Also, when you should be buying stock for them when they're babies. So the developing a culture of business ownership, financial education, and mentorship within the family is extremely important. Now, there's another theory I want to introduce you to that connects to the idea of being an asset to your family, and this is Bordeaux's social capital theory from 1986. So basically, social capital, which relates to relationships, networks, and trust. There's that word trust. We talked about trust earlier. These are major contributors to economic success. Families that have strong intergenerational networks tend to provide better job opportunities, business partnerships, and financial support for each other. So if you want to apply this, then what you might do is create family investment groups, make a conscious effort to support each other's business ventures, and also use your connections strategically with each other. And there are other theories like the collective household economics theory from Mincer in 1974. These studies show that families who pool their resources and specialize in skills create more economic stability. So when you are a family and you come together and you pool your wealth and you defend each other financially, you have more economic stability. Most Americans are not economically stable. The reason most Americans are not economically stable is largely driven by the fact that most Americans are not encouraged to take family seriously. They're not. They're not encouraged. You're young and you know you're 28 years old. You got it popping. You're supposed to be out here sleeping with everybody and making babies everywhere and all this stuff. There's not a conversation about the honor and the privilege and the importance of being the head of a household, the head of a family. People don't value that anymore. And I think that they do that deliberately because they want you out here scrambling as a single mom because then you got to go to work. You can't build wealth because you're scrambling, you're trying to survive from day to day. They want you struggling out here as a baby daddy with six babies mamas. You can't build wealth. You're trying to get by and survive to next Friday. How are you going to be thinking about the next generation when you're trying to get through next week? So ultimately, what this theory says is that families that pool their resources and specialize in skills, create more economic stability. They are actually economically safe for various reasons. They go deep into financial theory, but I don't have to explain all that to you because you understand what I'm saying. Spouses and family members who divide tasks efficiently focuses, like for example, if you have a household where one person focuses on making the money, another person focuses on managing the money, or another person focuses on taking care of the household, those families actually tend to do better. I was explaining to a young lady I mentor who was a single mom and she had a couple baby daddies. And I said, I wish I could sort of help you see what I'm talking about. I said, me and my wife, we work together as a team. There's things in this house I never have to do because that's my wife's job. It's not because we have gender roles specifically of things that you have to do. It's because these are things where I might say, I don't want to do that, but she wants to do it. Like cooking dinner. I'd never cook dinner. I'm a terrible cook. I don't want to be a good cook. I don't like cooking, but I can buy the dinner. I can buy the food, right? And that's what I told her. I said, look, I'll buy the food, but I ain't cooking it. I don't want to cook. That's not fun for me. And she said, well, I don't mind. I like cooking. And so my wife and the kids do all the cooking, right? I have to admit to that. But I do certain things that add value as well. And you just sort of delegate. You split up responsibilities and you have teammates. Life is easier. See, I wish young people really got this, and I hope you'll tell this to any young, because I don't know how old you all are. I assume most of you are over the age of 35 or 40, because sometimes you have to have wisdom to understand these things. But I hope you'll encourage your kids, like give them $10 to listen, because they need to hear these things, right? They get out here, and all of them are struggling. All these people, all the Gen Zers are broke. They're scared. They don't know how they're going to pay their bills, And the biggest thing I always notice is that whenever somebody gets on TikTok crying about how they can't pay the bills, that person is almost always single. You rarely see a married person who has a productive spouse in a good family on TikTok crying because they can't pay the bills. It's always somebody who's single. And what's happened is that you're seeing the fun of being single and the freedom of it. And it is fun and it is free. I get all that, right? Sex is fun. Sex is nice. But you're not understanding that there's a bigger game being played. And that if you don't at some point grow up and get into the bigger game, you're going to be playing little kids games for the rest of your life. And you're going to be 50 years old, still living that young single life. And you're going to still be in the same economic pothole that you were in before. And so I'm not telling anybody what to do. I'm just saying that this is what I see. All right, so let's keep going here. Last one is something called the entrepreneurial spillover effect by Hout and Rosen from the year 2000. This research shows, pay attention now, that children of entrepreneurs are more likely to start businesses themselves. So that means that as you as a parent, a lot of you, how many of you have some type of business you've started or some type of LLC or maybe just entrepreneurial conversations in your household? Anybody sort of have that kind of thing where you're trying to do? I want you to acknowledge yourself. Shout the name of your business in the chat if you want to. Let everybody see it. If I see it, I'll shout it back. Well, here's the deal. Some of y'all's businesses are probably kind of raggedy, right? I'm not saying that D's contracting is raggedy. I'm not saying the salon properties is raggedy, but some of y'all are probably, struggling and stumbling through it, and you're mad, right? You're not making no money yet. It's kind of hard. I get it. I've been there. I've been there. I know. I know. I mean, it feels it just feels terrible sometimes to start something and have it not work. A fat boy meets. That's such a funny name. Anyway, but here's the thing. What I want you to understand is that even when your business isn't doing everything that you want it to do, because maybe you're first generation, what you're really doing is you're really planting a powerful seed in those children who have a very high likelihood of becoming second generation entrepreneurs, right? Like I'm sure Walt Disney's father, who was a struggling businessman, I'm sure he had no idea that his son was going to go and create one of the greatest companies of all time. Right. I don't think Martin Luther King Sr. knew what Martin Luther King Jr. was going to accomplish in his life. And what I'm saying to you is that sometimes our job is not so much to dance in the end zone. Sometimes our job is to block for the people who will dance in the end zone. Sometimes our job is to clear the path. Sometimes my job is not to finish the relay race. I might be the first leg of the relay race. Do you understand? So, what I would encourage you to do is understand that just by making that little shift in behavior, just by sort of even opening the possibility, like just bringing, remember, again, I say this with complete confidence as a person who is a complete expert on financial stuff. I don't know everything, but it's really hard to get a PhD in stuff. It's very, very difficult. I can tell you that the stuff we cover in this class is cutting edge stuff. There's no white, Jewish, Asian space where you're going to hear ideas that are more advanced, nor will you hear ideas that are more specifically, uniquely designed for the black community. This is black economic surgery. So when you take these ideas to your kids and you take them to your family, I need you to understand that you are planting a generational economic steroid, if you will, except it's a positive, it's a vitamin, if you will, or it's a long-term impact that you probably can't even see. Just by making those little pivots, those little shifts, and stop worrying about how much money you made this week. Stop worrying about how much the business grew or how successful you always feel. You're probably going to make mistakes. We all make mistakes. But just by having conversations with your kids about economics, some of the kids of the parents in this room are gonna become billionaires. It's gonna happen. I guarantee it. So let me keep going. So the entrepreneurial spillover effect, it also says that exposure to business ownership within the family increases financial acumen, resilience, and risk-taking ability. So you don't just you shift their economic knowledge of the children by talking about ownership. And you can start by owning shares of stock, talking about what that means. It increases resilience. Resilience is just the ability to not give up. A lot of black wealth dies because people just quit. They give up. They try for a while. It doesn't work out. They just walk away and give up. Most successful business owners, wealthy people, are people who just didn't give up. And then also risk taking. Risk taking means that you do things and you start things knowing that there's a good probability you're going to fail. So part of creating good economic soil means that you got to deal with the fact that in many of your families, You've always got with that person I call the Negro naysayer that's sitting around, and the Negro naysayer is the person that always has a problem for every solution. They don't like solutions. They only like oppression. They don't want things to get better because if things get better, they'll have nothing to complain about. And also, if they don't like believing that we have a choice because if we suddenly have a choice, that means that they can't be lazy anymore, right? Because if I say I have no choice, like if you say, "Hey, boys, take out the garbage," and I tell my wife, "Well, I can't take out the garbage because there's too much snow outside and the garage is blocked," then if she says, "Well, no, boys, the garage isn't blocked, you could take out the trash," well, then I'm gonna be mad because now I got to take out the garbage. Now I got to do the work, right? So a lot of people, they love oppression because oppression gives them an excuse. It gives them a wheelchair before they even test out their legs to see if they can walk. And so they sit in their little wheelchair and they say, "I'm black. I can't do nothing. I was born poor. And, my daddy was the son of a sharecropper and he left me two nickels before he died. And it's hard for me because the police are trying to kill me and my life is terrible." And then they don't want to try. They don't even want to try, right? So you've got the Negro naysayer in your family. And what the Negro naysayer does is they are the person who's waiting for you to fail because your failure is a confirmation of what they already believe. I remember when I was in college and I used to study all the time, and I had the highest grade point average of all the black students on the campus. And I remember talking to a black girl specifically. I never forget this. And she said, "I don't know why you do all that studying. You only gonna go as far as white people want you to go." And I remember hearing that, and I was so mad when she said that. I wanted to, I would never hit a woman, but I wanted to kick her in her face. And I went to my mom and I said, "Yeah," she told me, she said, "You only gonna go as far as white people want you to go." And my mother said, "Well, how far do you think she's gonna go?" And I said, "I don't know." And she said, "Well, as far as white people want her to go." That's the limited, she was simply reciting her worldview and giving a reflection of what she sees in her own limited vision of what she's capable of. So a lot of people will limit what you're capable of because they know what they're capable of. And you accomplishing something that they can't do themselves might be deeply offensive to them. So the Negro naysayer will be waiting for you to fail. And it becomes very detrimental if you listen to that person too much. Because here's the deal. Here's the reality. When you decide you want to try something different, when you decide you want to start that business or whatever, there is a high probability that you won't be successful. There's a very high probability that you might pivot, 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 and still not ever get to where you're trying to get to. So if you know that that's the case, if you know there's a high failure rate of black-owned businesses, I think it's 85%. Why in the world would you try to do it? Why would you do that? Well, because somebody's got to try. Somebody's got to go out here and build the businesses that are going to create the jobs for our community. Somebody's got to go out and give us something, some infrastructure in our community so we don't end up begging white folks for jobs for the rest of our lives and 10 generations down the line. Somebody's got to go out here and get it done. And the other thing too that I have found is that even in the midst of failure, sometimes you win, sometimes you learn. You really never lose. You really don't lose. And really, even if you quit, which really I just say, well, if I never give up, then I never lost, right? But even then, there's always a lesson in that experience. And what you do is you learn how to pivot the lessons so that you can make sure that you got something out of the deal. See, a loss, something that feels like a loss can either be an expense or it can be an investment, right? So it's up to you to decide which one it's going to be. So when I have something that doesn't work out and I'm feeling mad, I'm feeling bummed, I say, okay, well, let me go through and salvage this and see what valuable lesson. Like I paid tuition in the school of life. I'm wiser now. How am I wiser? How's this going to help me? How is this pain going to help me avoid a failure later on down the line or make me wiser, stronger, and smarter? Because I don't know anybody who's wise, strong, and smart who ain't been through something. Most people, if I can't help you get through nothing if I ain't been through nothing. Do you understand? Like so it's like I can just tell you getting my PhD was a long string of nothing but toxic pain and failures and trauma. It was very difficult. But I finished. I got to the finish line, but I can tell you that all that was built on a big pile of failure and hardship and crying at my desk and being upset. And there's nothing like most people will never know what it feels like to study 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, including Christmas, and still fail your exam. What the hell, man? It was horrible. It was like I can't do this. So what I'm saying to you is that generally speaking, people that are good at something, like if you talk to like a Navy SEAL, Like a lot of Navy SEALs, they've been beat up and shot and broke legs and like what, right? Like most people that are really good at things have gone through hell in order to get there. So sometimes, that thing that you may think of as failure and pain and misery and disappointment, that ain't nothing but God's training camp. That ain't most people who are great at anything are typically standing on a mountain of pain and difficulty. You got to go through hell in order to get to heaven. That's what I'm saying to you. So go through, fight through whatever you got to fight through, fight those generational curses. Don't give up, believe in yourself, go hard every single day, and I guarantee you that something good is going to come out of that, and also something really good is going to come out of it for your children. That's what you want, in my opinion. Okay, all right. So anyway, thank you guys for listening. It was great to see you. And again, if you want a copy of the book, at the discounted price. I'll sign it for you and send it to you. Just go to tencommandments.boycewatkins.com. And if you want to join our Black Wealth Ambassadors program and resell the books and make money for yourself, make it a business like that. This is what I'm going to repeat this a lot. I want you to know this because sometimes new people come in, but I want to reiterate to you that I believe that we need a black-owned school system, and the black-owned school system isn't going to look like a regular school system because we don't have billions of dollars, but we got billions of dollars worth of this, right? And so my vision of a black-owned school system is one where I help set it off, and all of you that want to educate your own people are gathering people 10, 20, 30 at a time, and you're all reading books like this and other books and talking about your economics. Next thing you know, Black people, B1 people become the most economically advanced group of people on the planet, and people won't even know how it happened. Right. So this is the vision I have. So if you want to be a Black Wealth Ambassador, text the word wealth to the number 87948, and I'll do my best to send you resources that'll support you in that process. And I encourage you to just go for it. Don't be scared. Life is too short. We will win. We are the greatest. We can't be stopped. So I will see you all tomorrow morning for class. If you're not on the text list to receive an invitation to Money in the Morning class, just text the word morning to the number 87948. So text morning to 87948. I'll send you an invitation tomorrow. Have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. See you soon. Bye bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope you guys are having a great day. Welcome. It's so good to see you. Welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and it's always good to be black on a Wednesday. Yeah, today's Wednesday, right? I lose track of the days. Oh my gosh, this is just crazy. What's wrong with me? I'm just losing my mind. But anyway, did y'all hear about that thing at Southern University? Where the student lost his life, um, you know, over some hazing incident. It was really, really stupid to me, and really, really sad. And that was on my mind today because I just think stuff like this is just crazy. I heard Madam President talking about it on Fly Nubian Queen. And Madam President, she does a show every single day. Her and Constance Carter. If you want to be notified when they do their show, just text the word Queens to the number 87948. So text Queens to 87948, and they will alert you when they are doing their show. And they and so the thing was that apparently this young man, Caleb, I got to look at what's his last name, Caleb Wilson. He was a 20-year-old junior studying mechanical engineering at Southern University. And basically they took his life, and they took his life because pe young people make mistakes, and he lost his life because is apparently there's a lacking of intergenerational transfer of knowledge in our community because had these young people talked to someone like me, I could have told them 50 other stories similar to this that happened in the 1980s, 1990s, the 2000s, and the 2010s, and how many people have ruined their lives by engaging in bad choices on college campuses. That's what would have happened if I talked to them. Because I believe, I'm a weirdo or a nerd, but I believe that the job of older black men is to educate young black men so that they avoid the same mistakes of their fathers. I saw that, I talk to young people and I say, yeah, I remember when your father took his first drink and now he's been an alcoholic for 30 years. And I'm very sorry that your father was encouraged to be the wrong type of black man. And I'm very sorry that we live in a community that doesn't really value us really focusing on being our absolute best. I'm sorry that we live in a community that trains us as men to make horrible choices and put ourselves in horrible positions. And then we whine and cry and say, oh, the white man did it. The white man tricked at us again. The white man is always doing this and doing that. And I agree, the white man is sinister in his own way. He could be debaucherous. He can be an SOB. But at the same time, my question is, what are you doing? What choices are you making? A lot of your choices, if you got seven babies, mamas, the white man didn't do that. The white man wasn't sleeping with all those women. That was you. You chose to do that. And so really, at the end of the day, I kind of am an advocate, and this is where I end up, upsetting a lot of people, but I'm an advocate of saying, come on, we got to man up. And manning up means means leveling up your intellect, leveling up your decision making, leveling up your discipline, leveling up your financial choices. If you're broke, part of your part of the reason that you're broke might be your parents' fault. Part of the reason you're broke might be your boss's fault. Part of the reason you're broke might be society's fault. But part of the reason you're broke is also your fault. I mean, I'm not saying that something's wrong with you or that you're a loser if you're broke. But my question is, if you are broke, are you choosing to stay broke or are you going to fix it? Right? Are you choosing to die broke just because you were born broke? Because that's a choice. That's a choice. I have a whole PhD in finance and I talk to thousands of people every morning. You could come to class if you want to. But apparently you've got better things to do, and that's okay. I respect that. But don't turn around and then say that, well, I'm broke because the white man done did it again. The white man did it again. This is not a Scooby-Doo mystery where it's like, oh, all quirky. The white man tricked it to me again. Like a Scooby-Doo where they pull the hood off and the white man's like, I got you, Negroes. Right? That's what we do. I think sometimes we don't sit back and say, okay, what are we doing? What could we be doing better? So I'm going to talk about a little bit with this young man, Caleb Wilson, and it actually links. This is again another financial conversation. You may not think it's financial on the surface, but there are a lot of actual economic theories that relate to the bad choices that were made in this situation. Also, before I even dig into that, I want to ask everybody, how many of you noticed how much money you had this morning in the stock market? Anybody notice your stocks go up today? That your wealth went up this morning? How many people saw your wealth go up? Give me a yes in the chat. I hope I see a lot of yeses because I want everybody invested in the stock market. So the stock market shot up today because there was a good inflation report. And remember, I was telling you guys in class, we spent an hour and a half last night deep diving on specific strategies you could follow with stock options that would allow you to make money. It was a really intense class. A lot of you were there. And basically, one thing I mentioned to you yesterday is that typically it's darkest before the dawn. A lot of times, most of the time, whenever you have a day where the stock market just explodes, when you have a day where it's like, oh my God, so much money was made today, usually that's after a really bad week. That's because when things go down, in many cases, they can only go up. So it didn't surprise me at all when I woke up and I looked in the portfolio. I said, oh, there's the money. Like it's here. It's here sooner than I expected. But at the same time, I want to warn everybody if you are invested that there will be another dip at some point, that you might want to prepare for the storm because right now you're in a highly volatile market. Things are just pretty chaotic and you're probably going to have another decline. So if you're trying to sell some stocks or whatever, just think of it like you live in a city where the weather is really crazy and you get a bright sunny day. Well, that's the day when you go outside and you go to the beach and you dry your clothes on the clothesline and all this other stuff, play in the park with the kids because you know that winter is always coming. Like Game of Thrones, winter is coming. So just know this as you enjoy the money that you're making today. So you may want to prepare. We talked about put options and ways to protect your portfolio. And if this is not your thing yet, if you're still trying to understand these things, we've got stuff for you in the Black Business School. Feel free to join us. In fact, the coin program, the certified options, I called it the Certified Options Income Network, but actually I forgot that the team and we decided to call it the Certified Options Investing Network because it's not just about generating income from options. You'll also be certified to teach others on how to invest in options and things like that. And we actually actually start our first cohort tomorrow. I teach this class myself. It's a small group, so you'll get a lot of individualized attention, small group attention. So if you're interested in applying, just go to drboycecoin.com, drboycecoin.com. We start tomorrow. That's when the cohort begins. Okay, so let me hop into this conversation about Caleb real quick. Hold on. I want to take a sip of my coffee because it's morning and, coffee makes life better. All right, so here are a few financial theories that will help you understand. These are things that economists have written about for many years. This is something that I think you should discuss with if you have children or grandchildren. They should probably come to this conversation, like share this video with them because I think that they need to hear these things. And number one is, and this was something that one of my dissertation committee members, David Hirschleifer, used to talk about and it's herd behavior. Basically, economists have learned that herd behavior and risk taking in groups it tends to occur because people assume that others know best, or because they fear social exclusion. This explains why students engage in dangerous hazing rituals despite knowing the risks. So. Part of the reason that this poor young brother sat there and let these guys beat him up and everything else was, in my view, because maybe he wanted to fit in. He didn't want to, nobody wants to be the sucker. Nobody wants to be called a simp and all these other things that we might call each other when we don't conform. I don't care. I was called a simp when I got on one knee and honored my wife and asked for her hand in marriage. And I told all these guys, I said, y'all can kiss my ass because I don't care what you call me. I want to be a happy black man. That's what I'm gonna be. So you go follow the crowd. I'm gonna go follow my conscience. And my conscience said that I want to be a husband and a father and a leader of a household. I do not want to be wherever you are right now. So you go do your thing. I'm gonna do mine. What you say about me means as little as when white folks used to talk about me when I used to be all pro-black and they would tell me all these terrible things about me. I didn't listen to that either. So at the end of the day, this herding behavior is a problem. I think it's extremely important for young black children, especially young black boys, to learn how to be leaders. If you were here yesterday, you saw one of the goatiest goats of all time, Dr. George C. Frazier, who came to class. And what did Dr. Frazier talk about? Well, he talked about, and this is a man who's extraordinary. This is a man who has met presidents and CEOs, and he's friends with Robert Smith, the richest black man in America. And he came in and he talked about the 1970s and 60s when he lived with his brothers. His older brothers had gotten into heroin and they all were getting high. And George said, I'm not doing this. I don't want, I love y'all, but I'm not trying to be around y'all. I'm not trying to go down with y'all. And he begged his brother to go with him to move away to Ohio. His brother didn't. Next thing you know, his brother was murdered in a drug deal. His brother was dead. Well, I related to that story because I remember times where I was surrounded by other black men who were just not making the best choices. I had a biological father that got hooked on heroin. I had friends that became alcoholics. They pledged fraternities and one particular fraternity on my campus. I'm not going to call them out because I don't want them to feel bad because it would be wrong. But I remember noticing, I said, man, all of y'all get drunk every weekend. Like, is that like, and I saw one of my friends literally go to campus and he's 18. He's got his whole future ahead of him. He could have become anything. He was super smart and he joined this freaking frat, and this damn frat, they were like, man, you got to drink, man. Come on, man, you got to drink, man. What's wrong with you, man? And they're saying this to me too. And I'm like, F all of you. I have alcoholics in my family. I don't want to look like you. I don't want my breath stinking. I don't want to go do something stupid. I don't want to get locked up. I don't want to get killed. I don't want to get arrested. So no, I'm not going to drink. So, and don't you dare try to pressure me into that. But my friend, because he wanted to fit in and he didn't want the guys to think he was nerdy or whatever, he starts drinking. And I kid you not, to this day, 35 years later, he is an alcoholic. I mean, a stone cold, like bloated liver that could die at any moment, will pass out in the front yard, alcoholic. And I think to myself, and here's the thing. This is a financial discussion because what you don't understand is that every time they ruin a young black man, they're taking human capital out of the black community. Human capital is the value that a human being can offer to the community if he is functional, hardworking, decent, strong, and capable. This is what a strong black man is a multi-million dollar asset. You don't understand it. When a black like you can't tell me I'm not a multi-million dollar asset to my family because I've seen it. I've seen the cha-chings. I've seen the transformations. I've seen the leadership. I've seen the protection that's provided to my family. So you can't tell me I'm not an asset. My mama told me I was an asset when I was 12, and at that point I liked that feeling so much that I focused on being an asset to the people in my life. So a solid black man becomes an asset. A dead black man is no longer an asset. So this kid's dead. Now, all those years he would have spent as a mechanical engineer providing income, wealth, security, and protection for others is gone. Three other black men at least are going to go to prison. They're not assets now. Or they're going to have a harder time. I'm not saying that going to prison is the end of your life, because we have a lot of citizens who have come back and they're doing their best, and I respect that immensely, right? But it makes it harder for you to fit in, right? Because you got the criminal record, right? Getting the job is much harder, and overcoming the trauma that you experience in prison is much harder, right? So literally. You've just seen this one incident, this group behavior, the inability to think for yourself to cause three or four, at least three or four black men to go down. These are college men. These are men going to, Southern University, one of the great institutions in our country. And I'm sure the people at Southern are frustrated, as frustrated as I am, because this didn't have to happen. This does not have to happen. There's a million ways for somebody to have fun on a Saturday night other than punching each other in the chest and making each other drink urine and well, all these other stupid things that they do. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be honest with you. No disrespect if you're Greek. My sister's Greek, my brother's Greek. So I have nothing against anybody that chose to be Greek. But let me just tell you what my logical thought process was when they asked me to join all the fraternity. Every fraternity invited me to join. The reason they asked me was not because I was a cool guy. I never focus on trying to be cool because that's just not who I am. I was a leader. I knew who I was. I was always pretty confident about saying like, no, screw you. I'm not doing that because I had a father like that. And then also, I had good grades. I had the highest grade point average of all the black students on the University of Kentucky campus. So they all invited me because I would boost their GPA because my GPA was that high. Well, anyway, when they would ask me to join, I remember just being 19 years old and thinking about it, and it's an investment decision, right? I was like, so what you're telling me is, let me sip my coffee as I respond to your question. I said, so you're telling me that for 6 weeks you're going to torture me. You're going to make wake me up in the middle of the night, and make me do stupid stuff. So I'll be too sleepy to go to class. You'll probably ruin my grade point average. You're going to humiliate me, mistreat me, maybe beat me up, and and then at the end of the 6 weeks, and to do for this to happen, I have to pay you money. So I've got to give you $600. At that time, that's what it costs. I remember the number because I didn't have the money. I was like, so I got to give you $600 so you can beat my ass for 6 weeks. And I was like, so what's the reward? Do I get a cash prize for going through this kind of torture? Because I could go a lot of places in the world and get my ass kicked for free. And they were like, yeah, but you'll be part of the group. We'll be your friends. We'll all be in the same whatever. And I was like, but you're my friend now. You know me because that's why you invite me to join your group. I don't even like having a whole lot of friends anyway, because you have too many friends, then people ask you for stuff. And I have enough friends. Like, what's the reward? It didn't make any sense it was illogical to me. And the only thing I could really think of is that maybe I would have been more interested in engaging in that whole process if I was maybe a lonely person who really wanted to fit in. That's where herd behavior comes into play. That's where maybe the inability to be comfortable with yourself comes into play. Maybe the need to fit in no matter what comes into play. Because in my mind, it kind of sounded like high school. I was like, I don't really care about trying to be in with the cool kids. I want to get through school, get good grades, and make some money. I want to go out here and win in this life. I don't care about you being what are you talking about? So anyway, that's one dimension in terms of looking at this. There's also something they call conformity bias in research and the sunk cost fallacy. So this is more of an investing concept, but it relates to what happened here with Caleb. And it says that when you invest time, effort, and sometimes money into something, like say joining a fraternity, you can endure extra hazing because you might believe in what they call the sunk cost fallacy of economics. The sunk cost fallacy is where you falsely believe that because you've invested so much, because you've come this far already, that if you quit, if you walk away, that you're going to lose everything you've invested. And that is true to some extent, but that does not justify additional investment. Actually, in the world of investing, the sunk cost fallacy is where you're throwing good money after bad money. You say, well, I've already invested so much money in this project. I got to keep investing a few million to save this dead dog, right? I'm going to bring the dead dog back to life if I keep on throwing money at it. And there's a point where you say, no, this is not where I need to be. I should not be doing this. And I think for this poor kid, maybe he just didn't know. Maybe he had a medical condition, and that's why getting punched in the chest might have killed him. But it was sad to me because I've seen this happen. A lot of you that went to college, you saw stuff like that happen. And I've seen people get kicked out of school because they broke that rule. I've seen people die because of that. I remember a guy when I was at Indiana University when I first met my wife, and there was this guy, and he was a big he was a big tough guy because he's a big football player type guy. But he wasn't really tough. He was a guy that pretended to be tough. I could see through weak men pretty clearly because my father was strong and he was really strong. He didn't pretend to be strong. And strong men tend to be quiet. They're not the ones who are going to be loud and strong. They're quiet and strong because they don't have to prove to you how strong they are. They don't smart strong men don't want you to know how strong they are because there's no reason to show it to you. And in fact, they catch you by surprise, right? So basically, I can see when a man's like pretending, like, so don't pretend to be tough, just be tough, like, to really have some substance, right? So anyway, this guy was one of those like fake tough guys and big football player type. And I just didn't like him. I was like, you seem like a punk to me. And I remember this guy, he tried to pledge Omega Psi Phi because apparently at that time, all the big football player types, a lot of them wanted to become Q dogs and he tried to join, and I remember specifically he ended up in the hospital because I remember they tried to put cigarette butts out on his tongue. They were putting cigarette butts out, and I was like, "What kind of punk are you to let a man put a cigarette butt out on your tongue?" No disrespect to any Omega men that are in here. No disrespect. I got friends that are, so please don't take it the wrong way. But I'm sorry, you put a cigarette butt out on my tongue, I'm going to kick you square in your balls. Your testicles will ache because I'm gonna kick you straight. You don't you dare put that. No, you put that out on your tongue. You're not putting that on mine. And maybe that makes me I don't know. Maybe I'm not able to understand the value of the ritual, but I'm not going to end up in the hospital because I'm trying to be your friend or trying to be part of your group. That doesn't make any sense to me. And the other reality that's really truthful is there's so many other things in life that you're supposed to be doing later on that matters so much. There are businesses you will start. There are children you will have. You are going to be in a scenario where you're going to have choices in life that are going to impact other people. Why is this particular choice so important, and why are you sacrificing so much in order to do this? I had a friend that pledged, and I had one rival when in college with GPA wise. I was number one, he was number two, and he was one of my best friends. And I think that's why we became friends because we both kind of got into the whole like let's study hard kind of thing. And I remember he wanted to pledge a fraternity our freshman year. And I remember saying, I said, well, I read a book that says you shouldn't pledge your freshman year. Like, I don't think you should do that. And I also had a friend that pledged his freshman year and he became an alcoholic. He's still an alcoholic to this day. And I remember specifically when he took his first drink. And so my friend pledged anyway, and he did get into the fraternity. And I noticed a distinct change in his behavior. Number one, his grade point average dropped from 3.8 to 2.8. Number two, he became an alcoholic. He would drink from Thursday every week. We were still friends, but we would see each other like Sunday through Wednesday, and then Thursday night he would go off and he would get drunk with his friends. I wouldn't see him Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then I would see him again Sunday when he was studying to try to get ready for class the following week. I was studying the whole weekend. I had goals and I was focused on that, and that's what mattered to me. And I didn't care if everybody was at the step show. I wanted to succeed. That was it. And I didn't understand why that was so rare. I really started to question. I said, what's happening in my culture? How come if I was Chinese and I said I want to make straight A's and I want to succeed in life, everyone would accept that. If I was a white boy and I said I want to go and start a tech company like Mark Zuckerberg, everybody would accept that, right? If I was a white woman, people would accept that. But as a black man, I would get, people would try to almost bully me with that. It didn't work on you can't bully me, but still they would, like what's wrong with you? Why you study so much? Why are you so serious? You're a nerd. I'm not a nerd. You're a nerd. You're an idiot because this white man's going to kick you in all up in your ass. Excuse my French. That's how I saw it. I mean, this is how my father talks, and so forgive me for that. But really, I'm like, he's going to kick you in your butt because you are not prepared. You're going to show up to the competition and you're not going to be ready. You didn't get any skill, you didn't use your opportunities, you didn't prepare for the future. And then when he kicks you in your butt, you all you're going to do is you're going to lean on that old Negro spiritual. Oh, they did it again. Oh, they always oppressing us. We gonna march with Al Sharpton cause they oppressing us. And I'm like, no, you oppressed yourself because you were in college right next to me, and I saw you at the step show when you should have been in the library. Right? You oppressed yourself because when you got extra money, you went to the club and you went to Applebee's and then you went to the mall and you didn't even listen when I said, why don't you buy you some stock so you can have some damn money? Like you oppressed yourself when you walked away from education and walked toward debauchery, right? You oppressed yourself when you didn't take advantage of your opportunities. So really what one thing I really think has to happen is there has to be a conversation about accountability, that we have to be honest with ourselves and really look at this and say, okay, you tell me that you're struggling, you tell me that you're broke, you tell me that your life is a mess. What role did you play in that process? And are you prepared to acknowledge that, or are you going to do what liberals pretty much tell you to do? And I'm not a Republican, so don't let's not get into that. But that's one of the reasons why I couldn't be a liberal anymore, because I was like, you treat me like a freaking baby. You don't talk to me like my parents. And my parents were like, your life is messed up because you messed up. You're in a bad situation because you made a bad choice. What you gonna do different next time? That's what I got from my parents. So when I come to the liberals, they're like, oh, well, because you're a black male, you're supposed to be laying on the street drunk and get shot by a cop, and then you're just supposed to be broken, you're supposed to be unemployed. I don't get that. I don't understand that. I'm thinking about preparation. And a lot of you think that way. That's why you're here. Like a lot of you, even like those of you that are soldiers and veterans and stuff. Like I think a soldier, I respect soldiers because soldiers are like, well, we should prepare. What's the plan? What are we gonna do to make things better next time? I that's the language I speak. I don't speak this broken Negroese. I don't speak this whole like language of complete unconditional oppression where you are a partner in your own oppression by doing things that ensure that you're not prepared for the storm that is yet to come. It's like when we talk about stock market investing. I told you all today, a lot of you made money because the stock market went up, and I congratulate you for that. But I also told you that the storm is coming. So that means that's my cue to say, okay, get ready. Put the your batter up, get the windows covered. Start putting the wood on the side of the house. Like start getting ready because the storm is coming, right? And if you don't prepare, then that is a decision, right? Sun Tzu in The Art of War, he says that battles are won before they even start. Battles are won before they begin. And that all that really says is that preparation is the key to success. That's all it says. So let me keep reading here. Here's a couple more things on this whole situation with this poor kid at Southern University who got killed in a hazing incident. There's also something called social proof and authority influence. So if you, and this is another theory in economics, that basically social proof comes from something called the Milgram experiment in 1963, when they basically showed that people will obey authority figures even when the authority figures ask them to harm other people. So if someone is positioned as an authority figure, that like say a Dr. Fauci or something, right? People will follow the authority figure even if they don't believe what the authority figure is saying, right? So the other thing about this too that it's really interesting that's going to play out in this is that even the kids who don't go to jail are open to significant financial liability. When somebody dies, that's pretty expensive, right? That's something someone could sue you for, $1 billion or something, right? So if you're involved in a situation like that, and I think young people should understand this, and you get out of it and you don't go to jail, then chances are you will be hit by a civil lawsuit by the family because this family lost everything. They lost something that money cannot buy. So now you are going to have to deal with not just the legal issues, the possibility you might get arrested, or the issue with the school. The school doesn't want you around anymore. They want your butt out of there. But also, you'll be dealing with lawsuits where someone might literally claim a right to all the money that you're going to earn for your entire life. Like literally, you'll be 60 years old trying to make money just to pay restitution on some lawsuit from something goofy that you did when you were 20 years old. So this is to me the kind of conversation I think that has to be had with young people. Everybody ain't going to listen because stupid culture is going to do what stupid culture does. But I think that there are a lot of young people who will listen, who will have the courage to say, you know what, I'm gonna get out. I'm in a bad situation right now. I'm gonna get out of that. I think I found that a big chunk of surviving as a young black male was knowing when to walk away from bad situations. Knowing when to say, I don't want, let me out the car, man. Like the menace, like not Menace to Society, Boys in the Hood. Remember that? Where Doughboy's driving the car, and Trey he says, "Hey Doughboy, let me out the car, man." Right? Like just having that discernment. Um, I was thinking about that in terms of just how many times I had to say, let me out the car. I'm out of here. I'm not. I don't want to be here anymore. I remember being at a bachelor party one time, and it was in Atlanta, so it was ratchet. And the groom had like these like strippers and stuff, and then the room got loud, and it was the only time I was ever in the room with strippers. I had to do that because I was one of the groomsmen, and it was my job to watch over the groom. And I was like, man, you got me up in here in this weird place. But anyway, so just to be honest, that stuff that's not fun for me. There's nothing thrilling about cheap sex, honestly. I like meaningful things. So anyway, but I was fascinated. Strippers are very athletic, by the way. I asked one of them, I said, you did you do gymnastics in high school? Because you got really strong calf muscles. And so she's like, yeah, I did. And of course, they're all working their way through college. That's always funny too. So anyway, so we were in this room, and the police guy called because the noise got loud. And there was one guy, I remember, I'll never forget him. He had a really good job working for some company, and he was like a high flyer. He was on his way to becoming an executive of the company. And he just casually came over to the girl. He said, "Hey man, yeah, yo, I gotta get. I'll see you later, man." And he gave him five, and he walked out the door. And I remember thinking that was such an intelligent decision because what he was doing was he was doing a risk assessment. He said, I got a good job. I got a good situation now. I got a wife at home. I got this great job that where I'm getting promotions and he was making over $100,000 a year at that time. He said, I'm not going to mess this up by being in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I think that was great discernment and great risk management because if anybody has to engage in risk management, it's a black man because you have such a thin margin of error. And I wrote about this. I wrote a book a long time ago called "What If George Bush Were a Black Man." I wrote it 22 years ago, 21 years ago, and part of that was really reflecting on the fact that black males are just in a really tough spot where little tiny mistakes, wrong place, wrong time, wrong friends, whatever, can have just these massive consequences. And it's very traumatic. That's why I can't, I can never get over it, like the mass incarceration era. I refuse to get over that because it was so scary to live in the 90s where you would just see good people get 20 years in prison because they made a mistake because they followed the crowd. So that leadership is really important, I think, for young people. And also same thing for your daughters. I think that there are so many people that are going to guide her down the wrong path. And I really think that critical thinking skill is essential for young black people. Because if you don't have critical thinking skill, if you don't have leadership skill, it doesn't matter what other skills you have. You're gonna just I'm thinking about it. It doesn't matter how smart you are if you are always quick to follow behind an idiot. Okay. All right. So another thing too is that when you're talking about not just liability in these situations, so there's massive financial liability, but also the university is probably concerned because they're thinking about their own finances, right? They've got insurance issues now and all their own lawsuits. And also, I would imagine that their alumni donations are affected by this incident as well. And a couple more things about groupthink is that there was an experiment in 1951 by Solomon Asch who demonstrated that individuals conform to incorrect group opinions due to social pressure, even when they know the correct answer. There was a study in 2011 by Gardner and Steinberg that found that young adults take more risks when they're being watched by their peers, reinforcing the idea that pledges might tolerate hazing because they're sort of trying to impress these people who are not worth impressing. Then also there's another research paper by Banerjee in 1992 on herd behavior in economic decisions. So this basically says that individuals follow group behavior even if they contradict their personal judgment. which is actually what causes a lot of financial bubbles. So a lot of times, what you can do is pay attention to how many people will follow along with the trend, even if the trend makes no sense, and they'll do it. Like you look at TikTok, you'll see all kinds. You'll see 70-year-olds trying to do TikTok dances, and grandmas trying to twerk and all this other stuff because because they think that this is what everybody wants to see. They'll just kind of follow the crowd. And this happens actually in financial behavior in financial markets. Whenever the market starts to move upward, like it is right now, you get a bubble and you get a speculative bubble because a lot of people will invest in things that make absolutely no sense to them, and they will do it just because they believe everybody else is doing it. So that herd behavior thing is something that will get you in trouble. To be a good investor, you must be, in my opinion, a contrarian. Warren Buffett used to say that you want to be greedy when others are fearful and fearful when others are greedy. That means that you do the opposite of what everybody else is doing. So right now, for example, the market's doing really well today. Let me see. I'm looking at my account. Okay, it went down just a little bit. So some of those gains have been pulled back, but it's still pretty strong. And again, this is the day where you start thinking ahead and you start thinking about not what the market looks like now, but what it's going to look like when Donald Trump says something else crazy about tariffs and the market collapses again, because it's going to happen. He's committed to this tariffs thing. So be really, really careful with investing in this environment. But if you like stock options and investing in them and buying and selling them, it's a great market for stock options investors because that uncertainty it bubbles up the prices of options. So it becomes kind of a fun market if you know what's going on. All right. So the last thing I'll mention really quickly before we bounce out for today is one, our certified options investing network. The first course starts tomorrow, and it's a 12-week cohort. And once you get done, you'll get a certificate. You'll be certified to teach stock options to other people. We're going to go stock options from A to Z, beginning all the way till the end. So our prime program focuses solely on one objective, which is to generate consistent income from selling stock options. Here, we're going to cover the sell side, the buy side, long term, short term, different strategies, strangle straddles, butterflies, condors, all this stuff. So when you get done, you will be certified to teach options to other people. You can form a community investment group. You can form a family investment club. You can form a club within your church. There are people in class that are teaching stock options to their church members. Why not? Why not? That's where the money's at. I mean, really, like the money is in the financial markets. Why wouldn't you want to learn as much as you can about the financial markets and teach as many people as you can? You taught them how to go fill out a job application. We're teaching each other how to show up to work every day. We're teaching each other how to get along with our boss. So why not teach each other how to get along with the money? So anyway, if you want to join Coin, just go to drboycecoin.com. You can apply and talk to someone about whether or not it's a fit for you. There is a payment plan and all that stuff. It's a little slightly higher price point because we're giving you a certification. But if you are interested, you can go to drboycecoin.com, drboycecoin.com. So feel free to talk to them. And the cohort starts tomorrow, and you can take a look. And also, if you want to take a look at things like our financial workbooks for kids or financial flashcards, just go to drboycebooks.com, drboycebooks.com. Johnny says, "What book are we reading tonight in the book club?" I think we're done. I think we're done with the Dr. Claude Anderson book. I got to double check, but I'm gonna make sure we've covered that. But if we've already covered it, we'll move into my book, The Ten Commandments of Black Economic Power. I know a lot of you have copies of the book now because my arms are tired because I signed probably 5,000 books in the last week. And but so maybe we can do that tonight. But that'll be tonight. So if you want to get notified when we do book club and all this stuff, make sure you're on the text list for the Black Business School. And all you got to do is text the word morning for money in the morning. Text the word morning to 87948. So you text morning to 87948. I'll give you guys a notification. All right. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. And if you didn't get your books yet, just know they're on the way. We got bombarded with orders. We had thousands and thousands of orders that came in, and it was exciting. It was really cool, and I'm really happy that you guys are open to what I suggested. Like I was saying, that the cost of an autographed copy of my book is $40. We're willing to sell you that book for $15. We did eight, but eight was like really, it's really, we can't make any money with eight, but we went to 15, which is I think a fair price. It's still $25 off the cost. And you can order as many copies as you want. And you can create a business out of this. I'm inviting you to do that, right? So, because it's a good book, it's a best-selling book, best book I've ever written. Everyone loves it. It's simple enough to be understood by everyone, even your children, but it's powerful enough such that if you implement even one third of those principles in that book, Your generational wealth will transform for the next 100 years. I guarantee it. It's that straightforward. So if you're interested in that, you can go to 10commandments.boycewatkins.com. That's 10commandments.boycewatkins.com, and you can buy as many copies at the $15 price as you want. And that's just a gift to you guys. And you can do whatever you want. You can give them away if you want to, or you can resell them. I'm totally fine. I just want you all to, it's a win-win. You make money, the school makes money, and the community gets knowledge and education. And I also want to empower you and deputize you to create learning spaces in your house, learning centers in your church. Like bring people together. When you bring people together for the sake of knowledge and the sake of learning and the sharing information, then you're building wealth. Like I want you to understand that George Fraser came in, and I hope he helped you understand that when black folks come together and we're teaching each other, that's building wealth actually. That's actually a wealth building exercise. And that's actually a power building exercise as well. That's why if you go back 250 years, they had laws that said that three black people cannot get together at the same time. If they get together, we're gonna bust up that group. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? Well, they did it because they saw the power that was there. So use that power. Black power is black unity, black connection, black family, anything that brings people together, that's power. Okay. So anyway, the website for Coin again is Dr. Boyce Coin, Dr. Boyce Coin, Coin. Feel free to take a look at that as well. All right, guys, have a great day. God bless you. Thank you guys for listening, and you'll hear from me again later on today. Talk to you later. Bye bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. Come on in. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. I did start a couple minutes late, and the reasons are quite obvious. It's because today we're being blessed by one of the goatiest goats of all time, Dr. George C. Frazier, and I've mentioned him to you all on many occasions as one of the great thinkers in the history of our country. Not one of the great black thinkers, one of the greatest thinkers, period. And he's just a guy that you all need to hear from because he embodies everything that we talk about every single morning in class. And I am honored to welcome Dr. Frazier. How you doing today, brother?
I'm doing wonderful, 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 wonderful. Good to see you. Good to be with you. Every time I'm in your space, you inspire me. And I mean that. I mean, you really do. You're just a model of everything that I talk about. No question. So thank you for having me on. And it's just God sent. You're God sent. And I think we're here together at this moment in time where one plus one makes 11 and not two.
Right on. Well, I agree with you. I think I know a few weeks ago I went down to Tuskegee and our daughter is gonna go to school there.
Hmm.
And I was reminded of just the rich history of, some of the great individuals that were affiliated with Tuskegee, namely George Washington Carver and Booker T working together, for those many years to build that great institution. And I thought about just people like yourself that are doing great work and the opportunities to partner with people like yourself, because it's sort of like, okay, we're carrying our baton because we got a job to do and our people are great, and I look forward to hearing you describe that in more detail. But it's almost like it's such a blessing to just be a part of this because I think that what we're going to do as a community in the next 50 to 100 years is just going to be absolutely earth-shattering. What are your thoughts on that?
How could I not agree? Of course, I agree with those thoughts. No question about that. We are all that, as you've heard me say a million times, we're all that in a bag of chips, except too many of us don't know how
Mm,
awesome and powerful and creative we are, that we are God's first people, that we were building pyramids and solving complex engineering problems when white folks were living in the Caucasus Mountains practicing cannibalism. And so
mm.
our potential I mean that's a fact. I'm not making that up. That's not mythology. That is anthropological and biological fact. So, it's just I think one of our roles, and you do it so well, and it's why I love you, is to help our people understand that, to give them the proper guidance, mentoring, coaching, and education insights, all that you do every week um, on how to get there. And I am really really grateful for you. In fact, if you wanted to put a meta um, theme on the Power Networking Conference, other than its official theme, the official theme is building intergenerational networks, uniting for shared future economic success. Um, I would say that the underlying motivation for us to continue to do that until we fall in our graves empty. Because no, I don't think you become 65 and retire. Right. Some of the best work you will do in your life is between 60 and 70, according to the New England Journal of Medicine. But I think one of the things that we have to deal with, let's say from a mental health or a medical standpoint, is the whole idea of stress.
Mm.
Stress. And there are many ways that we are stressed. Just living in this country, uh, being fundamentally considered less than, it is stress. And stress doesn't come from hard work. Stress primarily comes from not taking action over something you have some control over. Stress comes from ignoring that you shouldn't be ignoring. And so let me say that a different way. The magic that we're all looking for is the work that we are avoiding. And so we have to do the work. You do the work. I work 8 to 10 hours a day, do the work 7 days a week. We have to do the work. I am not stressed. I know I have a bunch of white hair, but that just comes with 80 years of age. All right. But I manage my stress because I will do the work. That's what we're put here for. And all we have to do is sort of change our mind. And as the old trope goes, Doc, only a fool can't change his mind. So we can change our mind. And that's what I'm working on, getting us to change our mind to mitigate and manage the stress and to provide our culture, our people, with a bespoke experience, a custom experience when they come to the conference in Atlanta. And this is our second trip to Atlanta. Um, After the first three conferences in Cleveland, where it was created, Power Networking Conference, we've now retitled it the Power Networking Experience because people are looking for experiences today. Experiences, just basically conferencing. So it's now the Power Networking Experience and Expo. And PNEX is sort of the acronym for it. And it is going to be an event-driven experience focused on entrepreneurial and professional success through on-site information, effective networking, coaching, and master mentoring workshops that are industry specific. We're going to focus on the 12 largest industries. There'll be specialized workshop on each industry, so it's a bespoke experience, right? And our focus is to help our Black business owners and professionals to connect, grow, and prosper and achieve, as you said, and started out with the question, achieve intergenerational prosperity. In other words, to learn, to earn, and return. That we have a lot of us learning and we have a lot of us earning, but not enough of us returning, and therein lies our problem. Ain't nobody saving Black people but Black people. It's been 400 years and we ain't saved. Who in the hell are we waiting for? We're waiting for us, and we're all that and a bag of chips. That's a long answer
Yes.
to your your very specific question, but I'm overflowing this morning.
Yeah, well, the conference I've been there several times, and I remember the very first one I went to. I think I met you the same year I met Dr. Claude Anderson, so that was a great year for me.
Mm, mm.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? And I definitely want to talk about that for sure. And I want to ask you about this. I noticed, and I was super happy when I saw this. I saw you went viral because you gave a short monologue about the state of the Black family and that we gotta fix this. If we don't fix this, we're gonna be just dead in the water. And I'd love for you to address that because I saw it and I kept seeing it and seeing it. I said, this is what I'm talking about. This is the kind of stuff that should go viral, right? Instead of, some
Right.
rapper who's twerking at a party. I want to see stuff like this happen where the alarm bells are rang on what we need to do as a people in order to get ahead. And my wife was excited about it because she's
Oh
all
yeah.
about
Oh
the
yeah. She
family and
talks about it all
relationships.
the time.
Yeah, yeah. So can you address some of that and what you were saying in that really viral clip? Everybody should see it. I'll find it and bring it to class one day. Go ahead, please.
Um, yeah, it's a very sensitive topic. And I was not, and how that got out was really the result of a long conversation. I just want to give you some history that I had with Butch Graves, who was going to bring me on the Black Enterprise, do the Black Enterprise Conference. And I had a private conversation with him. And I said, and he wanted to do a fireside chat with me. And I said, one of the things I'd like to talk about, and it may be very sensitive, is the existential crisis of the Black family. And then what is the path for restoration? And you have to understand something about the word restoration. Restoration, if you're in housing restoration, if you restore homes or anything, one of the golden rules of restoration is you must begin with original parts, right? The
Mm.
original parts. And and I was telling them my thinking at the time that we really, if you really, really study what's going on in Black America, is that our family is the concept of family in the culture is in a state of crisis. It is fundamentally really between the modern Black woman and the modern Black man, not the OGs, right? OGs like us, the folks that I hang out with, have been married a lot of years, right? In fact, I play golf with four couples every year at Hilton Head for 2 weeks. There's four couples. The average length of the marriage of those four couples is 51 years. So we tend to hang out with folks who are like us, but we're all OGs. We're all near 75 to 80 years old, and we're still playing golf. So what is this crisis? Marriage in our culture, if you do the research, I've been working on the research really now for about 2 years. Marriage in our culture was at its high in the 50s. It was around 88%. So it has gone from 1950 to now 2023 to 23%. 23%. This is not good. There are five major cultural groups in America. And if you look at the household median wealth or income, annual income of each of those cultural groups, we are at the bottom of the list. But there's a correlation between median household income or wealth and marriage rates. Now, so, brothers and sisters, kings and queens, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say these things and still be loved. For 350 years, white folk were number one in America for average median household income for 350 years. They are no longer number one. They're number three because they are also experiencing, in a sense, the same thing that we are experiencing. But we know that when white folks catch a cold, Black people catch pneumonia. Okay. So here are the five top cultural groups by household median income, annual household median income. Number one are East Indians.
Mm.
What is the average household median wealth or income, I should say? $124,000 a year. What is the marriage rate among East Indians? 94%. Number two are Chinese Asians at about $110,000 a year. What is the marriage rate in the Chinese culture? About 70%. Number three are white people. Average household income about $81,000. Marriage rate 57%. Number four are Latinos. right? A household median wealth or income is $61,000, and marriage rate is 70%. And number five at the bottom are black folk. A household wealth or median income, $51,000 a year, marriage rate 23%. It's exacerbated by a couple of other devastating statistics. What is that? 80% of our children are raised in a single parent household, principally by a black woman. God bless black women. And 72% of our children are born out of wedlock.
Mm.
71% of our sisters are not married. 29% of them will never get married. 61% of our brothers are not married, and 33% of them will never get married. So we have a crisis here that we have to fix. Why is that, Dr. Fraser? Because without couples, you have no families. Without families, you have no community. Without community, you have no tradition. Without tradition, you have no culture. That's point A. Point B, there is no culture in the history of humankind that has risen to maximize their full cultural potential without family at the center of that culture. This only exists for us in the United States of America. It does not exist anywhere else in the African diaspora. Now, there are some issues in Jamaica, right? But they're minor compared to what I just articulated for you. So we have some serious work to do because no one's going to fix that again but us. And I'm writing a book on this, by the way. It's called The New Flex, The Existential Crisis of the Black Family, The Path to Restoration. So I don't want to give away all my goodies. I'm hoping that it'll be out for the Power Networking experience in Atlanta, November the 5th through the 8th. But I'm very, very, very excited about it. I think, let me see if I have it. Oh, yeah, this is what it looks like right over here. This is the cover. I'll just put it up there for you to see it a little bit. It's the new Flex. I don't know if you can see it.
Nice. Yeah, I see
Yeah, the
that.
existential crisis of the Black family, a guide or a path to restoration. So we have a lot of work to do, and we must do it. No one can do this for us but us. And this is, I think, one of the underlying reasons we are so stressed out. We have got to get together to get ahead. We need a lot of us doing a little instead of a few of us doing a lot. And one of the fundamental things that a lot of us need to be doing is hooking up with the right life partner. In fact, that is the most important decision you will make in your life, right?
Mm,
Talk about the
mm.
power of the human connection, the power of effective networking. Well, the most important decision you will make is your life partner. Mess that up two or three times and see what your life looks like, right? So now, sometimes, we get married too young. I mean, we men should not be getting married until at least 35,
Yeah.
right? We don't mature as fast as our sisters. So we make young decisions, and, they don't work out because we don't really know who we are. We have not really fully formed yet. We have not fully matured yet. And there's a 20% chance, certainly, of a new uh, potential wife or husband of it working out for you. So, what are the 20% chances? Well, it goes like this: when two people decide to get married, hopefully you are equally yoked. Now, what does that mean, Dr. Fraser? My strengths covers your weaknesses,
Mm.
and your strengths covers my weaknesses. Hopefully, we had enough intelligence, right? Maybe we didn't. In many cases, we haven't. because the divorce rate in our culture is higher than the marriage rate. The divorce rate is 75%. The marriage rate is, let's in round numbers, 25%. So here's what can happen. Let's say you start equally yoked. You can outgrow your partner, or your partner can outgrow you. That's the first of the two things that could potentially happen. The second of the two things that could potentially happen is you grow in one direction
Mm,
and she grows in another direction. That's four.
mm,
Or the fifth thing that can happen if you did it, if you've done it right, you grow together like a twisted ficus tree. And that's what sustains a long-term relationship. All right. Now, this is easy to say, extraordinarily difficult to do. It requires a lot of flexibility, a lot of empathy, a lot of sympathy, and every emotion that you could possibly imagine as we grow together for a half a century or more. And it requires the flexibility and a high emotional intelligence to navigate that over a half a century or more. So
mm.
it really requires growing together. People ask me all the time, Dr. Fraser, what's the biggest mistake um, and what is the big secret of staying with a sister for 50 plus years? Right? Well, how do you do that? What is the key? I said, well, it's a very simple answer for me. It's a one word answer, and the answer is amnesia. Amnesia. Why is that, Dr. Fraser? Well, in 52 years, Dr. Fraser is going to do some dumb shit. Yep, I am a man. I'm going to do some dumb shit. I'm not perfect. And so is Nora Jean Fraser. She's going to do some dumb shit. Now, when we do our dumb shit, we come together with a high emotional intelligence. We ain't screaming, yelling, and fighting and raising fists. We
Mhm.
discuss our dumb shit. We reach middle ground. We then bless it and release it, never to bring it up again,
Mm.
unless you do that dumb shit again. Right? So, and again, this is very easy to say. You have to have two of the right kind of people who have the right kind of mindset and want to make something work. You want to make it work. So you see the potential where one plus one makes 11 and not two. And you want to make it work. She's fit, she's feminine, she's caring, friendly, love, and so you have something to work with. And so this is, again, very easy to say, extraordinarily difficult to do. We're doing the worst job in America at it, with the lowest marriage rate in our culture, and we have to fix that because we're just not going to get where we're going. Um, each gender fighting its own battles, but most importantly, fighting each other. So that's a 30,000 foot view. There's a lot more to it. In other words, when I say there's a lot more to it, what is the path to restoration? How do we fix it? What things can we do um, to get better at it, to make it a more productive uh, unit, and to take our people where they belong?
Mm. Everybody who's listening, in case you're wondering why I am sitting here in silent reflection, it's because we have the great honor of bringing in the one and only Dr. George C. Frazier, who is world renowned for his wisdom and his commitment to our community. And his understanding of what it's going to take for us to be as great as we're supposed to be, and so if anybody wants to know more about this brother, we're going to give you a lot of information. I am going to attend his power networking experience in Atlanta later this year. We'll tell you all about that. And also, I want to let everybody know if you're watching, if you got invited in and you're watching from outside the Zoom and you want to come in, I'll pop that link in there so you guys can come into the private Zoom if you'd like to. Reminder, we meet every single morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 days a week. And this is financial consciousness training. So if you are not on the text list for this class, you can join by pulling out your phone, text the word morning to the phone number 87948. So if you text morning to 87948, also I'll send you guys an invitation to join us later on today as we're going to do stock market class at noon. Dr. Fraser, we keep them going all day long in the Black Business
I
School. So
know.
so
That's why I
so
love you. I mean, my God, it's incredible. I see your stuff all the time. I get all of your notifications. My God, if I wasn't doing all that I'm trying to get done, I'd be spending half my days with you.
Well,
No,
I think this is a full-time job for everybody, right? And like even now, with the stock market kind of crashing because of what's going on in Washington, there's so much work to do, so many opportunities, and I was like, no, today at noon we're gonna talk about it. We got to work. So I'll send you guys a text about that later. But speaking on that, Dr. Frazier, so I was gonna try to define what you're known for, right? But the problem is that when you're talking to somebody that you respect so much, it's hard to I can't put you in a box, man. Your career is so powerful and impactful. But if I was to try to define if someone said, well, what in what area do you think George Fraser has had the greatest impact? I would say, and I'd like to get your thoughts on this. I would
sure.
say that I still remember when you would go to the old Tavis Smiley State of Black America events and you held up that diagram
Connect the
that showed
dots.
all the dots, what the dots look like separately and what it looks like when they're connected.
Yeah.
And I said he understands the wealth and power that comes with connection, right? He understands why 300 years ago, Massa would get real nervous and real upset if he saw us connecting with each other and working together, helping each other, gathering in even small groups, right? Can you speak on that and tell me was I kind of close when because I didn't want to limit you, but that was the thing that really stuck with me. It was like, okay, all we need is each other. We come together, we practice networking with each other in a specific way where we're mutually supportive. That heavily influenced my last book, The Ten Commandments of Black Economic Power. Just that line of thinking, because you can create wealth out of thin air just by working together. Can you speak on that, please?
You summarized it beautifully. Um, Now, what I'm probably known best for, and had essentially launched my career, if you will, as an entrepreneur, is this particular book that I wrote 31 years ago, Success Runs in Our Race: The Complete Guide to Effective Networking in the Black Community. It is a modern day classic. It is required reading in 57 historically Black colleges. It is the book that started the networking conversation and ultimately started the networking movement in our culture. And you're right. People can go on YouTube, search for George Fraser, connect the dots, and they could see that exact video, a 7 minute little rant that I did at the Tavis Smiley State of Black America in Atlanta, Georgia, about 12 years ago. And I can tell you, I was extraordinarily nervous. Okay. Now, why? Um, I was a last minute selection for that august panel that included Minister Farrakhan. Now, I happened to be seated next to Minister Farrakhan,
Woo.
right? And all of the heavyweights were there. Jesse was there, of course. Michael Eric Dyson was there. All of them. Julia Hare, Dr. Julia Hare, the late great. I mean, it was nine of us on that stage. but I was there by accident. I happened to be in Atlanta that day, that night, speaking, and I was staying at the Ritz-Carlton, and I was going back to my room after my talk, and I ran into Tavis Smiley. Oh, I said, he said, what are you doing? I said, I was speaking. He said, oh man. I said, what are you doing here? He said, I'm having the State of Black America, and all of the participants we're having a little reception. Why don't you come on in? You know everybody. And I did. And we greeted and we hugged, and Tavis came over to me and said, can I speak to you privately? And I said, sure. And so we went over in the corner. He said, Mark Morial was to be on the stage with us tomorrow, but he couldn't make it. Can you fill in for Mark Morial? And I looked at him. I said, Tavis, seriously? No, I can't fill in for Mark Morial. That's Mark Morial. He said, no, 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 you just do you. You don't have to. I said, okay, well, I could do me, but to fill in for Mark, no. So that's how I ended up on that stage. I was a fill-in, and what was so interesting was when they introduced everybody to the stage. Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, Minister Farrakhan, people standing and applauding. And then I was the last one. They introduced Dr. George Fraser, and I think I had a cousin in the audience of the 7,000 people. I think I heard my cousin clap. Okay, so people were sort of scratching their head. Who's Dr. George Fraser? Okay, so anyway, um, Tavis had set it up so that each of the speakers on the stage had a 5-minute opening statement. And Minister Farrakhan was first. Now, if you've been around Minister Farrakhan, he could hardly say his name in 5 minutes. And
Yep.
and he was just awesome. And he's so loved and so transparent and so real, right? And he gave a talk that was probably 15 minutes to us, two standing ovations.
Wow.
So no, I'm sitting there next to him, sweating bullets. Okay. He was awesome. Who was next? Me. I had to follow Minister Farrakhan. Who in the hell wants to follow Minister Farrakhan? No, not at all. So I'm sitting there knowing, oh my God, I essentially didn't really know what to do. So I went into automatic mode. And of course, wherever I go, I used to carry around my little connect the dots chart, and I had it with me. So I launched into that 6.5 minute talk. Uh, it's easy to break a finger. It's hard to break a fist. The strength is in the not in the wolf. The strength is in the pack, and all the elements that I included in that very very uh, short rant. 7 minutes for me was half of what, and the place exploded. Right, it exploded, and it was almost equal to Minister Farrakhan. To my relief, I was under a lot of stress. So, a fast forward 2 weeks, Tavis calls me. He said, "I don't hope you don't mind, but we took that piece that you did, we separated it from the town hall meeting, and we put it out on social media, and already there's 1 million watches, views on it, right? And that one little talk, and it was the only piece they excerpted from that entire town hall meeting, right?
Wow.
That is still up there and has had over 60 million views over the years. And I
Wow.
became either famous or infamous for it. And but it dealt essentially with really the power of the human connection, and that's really what I'm noted for. In fact, I'm going to show you something. Um, when I brought that book out, and I'm sorry for this long, I can't find it. I usually have it. When I What did I do with it? Let me see. I'm sorry. I know it's supposed to be. Where is it? Let me see. George can't. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Or at least I thought. Oh, yeah, here it is. When that book came out 31 years ago, I asked Earl Graves Sr. if he would do a review of the book,
Mm.
right? Or do a blurb for the book. And I had my publishers at the time, HarperCollins, send him a manuscript of the book. He read the manuscript. He said, "This is unfreaking believable. No one has ever written anything like this." He says, "It's so unbelievable. If you don't mind, not only will I give you a blurb, but I'm going to recommend blurbs from other people, to include Vernon Jordan, et cetera, et cetera. And I want to put you on the cover of Black Enterprise
Wow.
magazine." What?
I
What?
think I think
And
that
I'm
would
going to
be
make it
called a flex.
right, right. And I'm going to make it the first book excerpt we've ever done in Black Enterprise magazine. That's how important I believe that this book was.
Wow.
So that's a long story on how I got started. But that once he put me on the cover of Black Enterprise magazine, my entire career skyrocketed. So I worship at the altar of Earl Graves Sr. Make no mistake about it. So long
Wow.
story, but I've reframed what I called back then effective networking. I've reframed it in the last 5 years, and you said it yourself. I'm now calling it the power of the human connection. The power of the human connection. So let me give you a biblical verse, brothers and sisters. It's Genesis 1:31. And God saw everything that he made, and behold, he said it was good. There's only one time in the Bible that God is not happy with his own work. God. That's Genesis 2:18. And the Lord God said, "It is not good for man to be alone. I will make him a helper
Mm.
comparable to him." He grabbed Adam's ribs and he made woman. There's a biblical declaration on the power of the human connection. It is a direct quote from Jesus Christ. Now, there are 800,000 words in the Bible. Only 1,200 of those words are direct quotes from Jesus Christ. It's John 5:30. And Jesus said, "I of my own self can do nothing." Now, this was Jesus, the
Mm.
Son of God. And he couldn't get it done on his own by himself in a vacuum. He needed what? 12 disciples, and
Mm.
one turned on him. So the love of the connection by God is very, very clear. And he gave us two ways to ensure that we connect. He gave us sex and money.
Mm.
Let me unpack that. Sex. The motivation for sex is ecstasy. There's no feeling on earth like it.
Mm.
But that is not the purpose of sex. The
Mm.
purpose of sex is procreation, to
Mm.
create more of God's children to serve you and for you to serve. That
Wow.
is the purpose of sex.
Yes.
Now, money. How do you earn money? You earn money through service. And the more skills you have, the more knowledge you have, the more education you have, the more people you can serve. And the
Mm.
more people you can serve, the more wealth you can build. So we all watched Beyonce as a baby practicing to be a singer. And then Beyonce grew up, and now you got to pay $250 to sit in a seat in the bleachers of 40,000 people to see Beyonce. She became masterful at her skills. She
Mm.
used all the tools, including her beauty and her hourglass body, right, to entertain. That's a service to us, right? So the more, all the brothers and sisters, the more value you bring to the table of life with your knowledge and your skills and your subject matter expertise, that's how we earn money. So God
Mm,
gave us what? Sex and money to ensure that we would connect each other by producing more of his children and then serving his children with the knowledge and expertise and the service that we bring to the table of life. That's
mm.
my story. I'm sticking to it.
Well, I love it. I gained a lot from it's really interesting that you mentioned the event at the State of Black America. I call it State of the Black Union. Was there something
I
else
think
called?
I think it was union or something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
whatever it
Yeah.
was. Either way, it was great. Shout
Yeah.
out to Tavish for what he did. I thought it was amazing, and it's really interesting as you were speaking. I was thinking about a couple of things. One was I was fascinated that you said that that's when your career took off because in my mind, you were already doing amazing things. I like when I met you in '06. I had a lot of respect for you way back then.
Right.
And then also when you mentioned sitting next to Farrakhan and speaking after the minister, I thought about the minister and I. We did this event in 2013 in Chicago, and I was sitting right next to him, and I get it. It just as he and I as we were talking, I'm doing my best, uh, but I can tell you. What speaking, spoken to him for a couple hours one on one. I've spoken to you quite often one on one, and it's still just this sort of power, this thing where I'm like, okay, this is something special in the sense that I feel like I'm just connecting to Black history in those spaces, right? Like okay, this is the stuff where if we lay it down right and plant the seeds the right way, maybe some great grandkids will be talking about these conversations 100 years from now,
That's right.
I don't want to mess it up, right? I want to really meditate on what this means and how powerful this can be, right? And I think also the reason I put you in the minister in a certain category is as a young Black man, I was looking for mentors. I was looking for something to look up to and admire. Because my quite frankly, my problem, being at the University of Kentucky was I met a lot of older Black men who just seemed like punks. Scared of wife, or don't even say their name, don't won't talk, just well, your best, their only advice to me a lot of times was, well, you don't want to say too much, you don't want to, it felt like like
Right.
we were some
That's right.
whispering slaves, and I said, where, I want to talk to men that want to be men that understand what it means to fight for something, what it means to carry yourself with dignity, and to and as well as diplomacy, you're a very diplomatic person, and I admire that about you a lot. But just like where, the courage, you got to have the courage. You got to
That's
stand up
right.
and be honest about what others have tried to do to you. I think that they've worked extremely hard over time to rip away our masculinity,
That's right.
and that's not something that, in my view, is acceptable. So I put you and the minister, Dr. Claude Anderson, and others in that special space of men that are slightly above me. I'll call you older brothers, or if you want to accept father figure, whatever you want to call it, because it's like, okay, we've got these great Black men and women of tremendous courage. And one thing I noticed as well, and I'd love for you feel free to speak on this, is we know that historically the media has said, no, 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 don't look at these Black people. Look over here at the ones who've conformed. Look at the ones that we want you to see. We don't want you to see these people over here that are going to guide you to the promised land. We want you to see people that are going to guide you into a ditch. Right? Do you kind of feel that way that it's that one of the challenges, even when you talk about the breakdown of the family, has been driven by a deliberate effort by others to make sure that we remain blind, deaf, dumb, stupid, confused, and making horrible mistakes, starting with things like mass incarceration or whatever the case may be. How have you personally viewed all of this in your own journey as a human being and as a Black man, for the last 80 years?
Um, I witnessed it live and in living color. And to your earlier point, yes, you, a major publishing company doesn't come to you to ask you to write a book that has never been written unless you had a pretty heavy duty uh, list of achievements. So, yes, that the book just made me more public, but I had a very, very, very deep body of work prior to being asked to write that book. In fact, I had already received a couple of honorary doctorate degrees prior to writing the book for my body of work. Okay.
Mm,
And I wasn't even 50 years old. I have been at this a long, long time, right? But that popularized me. Um, and certainly the rant of you're the average of the five people that you spend the most time with, and the fastest way to change yourself is to hang out with people who are where you want to be. In other words, don't spend major time with minor people, people going nowhere, want you to go nowhere with them, people doing nothing, want you to do nothing with them. If you want to change your life, change your relationships. And if you're not where you want to be in life, is because you don't have the right people in your life. In fact, the most powerful asset that you will have in the 21st century will not be AI or your computer. It will be your relationships, right? And you have to stay away from people who are still people. We have still people in our culture. What are they? They're still complaining, they're still broke, they're still hating, and they're still nowhere. Stay away from those people. And I was active when Black men were being destroyed with mass incarceration, drugs in our culture and community. That's one of the reasons I left Brooklyn, New York, Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, New York, where I was born and raised, 11 children, 8 boys and 3 girls. Mother became mentally ill when I was two, and then six of us were put in orphanages. I stayed in an orphanage for 3 years, and then went into foster care and aged out of foster care at 18 years old, 1963. And then I went back home to the brownstone that my father had built in the early 1900s in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, New York. But I had older brothers who had gotten there before me. And what were they? They were heroin addicts and heroin dealers. Two of them ended up on Rikers Island, and one of them, my youngest brother Joseph, was killed in a drug deal that went bad. But I tried to get him out of New York because I saw what was happening. It's a God thing. Right. And I said, I got to get the hell out of here. And I said, Joe, we have a sister, an older sister, Myra, in Cleveland, Ohio. Won't you come with me? I'm going to get on a Greyhound bus. I got one bag. Come with me. Let's get out of here. This is not good. Joe insisted to stay with our three brothers, and 3 years later, Joseph was killed in a drug deal that went bad. Right. So, this it's a God
wow.
thing. I had enough courage. You talked about that, enough courage to extract myself from that environment, right, and to start essentially start over in a new place and in a new space. So we
Mm,
have to understand that you don't build a business, brothers and sisters. You build your people, and your people build your business. That's really how it works. And so understanding the power of the human connection and facilitating that and getting all of the exercises and work and mentoring and coaching and schooling on how to do that is critically important, especially if you're in business. Why? Because business is about relationships. Without relationships, you have no business. Without relationships, you have no business being in business. In fact, the business you're in the business of building relationships. Malcolm Gladwell, one of my favorite authors, said it beautifully. He said, the most common attribute of the rich are friends, contacts, and connections. Rich people have
yes.
lots of friends.
Yes.
You
Yes.
have lots of friends, Dr. Boyce. I have lots of friends. That is my real and sustainable wealth.
Wow. Wow. I love that.
So
That's oh, please.
let me say that a different way. The measure of your wealth is other people. That's a measure of your wealth. That's why you serving other people, them ultimately serving you, is your key to success.
Yes.
There's nothing
Investment.
you can do on your own by yourself in a vacuum. I'm sorry. I don't care what you were told. You
Yes.
have to do it with and through other people. So that
Mm.
means developing a high emotional intelligence, right? The management of your five most important emotions, right? And a whole bunch of other requisite skills necessary to do the great work that you do, the great work that I do. I say that with humility, but I've done it with and through other people. And that's why the human connection is so critically important. I don't know if I answered your question. I went off on a rant there, but
No, it
right,
that's why I wanted you to come in.
right, 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 right.
Yeah, George Fraser rant is worth money. I'm gonna tell you. I hope everybody will give a digital acknowledgement and a thank you to this brother for blessing us with his time. And before we go, I want him to tell you about his amazing event. I was gonna say conference, but it's now an experience. And before I do that, everybody, I want to remind you, in case you're not on the text list for this class, we meet every morning. And we do economics and financial consciousness every day. A lot of you have heard. Let's talk about investing in people, investing in people, investing in people. So don't ever think that you're broke because you don't have money. There's some people that are so poor that all they have is money. That there's a saying with that, and that's true. So don't be one of those people. Go get your money, go get your wealth. We're going to show you how to do that, but also find
Mhm.
all the wealth that's around you, even if it doesn't show up in the form of a piece of paper or a dollar bill or whatever, right? So with that said, if you want to get on the text list for this class, text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. I'll send you a wake up call every morning. Also, later on today, we're going to do stock market training. So I'll send you guys a link where you can join the stock market club at a low cost if that's something that you'd like to do. And also, Dr. Frazier, I'd like to hear about your conference this year. I'm excited. I'm going to be there. I already, because the last time my schedule was so tight and I had to go in and go out, I hated that. So I actually went ahead 9 months early and cleared out 4 days to make sure that I'm there. Can you talk about this amazing experience that you have, the power networking experience, and what you have in store for people?
Well, as I mentioned, it's a bespoke experience this year because we're going to focus on 12 industries, the 12 most important industries, the biggest industries that Black people are invested and involved in entrepreneurially and or professionally. And so it's the kind of thing that you'll be able, when the entire schedule and everything is up on our website, Power Networking EX.com, powernetworkingex.com. Um, People will be able to go and figure out each day what industry they want to focus on. There'll be general stuff for everybody as well, but it's industry specific. So we'll have a workshop and an expert in the sports industry, in the fashion and in apparel industry, in the music industry, in the film and television industry, in social media influencer industry, in the hospitality industry, technology industry, service industry, real estate and construction industry, health and wellness, beauty industry, and financial services industries. Those are the industries that we're heavily invested in, both intellectual capital and physical. We're doing the physical work. So it's 4 days. It starts on a Wednesday. It starts with a white party. Everybody's dressed in white, not white people. Everybody's dressed in white, and it's a networking. Uh, we start out networking, building the connection, so that we will have people that we have met, know, like, and love, and that we can partner up with and continue the experience over the 4 day period of time. Um, so What I like to do, if you'll allow me, is that I like to make a special offer. I call this my Dr. Boyce Watkins offer to those who were smart enough to be on this morning with us. The offer is good for 24 hours because it's a crazy offer. Now, you can't see it, but this is the back of the flyer, and here are all of the prices. So, an adult registration to come to our conference is $2,967. By the way, we're 50% sold out and we're 8 months away. So it's $2,967 for an adult. And for a student, and we want folks to bring a student, it's $1,967. So that's a $5,000 to bring one adult and one young person. Now, if you don't have a young person, we will scholarship a young person in your name in Atlanta if you don't have a young person that you can bring. So I'm going to reduce it from $5,000 to $599. $599 for two people, one adult and one young person. So that's a 75 or more percent discount. 599. Now, the only way you can get that, you cannot go on the site and get that, is through me. You have to call me, and I will personally call you back, and we will handle our business over the phone. So here's what you do. It's very simple. Take your email in the subject line, you email it to me, gfraser@frasernet.com. Fraser spelled with an S. G, just as you see it on the screen, gfraser@frasernet.com. In the subject line, put I'm in Boyce. I'm in Boyce. And in the body of the email, two things: your full name and your cell number, your full name and your cell number. And yes, I will personally call you. By the way, that's worth the price of admission. And we will handle our business over the phone by credit card. So take advantage of that. I'm going to give that package to.
Oh, did Dr. Frazier freeze? Or did I freeze?
Will be the event of the year. I promise you. Your takeaways, the knowledge, the people that you will meet, the skills that you will develop, the relationships that you will gain, will pay for years to come. And that's not me saying it. I'm really reading quotes here from people who respond to the conference after each year. This is our 24th annual conference. Now, you cannot put on a major conference for Black people for 24 years and it not be all that and a bag of chips because black people will put your ass out of business in a New York minute if they ain't getting value. Right? So this is a high value opportunity. That's G Fraser at frasernet.com. I'm in. Voice, full name in the body of the email and your cell number, and I'll personally call you.
All right, all right. Well, you all heard it here. And just so you know, um, if I didn't enjoy the conference or think the conference was everything that Dr. Frazier says it is, this conversation wouldn't be happening. This is a sacred space, and I am going to be there myself. I'll be there for 4 days. My wife will be there. What is powerful about the conference, everybody, is that you don't meet people like the people you meet when you go to the Power Networking experience. It's just a special, you're talking about people from our community who are doing amazing things in a multitude of industries. I mean, he's had billionaires there and, captains of industry and everything else. And then also just not scared to be black, right?
That's right.
Really representing our community. I'll tell you, because that's my little pet peeve is, I would get a little irritated if I go somewhere where there are black folks and everybody's trying to be something other than what we are, or we're afraid to really talk about the world and what really needs to happen, and
That's
uh
right.
and I and again I can tell everybody I've been there many times, and it's there's no other conference like it, and I want to give you so much credit for that, and And also, it was really interesting when you talk about what happened with your older brothers and the heroin and all that. It's so crazy how these systematic experiences happen to so many millions of people. Because my biological father, that was his vice, and that's why he was not in my life, and he spent some time in jail, and the man died, and somebody emailed me and said, "Yeah, your father died," and I was like, "Oh, sorry to hear that." I didn't know the guy, and it's sad. It's sad. It's like you think about
Wow.
yeah, it's like when you think about what drugs did to our people,
That's
it's unbelievable. We're talking about a multi-trillion-dollar loss for the black community from drugs. And then when you said something, and we can leave on this point. In the film that we did, B1 the movie, you said something I never forgot. You said that black folks change when our music changed.
that's right.
That when we started calling each other, you mentioned niggas, bitches,
That's
and hoes,
right. That's right.
that degraded who we were. And I'll tell you something I saw, and then Dr. Fraser, I want you to get the last word. I saw where the great artist Kendrick Lamar, who I admire immensely, he got a Grammy, right? And he got a Grammy for this song that he did, They Not Like Us, right? And so they announced he won the Grammy. Everybody's clapping, and the audience has a lot of white folks and some black folks, of course, too. And they're playing the song as he's going up on stage, and all these people are cheering. And I counted, I heard the word nigga like 8 times as the song is playing. And I just said, am I in the twilight zone? Is no one else disturbed by this? Not to disrespect him or anything like that, but I said, man, it's so interesting how we become just desensitized to
That's right.
what we call each other. What do you think about just any of that? And or your original statement? Just take it whatever direction you want to go.
I asked a brother who I won't mention his name because I was very disturbed about that, like you. And I asked him this is about 5 years ago, and we were having dinner together, and he's a big name in the rap. And I said, but why are you calling our people niggas, bitches, and hoes? And he looked at me. He said, Dr. Fraser, I am so sorry that black people misunderstand that. He said, when we call black people niggas, bitches, and hoes, we're talking about niggas. What did Chris Rock say? I love black people, but I hate
I hate
niggas.
niggas.
Right, right, right. I'm that. He said, we're talking about niggas, we're talking about bitches, and we're talking about hoes. We're not talking about beautiful black sisters, right? And Malcolm said it differently. If I throw a rock and it hits you, it was supposed to hit you. But if you ain't a nigga, a bitch, or a hoe, this ain't about you. Right? Now, the world doesn't interpret it that way. All right, so I hear what you're saying. I said, "Whoa!" I was speechless. So I never thought about it from that perspective because, I damn sure ain't a nigga or a bitch or a hoe, right? I
No.
certainly don't feel like it, and I preach against all of that. He said, but yes, we do have niggas, we do have bitches, and we do have hoes, and they need to be beat up. I said,
Okay, so mystery solved. Well, I'm gonna make an announcement today that in this class we do not allow niggas,
niggas,
bitches, or
bitches, and
hoes in the
hoes.
building. So
That's
if you
right.
fit the description, please don't come to class
Please,
until
this ain't
you.
for you.
There we go.
We
This
don't
ain't for
invite niggas,
you.
bitches, and hoes to the conference. He
There we
said,
go.
right?
I want to talk to black people. Well, okay. Well, you give me something to think
Conscious
about, Dr.
black people.
Frazier.
And that's what he was saying. We're talking to conscious black people, and they ain't niggas, bitches, and hoes. We have them, and they need to be beat up. Right?
Wow,
So that's what I said. I said, wow, I never thought about it that way.
I'm gonna process that.
Right?
That's very interesting. Well, you know what, Dr.
Straight no
Frazier,
chaser. Right. No, no question about it. So, brothers and sisters, join us. It will be a lifetime experience. I promise you that. Now, I'm going to make a special announcement. Special announcement. We're going to introduce a new mantra, Dr. Boyce. It's going to be excellence is the base, exceptionalism is the goal. You see,
Mm.
we have to enter because of who we are and thought of as less than. We have to enter at excellence.
Yes, yes.
That's the base. That's the basic expectation of you if you are a conscious Black person of substance.
Mm.
Excellence. That's the base. Exceptionalism is the goal. In fact, I think excellence in the culture at this moment in time is a bit overused. Okay.
Mm.
Exceptionalism is the goal. So we changed our annual award because we used to give out every year Icon of Excellence Award, right? And these would be the icons in our culture and community. We're giving out that award this year, but it will be the icons of exceptionalism.
Mm.
Among those will be Robert Smith, one of the wealthiest Black men in America,
Wow.
Ben Vereen, right?
Wow.
Tyler Perry,
Nice.
and Boyce Watkins.
Whoa!
Exceptionalism. You are exceptional.
I'm
You
turning
are.
off my camera. I'm turning off my camera, Doctor. I did. Wow. I don't deserve it. I don't
Yes,
deserve,
you do.
but I will accept it. And I'm humbly and wow, wow, well, wow. I have nothing to say. I can't. I'm speechless. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you.
That's my
Wow.
story. I'm sticking to it. This has been awesome. It's always awesome when I'm with you. You just excite me. You inspire me. And you inspire me with your love for our people, the consciousness that you bring to the culture, and the work that you do, and your serious and deep commitment to
Wow.
consciousness of our people. And you had the good sense of marrying an awesome sister. Right. And
Wow.
God bless her. I mean, in fact, we're going to talk to your wife because we're probably going to utilize, because we need therapy. Black people need therapy.
Yes.
Okay. We're all out of our minds. And so we need constant, never ending improvement. We need constant therapy. So
Yes.
that's going to be one of the areas that we're going to be focused for those who need therapy, want to talk about some stuff. We want to have a couple of really qualified therapists there that they can have those conversations. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. I'll let Alicia know.
Well,
And
yeah.
whew, I am okay. Now that you've taken my breath away, I want to say thank you so much for joining us. Everybody, give Dr. Frazier a digital thank you, round of applause. Let him know how amazing he is, and we have to create our own heroes, and he's already a hero to many. He needs to be a hero to more, and also because we are intentional in this space. I would like to ask you all to give me a yes if you're going to make sure that you maybe share this link with people in your family. Your children need to know
You
about this.
froze.
Oh, can you hear me? I hope you guys can hear me. I think you might. It's okay though. I'll keep talking, but give me a yes if you're going to share this man's ideas, share his books, share this video, whatever you want to share, because these are the people that our kids need to know about. These are the icons in our culture, and it looks like I think he froze actually, but it's okay because that's God's way of saying that it's time for us to start the rest of our day. And so I want to say, Dr. Frazier, if you can hear me, thank you so much for coming by. You guys will hear from me via text a little bit later. Make sure you text the word morning to the number 87948, and I'll send you a message. And I will see you all soon. There he is. He's back. He's back. So thank you very much, brother. Oh, I think you're muted.
Froze, and I thought maybe it was me, but anyway, yeah. I
Either
thank you.
way, it's all right. I gave you the golden send off regardless, and everybody thanked you. And I told them to or I asked them if they would make sure like that they tell their children about you and the work that you're doing, because if we don't do it, ain't nobody else gonna do it.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
That's the rule. I think in America that the only black people that they really want to tell everybody about are the ones who ain't really doing nothing for the community,
That's
who's
right.
not really
That's right.
moving us forward, right? So effective black men and effective black women, unfortunately, don't have that space in mainstream media, but that's all right because they have space in our consciousness, and we are the stewards of the legacies that matter for our community. We
That's right.
we protect that. We are the guardians of those keys. So educate your own kids. Do this. You got this. Thank you very much, Dr. Frazier.
Let,
So
let me let me just finish
please.
with Two very quick thoughts.
Sure.
DEI is the hot topic.
Mm.
And here's how we must engage DEI because it's out of the corporate world. Let's reframe it and make it mean something for us. So here is the new DEI we'll be introducing at the conference. The new DEI is divinely equipped individuals. That's who we are.
Yes.
Divinely equipped individuals. That's what we are. We
Yes.
are DEI in that context. Finally, and I'll close with this. The line is longer for those who do not, I'm sorry, what was I going to say? The line is longer for those who want change
Mm.
than for those who want to change. One
That's right.
two-letter word changes the
Mhm.
whole meaning of that. Change, change. You will never change that which you tolerate. You'll only change when you get angry. People
Mm.
will not change when they see the light. People will change when they feel the heat.
Mm.
We must change. And we
Yeah.
are. With your kind of leadership, Dr. Alicia's leadership, and the others that you will be joining at the Power Networking Experience. Thank you, Dr. Boyce.
Thank you. Thank you. Divinely equipped individuals. That's what we are. Everybody in here fits the description. And it's really funny you said that because I've talked about what I had defined as a new DEI. I think instead of saying the new DEI, maybe it's a new DEI, which would be development, entrepreneurship, and investment.
Oh,
Right?
that's good too.
Yeah, yeah. We let's use them all because I
Let's
think
use
that
them
it's
right.
time. Yeah, we got to take over that. We have to reshape that narrative, make it what we want.
That's
And
right.
by development, entrepreneurship, and investment, I said, let's develop the community we want to see in existence. Let's create entrepreneurs and wealth builders in our community so we can have institutional infrastructure that employs our people. And let's invest in
That's
that
right.
infrastructure,
Right.
invest in each other. And that, so yes, but
I
divinely
love
equipped
that. I
individuals.
love that's a good sort of lay version of DEI. The
Yes,
divinely equipped individuals is sort of a spiritual version of
yes,
DEI, right? And
yes,
we are both. We're,
yes.
we're
We,
spiritual people, no question about that. Beautiful.
yes.
I
Yes. All
love
right.
it.
Well, thank you, Dr. Frazier. I appreciate you bringing your divinely equipped self to this space. This has been awesome, man. And and thank you all for hanging out with us today. I know we went a little bit longer than usual, but for obvious reasons, this man deserves that. So tell your family about Dr. Frazier. You'll hear from me later on in the day. God bless you, sir. And I look forward to seeing you at the conference if I don't see you before then. So, thank you so much
Absolutely.
for everything.
Send me
All
a
right.
copy of the video so I can push it out on my social media platforms. Okay?
Coming right
Is that
up.
okay? Is that okay with you?
Absolutely.
Okay,
It's on
great.
its way. I'll send it in a few minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate
Thank
you. Love
you.
you. Keep
All
doing
right.
God's
Love you
work.
too, brother. Take
Good
care.
night, good day, everybody. Have a
All
good one.
right. Bye-bye, y'all. Hey everybody, how you doing? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome, welcome. It's great to see you, Dr. Boyce Daily. That's the name of our program, and we do this daily, every day. Actually, on Spotify. If you want to get updates on the stock market and ways to make money, I love talking to you guys about that every day because my goal is to put more money in your pocket. Now, with that being said, right now you're in the middle of a crazy set of outcomes in the stock market. The stock market's acting absolutely berserk and ballistic at the same time. These declines are pretty significant and impactful to a lot of you that have stock portfolios. I know that 88% of our students in the Black Business School are stock market investors. So most of you are feeling a little bit of economic pain, a little bit of financial discomfort. And what I want to do is give you some guidelines on what's going on as well as what you might want to do next. And, you know, it's one of these things where this is where the great investors are carved out. This is where you make your money. You make your money during the bear markets because that's when money is made the most. Also, there's a study that basically says that if you miss something like the top 10 trading days of the last 30 years, you missed almost all the gains in the market. So the hard part about a bear market is that the temptation is to leave, but you have to stay because that's when the money gets made. Give me a yes if you understand. Also, let me know if you guys can hear me okay. Give me a quick yes if you can hear me. I had some mic issues earlier. I want to make sure that I'm coming through all right. Can you guys hear me okay? Put some yeses in the chat so I know that you can hear me. And also, if you're interested in learning stock options, this is a great time to learn it. This is a great market for options. If you want to learn all about options, our COIN program starts on Thursday. COIN stands for Certified Options Income Network. It's small group, deep dive options training from A to Z, and you get a certification when you're done. So if you'd like to talk to someone about joining COIN and apply, feel free to go to drboycecoin.com. All right, so first thing I want to do is I want to mention to you all that in an environment like this, if you feel that the water's too rocky, there are safe haven stocks that you can invest in when the market goes down, right? Or in an uncertain market. And right now, what a lot of people are using, the term they're using a lot to describe the stock market right now is uncertainty. And if there's anything to define Donald Trump, in terms of his impact on the economy, it is uncertainty, uncertainty, uncertainty. And this is without regard to whether or not you like him or not, whether you think he's a good guy or a bad guy. The unfortunate and crazy reality is that what he's doing with tariffs is not making sense anymore. It was making some degree of sense because it sounded like, okay, I want to put these tariffs on other countries. I want to even put tariffs on Canada and Europe, which, that's things like this have happened before. And the reason we want to do it is because they're letting all this fentanyl into the country, and we want to stop the flow of fentanyl and stop the flow of illegal immigration. Okay, people got that. That made sense. But then the language shifted a little bit, and it became, this thing like where we're going to reset the American economy. We want to rebuild the middle class and bring great American companies back to the United States and start manufacturing back in the U.S. That's a different goal. That's more of a long-term objective. That's something that if that is his goal with these tariffs, that's very dangerous for stock market investors in the short term, because that means that this man's willing to pummel the stock market until he gets what he wants. And what he's seeking to obtain are these assurances from international companies that they're going to invest in the United States. He wants to hear companies like TSMC say, hey, we're going to make our chips in, we're going to make them in Texas with you, and wherever they make the chips. I forgot where they built that plant. And we're going to invest $100 billion in the United States. And that's pretty much what type of win I think he's seeking to get. If it's the first part, fentanyl and what was the other one? Immigration, that means that a lot of this will be short-lived. That means that the market could reverse itself very quickly. If it's the other thing, the whole, we want to shift the American economy, that becomes a problem. Was it New Mexico? Thank you, Michael. I didn't know what to say. It was one of them states, one of them places. So anyway, Trump is the reason the market's crashing right now. That he is the reason. You can't put it on any other variable other than the guy in the White House. Now, that does not necessarily mean you should love or hate Trump one way or the other. I know a lot of you have your beliefs and your feelings about him. There's the short game and the longer game, right? So the longer game is that there could be some economic wins further down the road. The longer game is that this could be a scenario where you buy the dip and everything's okay. Or the longer game could be more negative, where you end up disrupting consumer confidence. You disrupt the confidence of corporations as well to believe that they're going to have a stable enough landscape to make long-term economic plans. You disrupt global trade in a significant way. And so overall, worldwide, there is some probability that you could have a global recession out of this. And in fact, they've even used that term, stagflation, which is a very bad economic term. That's a scary term. Stagflation is inflation and a stagnant economy at the same time. That's almost like a person who has cancer, but they're allergic to chemotherapy, right? So, so the more you try to heal them, the more they're going to die. Or a grease fire in your kitchen. The more you want to pour water on it, the bigger the fire gets. Stagflation is kind of like a grease fire in the economy, where it's very, very difficult to manage this. So I'm going to give you some quick variables that are happening now. And what I want to do also is by the time we're done, I'm going to give you some stocks that you can take a look at. These will be what they might call safe haven companies that you can invest in that will be safer during an economic downturn. So you can sort of picture all these different companies almost like boats on an ocean. And you've got the big tankers that are that don't move very much with the waves. And then you got the medium-sized, yachts or whatever. Then you got the little tiny dinghies. And the tiny dinghies are rocking left and right, right? So some of these dinghy stocks are really getting killed. The big tankers are staying pretty consistent in the ocean. So here are some quick little stats to kind of let you know what's happening here and why this is kind of an issue. You're not in bear market territory yet. A bear market is when you are 20% off of your previous high. Last I checked, the S&P is about 8% off of its high. So if this continues for another week or two at the same rate that it's been going so far, we will be in a bear market. Trump will have succeeded in destroying the stock market. And what's really crazy is I think even his buddy Elon Musk, Tesla, I saw something that said Tesla stock is 50% down this year, but let me double check that because that would sound crazy. But let me make sure I'm right about that because that sounds like I feel crazy even saying that. But it's down 15% today. The last 6 months. Okay, the last 6 months is only down 1.78%. The last month, though, is down 36%. Year to date, it's down 41%. Okay, but over the last year, Tesla stock has actually made money. So that's kind of the interesting scenario that Elon Musk is looking at. Like right now, if you bought Tesla stock at the start of the year, January 1st, and you've held it for the last 2 months and 10 days, you have lost 41% of your money. That's a big problem. However, if you have held Tesla stock for the last 5 years, then maybe you're not mad because you have actually 5x'd your money. You 5x'd your money. But here's the crazy part. The stock is trading at 222.15. Not long ago, at the end of 2024, it was trading at 436. So people who invested in Tesla toward the end of the year got their asses kicked. They just got absolutely pummeled. I'm going to tell you what I'm doing. Here's one little, so this is the first. It's not even a stock recommendation. I don't give investing advice. I'm just going to tell you what I'm buying. I'm buying Tesla. I'm buying Tesla because I want to hold it for the next 10 years. I'm buying Tesla because I believe, and I've heard from enough experts that they have technology that is advanced enough that they're just going to kill it financially. I'm buying Tesla because I believe that this dip is an opportunity to be a part of something bigger long term. I'm buying Tesla because I believe that once autonomous vehicles kind of hit the market, that they're really going to be able to have a huge piece of that. I believe also that their positioning in AI with robots and everything is going to be pretty powerful, and I want to be a part of that. Now, the problem with Tesla, though, is that you have risk. You have this key man risk. If Elon Musk slips and dies in the bathtub, then guess what? Tesla loses $100 billion in market value because Elon's gone. So the company is very brand driven in its valuation, but I think that there's something to that. I really believe that. All right. So anyway, do me a favor. Please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name's Dr. Boyce Watkins, and it's great to see all you guys. And by the way, if you go to Spotify, you can find my name and look up my podcast on Spotify. I have a couple. One's called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. The other one is the Dr. Boyce Breakdown. Because if you can't tell, I'm a black man. I'm a black man every day of the week and twice on Sundays. And so I speak about economics from a black perspective, but that doesn't mean that you have to be black to be here. You just got to respect black people and understand what we're trying to do. We got a community to build, and we're getting the job done. All right. So anyway, with that being said, one of the stocks that you may want to look at as a safe haven stock could be a stock like a Procter and Gamble. Procter and Gamble or McDonald's. You know, people are always going to eat McDonald's, even if the economy's bad, because people always want to get access to that cancer food that they sell, that toxic crap. Like McDonald's food is it's like this poison from outer space, like where they can have a cheeseburger from 1985 and it doesn't actually like dissolve or whatever it is. Like it doesn't do what regular meat does, but still, you know, McDonald's will probably remain pretty strong in a recession. Procter and Gamble will as well. Also, a company like Duke Energy, like a power company. These are things that people are going to need. Johnson & Johnson might be another stock to feel free to take a look at. because they're going to make money even in a recession. So if you want to know some safe haven investments you can make that will keep, allegedly, again, there's no guarantees, keep you pretty safe even in a bad economy, those are some companies that are out there. Now, if you want to know some of the variables that are happening right now, I'm just going to give you a breakdown so you'll just know what's happening. A lot of you are stock market investors, and I know a lot of you are seeing red in your portfolio. Join the club. It's raining right now. Everybody's getting wet. I got water in my shoes. All you can do is hold your nose and hold out. I've also been buying dips. That's what I do. That's because that's my strategy. I stick with my strategy. I stick with the plan. I don't let whatever's happening out there affect what's happening inside of me. This is some of the lessons that Dr. Alicia works with you guys on in our Black Financial Therapy department in the Black Business School, is that you have to know how to keep your cool when the market acts weird, because if you freak out and panic and you run away, you're going to miss the chance to make the money. That's why we have the first ever Black Financial Therapy department in the Black Business School. So here's the thing. A few things that are causing this decline. One, trade tensions. These tariffs are causing all kinds of issues with China, Mexico, and Canada. And as much as Trump is disentangling us from those countries, these countries have really deep relationships with the United States economically. And there is chaos in global financial markets that results from the destabilization of these relationships. Now, just because the stock market has been getting hammered, though, doesn't mean that everybody loses if these relationships get changed or if they evolve over time. A lot of people have felt that globalization helps very wealthy people. If you're a stock market investor, globalization helps you because stock prices go up in a global society. But what about that worker in Pittsburgh who used to work at the steel mill, and now the steel mill is making all their steel in China, right? His life isn't going to get any better because of globalization, right? So an argument to be made in favor of tariffs, which I don't know if I agree with it all the time, is that it protects local industries. And it says that sometimes money is not the most important thing in the world. And also, just because more money is made doesn't mean everybody's getting that equally. The United States is not a country that's very good at distributing its wealth. I mean, the United States is a country where a lot of your wealth rises to the top. So stockholders get very wealthy with globalization. The elites get very wealthy. Regular working class people don't, right? And my goal really is to show you what the elite do, so you can position your family in that space, so you can benefit from Americanized capitalism. I'm not trying to convince you that it's a good thing. I'm not trying to make you a capitalist. I'm just trying to let you know you're in a capitalist society, and money drives everything. That if you are Black and you are trying to just create another generation of employees, you're going to get killed. Your job will feed you, but it's your wealth that will help you really elevate. Your job is only designed to feed you just enough food so you can get up and go back to work tomorrow. All right. So moving on. Another issue going on here is there's a concern that there might be a recession. We talked about that. Consumer confidence is dropping. That's a big deal because the American consumer has propped up the stock market for a very long time. The stock market has been elevated by the fact that American consumers spend like crazy and they can't stop, won't stop. They never slow down their spending. Third, there's issues with inflation and interest rates now. Before, the Federal Reserve was going to lower interest rates. They had all these rate cuts kind of planned into the year. Well, now they can't. They're afraid to do it because they're seeing that this inflation may come back because tariffs are inflationary. So if they cut interest rates in an inflationary environment, they're only going to make the inflation worse. So what they might do instead is actually hike interest rates. So if you hike interest rates, that's slowing down the economy further. You've already got the tariffs and stuff in place. And you're also missing out on the rate cuts that were already priced into the stock market. So all this stuff just creates chaos with the stock market. It's like, oh God, what are you doing? This is crazy. So this is why you're seeing the market drop, because the valuations don't make sense anymore. And the tech sector has been just getting body slammed. It used to be the case that the tech trade, the NVIDIAs and the Teslas and the Microsofts, that was where the big money was. Not anymore. Not anymore. The economy has fully spread out. The United States was in a very dangerous position where an extraordinary percentage of our market's total economic value was tied up in like 7 stocks. It was like 7 stocks that controlled everything. And now that number is starting to dissipate. These companies, so I personally am not chasing the NVIDIAs. I'm not chasing just the Amazons and the Microsofts. I think these companies are fine, but I'm actually happy that the valuations have come down a little bit. It might actually make more sense And then last but not least, just when you have tariffs and broken trade relationships, you have a risk of a global recession. Global recessions can be caused in these environments, and that can be an issue. So RJ says, great content. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for your donation. I will take that $2 and I won't spend it in one place. I'll go buy me some stock with that $2. Thank you very much. But anyway, everybody, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. And I do have we do have financial flashcards and workbooks for kids if you want to train your kids on wealth, which I believe we should educate our own children and we should train them on economics at the highest levels. You can feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. We have workbooks, flashcards, all kinds of stuff for kids of every age. And one of the things that we want to do is we want to make Black first people that care about our community. We want to make you and your family the most economically intelligent group of people on the planet. But it's going to take time. It's going to take a generation to do this. But I know this is what can happen. In my background, I'm a finance professor, in case you don't know, just for those who are new. All right. So Chris Sally says, what's the gold and silver tickers? There's SLV and GLD. SLV and GLD. Those are ETFs you can buy that'll give you access to gold and silver. Let's see here. What else? Yeah, Procter & Gamble, Duke Energy, Johnson & Johnson. Those are the stocks that I mentioned earlier for sure. Let's see here. Damien, the only thing about buying dips right now is that it keeps dipping and my pockets aren't that long. Yeah. At some point you might run out of money. After that, you just got to wait for the dip to undip itself. That does suck. I agree with you. I hear you, man. It's hard out here for a big money player like yourself. I mean, you eventually run out of cash, and liquidity becomes the number one driving challenge for all investors, most investors, when the market dips. When the market dips, the people that have the cash becomes king. And people like Warren Buffett are in the sweet spot. Warren Buffett, don't be surprised if the market keeps dropping. Don't be surprised if Warren Buffett pops in and makes some major acquisition and comes in and buys some, he says, I'm buying a 50% stake of McDonald's or something. Like Warren Buffett has enough cash where he could buy McDonald's, like straight up, just buy all the stock. I mean, there would be some legal hurdles to jump, of course, but he literally has enough money to buy McDonald's, I think, if he wanted to. That's how much cash he's sitting on. So don't be surprised if someone like Buffett just pops in and just makes a crazy move like that. Let's see here. Let's see. I see someone says, exactly. The presidency is a service and not a model. Okay. So you're talking about Trump and the presidency stuff. Yeah. I'm not going to debate that with you. Y'all can debate that another time. I mean, if you love Trump, you love him. If you hate him, you hate him. I personally find it interesting that now politically you have Black people on both sides of the aisle. I saw people saying that the White House canceled Black History Month, but then I saw like hundreds of Black people in the White House on Black History or to celebrate Black History Month. And these were Black people too. I don't think you have to be a Democrat to be Black. I hate that. Who in the hell said the Democrats get to decide what it means to be Black? No, you don't. You don't. I remember when Biden said that if you don't vote for me, then you ain't Black. You can't take away my Blackness, sir. You can't tell me what it means to be Black. If I want to be a Black chinchilla with wearing green underwear, then I'm still Black, even in my green drawers. So stop telling me what it means to be Black. You don't own me. Right? So so my Black Republican friends are still Black. My Black Democrat friends are still Black. And my Black independent friends are still Black. That's it. Don't let nobody take your Blackness from you. Nobody owns that. But anyway, and actually, I could take pride. Actually, y'all might know this, but when Charlemagne asked Biden those questions and got him to kind of freak out and say, well, if you don't vote for me, you ain't Black. Charlemagne had texted me right before that interview and asked me, what should I ask him? And I gave him some questions. And I said, this will probably cause him to blow a gasket. And he asked him some of those questions. And then Biden just went like, you can't ask me that because you're Black and Black people aren't supposed to be smart. All right. So anyway, people need to buy physical gold and silver. Yeah, I agree. Well, maybe physical, sure, maybe. I mean, sure. If you're preparing for like the end of the world or World War III or something, honestly, if you really had a war or something just crazy happen where you really needed physical gold, I don't know. All the rules just change. The rules. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't care much about gold. I probably care more about food and stuff, but or shelter or safety and weapons and all that. So I don't know. But then again, sure, why not? But I think you can get by without it. Let's see, where can you make legitimate purchases from? there's a lot of apps out there. So if you want to get started with investing and stuff like that, we do have a stock market investors club. If you want to join, we're going to meet tomorrow. So you can go to drboystockmarket.com. The first month is free. So feel free to go to drboystockmarket.com. All right. So let's see here. Yeah, water. There we go. Water would matter. Thank you, El Haj. What are my thoughts on Johnson and Johnson and VZ volatility trading on $1 moves? Um, well, we talked about Johnson and Johnson earlier. You talking about Verizon volatility? If you're talking about VZ, I don't know much about. I don't follow Verizon like that, so I'd have to kind of look it up. All right. So anyway, I'm going to get out of here, guys. It was great to see you. I just wanted to give you a quick briefing on what was happening. If you want to know what I expect, I just really believe deep down they're not going to let this keep going forever. I would just be shocked if they were patient enough to say, we're going to let the whole stock market collapse and make all of our enemies happy, ruin the finances of all of our friends, and stick with this plan until we get what we want. I don't believe they're going to do that. I think they're going to make announcements that are going to reverse this. And what happens is typically the biggest positive moves in the market typically happen after days like this. That's usually what happens. It's very rare that you see a big move upward that wasn't preceded by a big move downward. Kind of like life, a lot of our greatest comebacks occur after our biggest setbacks. So again, I don't know if this is going to happen, but that's what I'm invested in. So if the market decides to blow up tomorrow and do something really amazing, just know I will be back tomorrow and I will be smiling and saying, I told you so. But if it doesn't, then we got more to talk about too. All right, guys. So anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. Can you show how to buy back the sold options in Prime class tomorrow? Yes. So tomorrow we're gonna do a meeting of our stock options income class, and that's where the main thing we focus on is how to generate safe, consistent income by selling stock options. It's kind of cool. And if you are not a member, you can go to drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com, or also have a training called How to Make Money Without Working. And you can take a look at that, and that's free. Let me share that. You can actually get that if you text the word money to the number 87948. So text money to 87948. You'll get it. You can take a look at it, and I can walk you through it, and you can decide if that's something that works for you. A lot of people like it. It's how I make money for my family. So feel free to text the word money to 87948 and I'll send it to you via text, and you can take a look and decide. And those of you that are already in Prime, you will get a text from me tomorrow and another invitation for class. We got a lot to talk about, and I'll lay out some plays and straightforward strategies that you can apply that will put money in your pocket right away. Hopefully we'll have a better market to work with. If not, then we'll still find the opportunities. There's always opportunities everywhere. No matter what the market condition is, always remember there's always an opportunity. It may be short term, it may be long term, but there's always an opportunity. All right. So have a good night, everybody. God bless you. Thank you guys for listening and hanging out with me. And I will see you all soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Money in the Morning. So good to see everybody. It is a Monday morning. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling awfully black. I'm feeling wealthy, even though even though the stock market's not agreeing with me. The stock market's kind of giving us a hard time today, but that's neither here nor there. There are ways to benefit from every economic situation. So so anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. I hope you had a good weekend. Tell me what you did this weekend. Let me know. Did anybody do anything interesting this weekend? I'd like to see that. All right. All right. So let me do this. I'm gonna send out a text, and just so you know, and I'll mention this again, just so people that come in later will know this. I send out the link to. I stream this class out to a different YouTube channel each day, and so when I send you the link and I say join us in class, that link will take you to the YouTube channel. And the reason I do that is because I know some of you may get in a few minutes later and you'd like to see the whole thing. And even though being in the private Zoom is better, because you can get your questions answered and stuff like that. It's sometimes easier to go to the YouTube channel if you want to watch it later or something like that. Now, if you want to watch everything all together later, like if you want to just check out, I think we've done about 500 trainings in this class. We started at the beginning of 2024, and we have gone almost every single day since then. So I'm gonna guess that's about 400 or 500 days, something like that. So if you want to see them all, there's a class in the Black Business School where everything's housed. I can't remember the URL though. I gotta go find it, and I'll send it to you guys and give you a discount if you want to go and get access to everything. So anyway, first thing that's interesting right now is that the stock market is kind of crashing today. So today's kind of an interesting day in the stock market. As you guys know, I'm a dip buyer. I always talk about buying the dip. And so that's going to be fun to discuss tomorrow when we go through the stock market breakdown and everything else. In case you want to know what I'm buying, I bought some shares of Robinhood and Tesla. Tesla is all the experts I've been sort of consulting with and paying attention to love Tesla. They think that they have just such a huge advantage, and if you can get past the politics, again, if you don't like Elon Musk, I get it, whatever, it's up to you. But if you don't care, you want to just go get the money and be where the money's at, there's a lot of indication to say Tesla has a lot of upside and that this down cycle is a great opportunity to own it. No guarantees. This is a long-term play, but this is where I'm putting a lot of my money. All right. So anyway. I'm sending out the text message for you guys now. It'll usually just say something real simple. Dr. Boyce Money in the Morning is starting now. Also, don't forget that Dr. Alicia is doing her Mental Health Monday tonight at 8:30. I think she's going to talk about chakras. She's really into chakras and stuff. And so if that's your thing, then you can come along. If you want to join Dr. Alicia, get notifications when she does things, just pull out your phone, text the word love to the number 87948. So text love to 87948. And Dr. Alicia will notify you when she's about to do her thing. All right, so I want to ask you all a question really quickly. Give me a yes or no in the chat. How many of you believe that men that at least half of all men are uncomfortable or feel awkward when a woman is doing better than him financially? Give me a yes in the chat if you think that this is the case. Give me a no if you think that this is all a bunch of fake news and a bunch of BS. And the reason I ask that is because I'm going to show you guys a video that I just saw. I put it on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. And on Dr. Boyce Finance, I shared this video that I thought was really interesting, and it involves a podcast called Hardly Initiated. And the brothers who made the podcast actually came out of the Black Business School. I like these guys a lot. They're very nice people and they're very good at what they do. And so I was a little bit thrown off by kind of, what I heard. Not to say that they were wrong or right. I just really thought that the comments were a little bit strange. Honestly, I'd love to talk to them and find out exactly what they meant. And because I know them personally, I maybe I'll just bring them in or something, or bring them on my podcast or something, because I feel like these conversations sometimes don't get the proper nurturing that they deserve. I don't think that they are dealt with in the way that they should be. I really would like to see them dealt with also with some degree of science attached, right? There's research out there on all these things in terms of, how do women feel if a man does this? How do men feel if a woman does that? And I probably, I guess, know these things because my wife is a researcher in this area, right? She's written research papers on these topics. She's taught classes on these topics. And if you learn what's out there, like if you learn the science of good relationships, which is actually connected to the science of good finances, right? We've talked about this, that stable families is one of the keys. That's one of the hacks to wealth, one of the big wealth hacks that a lot of people seem to forget. And I think it happens a lot when you're young because you think relationships are all about who's the cutest and who, where you can have the most sex and stuff like that. And people forget about the long-term implications of relationships, the long-term investment aspect, like the fact that when my mother was older and still wonderful, but not the hot, sexy young thing she was when my father met her. She was laying in her deathbed, dying of cancer, and my father was sitting right next to her because they made this commitment to each other and stuck to it, right? And I think that it's interesting to me that there are not enough young people getting mentored by older people who can show them the other side of life, right? Like I'm going to say this really quickly. If you have a young person in your family that wants to be successful, tell them to find at least three mentors over the age of 50. If they're under 30, they need three mentors over the age of 50 that can tell them what lies further down the road. And because if I'm in a car and you tell me what's further down the road, then I can decide which path I want to take. Because a lot of people are just driving blind. When you're paying attention to your favorite celebrity or you're listening to your goofy friends that don't know what's going on, you're gonna just get a lot of bad advice And I can tell you, I learned a lot from listening to older people talk about on their deathbed. Like, okay, what are your biggest regrets? Right? I learned a lot from those conversations. Like, okay, when you're on your deathbed and you're about to die and you know you're never going to go home again, what do you regret the most? And so I would encourage any person that wants to be smart, right? Not everybody wants to be smart. Some people want to go through life and just make one dumb decision after another, or they just want to wing it, or they feel like because they're black they're supposed to screw their lives up, and then and then end up 50 years old saying, yeah, I used to be a knucklehead but now I'm getting it together. But I get it, but sir, you're 52 years old. I wish you had made that decision when you were 25 or something. Then that way you wouldn't have to play catch up. I'm not making fun of you. I'm just saying that a lot of us have family members like that. I learned a lot. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I learned a lot from uncles. A lot of my uncles who made the biggest mistakes in their lives, I learned from them. It was like, well, don't do what I did. And I'm like, I'm taking notes. I'm not going to do anything that you did because right now you're in jail, or you're broke. You're not happy. Like your children don't respect you because of whatever you were doing for the last 20 years. And I just kind of feel like it's time for us to educate each other in a multitude of ways. Like for example, in the Black Business School, we have initiatives like the Black Wealth Ambassadors Program, things like that, where we're encouraging you, we're giving you resources and support to teach your own people, to teach yourselves, right? But also, I think the same thing should be true in relationships when it comes to mental and physical health as well, because we got too many young people that are miserable. We got too many young people. Tell me if you've seen this. Tell me if you've noticed how many young people are online, depression, anxiety, stressed out, don't know how to get by financially. Anybody seen that? Anybody see this is like a trend. I think it's like trendy to be like to like hate your life. Anybody else notice that? If you're under 30, there's like a at least a 50% probability, maybe 70%, that you're just miserable, unhappy, pissed off, and broken. I don't want you to have to live your youth like that. You're 27, man. You're supposed to be having fun. Come on, girl. You're supposed to be happy right now. You're young and you're cute. You ain't gonna be cuter when you're 47. So, or like you're not gonna have as many options when you get older. How in the hell can you waste your life hating your life? Hey, why is it so common to spend our youth? If you're young, in my opinion, and some of y'all got young people in your family, bring them into the class. Bring them in because so they can hear this. If you are young and you cannot find your happiness, I'm gonna give you a homework assignment right now. Your homework assignment is to go find it. Your homework assignment is to find it. I talked to my youngest about the inalienable rights. The inalienable rights are, finish it up for me. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of what? Type in the chat. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? So I said to her, I said, well, we know what it means to have life. Some people, but really, some people are alive, but they're not really living. I said, but then also, liberty, we know what that kind of means. That's kind of freedom. But a lot of people don't have freedom because they don't know what freedom looks like. They claim they want power. They don't know how the hell are you gonna get power when you can't even define it? A lot of people can't even define what freedom is, and they like, we want freedom. Okay, well, what is freedom? Oh no, right? Like, no, you got to know what it is in order to identify it when you see it. Some of y'all walk right past freedom and opportunity and wealth because you never took the time to meditate and define what that really means for you. But then the pursuit of happiness. I told her, I said, look, I told, when she asked me what profession she should pick, I said, I don't care what profession you pick. I'm not here. I don't think you should define yourself by a job anyway. Um, I said, I just want you to be happy. And a lot of people out here are miserable. They hate their lives, and I don't want you to be one of those people. So happiness is something that must be pursued. It's not usually going to fall in your lap. You got to go find it. You got to go know what's going to make you happy. So I talked to a 22-year-old that I mentor, and I said, man, there is a science on happiness. Y'all, you do know that. You do know that Yale has a, how many of y'all knew that? That Yale has a whole class on happiness. Yale literally has a class on how to be happy. Did any of y'all know that? There's literally because well, would they have a class on happiness? Well, because there's a science to it. There's like a way that happy people do things that unhappy people don't, and that makes a big difference. So ultimately, Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness means that if you want to be happy, you got to kind of take that time to experience the knowledge of self, and then also get knowledge of the world, and then figure out where in the world I can go in order to find my happiness. So again, my advice to any young person that wants to be successful, or even any old person, is find somebody that's ahead of you that can explain to you what life looks like 20, 30 years down the line so you can make investments. I'm going to use that word investments repeatedly so that people who are confused don't think that we're not having a financial conversation. But the investments that will benefit you 20, 30 years down the line. Like I learned that investing in a good black woman at an early age meant that I learned from my father and my mother that if I invest in a good family when I'm young, that when I'm older, I have some high probability of having some people who give a damn when I'm laying on my deathbed in the old folks home. Do you understand? So your biggest investments are not in money, they are in people, but also even your financial investments. Most of you who are over the age of 30 can remember a time where you probably kicked yourself when I told you that, if you just bought a couple $1,000s worth of Microsoft stock 25 years ago, you'd be loaded. If you bought a little bit of Apple stock back in the early 2000s, you'd be filthy rich right now. And it wasn't, again, it wasn't like Apple snuck up on you. You knew Apple was Apple back in 2002. You knew that even before the iPhone and all that. Apple was a big corporation. Everybody knew about Apple. They had a rivalry with Microsoft. So you could have bought just Apple and Microsoft and made a ton of money, but you weren't thinking down the line. You didn't sit down and meditate and say, gosh, I wonder what the year 2024 is going to be like, and I wonder what's going to matter to me at that time. And what things can I do right now that will, what investments can I make financially? What investments can I make in terms of people? What investments can I make in terms of my mental and physical health, such that in that year, I'm going to have a really great life. I'm going to really be in a good position. Because if you don't do that, if you don't plan ahead, then you won't. It's very difficult to find happiness if you try to get it at the last minute. It's like when I used to teach when I was on the faculty of Syracuse, I used to laugh when students would come in the day before the test and try to learn 30, learn 3 weeks worth of 4 weeks worth of material in 24 hours. I'm like, you're not gonna pass it. Oh my God, it's so hard. I've been working so hard. I stayed up all night. Stop crying to me. What are you crying about? You wasn't crying 2 weeks ago when I told you to start studying and you were chilling. You weren't crying back 3 weeks ago when you was going to the step show instead of doing your work. You weren't crying when your nerdy friend said, "Hey, let's go to the library," and you said, "Oh, girl, but you too serious. You always studying all the time." That you were fine back then. So why are you in my office crying right now? You're crying right now because you want to go back and you want to redo the past. You want to change that which you've already put in place. You want to recreate the destiny that you built for yourself. You chose to fail this test. You chose to not be prepared. And now that the consequences are coming knocking, because the devil always comes back and gets his ROI, he comes back and gets his return on investment. The devil will bless you, and then he's going to show up and ask for compensation. Well, now that you gotta pay the piper by failing this test, you're all stressed out and sad about it. And you were a victim, but you were also the perpetrator. The previous you was the perpetrator. The current you was the victim. The old you abused the new you. The you from 3 weeks ago who didn't study, who didn't go to the library, who went to the step show instead of actually sitting down and doing the work, is abused you who's sitting in my office right now. You're crying because of what the younger version of you did to yourself. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? And this paradox can go in both directions. Both directions. So the question is, what are you going to do to your future self? Are you going to abuse your future self by not preparing? Are you going to abuse your future self by not investing? Are you going to abuse your future self by not making a plan? Or are you going to bless your future self? When you 5 years from now, you look back and you say, "Man, I'm so glad I made those decisions way back in 2025 because now my life is good. Now I'm driving something nice. Now I'm living in a mansion. Now I'm living my best life. I just quit my job. My life is better. I'm able to provide for my kids because I made a sacrifice." You cannot reap a harvest if you do not plant anything. If you you cannot you reap what you sow. If you sow no seeds, then you will have no harvest. And so some people are confused, like, why do I have a harvest? Everybody else is living good. Why ain't I got nothing? Well, the answer is right there inside of you. Ask yourself, 5 years ago, did I plant anything? Did I plant seeds? If you planted no seeds, then you get no harvest. Now, let me hop into this one topic I wanted to hit on. I saw this video this morning. I woke up. I'm kind of mad at myself. I'm usually in the 5 a.m. club, but I slept like I was dreaming and stuff, and I woke up at 8:20 or something, which is just downright pathetic. Normally I get up at 4:30 in the morning, but it's okay though. I'm gonna forgive myself and I'm gonna get back in the gym today. But here, let me share something with you. This video that I thought was really, really fascinating. And I put it on my Instagram, and my Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. And by the way, just as a reminder, what I'm gonna do also for those of you that are watching on the YouTube channel, I'm gonna give you all the link if you want to come into the Zoom. Let me see if I can grab this link. If you want to come into the Zoom, where like so that means if you put in a question, I'll see your question and stuff like that. I'll give you guys the link. I'm gonna put it in the chat of the YouTube channel for those of you that want to actually come into the Zoom. But just as a reminder, if I send out the reminder for class via text, I'm going to bring you to the YouTube channel because the YouTube channel is a place where the video will still be there, even if you come in a few minutes later, something like that. So anyway, all right. So here is the video. Let me see if I can pull this sucker up. It's basically a guy who is on a podcast called Hardly Initiated. It's a good podcast, and the guys who created the podcast, they came out of the Black Business School. So I ain't got nothing but love for these guys. And I, even if I don't understand why they say what they say, I still have a tremendous amount of respect for them. But I would love to talk to them because they really have to answer for what they were talking about in this particular podcast episode. I didn't quite understand it, and so let me see if I can pull this up. And this leads to a broader conversation about money and relationships and whether or not men should be or are or have any reason to be intimidated or concerned when a woman is doing well financially. So here, I'm going to try to share this. I'm going to hit share and I'm going to play this. Let me know, give me a yes if you can hear this video. I'm going to play the video right now.
Look, she says, I got a good job. I make very, very good money. And she says, the only thing I need now is a man. It's like, yo, it's like, who wants you? Who wants you? You're right. Like, once you have achieved these things, you have unfortunately disqualified yourself.
Ooh, and shit.
And what it is these, and this is the thing. I'm not
Ooh,
blaming
the women are gonna hate him for that shit.
No,
They're gonna hate him for that. I can't wait to put this shit out.
Number one, what does it mean for us to have all these conversations about what do you bring to the table? The woman say she bring everything and you say, I don't want you no more. What does it mean? Number two, women exceeding expectations and being all they can be is not a negation of your manhood or masculinity. If you feel that way, it is show that your shit is fragile. Number three, as a college professor, you know that studies showed that female college students will literally dim their light in order to appeal to their male counterparts because they recognize that men's fragile masculinity will make you where, man, I don't get to feel like a man if you know more than me.
Literally, she says, I got a good job. I make very, very.
Okay. All right. So let's stop right there. Y'all were able to hear it, right? Everybody's able to hear the video. All right. So yeah, I gotta ask the guys in the podcast about that one. They're very nice guys, and again, they came out of the Black Business School. So if you're a Black Business School alum, I'm gonna love you no matter what, even whether I agree with you or not. Um, Clearly, the comment was questionable, right? This idea that because you've accomplished these things, no one else will want you. And that right there is where that just that statement alone, that blanket statement is an incorrect statement. And the reason it's an incorrect statement is because when you're talking about a market, this is my thing. This is what I do. This is what economists study. All we do is we study markets all day. Dating is a market, just like the grocery store is a market, just like the job market is a market, just like the stock market is a market. And markets are moved by specific dynamics related to things like supply and demand, among others, right? So for someone to say no one wants you because of blank, well, that right there is wrong. That's going to be wrong in every single situation, any type of market, because what that is saying is that's like saying that if I have a company that lost $1 billion last year, that no one's going to want to buy that stock. And that's not true. Someone will buy the stock. they're just going to lower the price that they're willing to pay for that stock. Do you understand? Like I could go into the stock market. And remember, dating's a market just like the stock market. And I could go find a company in my Robinhood app right now that has really had some financial problems. I don't know, let's say BlackBerry or something. BlackBerry, I think BlackBerry was struggling. Let me see, BlackBerry. Let me look up BlackBerry. BB, ticker symbol BB. Now, BlackBerry is a crappy organization. They've been losing money for years. They messed up because they didn't keep up with the iPhones. Their earnings per share is either negative typically or it's very, very low. But guess what? BlackBerry still has a market capitalization of $2.5 billion. That 2.5 billion. And if you wanted BlackBerry stock, you could not get it for free. It's $4.18. Now, mind you, it used to be much higher than that. It used to be as high as what is it? $116. So BlackBerry has seen a decline due to market conditions, but BlackBerry is still a stock that millions of people want to buy. Do you understand? It's a matter of the price. So the same thing that's true with the stock market is also true with the dating market. So if somebody says, if you are a man who weighs 400 pounds and you don't want to take baths and you don't have any money and you're kind of a mean guy, ain't nobody gonna want to be with you. Well, no, somebody, there's somebody for everybody typically, especially when you have a big liquid market like dating. There's billions of people on the planet. Somebody out there is going to still be okay with having that man as her man. Now, what it might happen though is that his stock price might drop, right? You put on the 400 pounds, you don't like to take baths, you ain't got no money. So the demand for you as a boyfriend, husband, whatever you're trying to be, might dip a little bit, but then demand and supply have this relationship where there's still going to be somebody somewhere who says, yeah, you know what, I'll still take that guy, right? So when people say ain't nobody going to want you if you do blank, that's just wrong. That's just wrong. And I tried to find a polite way to explain that to Kevin Samuels when he was here. He didn't take it so well. He was very offended by what I had to say. But I said, why would you ever say that a person in a specific category is not going to be wanted by anybody? Because that's never, ever, 100% ever, ever true. You know, if you say you're over 35, nobody wants you. I was like, well, number one, I was single at the time. I said, actually, I don't want to date any women under 35 because I like women to be smart and mature. But then number two, you just can't say that. That's just not true. So that's where I would correct the brother from Hardly Initiated is I would say maybe you shouldn't say no one will ever want you because I think you can say that's not what I want, right? I get that, but you can't say no one will ever want that. But then also the question then becomes even deeper. As a man, I would ask what why am I going out of my way to tell people that nobody wants them? Like why would I even feel the need to do that? Why would I if I have a preference? Like so for example, um let's just start here. Let's assume that you are a person who says, you know what, I really don't want my significant other to make more money than I do. You know, and that's your preference. I think it's your right to have that preference. I really do. Like if you want somebody that likes to wear purple socks on a Saturday, that's your right. If you want somebody that's a or like how women will say, I when I was single, I remember hearing I would hear women say, when I did online dating like 25 years ago because I couldn't do once I became known I couldn't do it anymore. But when I did it, I would hear women politely say, "I'm sorry, but I don't date men over 6 feet, under 6 feet tall." That was their right, right? So just like it was their right to say, "I want a man over 6 feet tall," it would be my right to say, "I want a woman shorter than me." Right? Because a lot of men want that. A lot of women don't. I could tell just to tell on myself a little bit. When I was single, there was this really pretty lady who really liked me a lot. I think it was honestly, I think it was because of money. Because there's some people that just love money. And but she was like 6'2". And I was like, and now, mind you, in my mind, I've always believed I was 6'5". I do, but I still do. So please don't burst my bubble when you meet me. But people keep telling me I'm 5'8", but that's all fake news. They're just making things up. They're just like the Republicans and the Trumpers and the Democrats. They're making stuff up, right? But still, just in case I'm not actually as tall as I want to believe that I am, I personally felt like 6'2" was kind of weird for me. It was a little bit awkward. Um, Did I ever tell her that? No, because why would what point would it be for me to make her feel bad about her height? But if that's my preference, that's my right to have that preference. Do you see what I mean, right? So if you have a preference, I think it's okay for anybody to have any preference they want. But in any market, when you make a preference, what you're introducing in economic theory is you're introducing a constraint. And so anytime you introduce a constraint, what happens is you get a less and less optimal outcome. You get a less optimal solution. So ultimately, if you really want to talk about whether you talk about dating or anything else, or even searching for a job, if I say, yeah, I really want to work, but I only want to work 3 days a week. I need a job that's 5 miles from my house. I need a job that has daycare for my kids. I need a job that's going to let me take off anytime I want. I need to make at least $400,000 a year, right? Every time you introduce a constraint in a mathematical equation where you're trying to optimize something, you're going to get a less optimal solution every time. Do you understand? You're going to get a solution every time that's going to be less optimal. So when you have women, anybody ever seen that? It's so weird. I don't know if I've never seen men do it, to be honest with you, but I've seen women that'll have a list of things. Like I had a friend who was really smart. She went to Harvard. She made $300,000 a year. She's about 45 years old. She was looking for a man, and she had a list of 27 things that she needed the man to have for her to pick a man. And I said, "Huh, that's really interesting." I'm curious. I'm wondering. Part of me honestly wonders if you're looking for something that doesn't exist. And honestly, I felt like I was thinking that would probably be something better handled with your therapist because her father died when she was young, and I kind of wondered if that played a part in this sort of looking for the fantasy man. So what would happen is she would meet a wonderful man every 6 months, and then after 6 months went by, she would realize he didn't fit the 27 parameter list, and then she would move on to the next guy. But with that being said, though, it was one thing that went through my mind as a mathematician was if you have 27 constraints, then it's going to be really hard for you to optimize that problem, right? So really when you're picking or in any market, you want to really understand that every constraint that you introduce is going to limit your available supply. Right. So when you pick a constraint, it doesn't mean you shouldn't pick a constraint. It doesn't mean you shouldn't have standards. Everybody should have standards. I think it's a matter of deciding which ones are the deal breakers and which ones are not. Just like if I do a business deal or if I go take a job, I sure there's lots of things I might prefer. There are preferences I might have, but if everything becomes a deal breaker, then I shouldn't be surprised if I end up unemployed. So same thing would be true in relationships. If everything is a deal breaker, then your deals will be broken. And and you'll just kind of go through this perpetual cycle of short relationships, 6 to 9 months. That's what the science says. The science says in the first 6 months, the phenylethylamine, dopamine, and oxytocin are really strong. So you're pretty much it's like you're on drugs because you're having sex and you're having a great time. And then after about 6 months, it starts to wear off, and that's when you start to gain sobriety in the relationship, and you start to notice all the little things that get on your nerves. So about by the ninth to 12th month is when the relationship ends. And a lot of you probably know people that go into that cycle. I've studied this. When I wrote Financial Lovemaking, I literally studied the science of relationships because I learned early that if I don't learn how to manage relationships properly, I will never be able to achieve my goals. And this was me as a young black man, if I could not control the influence that a beautiful woman might have on me or things like that, I was never going to be able to focus long enough to actually get through school and start a business and do the things that I wanted to do. I did not want my um my male instincts to I didn't want to spend all my time chasing women to the point where I didn't have anything else. And you notice you'll see people that have that. You'll see people that just are chasing everything, always chasing a tail, spend their last nickel trying to get a new woman, whatever, and then their lives kind of become complex, right? Complicated. And if you notice, most of these billionaires, they got one woman. They ain't got 50 chicks. Mark Zuckerberg has one wife that he dedicated. He had a big birthday bash for her, and he's been with this lady since he was in his 20s. How many guys do you know who could literally be 30 years old with enough money to buy any building in New York City with the money in his checking account? Like literally, he's that rich. He's rich enough he could probably buy your whole entire block or a big 30% of whatever city you live in, right? How many guys do you know could have that much money at the age of 35? and literally walk around in regular clothes, focus on the career, and focus on his wife and raising kids. A lot of men can't do that because I think that for black men, especially, the celebrity culture influences us too much, and it makes us think that, well, because you now have all this money, you're supposed to have all these shenanigans that go with it. But most of the billionaires minimize the shenanigans so they can focus on accomplishing the goal. Right. So anyway, with that being said, another thing that's interesting about this is that if you look at the research, you will find that the relationship between or the connection between a woman's income and how men feel about that, it is complex. It's not as simple as we might think. Like we want to believe that any man who feels this way, there's something wrong with him and whatever. And there are men that feel that way, and that may not be the man for you, but there's research that kind of talks about how a woman's income level can affect how a man feels in a relationship, similar to how a man might feel if he's 5'8" and his girlfriend is 6'2". It doesn't mean there's anything wrong with her for being 6'2". It just means she might need to be dating a taller guy because Danny DeVito may say, this is a little awkward for me, right? So here is some research on this in case you want to know what the scientists say. Unless you want to listen to YouTubers, and that's fine as well. There's a study published in the journal Personality and Social Psychology that found that men's self-esteem takes a hit when their female partners earn more than they do. This is tied to traditional gender norms where men are seen as providers. So if you grow up with a mindset that says, as a man, I must be the provider, the main provider, the sole provider, the best provider in the house, then yes, it is going to be awkward when the woman comes in and she's like, no, I actually provide more than you do. And also if it comes with a certain kind of attitude. I talked to a really successful woman who was a corporate executive, and she said that one thing that she had to work on was that she was the boss at her job and she was bossing people around and telling them what to do. And she didn't realize she was also doing that to her husband. She would come home and be the boss in the house, and he just didn't like it. And what happened in this particular relationship, they did get a divorce, and she found out that her husband was, and this was predicted by a lot of studies, her husband had like 5 or 6 girlfriends all across the city, because he's like, well, while you're at work and conquering the world, I need to go places where I feel like a man. Now, again, that's not, I'm not excusing any of the behavior or anything like that. I think a good therapist could have helped them work through that. But this is what actually is shown in the studies, that a lot more infidelity occurs in relationships where there is that economic imbalance. And I think that what is also interesting is I wonder how much of that comes with the perhaps false belief or expectation that a person who has the most money subconsciously knows that they have a certain amount of power in their relationship. So then it kind of becomes another type of competition where you as a man are feeling like, gosh, she's really wearing the pants around here. She's really telling me what to do, bossing me around because she makes the most money. And maybe deep down she's offended by the fact that you don't make very much money. And that can really actually show itself sometimes. And it reminds me of like when I first met my wife. You guys know I was friends with her for a long time, and I enjoy being her friend. She's I think that she was. I think it's weird when guys act like it's weird when you are kind of in the friend zone. She didn't put me in the friend zone. I put myself in the friend zone because I think women can make great friends. Women are great communicators. Women are in touch with their emotions. Women are very smart people to talk to. I have better conversations typically with women than I can with other dudes. You get on the phone with dudes, sometimes it's a little awkward. The only dude I have a really good long conversation with is actually my friend Willie D from the Ghetto Boys. Willie is a great communicator, a good guy, and fun to talk to. Willie and I get on the phone and talk for hours. Everybody else, even my dad, it'd be like, "You see the game yesterday? Yeah. What'd you think? It was good." It just like a lot of guys don't talk. And I learned to talk a lot from my mother, so I love talking. I think, so women tend to be better communicators. But anyway, with one thing that I didn't know at the time was I remember my wife would get approached by like NBA and NFL players because she's always been just this gorgeous lady. I think she's the prettiest thing I ever saw. And I assumed that most girls would rather date a 6'5" NBA player with $10 million in the bank than some nerdy grad student, who's 5'8", who's in the library all the time. I didn't know though that my wife's preferences in men were driven by her father, who was a professor at Tuskegee for 30 years. So she actually liked the smart guy. She wanted the guy who was going to be the professor. She kind of had an issue with athletes actually. And it wasn't fair though. It wasn't fair because I think that in her mind, she thought that dating an athlete came with other baggage, right? Other types of attitudes and behaviors and a culture attached, right? And you know what I'm talking about. Starting with just, having 50,000 girlfriends all over the planet, having sex with everything that moves. So you're passing STDs to a lot of people. People don't talk about that, but that is happening. And then just all these other forms of chaos that kind of override the amount of money or status that he might bring, or the fact that he's 6'5", 240 pounds of muscle, but yet he's bringing this tragedy and this trauma in your life that you can never overcome. I saw that a lot when I wrote Financial Lovemaking. When I wrote Financial Lovemaking, I remember interviewing a woman who won the lottery. She ended up dating a guy who got drafted in the NFL after his junior year, and he played for I think the Seattle Seahawks, and he played a half a season, got injured, they cut him from the team, and next thing you know, she said, I thought that I was going to have this great life because I was married to this NFL player, but actually I had to work two jobs to pay the bills because he had no income coming in and he didn't want to go work because working was beneath him, and he thought that he would get a call from the NFL in any moment. So he would sit at home waiting for the NFL to call. And she said that when the NFL never called, he got depressed. And when he got depressed, he started taking more of the painkillers, drinking more of the liquor. And next thing you know, the relationship became very abusive. So she said, here I thought I was going to live a Disney princess kind of life. And I ended up being an abused woman in a relationship where I had to work two jobs to pay the bills for a guy who was sitting at home drinking and taking drugs all day. So ultimately, what people I think that this is where wisdom and this is where mentorship comes into play. I think that a lot of us get led down the wrong road because we think all shiny objects are valuable, and that's just simply not true. So anyway, though, but I do think that my wife was unfairly biased against athletes, right? Because you can't assume every athlete is a womanizer or every athlete is going to break your heart and ruin your life. But that was her bias, that was her preference, and she had a right to have that preference, right? So the same way a woman has a right to have her preference, a man has a right to have his preference. And so her preference was an unfair preference, like athletes all do this and they all do that, which isn't true, right? Well, a lot of men, maybe they have a preference in the sense that they might feel that, look, when a woman's making more money than you, it becomes very difficult because a lot of women think they have more power than you, or they might punk you or whatever, or disrespect you. And I don't know how other men feel. I'm gonna just be biased and tell you the truth. I don't like to be disrespected. I don't. I don't care. My wife is a high flyer. She's got all the education. She's been kicking ass and taking names for many years. I don't consider that to be a threat. And I encourage other men to understand this. That doesn't make her a threat. That makes her an asset. That makes her an asset to you. So if you want to have assets in your life, then that's what you should have. You should have people around you that are accomplishing things. You don't have to be the Michael Jordan of your life and score all the points. You can have good teammates, and as long as you can mutually respect each other, then it becomes a great team. So, but here's the thing. I'll tell you the truth. If my wife was like walking around trying to disrespect me, I wouldn't tolerate that. And in times where I felt that the respect was not there, I would make it clear, like, look, no, this you're not talking to a little boy. You're talking to a grown man, and that's that. So we need to make sure we're clear about that, and the respect has to go both ways. So I think that what a lot of guys might feel, and I'm not saying that it's justified or not justified, is they might make the assumption that a certain income and status level might come with a certain type of disrespect. And let's just be honest, I've seen that disrespect. I've seen women have panels where they talk about how pathetic black men are and what black men do wrong, and kind of like the female version of a Kevin Samuels kind of conversation. And it's just not fair. It's not fair because you have to also acknowledge, remember this, that as much as you feel that your important black job, your high paying black job makes you automatically successful and makes you automatically into this wonderful catch, the white man is controlling 80, 90% of that. Most black people who consider themselves successful define themselves by their job or maybe where they went to school or something like that. The white man decides all that. He decides if you're going to get the promotion or not. And one of the realities that I confronted with my wife, and we talked about this, is I said, there's places you can go where that white man will hire you and give you an opportunity to be next to him because studies show that a lot of men they want to be next to a beautiful woman or they love promoting certain types of people. I said, but they wouldn't want me around because I'm a threat. I'm a very serious black man who is very scary to them. I'm very smart, I'm very serious, I'm very strategic. A lot of people will be very intimidated by that. So there's certain opportunities you will always get that I won't get. But what does that do? Do I sit around and whine about it? No. What I do is I realize I confront reality. Reality is I'm not a white man. Reality is I'm not a black woman. Reality is I'm a black man. And as a black man, I have to be real clear about the specific opportunities and then specific limitations that come with what I am. Once I realized that, once I really accepted the fact that I'm a black man and that the rules are different for me, that's when I said, okay, a black man can really only get ahead and get real power in this country if he is a builder, if he builds his own institution, if he knows how to start his own business, if he knows how to make investments and own assets. If you are a black man and you want to be a king, I think you are delusional if you believe that that white man is going to invite you into his castle and make you the king. If you are a black man and you want to be a king, you must learn how to build a castle. You must build it, even if it's a tiny castle, even if it's not as big as somebody else's castle, it's still your damn castle. And I really believe that that we have to confront the fact that so many black boys are distracted by sports, by basketball, football, rapping, and thugging, and all these things that they learn when they're kids. They learn from the entertainment space that leaves them incredibly disempowered when they get into the real game of global economic competition. I really think it's a problem when you consider the fact, when you consider what's happening with black families, you cannot disconnect that from the fact that 86% of black boys in their senior year of high school cannot read at grade level. Those two things are connected because every 18-year-old, most 18-year-olds eventually become 28-year-olds who eventually become 38-year-olds. So if you're behind the eight ball that much at the age of 18, then it does not surprise me when you're still behind the eight ball when you're 28. So when that little boy and that little girl both get to marriage age and she's up here, she done went to school and got the great job and he's still not reading at grade level, I don't see how that's going to really work. There's no science anywhere that says that it's going to be a natural fit for her to be with a man that's shorter than her, so to speak, shorter in terms of income, shorter in terms of education, shorter in terms of just goal setting in life accomplishment. I'm not saying that this makes the men pathetic. It means that really we don't have honest conversations with our boys. And again, this links back to that lack of mentorship. That's why I say every black man, especially every black person, period, but really I'm talking about black men. Every black man under 30 needs a set of mentors over the age of 50 who have accomplished real power. That's another thing. I believe that the reason we don't have as much power as we want is because a lot of people don't even know what power is. They don't even know how to define it. They don't know what it really means to have power. I had to think about, I had to meditate on what power means. What does it mean I got a great job? Does it mean that I went to school? Does it mean no? Power is it's complex, but I feel powerful because can't nobody come up in my life and move me around like I'm a little chump. Can't nobody come into my space and dictate what's going to happen in my house. I pay the bills in this place. I decide what I'm going to do that day. I decide what the agenda is going to be. And I don't decide that for the whole world, but I decide that for my world. I have a say in that world. Right. And power might also come through the relationships I form. My wife makes me powerful. My friends make me powerful. You help make me powerful. I help make you powerful. Right. So these relationships can make you powerful. The intellect can make you powerful. I spent many years, like Malcolm X, studying everything I could possibly study because I knew that the more knowledge I have, the more power I have to understand what's happening to me and what's happening around me. So I'm not walking around, so hey, I'm gonna go get high, yo. Let me where the liquor at, man? Let me go get some. Keep living like that and watch how powerless you become. Well, yo, seriously, you've got threats everywhere from the police wanting to shoot you down in the street to folks wanting to lock you out of the economic system to the Democratic Party and Republican parties trying to tell you who to vote for to all these things. So if you don't show up understanding what it means for you to go get your power and you're not committed to investing in that, then you're probably not going to have that. And the other thing I learned about power that I believe is you gain more power as a black person if you're pouring into ownership of something that is yours than you'll ever get by standing behind that white man and building his business for him. That seriously, you standing behind him, standing up under him, trying to be his best friend, trying to go and get him to hire you and get him to give you opportunities, that will leave you in a space where you're gonna just feel like you're busting your butt and working your ass off, but nothing is coming out of that. You won't feel powerful that way. I think the quickest path for a black male to feel power is ownership. What do you own? What do you control? You don't have to control everything, but you got to control something. And also, are you a builder? We don't have enough black boys that are trained to build things, right? Can you go and even if you can build a house? Well, if I can build a house, then I have power in that house. I can decide what the house is going to look like. I decide the shape of the house, what the ventilation system is going to be, what the electrical system is going to be. If I can build a car, then I get to drive that car. I get to go where I want to go. I get to decide what kind of engine is going to be in the car, what color the car is going to be, who's going to be driving that car. But in order for me to achieve the power of driving my own car, I got to have the skills to build a damn car. I got to have the courage to build the damn car. I got to have the patience to build the car. I got to have the resilience to build the car. And I want you to look around and I want you to think about people that you know who feel powerless in this world. People that just feel like the world's kicking them in the ass and they can't get anything done without masses help and they're scared to death and everything else. And I want you to look at their lives and find out what they've actually built, what they actually own, what skill they have for building, and that will tell you everything you need to know about the source of their powerlessness. If you are plugged into a system and highly dependent on a system and highly dependent on people that don't respect you and don't have your best interests at heart, you will never feel power in this country. Power requires some heavy lifting. And so I think that what happens to a lot of men, unfortunately, is I think that when you get into relationships where she's doing well and you're not where you want to be, it might be a reminder of how powerless you are. And I believe you are powerless because you had the wrong mentors. I had to go specifically find black male mentors that were gonna give me power because I ran into a lot of bitches and punks, excuse my French. I ran into a lot of punks, a lot of cowardly men who told me that I could be successful as long as you don't make the white folks mad. You best not be talking like that or you're gonna. They sounded like some runaway slaves. I kid you not. It was crazy. I was in University of Kentucky and I said, why is it that I'm meeting so many older black males who are wimps, scared of their own damn shadow? I wanted to meet men similar to the father that raised me. My father was not scared of nobody. He had a soldier's mindset, and I did meet people like that. I can name them really quick if you don't mind. A guy named W.C. Benton, who was at Ohio State. He's one of the most skilled people in the world in his field, and he was a Marine and he was a fighter. And he said, don't let these folks walk all over you. He said, you shoot your gun until the last bullet is gone. I wrote that down in my brain. I never forgot that. I met people like Dr. George C. Frazier, who has been just extraordinary in terms of helping us understand what we got to do in order to win. He says that white folks ain't really thinking about you like that. White folks are thinking about white folks. You need to be thinking about your own people. Your families are falling apart. Your community's falling apart. You're not connecting with each other. You're not making a plan to build. That's why you're struggling. People like him, Dr. Claude Anderson. Dr. Claude Anderson, also a veteran who has been teaching powernomics for the last 50 years. People like Kenny Gamble. Kenny Gamble was an intelligent visionary who went and bought up blocks of property in Philadelphia when nobody wanted it because he said at some point white folks are going to come back. And he predicted gentrification 20, 30 years before it happens. He didn't sit back and allow himself to be a victim. He didn't do what other entertainers did. His other entertainers went out and bought big cars and fur coats with their money. He invited his friends to invest with him. They didn't want to do it because they didn't want to build anything. They didn't want to own anything. They didn't want to have a long-term vision or long-term plan. They all just wanted to live their best life. And then years later, Kenny became an incredibly wealthy man who owned some of the best property in Philadelphia because he executed his vision of ownership, which is the key to power. See, in America, and I can tell you this as an expert on finance, In America, money and wealth is power. That's power. Having resources and controlling those resources is one of the fastest pathways to power in this country, and that typically goes to builders. It goes to people that can have a vision, execute the vision, work at that vision consistently, and then next thing you know, they're able to call the shots in their space. Just like building a family, some people think that you can pretend to have a family, or maybe you can babysit kids longer. Think about it. To think that you can work for other people as a community and have real power is like thinking I can babysit other people's kids, and that'll be just like being a parent. No, you're not. You'll never be the parent. You're always going to be the babysitter. The minute the real parents decide they want to take their kids back, you're going to have to step to the side. The all the energy that you pour into watching these kids while their parents are off on vacation or whatever, that won't matter because when it comes time to make critical decisions about how the child's life is going to go, ain't nobody going to ask the damn babysitter. They're going to ask the mother. They're going to ask the father, the people who made the real structural foundational investment in the creation of this entity called a child. So you can't fake that. So if you want to have power in America, you need to learn how to become economic parents. You must give birth to the economic realities that you want to see. You need to learn how to go in there and create something and feed it every day, consistently dedicate your life to that business or that institution the same way a mother dedicates every second of her life to her child. If you don't do that, then you will not have power. And the reason people don't have power is because they always want to take the shortcut. Oh, I got a record deal. Now I'm rich. No, you're not. Your record label's rich. You'll be dead in a couple years, or all your money will be gone as soon as they find another Negro that they want to put on a record label. If you really want to have power in the music industry, you better learn how to start your own label, or work with other people to start a label, or own a piece of a label, or own your damn masters at least. Read your damn contracts. But if you're getting on the stage and you're just performing for people because white people love to see a black man get on stage and call himself the N-word and degrade his own community, that'll be good as long as it's good. And when it goes bad, it's gonna go bad. Anyway, let me move on. All right, so let's finish up this point, okay? And I'm sorry if I offended anybody with my language. I'm sorry, but not sorry. I just have to say this. I'm sorry, but I don't apologize for who I am. I can't do that. I'm gonna be Boyce every day. So if you like it, then you're gonna get more of it. If you don't like it, then you can go. It's okay. Just a reminder, if you are not on the text list to join this morning class, we meet every single day at 7 a.m. To talk about economics. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948, and I'll invite you. Also, if you want to join us tomorrow, we're going to do Stock Market Tuesday, and I'm going to break down stocks that I like and things like that, and answer a lot of your questions about stock market investing. I want everybody to invest in the stock market. You can do a free trial at drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. All right. So let me finish up this point about the research on men and why some men feel weird when a woman makes more money than them. And I think it's their right to have that preference, but it's not your right to say that everybody should have that preference, right? It's your right to feel that way, but it's not your right to tell women that no one will want them because they went to school or because they make money. Like that's just a ridiculous way to look at the world. And again, I'm not making fun of the guys at the podcast because I told you I like those guys a lot. I met them, I love them. They had me on one time, and they're very friendly, very good people. But this is just incorrect, and I just have to be honest about that. Here's a few other reasons, according to research, why some men feel awkward in these relationships. There's fear of a power imbalance. Research from the Harvard Business Review. This is business. This is a business journal. They found that in marriages where the wife earns more, couples report lower marital satisfaction and higher divorce rates. So some men believe that financial power translates into overall relationship dominance, which can be tough. Also, a study by the Journal of Marriage and Family in 2017 showed that men who earn less than their wives often experience negative social judgment, including from family and peers. So a lot of times, maybe you feel bad because you feel like other people will make fun of you because your wife is wearing the pants and she's the breadwinner. That's kind of tough. That's a real tough one. I know that there's things that my wife feels like she's supposed to do because she's the wife, and I don't know. I don't know how she would feel if I came in and I did everything that women do in a relationship. You know what I mean? I think she'd probably be happy if I cooked and cleaned, things like that. Not to say that those are jobs that women have to do, but traditionally we know how it goes, right? I think she'd probably actually appreciate the help. But I wonder, I don't know, just when you talk about certain things that might be defined as feminine, like sitting in the mirror and working on your hair for an hour or something. If I was in the mirror as much as she was, I think she'd probably be offended by that. I don't know. All right, what else? Insecurity and competition in a relationship. The Journal of Economic Behavior and Organization found that men in dual income households with higher earning wives often engage in overcompensatory spending to assert financial dominance. Whew, Lord. Um, let's see. A study at the University of Chicago found that men whose wives earn more than them are more likely to suspect infidelity, even if there's no evidence of it. That's interesting, but actually what studies do show is that women who get up and go to work every day, if the man's at home and he's doing Mr. Mom and trying to be like completely like a modern man, if she's going to work every day, the likelihood of infidelity from the woman increases. Because because I think I'm not sure I'm not an expert on this, but I think there's like an attraction to testosterone that can kind of kick in, and the attraction to testosterone might mean that if she's at work and she's sharing these common goals with her work husband and talking to him all day and they're achieving these great things together, there's some chance that there could be a spark or an attraction. In fact, there's a lot of studies that show that people tend to fall in love with people that they work with all the time every day, and it's so which makes it kind of awkward that we kind of vilify workplace relationships because they happen all the time, right? But you have to be disciplined, of course, but still, even with that, it's going to happen. But I think again, I think everybody has a right to have whatever preference they want. I would encourage men to really understand that black women are different. They've had a different set of experiences and a different set of outcomes, a different set of hurdles to overcome. And part of the reason I think black people do better when we choose to really try to love each other is because we really understand each other. Like so if you understand what your mother went through, then you might understand you have a good probability of understanding what your wife is going through or what your wife might have experienced. And the same thing is true on the other side, right? My wife knows certain things about me, my experience as a black man that I don't think a white woman would know. That's why I couldn't marry a white woman or anything like that. No disrespect to anyone else, but I wanted to marry a black woman because it's like, we kind of get each other. We know where all of us have our share of crazy because the world is a crazy place. America has been a crazy place for black people. So a lot of us have these mental health issues. But here's the bigger thing. This is the big point. This is something I want to leave you with. And again, I hope you'll consider this. You need help. You need help. Your relationship is one of the biggest investments you'll ever make. It's one of the biggest investments you'll ever make. And the biggest mistake people make is they don't invest in their relationships. They just hope that everything works out. And I just implore you, don't make the mistake I made. I made this mistake in my 20s. I probably should have got married and started having more kids in my 20s. Because I had a great woman that I loved. I love my wife a lot, but had a great woman I loved, and we just didn't know how to properly love each other because we both had so much trauma. She'd gone through so much, I'd gone through so much. So we would just have these crazy fights over nothing. And it didn't make any sense to me because I really cared about her, but we just would fight, right? And so again, I'm happy that I met my wife, and to tell you how far back me and my wife go, she met my wife back when my wife was my friend, and she hated her. She was like she just hated her guts. So maybe she saw the future, who knows? But still, though, the point of the matter is to say that I think that if you make the connection between the fact that stable relationships generate the most wealth. Therefore, if I'm investing in my wealth, I should invest in my relationship. That, in my opinion, really should impress upon you or to get you to at least consider that, look, if I'm going to invest in you as a person, I'm going to invest the time and the energy to learn about you, to have a good relationship with you, but I'm also going to invest in the knowledge base that allows us to even have the tools required to have a good relationship. Like, I want you to really think about how many black folks there are who think they can have a stable marriage when they never even saw one growing up. How is that going to happen? What makes you, I mean, really, you never even saw on a daily basis what it looks like for a man and a woman to make decisions together. Maybe you grew up with it was you and your mama, and you never saw your mama really having to stop doing something to say, well, my husband doesn't want that. Your dad said no, so we're not going to do that today. Like I did see that. Or I would see my father just say, well, you know how your mama is. Your mama don't want us doing that, so that's not going to happen. Right? It was stuff like that that let me know that if I'm trying to build something with a woman, I'm going to have to compromise. And I want you to listen online to how many people go into relationships and expect to not have to compromise on anything, and that if you're asked to compromise, then that either makes you a simp or a pick me. I think they call the women pick me's when they compromise with men and submit to men or love men in a certain way and compliment men and feed their ego. Well, you know what? I'm a pick me and a simp when it comes to my wife, because I know that in order for this thing to work, my goal every day is to do everything I can to make sure that that woman in the other room is as happy as I can possibly make her without it compromising too much of my own integrity. I'm not going to go too far. If it gets unreasonable, then we talk about that. But for the most part, I need her to know it. I need to boost her ego. Every day I'm going to let her know how beautiful she is. Every day I'm going to compromise with her. Every day I'm going to say, what does it take for us to maintain the stability of this multi-million-dollar asset that we've created called our family? We've started a business together. Marriage is a business. Marriage, I mean, it's a legal contract. That's kind of what it is. It's an economic entity like no other that you'll ever be connected to in your life for the most part. The difference is it's an intergenerational economic entity. Because if you maintain the stability of the family and you produce children out of this, then these children are going to have outcomes 50 years from now that are a direct reflection of things that you choose to do right now. And I want to go back to that point that I've made to you before, that it's really fascinating that black folks have been trained to spend more time studying how to do a good job for a white man at his company than you spend learning how to do a good job for your family and your spouse. Why would you spend more time studying how to be a good employee for a white-owned business than you spend learning how to be a good leader for a black-owned family? That is brainwashing people. You got the wrong damn education. That's what you did. You got the wrong education. They tricked you. They created your universities and HBCUs and all this other stuff to teach black people to do one thing: how to serve white people and make them wealthy. That's what they trained you to do. That's why most of these institutions, all they do is they produce black employees who 30 years down the line are pissed off because you don't work your ass off and you ain't got no wealth to show for it. That's because somebody else got the wealth. Wealth is neither created nor destroyed. You made the money. The money got made. The money came in. The money just didn't go into your pocket. It went into somebody else's pocket. So yes, you got rope-a-doped. That's what happened. You got tricked. So now that you know, now that we've unveiled the mystery, the big secret of whiteness, like a Scooby-Doo mystery, we figured out who's been stealing all the money. What are you going to do about it now? How are you going to shift your energy and shift your attention in such a direction that you're going to be able to ensure that you and your family are the beneficiaries of all of the sacrifices that you make? Well, I can tell you one shift you can make. One shift you can make right now is it, and I'm gonna tell you because that's the shift I've made. Is ain't no institution outside of this house more important than the institution we're building right here. That I'm the CEO of this house. This is where I have power, and I share power with my wife. It's not a threat to me. My wife is an asset. She's not a competitor. So if you want to know where I put my time, where I put my energy, right here. I spend all the time I can learning how to be a better father, how to be a better husband, how to be a better leader. Because that also spins into how to run a better business. Because I do business with my wife. I do business with our son. I do business with our daughter. The youngest one, she don't want to work yet, but she coming in too. We're doing all this together because all this can connect. The family and the economics are deeply connected. The number one reason black wealth is dropping, there's two major reasons. One is student loans, because you'll go $200,000 in debt to get a $50,000 a year job. Half of all black college graduates default on their student loans. Half of all black college graduates, this is your talented 10th, they default. They can't pay their loans back. The second reason that black wealth is dropping is because of the destruction of the black family. The inability of black people to do something as simple as get married and stay married has cost you trillions of dollars in black wealth. You fix those two things, you adjust, then you'll find your outcomes will be quite different. And I can't tell you everything about what's going to make you powerful in your life, but I can tell you that much of that power starts with ownership, owning something, controlling something, building something, designing something, pouring into something where you have a say in how that works. And it's really important, I think, for the men that feel threatened and uncomfortable with women that are making more money and all this other stuff. My heart goes out to you. I'm not making fun of you and none of that. I'm really not. I get it. I totally get it. But I can tell you a lot of my power base is in this house. You know, I'm not trying to go get a better job than my wife. I don't want a job because I know that man, I'm just be honest with you. I don't know. I guess I'm a race man. I guess I'm a man who has a certain reality about racism. And I don't, that's why I don't get offended by the Elon Musks and the Joe Bidens so much because I've never believed that any of these people liked me. I've never believed that any of these people wish me well. I don't believe any of them want me to be successful. I don't believe any of them want me to compete with them. So now that I know this, I know that they don't love me, then I focus on the people who do. And I also don't fall for some of these silly games that we've been introduced to. This, integration and DEI is going to save everybody. I never believed that crap because it ain't true. So you got to build your own, black people. You got to build your own. All right. So anyway, I'm done. Thank you guys for listening. It was wonderful getting a chance to talk to you. Just a reminder, if you want to get a text notification when we meet for class in the morning, pull out your phone, text the word morning to the phone number 87948, text morning to 87948. Also, later on tonight, my wife, Dr. Alicia, she's a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work, she's going to do her Mental Health Monday because we've learned that mental health is deeply connected to financial health. So she helped us to start the first ever Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School. There is no other Black financial therapy department anywhere. And in case you want to hear a flex on the Black Business School, we have 187,000 students worldwide, so we're getting it done. We're making it happen, and we're very successful in terms of being able to reach lots of people. So anyway, so tonight she's doing Mental Health Monday. If you want to get an invitation, just text the word love to the number 87948. So text love to 87948. And also tomorrow we're doing Stock Market Tuesday. Oh, and by the way, Dr. George Fraser, I believe he's coming in tomorrow or the next day. So I mentioned him earlier. He's a great guy. He wrote a book called Success Runs in Our Race. It is required reading, I believe, in almost every HBCU in America. He is an OG. He's hit 80, but to me he's going on 40, and he's one of the baddest black men ever. And these are the men and women that we need to listen to. These are the people that we need to hear from. And I'm gonna just tell you, my patience grows thin with the idiots that they put in front of us who only teach young black people how to destroy their lives. I want you to have a good life. I want you to be happy. I want you to have money in your pocket. I want you to be successful. I want your relationships to work, because when they don't, you end up out here all by yourself, and it becomes really, really hard to find your peace. So anyway, that's it, guys. Have a wonderful day. Thank you guys for listening, and you'll hear from me at different times during the day. If something comes up, I might text you guys. So feel free to come in and respond, and we're always here for you. So have a good day, everybody. Thank you guys for listening. I'll see you guys later. Take care. Bye-bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I know that I know that we started about 60 seconds early, but that's not much. That's just 60 seconds. Anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. Welcome to Money in the Morning. Today is March 9th, 2025. How many of you, did anybody else forget that it was daylight savings time? I kept looking, I looked at my watch on my wrist and it gave me one time, and then I looked at my cell phone, and I thought my cell phone was lying to me, and I just woke up confused, man. I was feeling kind of like, wait, what's going on? What's happening here? And I still feel a little bit confused. I still feel a little bit off. So I imagine if I feel off, I bet a lot of people feel off. Because yeah, this whole daylight savings time stuff is weird. I didn't remember, I didn't get a reminder or anything, right? So it's kind of crazy. And I think I heard that the president was thinking about getting rid of daylight savings time or something like that. He's doing all kinds of stuff up there. But anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. I hope you're doing good. I hope that your money is right. I know that I'm excited. I mentioned to you all yesterday that that 75% of you said that your money was up because you are in this class, and that's exactly what I wanted. I want you all to be successful financially, and that's why we get together every morning, 7 days a week, including Sundays like today, and we talk about our economics. Can I get an amen? All right. All right. So anyway, one of the things that really actually came to mind that and I'm not I don't I hope I'm not beating a dead horse on this. That's not the goal. But yesterday we had a theme, and the theme was Disney princesses that decide they want to have babies with rappers. And I'm not making fun of anybody, but this came up in my feed today, and I just said, you know what, let's just finish the conversation because there is more to talk about. And there is the lady Halle Bailey. Halle Bailey had a baby with a guy. He's a rapper slash influencer named DDG. I think his first name might be Daryl or something like that. And so lately. There is a big kind of discussion regarding Hallie and her baby and this guy, DDG, the influencer slash rapper. And basically, it's kind of spilled over into the internet. It's gotten real messy, and Disney don't like messy, so that every time it gets messy, that probably costs Hallie another $10 million in opportunities. Because Disney keeps it tight. They don't really like messy. They don't like crazy. They don't like buffoonery in public. And I thought this would be a great opportunity to kind of expand on what we talked about yesterday about financial lovemaking. A lot of people think that money and relationships have nothing to do with each other. A lot of people think that if you love each other enough, then money doesn't matter, that we can throw money out the window. That to even bring up money is just it's just taboo. There's just something wrong with that. And money came into the conversation because I heard DDG. I don't have I got to look up his actual name so I don't just keep calling him DDG, but that's what they call him online. And I heard him say something to the effect of, "I can't see my son. I'm not allowed to see my son because I have to pay money. I have to pay money to see my son." And I think that was kind of the whole discussion. It was, money and family, and that's where my ears perk up because you guys know I study money for a living, and so I'm really curious about how money affects human behavior. I'm really curious about how money affects all the different parts of our lives. And so just to kind of give you a quick background in terms of the situation and what's been kind of going on. There's between these two, there's sort of a Twitter war going on, where they're kind of tweeting and talking about their relationships and stuff like that. And it's very messy. I can tell you, as a person who thinks about business and stuff like that, I guarantee you that there are people at Disney and her business partners who are looking at this and saying, "Okay, come on, this is too much. We got to go into PR mode because he's trying to damage her reputation." And so if you want kind of an update, I know that there was a few things. I think that he tweeted something. Let me see. I looked it up. I gotta, stuff like this. I gotta make sure I know what I'm talking about. So I try to get all the details and all the facts. And so basically, on as of March 9th, the situation continues to evolve pretty publicly. They broke up in October 2024, and like a lot of young relationships, they broke up before the baby was even 1 years old or something like that. I don't even know if they were even together when the baby was born. And I told you that's a big problem with the black family. Dr. George C. Frazier, who I'm going to bring to class, who's one of the great geniuses of our generation, did a really great presentation about how the destruction of the black family is literally the leading cause of all the problems that are happening right now. That literally the fact that the black family has become extinct. That's why a little 16-year-olds are getting shot in the street in Chicago. That's a big part of the reason why you have so much, why black wealth is on the decline. That's why a lot of mental health issues are popping up because children are not protected under the envelope of a mother and a father. And so anyway, so they broke up, I guess in October. I think he described a relationship as a part-time job. He didn't see the benefit and the value of taking responsibility for a woman and a child. He kind of, and I understand. I mean, he's a young influencer. He's got his internet chicks and stuff like that, and he's internet famous. So maybe that was his distraction. But one thing I can also say to you, on top of that, just and this is really Uncle Boyce talking at this point. I can tell you for a fact that a man's willingness, I believe, again, this is just my theory. I believe that a man's willingness to take responsibility for people, other people like children and a woman, is deeply connected to what he saw his father do, right? If he and so when I read that comment where he kind of saw relationships as a part-time job and the family sort of split up very quickly, I said, I bet you that his father was not in the house for the majority of the time that he was growing up, right? So this guy DDG, who's had the baby with the Disney princess Halle Bailey, I read his bio, and his parents were divorced when he was very young, and even though he loves both of his parents, they were kind of living their best life. They were each kind of in their own direction. And he made a comment that was really interesting about, and this was an economic comment, so that intrigued me. He said he talked about how he watched his mother struggle working two jobs, and now he's making money as an internet influencer because he says I got it out the mud. So typically, if your mother's working two jobs and struggling, that usually means she doesn't have help in the house. And one of the things I had to explain to a young lady that had a baby had a baby daddy where I wasn't really sure what the guy was doing is I said, I don't know if you ever saw the way the family's supposed to work, in my opinion. The way the family's supposed to work is the man and the woman help each other. I said, my wife and I, we help each other. We got three kids. We have to help each other. It's very hard to get the baby to soccer practice, pick up the other one at the other school, make sure so and so gets their homework done, make sure the house is clean, dishes are done, all this stuff. It's hard to do all that by yourself. So this whole insane imagery that we've created of the strong black woman who can hold it down and take care of a bunch of guys' kids is just false. It's leading to the mental health crisis that we're seeing in our community. It's why well, I forgot her name, but she wrote a great book. Terry Williams wrote a great book called Black Pain. Anybody heard of that book? And it's why it's something like basically she's talking about the quiet depression that millions of black women are experiencing. That millions of black women are going through depression and anxiety because we've created a world where we literally we don't even shame a man for not taking care of his kids. We don't act like that's a big deal. We're like, yeah, and then every year he'll put out some kind of, I saw this rapper named Future. He put every year for Mother's Day, he puts out some kind of tweet that says, I just want to give love to all my baby's mamas for holding it down for me and da 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 da. Well, you should be holding it down. Why are they holding everything down? But then again, I would probably go talk to the mothers and say, well, why did you lay down with this nasty man who's making babies everywhere? Oh, because you're fascinated with rap culture and you think that these guys are going to make good husbands and fathers. And I told you that most of hip hop, most toxic hip hop is very anti-family. There's nothing pro-black family that was given to you when those white folks created those record labels and said, let's turn black people into a pack of niggas. I'm going to say that one time. I'm not going to use that word no more, but that's what they did. They created a factory of dysfunctional behavior, and they said we're going to give them money so they'll think that they're successful when really they're not, and we're going to spread this message that's going to dismantle and disintegrate the ability of black people to ever come together to accomplish anything. A community with very few families can't have power. You'll never have power. I don't care how many times you go vote for the Democrats. I don't care how many record deals you sign. I don't care how many times you march with Al Sharpton. You will never have power if you don't have family. Family is the foundation of power in a community. So anyway, and give me a yes if you understand where I'm coming from. I hope you guys and let me know if you can hear me. Okay, somebody said they can't hear me. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. All right. Okay, so so we're talking about DDG and Halle Bailey, and Halle Bailey's the Disney princess. She was in that Little Mermaid movie, and DDG is this influencer rapper. They had a baby, and basically this week he's kind of said, I can't see my kid because she wants me to pay money, and I thought that was interesting. When the word money comes up, they kind of piques my spidey senses. And one of the things I thought about is, first off, it's very direct to kind of say, okay, that's a little taboo, right? Like, why should money be a requirement for me to see my child? I get that, right? Like money, it just seems weird. Like, give me my money, right? Before you can see your baby. That's just cruel. That's just kind of a terrible idea, right? Well, unfortunately, what happens is that you have this reality where these damn kids, they need all this unreasonable stuff. Like these freaking children, they demand all these ridiculous things like food. Like why in the hell you need food? Like why did this damn baby always trying to and the thing is the baby don't eat like once a week or once a month. The baby's trying to eat every day, little greedy bastard. Like why these kids they want food and then they get older and they want like clothes and then they want like a place to live, and then they want heat. Like, why the hell you need heat? What you need heat for? We got blankets in the closet, right? So these kids, they just want so much stuff. And the hard part about that, here's the sad reality about that. The part that's just so unfair is that these things cost money. These things, did y'all know this? Did y'all know that? How many of y'all know? How many parents in the building? How many of y'all know? Anybody know how expensive kids are? Anybody know that? I'm gonna tell you, I would like to call the department, the Doge guys, the Department of Government Efficiency, to come up in my house and calculate how much money these little SOBs done took out of our bank account. It's expensive. We spend enough money to fund the Pentagon for the next 5 years taking care of these kids. So kids are not free. Right. And that's my point. My point is to say, while it's certainly taboo, and I get it, I saw the poor guy. He was on the internet and he was, the internet's a perfect place to go and proclaim yourself to be a victim. And he's like, well, so I can't see the baby if I don't pay the money. Well, F it. He said, F it. And he sounded kind of sad and kind of almost like a little pathetic, and I was like, oh, you poor baby, you poor thing. You probably made what, a couple $1 million last year, but I guess whatever amount you're supposed to pay to take care of your kid is too much for you. But I wonder if that Lamborghini that you got arrested in last year, I wonder how much that cost. Again, no disrespect, not making fun of you, but I'm really kind of thinking like, did we prioritize the Lamborghini over the baby? Well, if you prioritize the Lamborghini over the baby, then some people would say that maybe there's an education required in terms of the fact that you might have to understand that raising kids is not free. Like again, I'm not here to say that he's right and she's wrong. I'm not here to talk about that part. I'm here to say that who in the hell made these young boys think, and any young person who thinks that babies don't require food, that babies don't require clothing, that babies don't require tuition, that babies don't require all kinds of other things. Babies need stuff. Doctors' visits, these things cost money. And so when a man or woman or anybody, and it's not just specifically for men, I'm talking about anybody who thinks this way, when anybody thinks that you can raise a child with no money and that everything should just be free because you don't live there and you don't have to deal with the consequences of the financial strain that might be thrust on the household. I would like to correct that and kind of help you understand that no, that there is a financial cost to this. And what happens, I believe, and I'm gonna tell you the truth, is that I believe that when people move out of the house, then they're disconnected from the financial challenges of raising a child. You can get to the point where you just can disconnect from it. You don't have to worry about it. I can't. I live in the house with the kids. I can't if something expensive comes through the door. We got to pay for I don't know, we dance classes for the baby because she loves to dance. And I know, just draining my pockets, right? She loves to dance, and dance class costs money. I can't I can't tell my wife, hey, I'm off living my best life with my Lamborghini. You handle that. And I want to say thank you to my baby's mamas for holding it down, while I go drive off in my Lamborghini and just date random women. I have to confront that because I'm in the house. And I really will say that I really think you might want to take a moment to reflect on what happens when you have a child that's raised in a home where the father is not present. Now, can y'all hear me? It looks like some of y'all are some of us are being kicked out of the room. Am I still good? Am I visible and audible? Just give me a quick yes so I can just kind of know that everything's okay because it looks like the system's acting a little bit weird. I just want to make sure we're good on this. Okay, all right. So I'm going to assume that we are. So let's keep going. All right. So here's more. D2G announced their split on October 3rd, 2024, stating that, quote, after much reflection and heartfelt conversations, they decided to part ways, emphasizing that it was a mutual decision and they remain best friends with deep and true love for each other. That's a nice statement. I bet the Disney people probably wrote that. Halle Bailey did not comment publicly on the breakup, though she later posted on Instagram and captions and music suggesting resilience such as Destiny's Child Survivor. So now she's going into the Terry Williams Black Pain, depressed, anxious, struggling black woman mode. I'm a survivor. I'm not gonna give up. I'm a survivor. I'm gonna work harder. Y'all know that song, right? It's a great song. Beyonce did that song. Thought I was but now I'm on top. Da 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 ba 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 ba, and it won't stop. And remember that it was a great song. And but what's kind of interesting is it feeds right back into this expectation that if you are a black woman, life is gonna be just unbearably difficult that if you're a black woman that you will struggle, there will be pain, lots and lots of pain, lots and lots of trauma. Your life's going to kind of suck, and you're going to have to survive that. And I think that this it really speaks to a broader challenge that tends to occur in the black community overall, where we tend to believe that being black means that it comes with kind of a struggle package, right? And so instead of playing powernomics, we end up playing strugglenomics, and when we survive strugglenomics, we think we won the game. But I can just tell you that you didn't actually win the game when you survive the struggle. You win the game when you actually thrive. You win the game when you're actually secure. You win the game when you're actually in a good place. And so that right there would probably concern me because I'd probably say if I was her father, I would say, a man coming into your life is supposed to make your life better, right? Give me a yes if you agree that you bring a person, a man or a woman, into your life's supposed to improve, right? But it doesn't sound that way. It sounds like you've gone down. So what choices are you making in terms of your life? What types of men are you? Because you're a Disney princess. You got $10 million in the bank. You're very successful for your age. Um, so there are lots of high quality men who would love to add value to your life. They would love to come in, marry you, have a baby with you, just like the Disney fairy tale. Give you the whole fairy tale package. There are black men that will do this for you. I know y'all think that they lame. I know y'all call them simps and y'all make fun of men like that. But I know a lot of brothers who understand, like, look, that's my woman, that's my kid. I'm gonna marry her. I'm gonna take care of them. I'm gonna make her life better. I'm gonna support her career. She's gonna do better because I'm around. Her life will improve because of my existence. See, what you got to understand, and this is talking to the men now, at your funeral, you don't want a whole bunch of people at your funeral thinking, man, this man made me struggle. Man, this dude, shoot, when he came in my life, everything went downhill after that. Ooh, I was singing Destiny's Child Survivor songs after he came. It was struggle love. It was woo. Oh my God, it was so hard to pay the bills because this nigga didn't want to get off the couch. He didn't want to do nothing for nobody. He made everything worse. You don't want people saying that about you. You don't want that. This is what I told our son. I said, when you are at your funeral, man, if you a real man, you want people at your funeral to say, my life is better because that guy was in it. You want people to say, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be where I am right now. You want people to say, man, he really, ooh, he's sturdy. He came through for me. He had my back. This guy, you want people saying things like that. You don't want people to literally go from a good life to a bad life because you were there. And that's the part that confuses me. Because I would ask Callie, well, you're a Disney princess. You're doing really well. Why in the world would you want to go have a baby with a man that's going to have you on the internet singing Destiny's Child songs because your life is suddenly so hard? Suddenly, you've been demoted from a Disney princess. You had access to the fairy tale to a struggling single mom, who's got to pay all the bills because ain't nobody helping. This is weird for me. I don't understand that. That's a very bad investment. Your portfolio is declining in value because you're not doing proper analysis on the assets that you're adding to the portfolio. You're not taking the time to properly vet the investments that you're making in your life. And I get it though. You're young. You're young and love makes us stupid. I understand all that. But what we got to understand is the presence of culture in all this. If you don't understand how culture um plays a part in all of this, then I feel bad for you. It's culture. And it's uniquely black culture. Black people, we the only ones on earth who think that 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 sleeping with a rapper with babies mamas is going to make your life better, or somehow that's going to give you clout, or somehow that's going to improve your situation. It doesn't improve your situation. I know a lot of rappers. I'm not just a regular. I have famous friends that are rappers, and I'm like, ooh, I would never ever have a baby with you because you're a bum. Right? But that's what it is. They pay you money. The white man will sell you the liquor bottle and then lock you up for being drunk, and so they get paid to be to behave in a specific way. And unfortunately, some of that behavior is degeneracy. Some of that behavior is not healthy. Anyway, let me get back to it. Let me stop. And I just want y'all to understand when we talk about economics, if you can't make decisions like this in a proper way, it's going to ruin your finances. I don't care how hard you work. And I say this, and it's a sensitive issue for me because I know black women who were doing great and kicking ass and taking names and literally got murdered by the crappy little man they decided to put next to them. I know men who were doing really well, who were on top of the world, kicking butt and taking names, who brought the wrong woman into their life, and next thing you know, everything falls apart. She done took all your stuff. You done worked your whole life to raise all this money. She wasn't shooting no jumpers in the gym, but now you got to give all your money to this lady who never loved you in the first place because you didn't take time to properly vet your investments. All this is standard portfolio analysis. If you work for BlackRock, which has $9 trillion in assets, probably 10 by now, they just bought a big chunk of the Panama Canal. I guarantee you that BlackRock spends a significant amount of time analyzing every investment that they make. They carefully assess every situation that they're going to walk into. They do not tread lightly. They do not just walk into stuff and hope for the best. And so honestly, if you want to talk about what a good life looks like to me, it's where you take the time to analyze every new situation you're involved in the same way you would if you worked for BlackRock. But some of y'all will go work a job at a company and take better care of that white man's assets than you will take of your own assets in your own life. You will value his assets more than you value whatever you've worked for in your own life. And you'll put it at risk and somebody takes it and then you go claim victim. You cannot claim victim when you are also the victimizer. Or if you do, then that means that that's between you, God, and your therapist. Can't nobody help you with that. So let's keep going here. Let me keep reading here. So this is DDG and Halle Bailey. So they had a baby named Halo, apparently. That's a great name. So DDG claimed during the live stream that he'd been struggling to see Halo for months, alleging that Halle only wanted him only allowed him quality time when their relationship was stable. He stated that he would number the days he didn't see his son on his daily streams, implying Halle was restricting access. So what's going on here? Is he's on a PR campaign. And I mentioned this to you yesterday that when you have something to protect, when you have assets to protect, which for her multi-million-dollar asset is her brand, you have to be really careful. When you have a lot to lose, you have to be careful entangling yourself with people who have nothing to lose. So for him, it's all about, like, look, you're the one that's got a lot to lose. I'm just a YouTube streamer. I'm not gonna really lose subscribers or anything. If I get into it with you, it's only gonna elevate my clout. Like I think I heard somebody say, you'll never have a hater doing better than you. So what's happened here is that she's up here, economically and otherwise. He's down here. He does well, but he's not a Disney princess. And so he's sort of saying, I'm going to use this smear campaign to go online and ruin your reputation so that movie studios won't want to deal with you. Corporate sponsors aren't going to deal with you because they're going to look at you as the evil baby's mama who blocks her child's father from seeing his son. Let's see here. So this followed earlier hints from DDG around 8 months ago, where he suggested that she was keeping him from Halo. So this has been going on for a while. Those specifics at that time remain vague. So Hallie responded indirectly on March 8th of 2025, that's yesterday, by posting adorable footage of Halo on X, caption, quote, "Guys, I'm crying. He actually knows Ariel is me." And that's interesting because if you know, Ariel was the Disney Little Mermaid that she played, right? So there was a cute video of the adorable little baby who's basically watching. He's like, "Oh my God, that's my mommy," right? And that's kind of cool, right? And I think about that because this tells you how entangled that she knows her brand is with this whole Disney thing. That this Disney thing's important, and she's trying to sort of I think maintain and protect that image. Like, I'm a good mom. I want to remind you that this is what I've done. I was Ariel in a Disney movie, and this is relevant, right? So then it says, like, let's see, this came shortly after DDG's accusation. So right after she's accused of being a bad mom who's blocking the father from seeing the baby, she posts the baby and posts the Disney stuff. That's really interesting. So this led some to interpret it as a subtle counter narrative, right? So this is what PR ends up becoming. PR ends up becoming about controlling narratives, right? So she's trying to control the narrative by saying, "I'm not going to address you directly, but what I am going to do is I'm going to create another narrative that my baby loves me and I'm a great mom, and that he saw me on a Disney movie," right? So let's keep going here. So this focuses on her bond with Halo rather than engaging directly with the claims, right? Because people up here don't want to engage with people down here. People down here they try to engage people up here. Like, this is how this, just from a financial brand building standpoint. Anybody know how 50 Cent became famous? Anybody? How did 50 Cent become 50 Cent? He used to be a nickel. He used to be, a dime. Now, then he became 50 Cent. And then he eventually became a quarter. Now he's 50 Cent. How did 50 Cent become famous? There were a couple significant incidents that occurred that blew up 50 Cent's brand. One was his story. He had a narrative, right? Stories are very powerful in marketing and in business. Stories are everything. And so he had a story. "I got shot 9 times." And if you notice in his branding, he repeated that story over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, because that's what elevated him above all the other rappers. What was the other thing that elevated him? It was an encounter with another rapper who was doing better than him by the name of Jay-Z. And if you remember, 50 Cent talks about how Jay-Z got so frustrated that 50 Cent had called him out, that he goes in front of 100,000 people and he says something like, he says, "I'm all about dollars. Who gives a F about 50 Cent?" And the whole crowd starts roaring. But 50 Cent said, "I was really happy that he said that, because suddenly there was 100,000 people who knew who 50 Cent was." So ultimately, what tends to happen in the whole brand building process is the people down here are yelling at the people up here, hoping that one of them will respond, and that will elevate the brand, right? That's why a lot of people up here, if they're smart, they don't respond. In fact, I can speak on a personal experience with that. Back when I was on the faculty at Syracuse, and no one knew who I was, I got into a beef with Bill O'Reilly from Fox News. He was the biggest brand at the time. His show was #1 in the country at the time, and he did a whole hour-long episode calling me a racist because I just told him that he needs to stop being, a bigot, right? And so anyway, but of course they Fox News, you know how Fox News is. They do what they do. And my sister called me. My sister said, "Coco, they talk about you like a dog on Fox News." And literally, like Laura Ingraham, like they had every segment. They had three big segments. They were each like 15 minutes each. Every segment, they would bring on a different guest, and they would show this angry-looking black professor at Syracuse. They didn't actually hear the words I was saying because they know I can defend myself and they know that I'm smarter than them. So they didn't actually want to know what I was saying. It was how I looked saying it, right? So it was the optics, right? So they took the video, they darkened the video to make me look scarier, and I could have been talking about how beautiful it was outside, but it didn't matter because I looked like an angry black man. That's what Fox does. They scare old white people. And so anyway, they did this whole episode, and then one of the Fox reporters came to my campus, and he goes to the chancellor. Now, the chancellor of the campus is my boss's boss. Right? I'm just a little tiny assistant professor. I just been there for maybe 3 years. Nobody knew who I was. But suddenly they're going to the boss's boss and saying, "You have a racist on your campus," right? Now, it was kind of tough. It was complicated, right? Because there was a lot of heat there, and that led to a lot of problems with Syracuse, but it's fine. I told them I'd sue them and they paid me money, so I don't care about that. But here's the thing. Uh, After that happened, even though the publicity was negative, my profile elevated tremendously. Suddenly, 10 million people were like, who is this racist professor at Syracuse University? Now, you know I'm not racist. I don't hate white people. I've never hated white people. I ain't got time to hate nobody. But I will speak honestly about race in America. I speak honestly about what's going on in our community. And in fact, I've achieved the perhaps unique and unfortunate task of getting both black and white people to be mad at me. That's how I know I'm doing my job, because I will call out everything. I call out when black folks, when we acting stupid. I call out white folks when they acting stupid. So I really got no friends, but that's okay. I got y'all. Y'all love me and I love you too. So my point is to say that when you're down here, somebody up here might think like, "Oh, I'm gonna punish him by saying bad things about him." But no, what you're actually doing is you're elevating that person, because attention is a commodity. Attention is a financial commodity. Everybody that you see on YouTube, all they're doing is they're fighting for attention. And speaking on that, just from a financial standpoint, be really careful thinking that you can build a career as an influencer. Studies show that I think over 90% of all influencers make less than $10,000 a year or something ridiculous like that. Like, influencers don't really make money on average. There are a few at the top, but in that they eat really good. I want to say that the top 10% of influencers make 90% of the money. So if you make that top 10%, good for you. But it's really becoming a lot like trying to get into the NBA or the NFL. You have a lot of young people who are like, yeah, I'm gonna be an influencer just like DDG. And no, you're not. You're going to have some little Twitch stream that nobody watches, and you're going to get a check from YouTube or Twitch for like 90 cents or something. And then you'll find out that TikTok, if you have a video that gets 1 million views, that TikTok will pay you $40 for that video. And you're going to be pissed off about that. So ultimately, what's best really just is if you talk to your kids and they say, Dad, I want to be an influencer, tell them to go study business. That's what you tell them to do. You tell them that they need to study business. They need to understand how to acquire a customer, how to market to a customer, how to make an offer, how to product development, how to manage a team. Like, all these things come into play, and then content becomes a supporter to the overall business. You cannot, content is not a business. Content creation for most people is not a business. Maybe if you're Mr. Beast, who is, probably made a couple $1 billion by now. For most other people, that's just not the case. So just keep that in mind. If you have children that are like, I want to be an influencer. Yeah, good luck with that. You're going to be real mad because the algorithm is not your friend. All right. So anyway, with that being said, one thing I want to remind everybody is I mentioned that book, Financial Lovemaking. And I also want to mention that if you want a digital copy of that book, you can get it for free. If you go to boyceandalicia.com, boyceandalicia.com, at that website, you can get a free copy of the book. And so feel free to go there. Also, I want to remind everybody that if you are in business with us, we started our Black Wealth Ambassadors program, where you can buy any of our books and flashcards and stuff at a really steep discount. And if you want to start a business with us and distribute, and we will let you make your money, feel free to do that. You can text the word wealth to the phone number 87948. So text wealth to 87948. And what I'll do is I'll send you all special, exclusive, steep discounts. For example, my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, you can buy that for $15, but the regular price is 40. So if you want, you can resell it for 25, 30, 35, 40, whatever you want to sell it for. And I'll sign every single book. I've signed probably 2,000 books this week. I can sign another 50,000. I don't care. You guys love the book. It's great for your book clubs, things like that. So I invite you to join us and to go into business with us, because we can't do this by ourselves. Your help is really important, and we want to help you as well. So I believe everybody can win. Everybody can make money. So anyway, if you want to get the discounted copies of my book, you can go to 10commandments.boycewatkins.com. That's 10commandments.boycewatkins.com. That's the number 10. All right. So let me read more of this here. So this is Halle Bailey and the baby dad DDG. And so let's see. Despite the breakup, DDG and Halle have maintained some public unity for Halo. They celebrated his first birthday together. However, DDG's recent comments suggest underlying friction, particularly around custody or visitation, etc. And so here are a few little financial. I gave you a few financial theories yesterday to kind of link to this love and money conversation. A lot of us deal with that, and one thing I want to encourage you to do is don't fall for the hype. Don't fall for the lie that you shouldn't blend love and money together. Love and money naturally are connected. So that means if you have financial expectations for your partner, that doesn't make you a gold digger. That makes you practical. It doesn't mean there's not a trade-off, but it's okay to have financial expectations rather than signing up for something that's going to make you uncomfortable. Same thing is true for anybody. So if you're a man who's got a lot going on financially, you probably need to pick women in your life who are going to protect your resources. One of the biggest rules of wealth, the fourth rule of wealth, I gave you the first three steps. I'll give them to you in a second. But the fourth step is protecting what you have. It's preserving the wealth. So if I'm a person who's worked his whole life and I've been shooting jumpers in the gym and I've acquired a little something that I want to protect, why in the world am I going to invite women or people into my life that are not going to protect what I've worked hard for? And a lot of times that financial consciousness of wealth protection doesn't enter our psyche. So if I'm a guy who likes to just sleep with any woman that walks by, well then what I'm doing is I'm exposing myself to all kinds of things. Diseases, unwanted pregnancies, false accusations, but also other things that can be very, very, very expensive. There was I remember I told you all that story about the time I worked at AOL Black Voices and I got the phone call from the lady who she said she worked for a Brazilian butt doctor. This doctor from Brazil would come up every 6 months and all these strippers would be waiting for him and he would inject their booties with only God knows what, but they would all walk out looking like cartoon characters with big, gigantic, inflatable butts. And one thing she told me about was a friend of hers who they had a little group. It was three women, and basically they would study the dumbest people in the group in the room. And the dumbest people in the world to them were athletes and rappers. And they said athletes and rappers are stupid because they will sleep with anybody and they don't understand the risk of doing that, right? This is what I don't know if you all remember the guy, Coach Prime brought that one lady in that really drop dead gorgeous, very pretty girl. I forgot her name though, Brittany something. And he brought her to campus because she literally did a video where she said athletes are dumb. She said if you want to get $1 million, just go get pregnant by an athlete, which sounds like a dangerous way to make money because it's nasty. But still, that's what that was. She did a video about that. And so anyway, what they did, they knew that some athletes just don't, their financial consciousness is not very high. And they have that old saying that a fool and his money will soon part ways. So if you are engaged in a foolish culture, and you have lots of money, then eventually your money will disappear. You will not have your money anymore. And so what these ladies would do is they would study athletes and rappers and they'd find out who's coming into town. They'd find out what they like and they would just set him up. They would just kind of, shake booty in front of him or whatever, get his attention, get him back to the hotel room and they would drug him. And when they drugged him, they would blackmail him. They would put that one of the girls in the group was like 15 or 16 and they would put her in the bed with him and take pictures. And then when he woke up, they would blackmail the guy and they'd say, give us $10,000 or we're going to send these pictures to your wife. We're going to send these pictures to your team. We're going to send these pictures to the media and you're going to lose everything. And so the men would pay the money and that was their little hustle. So ultimately, if you're not financially aware, if you're not financially conscious, then a financially conscious person around you is going to be watching you carefully so they can figure out how to get access to what you have. I've seen this, and I got other stories I could tell, but because for the sake of time, I'll save these stories for another day. But just know that that financial consciousness piece, there's a reason why I call this class financial consciousness. It's because I said in order to protect and to get money, you've got to think about your surroundings. You got to think about what you have going on. You got to think about what you have to protect. To understand risk, financial risk, you must have a risk assessment. A risk assessment comes from a risk awareness. Like, what are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats in the environment around me, and how do I make sure I'm prepared for that? Teach that to your kids. Because we don't talk about that enough, and that's why every time you see some celebrity that loses everything, I want you to think about what I just said. All right, so here's a few little kind of angles I want. I think that the Halle Bailey, I keep wanting to call her Halle Berry. The Halle Bailey situation kind of hits on that you can kind of think about. Number one is there's something called resource dependency theory, and what that basically speaks to is that typically the person that has the most resources in the relationship does have a certain amount of power, and so effectively, Halle she has her fame backed by Disney and everything else, and much more earning power. And even though DDG is doing well, the reality is that that DDG is able to position himself as a victim by basically saying this big powerful woman is forcing me to pay money, and we know she doesn't need the money, she's just bullying me, right? And it will be hard for him to do that if she was a regular person. In fact, if she was a regular person, nobody would care, but because she's this big powerful Disney princess, it does start to matter. There's also another whole thing called that connects to economic bargaining power, which is basically what they might call the high cost of co-parenting. Co-parenting is very expensive. Co-parenting, and this is another reason why keeping the family together is a good financial strategy. Uh, Co-parenting just costs a lot of money. You have to maintain two households. You've got things like child support. If you ever want to see a broke man, go talk to a man who's paying child support on 5, 6 kids. That man ain't got nothing. I mean, and ladies, if you think about marrying a guy that's in that situation, well, you better be bringing all the money because all his money is going to be eaten up by the baby's mamas. You're in a polygamous marriage, whether you like it or not. And the polygamy comes from the fact that he's got 4 or 5 people that are already tugging on his resources. So, unless you're talking about Nick Cannon or somebody like that, it's very difficult for most people to support 5 or 6 households at once. But that's what happens when you don't engage in proper Planned Parenthood, when you don't prepare and plan, how you're going to spread your seed, how you're going to build your family, then you end up in these crazy economic situations. So basically, um, this power imbalance does lead to an economic negotiation. Also, there's kind of a Disney princess premium where which adds to the wealth and status imbalance. And so, effectively, the Disney princess is kind of like this elevated cultural and persona, right? That has a lot of what you might call financial capital. So basically, her choosing DDG to have a baby with probably cost her at least 10 or 20 million dollars in opportunities because all that Disney magic disappears when you start getting into ghetto hood trashy crap, right? When you start getting into silly stuff that's very public and very embarrassing, that's really hit her legacy quite a lot, right? So the wealth that she would be able to leave to her child has been significantly impacted by the fact that she did not protect that wealth by choosing a situation that was going to be stable, right? But you're young. You're young. When you're young, you fall in love. Love makes us stupid, and nobody was there to really mentor her out of that and to help her understand the long-term implications. Because when you choose somebody to have a child with, I was mentoring a young lady about this. I said, well, just understand, like this guy's going to be around. He's going to be in your life for the next 50 years. And she's like, no, no, he's only going to be around till the baby's 18. I said, no. I said the baby's gonna have. There's gonna be other things that happen in the child's life after 18. Like he's part of your family forever. And so, did you think about that when you decided that you wanted to sleep with him? Like, do you understand that when you make a baby with somebody, they're kind of there for good. They don't ever go away. But anyway, moving on with that, there's also another angle in terms of the public stage, right? So with DDG, he makes these social media accusations, and Hallie has to go into PR mode. And with DDG framing himself to be the victim, and Hallie has to use silence to protect her Disney image, so she can't respond. And his goal is to talk as loud as possible. Her goal is to be quiet and to deflect the conversation, which is probably still stressing her out. Also, there's a conversation where he mentioned, I could have sworn he mentioned something about her possibly having postpartum depression and that this might be affecting her behavior. And that's a very real thing. And in fact, I think that all men who have children or families should be educated on not just postpartum depression, but just an honest and politically incorrect assessment of the fact that women's moods do change. Hormones matter, and I know that no one else says this because they want to act like men and women are the same, and that everybody can be trans. Like I can wake up tomorrow and decide I want to be Joyce Watkins instead of Boyce Watkins. But the reality is that women and men are not the same. And part of my preparation for being a husband was to know that there's some days when my wife walks in as a big bundle of joy, and some days she walks in like the freaking Terminator. And I got to know how to manage that. And I have to love her and care about my situation and my family enough to have the patience to deal with that. And also, not to mention the fact that black men and black women have been through a lot. So a lot of us show up in relationships with a ton of trauma, and that trauma shows itself in a lot of different ways. So if you love black people, if you love black women, you got to deal with black women. If you love black men, you got to deal with black men. And y'all know that some of us ain't quite right. And I'm not just talking about the men. Ladies, stop letting the world make you think that it's only the men's fault. No, it ain't only the men's fault. Men, women, a lot of y'all got issues. Most of y'all did, a lot of y'all didn't have a daddy in the house. That right there is a massive issue. And a lot of people act like that doesn't matter. No, it does matter. It matters a lot. A lot. A lot. So, mental health is connected to financial health. Why? Well, because if you manage your mental health, then you are also able to show up better for your relationships, create stability there. Stable relationships are a wealth builder. You can build wealth in stable relationships. It's very hard to build wealth in unstable relationships. It's like trying to build a skyscraper in the middle of a tornado. You cannot build a skyscraper in the middle of a tornado. So you got to calm down the weather, get some sunshine, and then you start building brick by brick. But if you are letting, the tornado inside of you or the tornado in your relationship constantly dictate every move that you make, where everything is nothing but a trauma response, how the hell you think you're going to build wealth? Everything about wealth building requires an emotional disposition that's the complete opposite of what trauma gives you. Everything. Wealth building requires patience and perspective and right and long-term thinking, long-term planning. All these are this is emotional maturity. This is emotional maturity. So if you haven't healed from the crap that happened to you when you were 7, how are you gonna be emotionally mature enough to ever become a millionaire? I want you to think about that. Most wealthy people that build wealth brick by brick and do it the right way and then preserve that wealth are chill, level-headed people on some level, right? They have some ability to back up, think through their decisions, and move strategically. Moving strategically is not the same as moving emotionally, right? So if you're just moving emotionally, like there's a pretty girl, I'm gonna go sleep with her. There's a great man, I'm gonna go have a baby with him. Next thing you know, your life just becomes this kind of chaotic thing that ultimately becomes financially draining. So let me keep reading here. All right. One thing, so about the postpartum thing, DDG did suggest that Halle Bailey was struggling from some postpartum depression. I don't know if that's true or not. Um, but then she says, I'm protecting my son from his social media games. And ultimately, these sorts of mental health issues can highly impact not just the relationship, but the finances and the financial outcomes of it. Also, here's a few other one other thing I'll throw in here, and this is the last piece I'll mention on this, is that this situation was fascinating to me because, well, yesterday we talked about another Disney princess. I call them all Disney princesses, even though she wasn't officially a princess. But Sky Jackson, I knew about her because our girls are about her age or a little bit younger than her, and they looked up to her. She also had a baby with a rapper, and this was a white boy, I think. He looked white. Maybe he was light skinned. I have no idea, but he seemed white. And he also has the criminal record. And it's also another situation where people are like surprised by that, right? And so it's really interesting because if you look at both of those situations, you can see similarities in terms of how um, rap culture, extreme toxic rap culture, not all rap culture, but most extreme toxic rap culture is built on getting attention. It's built on rebellious kind of bad boy behavior. That's pretty much what it is. And with that, what's interesting about that is that there's a lot of studies to show that around adolescence, women are attracted to the bad boys because it reveals confidence and high testosterone behavior, things like that. Even elephants and stuff, when they get to be adolescents, they start doing crazy stuff to impress women. And the women, they like those guys that are the guy's gonna jump off the building or whatever, right? And what's unfortunate about that though is that when you're talking about things like building a family and having babies with people, it's a long-term play. It's a long-term investment. And so if you ever want to end up in a bad situation financially or otherwise, keep making long-term decisions based on short-term realities, right? Keep letting temporary situations lead you to make permanent choices, right? It's similar to like how when they talk about suicide for like if a teenager takes his own life, it's unfortunate because you gave a permanent solution to a temporary problem. You're upset because the girl don't like you. You'd be over it in about 3 months if somebody talked you through it. But because you don't see that right now, you just go ahead and you just take your own life. Now you're missing. Now you're 16. You're gonna miss your 20s, your 30s, your 40s, your 50s, your 60s, your 70s, and your 80s because of some chick that don't even like you right now, right? And that's we've seen this a lot, and that to me, that same sentiment is not completely disconnected from what sex can do as well. Sex can lead you to make a permanent solution or a permanent outcome for a temporary situation, and then it's almost like a bad loan. It's like getting a predatory loan. A predatory loan is similar in the sense that what they do is they take advantage of your temporary problem to lock you into a permanent financial hell, right? Like they say, "Oh, you need money? You need $500 to pay the rent? We'll get you that $500 because we care about you." So they give you the $500 and then they say, "Well, just make sure you sign this contract." And this long contract with a lot of fine print that basically says that if you're late a little bit, the interest rate is going to be so high that by the time you get done paying this $500 loan, you will have given us $3,000. That's predatory lending. And I almost call that the economic devil. The devil can bless you too. And when the devil blesses you, though, the devil's going to extract rent. He's going to extract a payment like you would not believe. So, to some extent, life is similar in other areas. You have times where it's like, oh, yeah, there's a pretty girl. I'm going to go and enjoy myself right now. And next thing you know, you're paying for that for the rest of your life. So, that one decision that you made to get that hour of pleasure, or whatever it is for you, it has cost you for the next 50 years. And if you don't have perspective, if you don't have financial consciousness, then you won't see it in the moment. That's why the healing is so important. That's why avoiding the trauma responses is so important. That's why it's important to know how to breathe, take a step back and say, okay, what am I doing here? And what's going to be the implication of this? Do you know what happens? Let me just share this with you for anybody that cares, anybody that can benefit from this. Do you know every time my wife gets on my nerves? Because I'm sorry, if you get married, your spouse going. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Like you get people act like marriage and stuff is a fairy tale. It ain't no damn fairy tale. Get that out of your head. It ain't a fairy tale. It's real, right? So yeah, every time my wife gets on my nerves, I'll stop and I'll breathe and I'll step back and I'll ask myself, is this really going to matter in 5 years? And then I realize I'm not even going to remember this argument in 5 years. So then I'll just let it go. I'll say, you know what? It don't matter. I'm gonna go. I'll be outside. I'll be in the kitchen. I'm going for a ride. I'll see you later. I'm going in my office, right? And and I think that my wife to this day, I don't know if my wife knows that I even think this way, but that's what ends up surprising her when I can just let something go. I let stuff roll off my back because I'm like, no, this is a big picture thing. I want to be 85 years old and look back and say, I was consistent. I built a family. I was there for people that mattered for me. Boyce was solid. Boyce was a benefit to the lives of the people that he engaged with. And so, because that's my bigger goal, I'm not going to mess all that up because I want to argue with you over something stupid. I'm just not going to do it. You understand? So that, and if you don't understand, that's an investing decision. That's me protecting an asset. My greatest asset is my family. I love the people in this house. Yeah, I'm a bonus dad. I know that. And I had some guys make fun of me for that, but I don't. I have no shame in that. I love these kids. These kids are amazing. And I take tremendous pride in knowing that I forged very solid relationships with them, which required me to grow in certain areas. I had to learn how to be a different version of myself in order to do that. Because kids ain't impressed with whatever you've done. They don't care about what you accomplished in the 90s and the 2000s and all. They don't care about none of that. All they look at is what kind of person are you and how do you impact my life right now? And so that required a whole shift in thinking. Don't nobody really they're not real impressed at all. Like if I see y'all somewhere, if I'm in a restaurant, somebody wants my autograph and wants to take a selfie, that's like not a big deal for them, right? So you have to find other ways to connect to people, and it does require you to be able to think a little bit. So think about your life a little bit, right? So what last thing I'll leave you with is I think that one thing you might want to do, and maybe because it's Sunday, this hopefully will help you, is I want you to really think about your life in those three key areas: health, wealth, and relationships. And I want you to imagine what your life looks like if you're physically and mentally healthy. What does that look like for you? And once you visualize it, maybe you make a plan to accomplish that, right? A lot of us, maybe we need to lose weight. I'm not taking Ozempic because I think those like Ozempic drugs and stuff, I keep waiting for them to come out with like the side effects that nobody knew about because everybody's so quick to take a damn pill and they don't even know what's in the damn pill. I'm not like that. I'm not, I feel like I don't trust the medical profession like that. I feel like they overdiagnose and they always want to give you a pill for everything. I'm gonna take my ass to the gym and take my chances at Planet Fitness. What does it look like for you to be mentally and physically healthy, right? There's tools out there for mental health. There's all kinds of stuff out there that can help you. You don't have to take those drugs and all that. In my opinion, I'm not telling you to stop taking your medication. Some of y'all might need it, but really, I think that a lot of things that we apply medication to can be solved in a natural way. I really believe that. And then I want you to look at your relationships. Look at your key relationships with your children, your partner, your friends, and then look at the relationships that add value and the ones that don't add value, the ones that you kind of need to mitigate or adjust or eliminate, right? And then look at your wealth. Do you have enough cash flow coming in and do you feel financially secure? Is your wealth going up or is it going down? And then think about maybe baby steps you can take that will improve your life in those three areas. I guarantee you that if you improve your life in those three areas, health, wealth, and relationships, you will be a happier black person. That's it. Like, and that's if you want to know what my goal is, like when I'm talking to you about stuff and people say, well, what does it mean for black people to be free? And I don't get into all the political conversation and all that. I'm like, my goal is to see if I can help black people become mentally and physically healthier, have better relationships, and have more wealth in their bank account. I believe that if you accomplish that, and these are things that can be done without the help of a politician, you don't need Al Sharpton to help you do that. You don't need nobody. Really, all you need is yourself. And this is an educational process. So my thought is, if we learn these things and apply these things and just keep a consciousness about how we're doing in each of those areas and address the areas that need to be addressed, then you're taught that's how you improve the lives of black people, one person at a time. I don't think there's a magical fix-it pill that black people can all take. Like everybody vote for this politician or everybody go do this or go do that. Everybody boycott Target together. That's all nice and good and it feels good, but but my question is, does it improve your life? Even when you go see the pastor on Sunday, I know what pastors do. Pastors can give you a pathway to your spiritual fulfillment. They can also give you that boost that we need, right, to get through the week, get through the day. But then I would ask the pastor, like, okay, are the lives of the people in your congregation better because they're coming to church, or are you just making them feel better? If you're just making them feel better, but they're not actually better, then that's like putting a person in a jail cell and just giving them enough crack and heroin that they don't realize that they're locked up. Do you understand? Like literally, like I could, like if you take somebody, you ever see like a drug addict on the corner who is literally looking crazy, they stinking, they ain't got nowhere to live, it's freezing cold outside, but because the drugs are so good, they don't even notice. Their brain has just their mind has just left their body, so they're not even aware. They don't even care how they look, how they smell, they don't care that their family doesn't talk to them anymore because the drug is so good. That's what I think about when I see some of the things that are used to kind of manipulate people into making if someone is giving you an inspiring speech or making you laugh or like comedian, I think that's why we love comedians because that heals the pain from the trauma and whatever, right? It makes you feel like you're better off, but you're really not. I think that's a lie. That's all living a lie. So my thought is that the goal is not just to have you feel good. I want you to feel good, but I want you to be good. Do you understand? Like I want your life to really be better. I don't want you to just think it's better. This is not opium for the masses. I'm not good at giving the feel good speeches. That's not the goal. The goal is to say, what are practical steps we can take, little things we can do that will improve our lives, that will, really fill up the bank account, right? Really help you to like really feel mentally and physically healthy. Put you in a position that's more secure. And that's it. I'm done talking. Thank you guys for listening. I appreciate your attention. And I hope that this discussion was helpful for you. You guys know how I am. I like to talk about a little bit of everything. I like to talk about life and then connect it back to the economics. So I hope that that's okay. So if you want to get the e-copy of that book, Financial Lovemaking, just go to boyceandalicia.com. You can have it for free. So boyceandalicia.com. Also, we're going to do stock market Tuesdays on Tuesday. So if you have an interest in the stock market, we're up to 88% of you are invested in the market. I want that to be 100% very soon. So if you'd like to join us, you can do a free trial. Just go to drboystockmarket.com. That's our stock market investors club. And last but not least, Dr. Alicia is doing a session tonight, a private session in her book club on how to keep conflict from destroying your relationships. So don't go fighting with nobody. Don't go fighting with your baby mama. Come talk to Dr. Alicia. Let her help you. She's good at this stuff. This is what she's been doing for 25 years. So if you'd like to be notified when Dr. Alicia starts her book club tonight, or you'd like to get an invitation, text the word love to the number 87948. So you can text love to 87948 on your phone. And also, you can go to coachingwithdralicia.com. That's her website. And it's someone was asking about stock options. Yeah, we're going to do stock options this week. I'll send you all a message as well for the stock options class. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you guys for listening. I hope you have a wonderful Sunday. See you later. Bye-bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. I hope you guys are having a great day. Welcome. It's so good to see you. This is Money in the Morning, in case you don't know. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and we're hanging out today. And I got some really interesting stuff I want to talk about. I want to ask you all, how many of you know about Sky Jackson? Sky Jackson is this Disney actress, and her boyfriend did this, or baby daddy, sorry, um, did this video called "How to Get a Celebrity Pregnant" or something, "How to Get a Famous Girl Pregnant," and and I thought this was really an interesting topic. Believe it or not, this is a massive, massive, massive financial conversation, or it can be made into one very easily. And so I thought that I would dive into that a little bit. Now, as I get started, one thing I want to let you guys know is that this week, if you do stock options with us, we're going to meet for the Prime program. So if you want to learn about generating income from stock options, stuff like that, just go to drboyceprime.com. Feel free to join us there. All right, and also another thing is, I want to let you guys know I send you guys a text every morning, and one thing I want to mention too is that to make it easier so that the link is not dead when you get there, I'm going to actually change. When I send you the text, I'm going to give you the link to join us on whatever YouTube channel we're broadcasting from that day. And the reason I want to do that is because I realize that a lot of you may get the Zoom link too late. And when you come in, the Zoom is already gone and dead. So I figured if I send the YouTube link, you guys can come in, later in the day if you want to, and check it out on the YouTube channel. So when you get the text, you will get the link to the Zoom. Now, sorry, to the YouTube channel. But if you want to be in the Zoom, like if you want to be in the private Zoom where, like if we do a Q&A, I'll answer your question inside the Zoom. Then you can just make sure you sign up, make sure you're registered on the Zoom. So the Zoom will send you a notification to let you guys know when we're about to throw down. All right, so let's hop into this. Okay, so there's this. Give me a guess if you've heard of Sky Jackson. So Sky Jackson is this beautiful young lady. She's I would say I would call her like a Disney princess, but she wasn't actually a princess like the other I think Halle Bailey, I think that was her name. She was on one of those shows, and she was similar to Raven Simone in that she was super talented. She is super talented, not used to be. And she became really successful with Disney. And as you know, that's kind of the holy grail. That's the gold standard for actors and actresses. If you get a Disney deal, that pretty much means you've made it. I know that we've got a 14-year-old actress, singer, dancer in the house who would do anything to be in a Disney film or on a Disney show. And Scott Jackson achieved that dream. She went up there and did her thing, and she's super talented. And I don't know if she has any regrets in life or not. And I'm not here to give her any. But there is something that I really wanted to drill into on this today because I really think this is something that our community needs to talk about. And so what basically happened that was really interesting is Sky she had a baby, babies are a blessing. I told you our black children are a blessing. Now, her child, I think her baby daddy is actually not black. So, the ratchetry, the ghetto-ness that I'm about to describe does not have to be claimed by the black community. Let's just be clear. So his ghetto weird behavior does not, we don't have to own this one. Now, again, unless he's super light skinned or something, because black people come in all shapes and sizes. So who am I to judge whether or not somebody's black enough? But from what I saw in the video, I did not get the impression that her baby daddy was black. Now, but he's kind of remember that term wigger? Anybody remember that term wigger? Like wigger where you're white but you're whatever. I personally think that using the N word it should be kind of thrown out the window. I kind of feel like there's other words we can call ourselves. And in fact, I remember watching Kendrick Lamar get his Grammy, and I love Kendrick Lamar, I really do. But I thought it was really awkward to see this audience full of white people clapping, and they were playing the song, and I heard the N word about 5 times. The N word just black igga this, igga nigga, igga, right? And the white people were clapping. And I was like, are any of these white people feeling awkward or uncomfortable, or have they gotten so comfortable calling us the N word that, or at least thinking it in their heads, or us calling each other that it doesn't matter. I don't know if anybody else does. Anybody else think that's a little bit weird? I don't know. Am I the only weirdo in here that kind of just feels like maybe we can call ourselves something other than that? I'm not trying to be hating. I'm not trying to be anti-Kendrick, but I just, you just think about your ancestors would get like somebody would call them that word and they would then cut their testicles off, right? Or they would hear that word and that's the last word they might hear before they get hung from a tree, right? So I kind of just thought it was really interesting. And this is why I believe black people don't have any friends. I'm sorry. This, in case you don't know, if you come in here, just know I'm gonna be a consistent black man every day. You might not like me. If you don't like me on Tuesday, you probably won't like me on Wednesday either. So I just want to make it real clear that I'm not going to change. And one thing about my blackness is that if something don't make no sense, I'm gonna say it because I'm like, well, it don't make no sense. Like, like why are so many people like arenas full of people cheering when black people get on stage and call ourselves the N-word? But then when we hear a white guy say it, we want to act all indignant and angry and how dare you? You're a racist, sir. Wait, he's racist. Well, you're racist against yourself. Like people, if I walk around and I call myself Dave and I say, "Hey, I'm Dave," and my friends are like, "Hey, what's up, Dave?" And then somebody's like, "Hey, Dave," I'm like, "I'm not Dave. I'm Boyce." Well, man, I just heard you call yourself Dave. You wrote Dave on your job application. You referred to yourself as Dave on many occasions. You said, Dave. What Dave likes to do is so. I don't understand that. I'm just gonna tell you the truth, But anyway, let's move on. So let's get back to this. All right. So the thing is, so Sky Jackson, this Disney princess, has this baby with this guy. I wrote it down. It's really hilarious. His name is DeAndre Bergen, and his rap name, online name is Yerky Yerky. I don't know what a yerky. I know what beef jerky is, but Yerky Yerky, that's his name. Um, they've been dating since about December 2023, and she put a post up about their relationship, and then she took it down. And in 2024, November 2024, so that's a few months ago, Yerky Yerky was arrested in Cincinnati, Ohio, for a parole violation related to a previous juvenile case involving theft and weapons possession. So he likes to carry that tool with him, and apparently he steals stuff. And so this is what the Disney princess. This is. Isn't it funny? The good girls, they always like those bad boys that are like just absolutely ruin your life. It's like that. I don't know that. That's so fascinating. I love to talk to a psychologist about that. Anyway, so he is on the rap scene. Oh, his social media name, Yerky Yerky social media name is Rich and Violent, like rich and violent. So he's rich and he's violent, which that toxic hip hop culture they've been pushing on the black community all these years. They call it black culture now, but rich. Now I want you to be rich. I can show you how to be rich. That's easy. But I don't. Why we gotta be violent? Like why we gotta be rich and violent? Like if you're rich, you ain't gotta hurt nobody. You should be rich and peaceful. Now, if you're broke and violent, I understand that. That makes sense. You're mad. You want to get some money, but if you're rich, chill out. Anyway, let's keep going. So Yerky Yerky gets online and there's this they called it the Shade Room called it how to get he did that they said he did a video called How to Get a Famous Girl Pregnant, right? And I watched the video, and it wasn't actually him doing a video called Here's how you get a famous girl pregnant. First, you pull out your penis, and then number two, you have sex with her. Like no, no, no. He was in a conversation with another a fellow Caucasoid, fellow melon deficient citizen, and they were talking, and the guy said, "Hey, yo, how they just like to imitate the worst of us." It's like he's like, "Hey, yo, how you get a famous girl pregnant?" And then he goes, "Well, man," and he had all these diamonds in his teeth. Like, I don't know. I wonder if that's healthy, and I don't think that's healthy. And he's like, you gotta keep it P. You gotta keep it P. And I was like, I don't know what does keep it P mean? I looked it up. Keep it P is like keep it pimping. Like it's like an evolution of like, stay pimping, right? When they started teaching us how to hip hop taught us how to glorify sex traffickers, in case you wonder. Remember Snoop Dogg used to go to the award show and he would bring Bishop Magic Don Juan, the pimp, and now you got black men in prison for sex trafficking, right? Because they teach you this stuff. This is why you got to stop letting white folks tell you how to live your life, because they're going like Malcolm X used to say. He said he had a great saying. He used to say, "The white man will sell you the liquor bottle and then he will lock you up for being drunk." So that's what they do in hip hop. They sell you the liquor bottle and then they lock you up when you show up drunk. So anyway, with that said, and I'm not here to gossip about Sky Jackson's life. And Sky Jackson, in case for those of y'all that don't think she's that famous, she's actually quite famous. If you ask your 17, 18, 19, 20-year-old child about her, especially if they watch Disney and you have daughters in the house, they know who Sky Jackson is. If Sky Jackson came into the house, she would be more famous than me or their mother, right? They would scream. So anyway, here's what I wanted to kind of address. So as this so you have Sky, who worked really hard to become this success on Disney, similar to Halle Bailey. I think both of them had babies with rappers. Halle Bailey took, this is something you come to expect. When you get to be my age, you can predict things in advance. When I saw that she got pregnant with this rapper, I was like, yeah, they'll be broken up by the time the baby's about 4 months old, right? And that's exactly what happened, right? It's like, oh, the relationship got too hard and da 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 da. And again, and what's really fascinating, because I was talking to two young people this week, both of them in their early 30s, about their children and about their relationships. And I said, one thing that people don't factor in our community anyway, and maybe in other communities too, is we don't really factor in how damaging it is to children when the parents just split up because they're just not comfortable anymore. When the relationship gets hard and you say, "Oh, well, I got to go live my life," whatever. I know personally, I to this day, I still thank my father, who was a really handsome young man, who was 21 years old, 22 years old, who chose to stay with me and my mother instead of like running the streets and doing his thing. I also thank my mother for putting up with some challenging situations with her in my relationship with my father. And if you want to see how that story ends, when my mother took her last breath, Christmas Eve of 2024, it was my father who was laying right next to her when she died. And I imagine what life would have been like if my father had ran off and said, I got to keep it P, yo, I got to keep it P, and ran out and, decided to go get 10 other girls pregnant. And then my mother's dying alone years later. He's dying alone, right? Toward the end, they kind of needed each other. They needed each other, not just from an emotional standpoint, but also in terms of finances, right? And this is financial. This is why, in case y'all wonder, like why is he talking about Sky Jackson and rappers and babies mamas? Well, because all this links back to your economics. Let's do a reset here so we can be 100% crystal clear that this is a financial conversation. Do you understand? I'm a finance professor. Trust me, I'm a doctor. I'm a financial doctor. So I know what I'm doing. I know y'all may be thinking, like, why is he talking about this and talking about that? No, I promise you. Give me a yes if you understand the financial implications of relationship management. Do y'all understand this? Okay, I have to do the reset. Some of y'all know this. Some of y'all seen me do this before, but I have to do the reset for new people because they'll come in and they'll be like, I thought he was gonna tell me how to manage my 401k and how to minimize my taxes on my stock portfolio. And he up here talking about babies mamas and stuff. He crazy. No, no, I look at life and to remember, when you're diagnosing a financial illness, like when you're diagnosing the massive economic STDs that spread through the community, when you are diagnosing the financial cancer that exists, called broke Negroitis, It's a disease. It's real. We're making a vaccine right now. Um, when you analyze this, you cannot analyze it in a vacuum. You can't analyze it in a vacuum, right? If someone shows up to the doctor and they've got all these symptoms, all these things going wrong with the body, you can't just look at the kidneys without also looking to see what other pre-existing conditions are there. What's happening with the lungs? What's happening with the heart? What's happening with the blood? You got to look at all these things. It's a system. Do you understand? It's a system. So what I want you to really understand is the systematic brokenness that leads to the decline in black wealth that largely starts with very horrifically bad relationship choices that many of us make early in life. It's true. I talked to again, I mentored there's two young people I mentored, and we talked extensively this week about their relationships. And I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna get back to the Sky Jackson thing in a minute. And they're a little bit older than Sky. They're about 30, 31. And I don't tell people what to do. That's not even when I'm talking to you about investing. By the way, remind me before we're done, I'll give you a stock that I'm going to buy. For those of you that are not yet invested in the stock market, this is a stock I'm actually going to buy. So I'll share this with you in a minute. Um, and I said, if I was your age, the investments I would make at that stage of my life, one, I would have put more money in the stock market. Most people don't even know that if you put, a couple $1,000s, a year, or maybe a few $100s a month, or a couple hundred a month in the stock market since say like the year 2000, you'd be insanely wealthy right now. Like a lot of y'all shouldn't. If you don't know it now, you know. You'd be very wealthy. And by the way, most experts predict that Bitcoin is going to be worth $1.5 million by the year 2030. So that's money being made in slow motion. That's a slow moving train that you can hop on at any moment. I know a lot of you are not going to get on the train, but I know a lot of you are. So I want to just tell you this. This is because all I do, you're talking to a guy who takes in financial information all day, every day. That's all I do. And I sit there and I just listen to financial stuff. But with that said, I said that's the one investment I would make. The other investment I would make is an investment in my relationships, right? Um, I would probably take a little money or whatever I could afford, and I would get if I found a woman that I loved, which I did. I had a woman I loved in my 20s, and I said we loved each other a lot, but we didn't know how to love each other. We didn't know how to resolve conflict. We didn't know how to properly communicate. I didn't know how women think and how women are different from men. Because we live in a society that lies to you. We have a society that tells you that men and women are the same. Gender is a figment of your imagination. That's why your daughter might be playing basketball against a dude who decided to become a girl last week and all these other crazy things that people, no, I believe these things. I believe that men and women were the same, and that's just simply not true. I read a book by Dr. Barbara DeAngelis called What Women Want Men to Know. And she had a section in the book I'll never forget called 15 Minutes in the Mind of a Woman. And she'd interviewed thousands of women, and she was a woman. And I read it, and I was like, oh my God, this is insane. It was like walking into the house of horrors. I was like, I didn't know women had all this stuff going through their head. And I would call my female friends, and I was like, is that what y'all really think? And she had the top 10 turnoffs for women and the top 20 turnoffs. And I'd be like, does this really turn you on? And they'd be like, oh yeah, I love when a man does it. Or did y'all really hate this? Oh my God, ugh, I hate when a guy does it. I'm like, what? So peanut butter bothers you that much? I'm kidding. It wasn't peanut butter, but it was something weird like that, right? That's what it might as well have been. But my point is to say that if I'd known these things when I was younger, life would have been simpler. There wouldn't have been as much of an economic cost that comes from bad relationships. Meaning, well, number one, I did 18 years in child support court. I paid every penny. I remember my lawyer sending me the email saying, "You paid all your child support. Now you're done." I was like, because you don't want to do that. That's rough. And and I did make more babies. I don't have babies scattered everywhere. I adopted kids. I scooped kids up because I found that I love children, and black children are a blessing. And I loved marrying a woman with three kids, and I talk to her three kids every day. And one of them, I was working with her last night, and she, when you buy my book, she ships it out to you. Her name is Nicole. She's super smart, and it's just an honor. It's a great opportunity. But with that said, though, it's one of these things where I began to understand, like, okay, I get it now. I get why black wealth is declining because when you have these broken families, the wealth naturally drops. Single mothers have the lowest net worth of anybody in America. Single black mothers are at the bottom. The median net worth of a single black mother in America is about $5. For white women, it's about 42,000. For black women, it's $5. Okay, not even enough to buy a Wendy's value meal. Okay, so ultimately, um, let's circle back with the Sky Jackson thing. Now, Sky Jackson is not in that category. She was a Disney actress. You know, I'm sure she's got a couple $1 million in a trust fund somewhere. And so I'm not here to say, okay, because you had a baby with a rapper, you're gonna just be destitute. You're gonna end up on welfare and all this other stuff. Um, but what I will point to are some legitimate financial theories that you can point to that explain perhaps why the decision by her and the other Disney princess Halle Bailey to have babies with men that are, I'm not going to say beneath them. They're not beneath them, but they don't fit the mold of the brands they were building as Disney actresses. And it's not just in terms of imagery, but there's also a cost in terms of just behavior. You see, because what you got to understand and what we have to accept is that hip hop, for the most part, not all hip hop, but a lot of hip hop, the toxic hip hop is very, very anti-family. I say this as a black man. You know, black men are heavily influenced by rap music. I listen to the music. There's nothing in the Lil Wayne song that's going to tell a man to pick one woman, marry her, have children, and take responsibility and make good choices in life. Most of the Lil Wayne music and Lil Wayne is one of the most popular artists on earth. Most of that music was what I would call the gospel of black male self-destruction. The gospel of black male self-destruction is drink until you vomit every day, take pills so you can die at the age of 38 from kidney failure or something. Um, have sex with as many women as possible so that you can catch STDs and then make sure you spread them to as many women as you can because lots of pretty women are attracted to you because they like the bad boy image and white people put you on TV, so therefore that makes you somehow someone that people want to mate with. Um, be violent, right? Get involved in violence. If somebody talks crazy about you in the club, you pull out your gun and you shoot them. Don't think about the 50 years in prison you're gonna get, where you're gonna be in a jail cell, possibly getting raped by your bunk mate every night. Don't think about all that. You got to keep it P. You got to keep it gangster, right? They used to call it keep it gangster or keep it pimping. Now they call it keeping it P. You keep it P. And somebody gonna be peeing on your forehead in a jail cell in a couple of years. So you don't keep it P. What else? You can go down the list, right? And of course, women are just these objects that you just sleep with. Respecting women, that just makes you a simp. Why you want to, you got to keep it P. Why you want to be a simp, right? So this gospel of black male self-destruction we know is quite rampant, right? And when I looked at when I saw these two Disney princesses, I'm just gonna call them the Disney princesses. I know Sky was not a princess technically, but they're, the little black girls, they're princesses, right? I think little black girls are just precious and special, and I'm a father of daughters, and our girls are princesses to me, right? So the two Disney princesses, just and this is really traditional. There's probably some biology behind this. They're attracted to the bad boys, and the bad boys of society are the rappers. So both of them go and get pregnant with rappers. As predicted, the relationships end very, very quickly. Because, from a relationship standpoint, most rappers I know, and I know a lot of rappers. I told you about the many hours I spent on the phone with Kanye and Ice Cube and all that. First of all, rappers are diverse. Let me just say this. So Ice Cube's been married to his wife 30 years. That's what we have in common. We both understand that having a good woman by your side can keep you out of trouble, whatever. What's another one? Killer Mike is a good friend of mine. I talked to Killer Mike the other day. His wife and my wife, we sat there in Atlanta. We had a dinner together and had an amazing time, and they got along really well. And we planned trips we might take and all these other things because I love Killer Mike. I love him. I love his wife. Amazing guy, right? So please don't let me make you think that I believe all rappers are just trash or all rappers are anti-family. That is not something that I'm saying. But what I am saying, and I hope you can agree with me, is that there is kind of this cultural element that is very, very anti-family, which inherently, in my opinion, it's kind of anti-black. There's a big element of hip hop culture that's very anti-black because remember, it's all about who's funding things, right? And I'm the money guy. I understand how money works. So it's the money that drives the culture, right? So this is not black culture. This is culture created by the white and Jewish people that own the record labels who pay money to specific black people to promote specific behaviors that are going to specifically destroy your sons. So there is that undercurrent. There is that gospel of black male self-destruction. that's being pushed rampantly, and this is something. This has always been part of Massa's plan. There's never been a point in American history where those who own capital and run society ever wanted black men to be strong, independent, and intelligent. That's why there are many people who look at a guy like me and they consider me to be dangerous. They consider men like a Farrakhan to be dangerous. What makes us dangerous? Well, what makes us dangerous is that we actually tell black men, hey, don't kill yourself, don't kill each other, work together, build something great, read a book, save your money, invest, love your family, build black love. 'Cause black love is really the threat. Like when black people loving each other and connecting with each other and building together, that really is the greatest threat to American society. This is I think J. Edgar Hoover talked about it. He said black unity is is the greatest threat to the government that there ever was. He didn't say it in those words, but black unity is a threat. And black unity starts with you loving that one black woman and building that black family with those black children and all this other stuff. So that makes you dangerous, right? So that's why, and that's okay. I'm okay with being on the dangerous list. I want to be a dangerous Negro. Shout out to Trey. I forgot his last name, but he's a Harvard graduate, and he had a brand called Dangerous Negro. And I said, I like that. I want to be a dangerous Negro. So anyway, so to my fellow dangerous Negroes, let me give you some financial theories that relate to Sky Jackson and the other Halle Bailey getting pregnant by rappers and how this can affect you economically in case they haven't figured it out yet with their boyfriends going online and saying things that are a little embarrassing. I think that I know in addition to Sky's boyfriend making that video or where he's answering the question like how to get a famous girl pregnant. The other one, I think Hallie's boyfriend did something like he talked about he said something like he said something about how her sex is no good, and he said that being in a relationship is like having a part-time job. Now he's publicly saying you won't let me see my child, right? It's just all these things that become brand killers, right? If you're trying to get back in the good graces of Disney, they're gonna be like, we don't want no parts of that. Disney in their contracts, they have morals clauses, and I don't know which one they might have violated, but I'm sure getting pregnant by a rapper probably doesn't fit the Disney image. I don't know. But anyway, here are some financial theories that you can walk away with that help you understand the context of why these bad relationship choices can impact you economically and really not just impact you, but impact your children, but also impact your generational legacy. One is there is something called the earnings penalty of relationship instability. This is a theory, and a lot of y'all can relate to this. Tell me if you can relate to this. This is a research paper by someone named Addo in 2019. The core idea is that unstable relationships and breakups can significantly disrupt a person's earnings trajectory. Give me a yes if you understand that. Hey, tell me if you've ever seen anybody who has had such a horrible, volatile, crazy relationship that it disrupted their job, it disrupted their ability to achieve their goals. They were distracted from starting that business or making those investments. They weren't able to think about any of that stuff, or they were doing it poorly. And it was because they were in a crazy, stressful relationship. Or maybe your baby mama got mad at you and decided she wants to come to your job and cuss you out in front of your boss. And at that point, there's that old saying that says when two people when two people are fighting, they both look like idiots from a distance. And that's what I think about when I think about that, right? So basically it says here a bad relationship, especially one that leads to public scandal, um, stress or legal troubles can cause a lost brand deals. Corporations ain't gonna mess with you if you got drama like that. I'd be willing to bet you that if I was to talk to Sky Jackson's manager or Halle Bailey's manager and to say, okay, do you think you've lost any brand deals as a result of the public shenanigans of these rapper baby daddies that these young ladies have? And they would say, absolutely, right? So lost brand deals, reduce work opportunities, and professional setbacks. So basically, if Sky's partner impacts her public image, it may lead people to not want to work with her. And I can say this is true. I can confirm this as a person who's done partnerships and deals with people in the past. Um, when I am dealing with someone and it looks like you got messiness going on, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna let you go handle that, and maybe we can circle back, maybe not. But corporations don't like drama. They don't like drama. In fact, I have drama. I don't have baby mama drama because I don't I got one mother of my child. I'm not gonna call her baby mama. But anyway, um I will say that when there was one point where I made a comment about Lizzo and I said I think it degrades the image of the black woman for these record labels to pay this beautiful, talented young woman to go around and degrade herself and to promote obesity in the black community because obesity kills millions of black people. That's one of those pre-existing conditions that they talked about during the pandemic. And I'm like, why would you, if it's killing us and you think it's bad, why would you promote it? Why are you acting like it's a good thing? It's not a good thing. Like, what's wrong with you? And of course, media, white media did what they do. White people be white. They be, they be acting white. So the Associated Press picked up on it, and the whole narrative became this professor with toxic this sexist professor with toxic masculinity insults Lizzo and Lizzo claps back. You go, girl, clap back. Well, guess what? So let me tell you what happened behind the scenes. Well, what happened behind the scenes was I was going to give a speech to the A.G. Gaston Society down in Birmingham, Alabama. I'd spoken for them the previous year. They loved me the previous year. They loved me so much that they did something that's extremely rare. They were like, "We want you to come back next year." I was like, "Yeah, I'll come back. This is great. I love A.G. Gaston." Well, no. It eventually I got this note saying, due to circumstances, we've decided to cancel your appearance and da da. Now, mind you, I didn't care. You can keep the money, whatever. And also, they just so you know, you have these contracts where people got to pay money, like half the money in advance. So I pretty much got $5,000 to stay home. I'll take that any day of the week, any day of the week. But the thing was, I did kind of challenge them, and I said, well. I don't need you to invite me to speak because I speak every day to, tens of thousands of people. So that's okay. But I really need you to sort of think about who's paying the bills for your organization. Because I know for a fact, I looked you in the eye and I know that you like me. I know you understand where I'm coming from. And I know that you know that I'm not a stupid man. And I wouldn't say something like this with nasty intent or something without thinking it through. So what happened is I know what happened. Your bosses told you you can't have this Negro come speak at your black organization. I said, and that's the problem with most black organizations. That's the problem with most black organizations. Many black organizations have their bills paid by people who don't care or don't love the black community. And also, you must understand that he who has the gold makes the rules. So the people who are paying your bills are the ones who are going to decide which black people you're allowed to associate with and which ones you cannot. And I said, that's a problem for you. That's not a problem for me because no one chooses my friends. During the pandemic, I stood by Riza Islam, who was literally on the government list, like the disinformation dozen. And I stood by Riza because Riza's a great man. He's an honorable man. He's a smart man. And I wanted to hear what he had to say. I didn't agree with everything he said, but I wanted to hear what he had to say. And nobody told me that Riza can't be my friend. Why? Well, because I don't let massa pay the bills up in here. That doesn't happen, right? So that was the first thing. Because you know me, I'm a teacher. I had to throw in the little economic lesson, like get your money right, man, so you don't have to bow to these people, right? But then here's the other part of that that's interesting. Check this out. So 2 years later, has anybody, I know Lizzo kind of fell out of favor for a little bit, but has anyone seen the couple things that have happened with Lizzo since that time? Two things happened that I could have easily predicted. One was she faced this massive lawsuit because she had all these shenanigans going on the concert. She was having women shoot bananas out of their hoo-hoos on stage or something crazy like that. That was the allegation, right? And they were suing her and claiming, various forms of harassment and abuse and everything else. And I say, yeah, I expected this because it goes back to what Malcolm said. Remember, I told you Malcolm said that the white man will sell you the liquor bottle and then lock you up for being drunk. So what happened with you is the same thing that happens with a lot of rappers. They convinced you that the more outrageous you are, the more shenanigans you engage in, the more the more you humiliate your culture and your people, the more money you'll make. The more of a buffoon you are, because I don't think she's a buffoon. I think that it's all an act. Then we're going to give you more money. But the problem is that you can't do those things in a workplace environment and not expect to be sued. Like why in the world is somebody going to their job and being told to shoot a banana out of their coochie cat? Like that don't make no sense. That's crazy. That's insanity. How many of y'all would go to work at UPS and have somebody say, "Well, stick this in your butthole"? You know what I'm like? I mean, that's crazy, right? But that's what she got. Go look at the lawsuit. It was right. So I remember saying, "See, y'all got to listen. Y'all instead of listening to whoever y'all listen to, y'all need to listen to black folks like us who understand how the world works." Because these people will suck you into a trap and then blame you for being in the trap. But they'll invite you in. The other thing that happened with Lizzo since then is I don't know if anybody saw this, but she recently reemerged and she's much, much thinner and much healthier and looks absolutely gorgeous. Has anybody seen that? She's probably lost maybe 80 pounds or something. So I said, okay, I get it now. The reason you were upset with what I said is because you understand that I'm right. You saw some truth in what I was saying. And I'm not a stupid man. I don't say things to be false. I say things because that does represent a truth that I'm observing. So you got angry because you wanted the world to work this way. And I said, no, the world actually works that way. And that just, and your first reaction was anger. They call that cognitive dissonance in psychology. So with that being said, though, the thing about it is that overall, when you're really talking about our young people, they have to get advice from us. We're the ones who care about the community. We're the ones who love them. We're the ones who want to see black people prosper, not just short term, but long term also. And what happens though is that when someone becomes famous and they get a lot of money, they say, "Oh, I don't have to listen to old black people anymore because they're not as important as Clive Davis and all these Hollywood types that have given me all this money, or like the guy that's in prison. Well, you know what I'm talking about, the one who's in prison for having sex, raping all the women or whatever. Harvey Weinstein. Like, well, they're not as important as Harvey Weinstein, right? And the criteria that's used is how much money they have. That's it. That's why literally, if you go back 5 years, I remember this guy named Vlad. His name was DJ Vlad. I remember him calling me and warning me about Damon Dash because Damon and I were pretty good friends back then. And he said Dame cussed out Harvey Weinstein in public, and you don't do that in Hollywood. And I was like, who is Harvey Weinstein, and why does this matter? And he's like, well, because blah, blah, blah. But then Dame later on told me, he said, yeah, this guy's doing disgusting things with women, and I told him that he's crazy. Something's wrong with him. And this was before the scandal broke out. Before at that time, Harvey was hugged up with Oprah, hugged up with Hillary Clinton, hugged up with all these celebrities, Barack Obama, all these people would love Harvey Weinstein. And then now it's like, oh, well, we never liked this guy in the first place. Well, no, you did. You liked him because he had all this money. And you think that because someone has money, that must mean that they're a good person. And that's just simply not true. I say this as a person who studies money for a living. Money is the great deceiver. Money can make you think something that is things are up when they're down. Money can make you think that blue is green. And at the end of the day, you have to know the power of money without being deceived by the power of money. The power money can be like a drug and it feels good, but it can also make you a little loopy and stupid and cause you to make bad decisions. Now, with that being said, before I move on, let me just give y'all that stock. I told y'all I would give you the stock. So let me give it to you in case y'all got stuff to do because y'all know me. I be talking. I just get in here. The stock is Tuya, Tuya. Somebody type it in the chat. Tuya. This is a company that I researched and I found and I said, okay, I like this. I'm gonna buy it. It's a $4 stock, so it doesn't cost much. So the company is Tuya. Then let me say this. I did the survey with you guys, and here's the beautiful thing. I mentioned this the other day. I'm super proud of the Black Business School because 88% of you are invested in the stock market. And in case you want to know how significant that is, in across the country, only 62% of all Americans are invested in the stock market. So you all are doing better than white people. You're doing better than Jewish people. You're doing better than everybody. So, and that's what I intended for you. That's the standard I set for you, right? I don't care about equality. I'm not trying to play catch up. I don't need you to be equal to anybody. I need you to win. I need you to exceed the standard. Do you understand? So you're exceeding the standard, 88%. Good job. 88% is the percentage that applies to wealthy people. 88% of wealthy people invest in the stock market. Only 20% of people with incomes below 35,000 invest. So good job to you. Way to go. That's Black excellence in a nutshell. Here's the deal though. I want that number to grow. I need that number over 90%. I need that number at 100%. I need y'all to think about investing in the stock market the same way you think about breathing and using the bathroom and drinking water and talking to your kids. So Tuya is a $4 stock that you can start off with. It's one I'm going to buy. I think you should own a bunch of stocks though. Don't just own one. but that's a good place to begin. So if you're not sure how to get started, stuff like that, we have a couple of options. One is if you go to drboycestockmarket.com. We do Stock Market Tuesdays every week, and you can be a part of that. First month is free. drboycestockmarket.com. And with one membership, you can bring your whole family. So bring your whole family if you want to. And another way is blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's the $5 a day plan that literally shows how anyone can be wealthy by investing $5 a day. So give me a yes if you're going to do this, because I really need to know that our meetings are having an impact. I don't want to just sit here and talk. I need to know that something is changing because we're here. I'm sick and tired of Negroes talking and nothing happening. I don't want to do that. I'm not Al Sharpton. We're not going to march and rally and pray and hold hands and sing, "We shall overcome," and then do nothing. No, I need you to take the lead in your life, take the lead in your family, take the lead in your community, and stop letting these people make you think that you're supposed to be in last place. You're not supposed to be in last place. You're supposed to win. That's what we do. Okay. So anyway, there you go. All right. So moving on. Let's get back to the Sky Jackson thing. Let's finish up that lesson. I was mentioning some financial theories that link directly to this idea. You know, her boyfriend, her rapper boyfriend, does this video and how to get a rich person pregnant or a rich girl pregnant, and then you have the other one, the other Disney princess, Halle Bailey, who has the baby daddy, who's also the rapper, who's embarrassing the hell out of her. Here's another theory that you can tie this to. This is there's a research paper written called "Reputational Capital and Brand Erosion." This was by Foam Brun in 1996. I don't know the first name. So here's what it says. The core idea is that reputation is an economic asset that influences financial success, and negative publicity can damage earnings potential. So Sky's marketability likely has been impacted by this idea that people are like, "Oh, she's a Disney person, but she got pregnant by this rapper who does these disrespectful things online." So that could impact future movie roles and brand deals, things like that. Another theory is there's a research paper called "Opportunity Cost of a Distracting Relationship." That's big. That's a very powerful title, and let me explain why. Opportunity cost. Opportunity cost is an economic concept that refers to the cost of lost opportunities. Now, does anybody know what the word poor stands for? POOR. Give me the acronym in the chat. Anybody know what poor stands for? What does poor stand for? POOR. It's an acronym. Type in the chat. Poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. Passing over opportunities repeatedly. For example, a lot of you, if you'd bought $100 worth of Bitcoin in 2015 or 2014, you'd be very wealthy right now. But you passed over the opportunity. Somebody probably told you about it. You had something else to do, so you spent your $100 at Applebee's, right? If you bought some Nike stock or some Apple stock 20 years ago, it would be worth insane amounts of money right now, right? And it's not like it snuck up on you. It's not like you didn't know. It's not like you didn't know. It's not like you didn't know that Nike was a big company. It's not like you didn't know about Apple. You knew about Microsoft in 1998. Y'all knew what it was. Come on. But we passed over the opportunity because we were distracted or whatever. That's opportunity cost. That is the cost. That is you looking at your imaginary self. That's you looking at the other version of you that would have existed had you taken advantage of the opportunities that were put in front of you. So one of the things that Becker says in this paper, this is written in 1973, he says that there's a massive opportunity cost when you have a relationship that distracts you. Why do we pass opportunities? Well, because we're not looking at the opportunities over here. We're looking over there. So you're distracted. And there's nothing more distracting than a bad relationship. We've talked about this, right? So you keeping it P, you chasing tail, you're chasing love. Maybe because you didn't go get the therapy to help you deal with the fact that you've been hurt since your daddy left, or you didn't go and learn how to be a disciplined and intelligent man and to focus, right? Nobody ever taught you basic things like that Chris Rock movie when the guy said, you can lose money chasing women, but you'll never lose women chasing money, right? So basically what Becker says in this research paper is that time and energy spent on an unproductive relationship takes away from career advancement. And he specifically references things like drama, y'all know what that is, emotional stress, or legal issues, right? You're in court. Divorce court is a multi-billion-dollar industry. There's a whole documentary by Dr. Drew called Divorce Corp, with a P, corp. And he talks about how much money is made from broken families, from people that don't take the time to invest in, like, say, a therapist to negotiate their relationships. So they just try to wing it and figure it all out, and then everything falls apart. And I mentioned to you that it is absolutely wrong and incorrect. I say this as a professor taught at universities. This is, I would say this in class. I am in class. It is absolutely incorrect that you will spend 4 years in college studying for a job, but you don't spend any time studying how to run a damn family. That job is not more important than your family. It is not more important than your happiness. It's not more important than your kids. It's not more important than your mental health. So why in the hell are you going to spend all those damn years, 4 years in college, 2 years in a master's program, another year in a certification program to go get a job, but you don't even spend you won't even do a weekend seminar on how to properly raise the kids, how to properly love your wife, how to properly be there for your husband. You don't study none of that. What, you think that when you were just born with that? Were you born in a community that just breeds healthy families? Were you lucky? Are you one of those special Negroes who got a chance to be in a space where there was no trauma, was no drama, was no chaos, was no abuse, what, none of that? Are you one of those people? Are you like, because if you ain't gone through nothing, then you ain't black. I'm kidding. I don't want you to be traumatized, and I don't want that for the kids. But a lot of us have gone through some just crazy stuff. Crazy. I mean, you know what I'm talking about. When you hear these stories like my my sister slept with my husband and my mama put the light bill in my name when I was 4, so my credit was bad when and my daddy left, and then my mama had the 3 boyfriends, and one of them molested, like, just all kinds of crazy, horrible things that we deal with and go through. Um, and the crazy part is that even it goes all the way to the top. I mean, like, I wasn't surprised when Dr. Umar's daughter comes out on the internet and is like, my daddy don't even talk to me. I knew this. I've known Umar for a long time. I just don't say nothing, right? I know stuff that if y'all knew what I knew, y'all be like, oh my God. So none of it surprises me because the chaos goes to every level, because if you don't have a plan to manage chaos, then chaos will emerge. It naturally emerges. The scientific concept that I became really fascinated with was entropy. It's called entropy. It's like entropy is kind of like when I take an egg that's nice and contained and orderly and I throw it on the floor and then it splatters everywhere. Um, that's entropy, right? Just the kind of like natural disorder that comes when you don't kind of hold it together and have a plan to manage things. So if I have an egg and I don't have a plan to protect that egg and to keep that egg comfortable, and that's kind of how life is in a way, right? You got this nice little orderly situation. And if you have a plan and you're like, I'm gonna protect this egg, I'm gonna, tiptoe, put it in, make sure it's nice and safe and comfortable, then what happens, right? You just take the egg and you're like, I'm gonna throw it, I'm gonna throw it across the room. And next thing you know, it splatters everywhere and you got a mess. And some people treat our families like that egg. You sometimes have men, and I'm not talking about Umar now. That's to the side. That's too personal. Because Umar hasn't liked me for a very long time. I tend to have a way with I don't know, I have a knack for pissing people off. I don't know why. I think I'm a nice guy. But anyway, you have some people who approach their family situation similar to that egg. They don't understand the concept of entropy. So you're 18, 19 years old, your life is together, you've got opportunities everywhere. You're young and healthy and handsome, and the ladies, are around, and you're not making a plan. You're not thinking about, like, the fact that you're blessed with order in your life. You don't have chaos yet. Same thing. Same thing's true with women. You're young and beautiful, and you're going out with your friends. You look amazing. You don't have baby daddies yet. You don't have relationship drama yet, right? And I think that consciousness, financial consciousness, and just general life consciousness, because this is bigger than just money, but it applies to money, because again, wealth is connected to family and all this stuff. We talked about this. Um, a conscious person says that I have a nice orderly situation here. I must consciously preserve and protect that. Because if I don't, then I will create disorder in my life, and disorder is extremely costly because once I take that delicate little egg and splatter it across the floor, I'm gonna have a hell of a mess to clean up. And some people approach their family situations like that. You go get one girl pregnant, splatter an egg. Another girl pregnant, splatter an egg. Another girl pregnant, splatter an egg. And then 20 years later, but you ignore it. You ignore it all because you think that's just what black people do. We just go and make babies and do whatever and have broken relationships and whatever. But then what happens is after a while, the eggs start to, you got splattered eggs all over the kitchen. You've ignored it. You haven't cleaned any of it up. And then it starts to harden and the room starts to stink and it gets moldy and filled with bacteria. And 20 years later, you got a 22-year-old who goes on the internet and says, my daddy ain't shit, or a 30-year-old son who's like, I haven't seen my father since 1998, right? Or Jay-Z, you saw Jay-Z. Jay-Z's got this kid that looks just like him, and the kid, see, kids grow up and they learn how to use the internet and they learn how to research their parents, and they don't come in with the same, they don't have this sort of reverence for you that people have for you when you were a young, rich rapper. They're like, no, that's my dad, and my dad ain't nothing. My dad's a piece of crap. He never invested in me. I hate this man. And then that child becomes your number one public enemy because you were taught to kind of ignore these things. You were taught to ignore the splattered eggs. And so not that the kids would be called splattered eggs, but you get the point. So ultimately, these things, let's go back to this. Drama, emotional stress, legal issues can be extremely costly, distracting relationships. If you use that term, if you want to use the term Planned Parenthood, I think that it shouldn't just be used in terms of the termination of pregnancy. I think Planned Parenthood should be used in terms of planning, like almost like a wealth plan. If I plan my family, I'm planning my wealth. And a lot of people don't have wealth because they don't plan. Right? They don't plan the family situation. So the family situation, rather than it being an economic accelerator that helps you actually make more money, it becomes an economic destabilizer where it's difficult to build a building in a tornado. Right? It's difficult to build an institution in the middle of constant drama, constant chaos. And what makes it even crazier is that because trauma levels are so high in the black community, sometimes the tornado is inside your own damn head. Some people have to walk around in life with tornadoes in their head, and they just create these destabilized situations. And next thing you know, you're dealing with brokenness, a trail of destruction, a trail of really bad decisions, and it's really hard to build a solid institution in the middle of that. Okay, so ultimately, I would almost say that if again, when I build the Boyce Watkins School for intelligent black people, one day I'm gonna build it. It'd be like the X-Men have that little academy for like superheroes and stuff. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna build like some academy for like these like intellectual superheroes. I'm gonna teach kids about relationships and how to make smart choices when it comes to building your family and just the value of family. So here's another theory. There's another one. This is one that applies more so to people that have something going on. This says the liability. This paper is called "The Liability of Partner-Driven Scandals." This is by Goffman, 1963. And the core idea is that a person can suffer quote unquote courtesy stigma by association, meaning they bear the consequences of their partner's actions. So if you have a partner like Sky Jackson's boyfriend or baby daddy, he was arrested as recently as November 2024, then his behavior is going to spill over on to you. They mention things like criminal activity, social media beef, misogynistic behavior, etc. So you may get guilt by association, which for someone like Sky, that may take away her ability to get things like luxury endorsements or anything that's family friendly or specific acting roles, because your public perception starts to shift as a result of that. In fact, my father, my father was a police detective for many years. He did a lot of stuff on the police force. I think he could have been the police chief if he'd wanted to be in my hometown in Louisville. And one thing my dad used to say, and I agree with it, is he said that a man who has something to lose has no business affiliating with those who have nothing to lose. Because when you've got something to lose and you are connected and entangled with someone who has nothing to lose, then they're gonna pretty much, if they get upset with you, they're gonna try to destroy everything you got. Sometimes the mindset becomes, well, if I can't have you, nobody will. Or if you can't be with me, then I'm going to destroy everything you have going on that's good. That's where you get these crazy stories of I told you, within 1 year I heard about two highly successful black women who were both murdered by their husbands, and their husbands, in both cases, their husbands were men who struggled. I would almost say they were losers, to be honest with you, because only a loser would kill his spouse, right? You break up with them. You don't kill people. But both of these men, in both cases, were men who were not as successful as their wives. And I don't know if it was jealousy or whatever, but I don't think that these ladies would have thought in a million years that this would be my fate. It happens all the time. Same thing is true with men. I see a lot of men that have a lot going on, and they let their guard down in terms of letting different women into their space. And then next thing you know, some woman that doesn't want to let go decides she wants to be disruptive and cause problems, right? So anyway, there's one more theory, there's one more financial theory I want to lay out in terms of a research paper. This was called Wealth Drained Through Legal and Financial Entanglements. This was a paper by Eden and Kafalis in 2005. So they said here the core idea is that choosing the wrong partner can lead to financial loss through lawsuits, child support battles, or reputational damage. It was really hilarious to me to watch. I don't know if you remember when Sherry Shepherd went through that crazy thing with where she agreed to have the baby with the man, and then they broke up, and then she decided to, or they were doing a surrogate or something, and then the surrogate was having the baby, and they broke up, and Sherry was like, I don't want the baby, and then the man was like suing for child support, and everybody was like, how dare he sue for child support, right? Which was kind of funny because it's like, well, I think men have been dealing with child support for a long time, but a lot of women were really offended by this idea of a man wanting child support, or I think Mary J. Blige also paid like spousal support or something like that. And so these financial entanglements, one thing that really speaks to is I think that there is something to be said about being equally yoked to some extent. Like, if you have a lot to lose, I really honestly, this is just Uncle Boyce talking, but this is the finance guy kind of seeing in a certain way. If you've got a lot going on financially, I think you're probably safer dealing with someone who also has something to lose, right? Because what happens, I think, and this is one of the trappings that come, this is why you can't get, this is why being famous and rich and famous is not what it's cracked up to be. I'm not rich and famous, but I'm probably richer than a lot of people, and I'm probably more famous than most. I can go to a lot of places and people recognize me on the street, and there are privileges that come with that. People want to give you free food, they want to just, and talk to you and stuff, and the girls like, like I've talked about that. I don't want to get into that too much because, I love my wife and all that. But anyway, one of the things that I kind of observed is that you are safer, I think, if you're whatever you're doing, if you've got a person that also has something that they're trying to protect, right? Because that person is less likely in most cases to harm or disrupt whatever you have going on because they don't want you to hurt what they've got going on, right? Um, Also, I can tell you that that experience of kind of having more attention than I'd ever had in my life really, that's a part of what fed into me marrying a woman that I've known for, 25 years, right? I know my wife since she was 19. So she didn't, the whole boy, if there was a Boyce Watkins effect, it didn't affect her. We went out, we were walking through Chicago, and I hadn't seen her for a while. And she said, Boyce, why are all these people coming up and talking to you? Why does that guy want to take pictures with you? What's going on? Like, what are you doing? And that's when I told her about it. And it was and so it's kind of comforting. It's like, okay, so this is a different situation. This is not someone that sees an opportunity, right? Sometimes, and this is true for you. Like when you are building your business and you're building your wealth, you may have someone who sees you as an asset. That's my point. They may see you as an asset. They may say, my life is going to be better because I'm with this man or I'm with this woman now. She's making 300,000 a year. My life is going to improve. And what happens, I think, is that it makes it much harder to like disentangle from people. They may say, no, I'm living the good life right now. I'm not giving this up easily. And so ultimately with the Sky Jackson, I imagine it's like that experience times 1,000. You were on Disney. You have millions of dollars. And I just, if I was her dad, I'd probably be like, come on, like you have a lot to protect. You have a lot to lose, and you got a lot of options. If you like the thug culture, find you like one of those wannabe thugs. Like find one of those corporate gangsters. Find one of those guys that just kind of acts, gives you like the edge, but isn't really truly self-destruct. Like he's not really out here getting arrested. He's just fantasizing about it. Like get somebody like that. Why would you pick like this person? Because it's almost, I'm not gonna say it's bottom of the barrel. I'm not gonna put any human being on a lower rung than any other, but I just don't get it. I really don't. But then I do get it. And the point here is that love and attraction and sex are highly irrational, highly emotional, dopamine injected experiences. That's really a lot like taking a drug. That's what it is. I've studied this. I wrote a book called Financial Lovemaking 20 years ago. It's on my website if you want to buy it, drboycebooks.com. But anyway, when I wrote that book, I said, "Oh my God, I get it now. Now I know why people make so many crazy relationship decisions and they destroy their lives. It's because it feels so good. Sex feels really good. Love feels really good, right? Meeting a new person feels really good. It's literally like having a drug injected into your bloodstream. And if you don't have consciousness and awareness, or if you are not healed and you're driven by trauma responses to every decision you make, you're going to be in big trouble because trauma responses will draw you to the drug. That's why a lot of traumatized people, that if you look at a lot of drug addicts, they're traumatized people. Why? Well, because the drug heals the pain instead of doing the work. You didn't want to sit with the therapist. You didn't want to go to the Ayana Van Zant, healing weekend. You didn't want to sit with Dr. Alicia, my wife. So you turn to the dope because it numbs you up and it gives you a temporary feel good that gets you through the day. But you've let this man inside your body and he's bringing a whole lot of baggage that you don't want to deal with, or he's bringing spiritual baggage that is going to be really hard to manage and process later on, or this woman that you're hanging out with, you can't trust a big button to smile, right? Like some of those girls are really poison, and you don't know that. You haven't sat back and reflected, right? And this is where consciousness. I'm gonna tell you, the older I get, the more convinced I am that people who are conscious, who meditate, who take the time to breathe, step back and think about their actions, are 1,000 times more likely to be successful than people who just operate on instinct trauma responses. No, 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 you better not going crazy on people, just whatever, ruining relationships, choosing the wrong relationships, right? Just all this stuff, right? It's like it's got to be painful and crazy. It's horrible. It's like your own. It's like you're making your own horror movie inside your head, and that horror movie becomes your life, and it translates right to your finances. Making horror movies is expensive. Your film production budget is very high. So you've been producing this movie called The Horrible Life of Cindy Wilson, and the budget has been $1 billion. You spent all your money making this movie. So I would say that going back to what I said earlier, that success requires a plan, wealth requires a plan, stability requires a plan. That concept of entropy, the egg. I got this egg. It's delicate. That egg is my life. I got to make a plan to protect this egg. That means not only am I not gonna just grab the egg and get mad and throw it at the wall, but if I see people coming into the kitchen who are gonna bump me and bump into me and knock this egg out of my hand, I'm gonna move away from those people. I might go in a room by myself. I'm only letting you in the room if I vetted you properly to make sure you're gonna protect this egg and you ain't gonna come in here causing no problems. So a lot of times it's a multi-pronged kind of thing, right? It's dealing with the chaos inside of you that might cause you to deliberately destroy the egg, but it's also you having the awareness to look around in your surroundings and see, okay, who is coming in here that might actually create chaos where there was none? And how am I going to react to those people? And do I even want them around? So choosing your relationships wisely is one of the most critical dimensions of wealth building that there ever was, right? You choose the right ones, avoid the wrong ones, assess everything constantly, and then more importantly, start with that healing process so that you don't become your own worst enemy. Because that's what happens, I think, with trauma. It's like and I'm a traumatized person. That's how I know, because I can just think in my life about so many times where my trauma responses have cost me a lot. It hasn't just cost me money. Money's the easy part. It's cost me things that money cannot buy, things I will never get back in a million years. So my goal is to heal so that I can learn how to preserve and protect the things that matter to me, starting with my wife and my family. I don't run up in there talking crazy to that woman because I want to preserve that. I apologize to the kids when I get out of line. I want to preserve those relationships. I want to preserve my relationship with you. I want to protect my wealth. So I try my best to be the conscious voice and not the traumatized voice. But that's a process, and that you have to be committed to that. So commit to the process, whatever that means for you, whatever that means for you. All right. Thank you for listening. I hope this was helpful. I hope that you benefited from this discussion. I hope that this added some value to your life. Reminder number one, the stock I mentioned earlier was Tuya, Tuya, Tuya. I don't know if the stock's going to do well. This is not investing advice, but I am going to buy some of this stock, Tuya. Also, there's a list of financial stocks that I sent out to you guys a few days ago. I'll send something else out soon. Make sure you're on the text list for this class. Text the word morning to the number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Also, I decided to create something that you may be interested in. A lot of you were really excited about buying my books and stuff cheaply so you can resell them as you educate your family and the community on wealth concepts. So we decided to we're calling it something. I said, yeah, why don't we have like these Black Wealth Ambassadors, right? So a Black Wealth Ambassador would be someone who believes in the idea of Black wealth, who is one willing to teach others about Black wealth, who is interested in spreading messages related to things that are going to make our community strong. And the reason it's important, and I'm impressing this upon you and asking you to consider this, is because if we don't do it, who's going to do it? We know white folks ain't going to do it. 60% of black people ain't gonna do it, right? And then then 20% of the people who say they're gonna do it ain't gonna follow through. So I'm really looking for the talented 10th and the talented 20th. I'm looking for people that understand the right ideas and will follow through on the things they say they're gonna do. So this is something that I think we can do, and it's something that I want to support you in. So here's the deal. It's like this. If you want to buy our stuff, or any of our books and materials, as a Black Wealth Ambassador, we will give you a discount that no one else gets. Like we'll give you a special code. You can buy stuff super, super cheap, and you can make that into your business. Like literally everything that I offer, in terms of our workbooks for kids, our flashcards, all kinds of stuff, we'll offer them to you at a really, really steep discount so that then you can set up shop. Maybe you start like a little school in your church, or a community group, or maybe you just do a family wealth club, or whatever it is, whatever it is, kids on your street, whatever you want to do, and we become your supplier. Right, we become the dope man. So this is good dope, right? And we supply you with stuff, and then you can resell things and make a profit for yourself, make money for yourself, so you can feed your family while you're doing this. And then on top of that, we're building an economy around education. You can build an economy around education. So this is my pitch to you to consider. And so if you want to be a Black Wealth Ambassador, you can actually text the word wealth to the phone number 87948. So if you text wealth to 87948, I'll send you more information. I'll send you links and stuff where you can get stuff at a discount, and you can just rock it out how you want. And I'll share ideas on ways that you might want to set up shop. And I would just love the idea of us kind of having these Black Wealth chapters all around the world. Right, literally, and if I'm in your city and I'm available, like I'll stop in, or maybe pop in a Zoom or something, and support you and endorse you and help you out in whatever it is you're trying to do. And more importantly, I want to see you have money in your pocket as a result of your affiliation with us. I don't want you to just get the wealth of knowledge. I want you to have actual money so you can free yourself. Maybe you want to get off the corporate plantation or whatever. I want you to be financially secure and I want you to be economically better. In fact, on the survey, the result that I was most proud of is that 78% of you said that your income and wealth has increased as a result of you coming to class. I said, touchdown. That's what we're trying to do. I want your life to be different because you're here. I don't want you. This ain't no bootleg pastor stuff where you got those churches where they have you screaming and jumping up and down, but then your life is still miserable when you leave. I'm not trying to do that. I want you to say, okay, my life is different here, here, and here because of these things that I learned and because of this community that I'm a part of. So if you want to be a Black Wealth Ambassador, last part, if you want to join, just text the word wealth to the phone number 87948, and I'll send you some stuff right away. We can get it cracking. All right, guys. God bless you. Have a wonderful day, and I will see you all tomorrow. And I hope your lives are wonderful, and I hope you have a great weekend. See you soon. Bye-bye. Been a wonderful day. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I hope you guys are having a great day. Today, I wanted to talk about something that I saw that was really interesting. I don't know how many of you saw it, but Stephen A. Smith, apparently he and LeBron James had this confrontation that was captured by the media, where basically LeBron was very upset because Stephen A. had been saying things about his son Bronny. Stephen A. was doing his job as a journalist and giving his honest assessment of Bronny James' qualifications. And as you know, if you know anything about basketball, you know that Bronny James has had a hard time. He's really just not really, he's got a big shoes to fill. His father is one of the greatest basketball players of all time. Some have even argued that he might be even goatier than the GOAT, which was Michael Jordan and another GOAT, Wilt Chamberlain. And it's easy to make that argument because he's been amazing. His staying power has been extraordinary. And all that pressure kind of goes on to the son. Now, unfortunately, LeBron likes to have kids he had kids with a very short woman. And so as a result, his son, Bronny, is not as tall as him and as strong as him. I think his son's maybe 6'2", and LeBron's about 6'6", 6'7", 6'8", something like that. I guess 6'8", 6'7", 6'8". So anyway, long story short, it's been kind of messy. So Stephen A. Smith goes to a Lakers game, and basically when he's at this Lakers game, he gets confronted by LeBron. LeBron kind of walks up to him. He's pretty mad. He's barking at him, yelling at him, everything else. And of course, that's going to get a lot of attention. And Stephen A. addressed it and did what he did. I didn't watch his address, but I did see what happened here. And I wanted to kind of lay it out in terms of just, first of all, I thought it was interesting because I'm interested in what's going on with Black men. These are two Black men that have accomplished a lot in their respective fields, and I have a lot of respect for them. I don't know Stephen A. very well, but I've been on the show a couple of times. When he had the show, quite frankly, with Stephen A. Smith, he had me on. He was very nice to me. And let me just tell you, so here's what I will say that I saw. So when LeBron confronts Stephen A., obviously this was a father defending his family. This is a father who was very upset, perhaps because Stephen A. said something that just really upset him and really got under his skin. And he kind of showed that he kind of played his hand that way, which tells me that he's probably very sensitive to what people are saying about his son. And he has a respect for Stephen A.'s words because I'm sure a lot of people say things about his son. Stephen A. wasn't the only one who was talking about the fact that Bronny did not appear to be as qualified as other NBA players. And this is an interesting conversation because it feeds back into something that's happening in our country in a more broad context. Right now in Washington, you had President Trump and his crew. They kicked out all the DEI programs. They got rid of all of that because their argument is that this is a type of privilege that people have been given and they did not earn it. America has not been a meritocracy, and we got to make America great again by making it a meritocracy. But what the Trumps and the others will never confess to is that America really isn't a meritocracy in many cases. America does have privilege in a lot of spaces, not just with things like DEI, but also there is a wealth privilege. Let me know if you understand what I'm saying. There's a wealth privilege, and Trump and his kids, they get a wealth privilege. We know that. Bronny got a wealth privilege, right? So Bronny, I'd be curious to know, give me a yes or no. How many of you think that Bronny would be in the NBA if his father was not LeBron James? Give me a yes or no if you think that he would still be there, if you think he's good enough on his own where he could have been a kid out of the hood. If he started where his daddy started off, how many of you think that Bronny would be in the NBA? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no just because I'm a basketball fan and I got eyes in my head. Thank God for those. And I see that this kid is just not really he wasn't even that good in college. And let's just keep it honest. He wasn't that great in college. But also the other thing too is my heart goes out to the family because, remember Bronny had a heart attack and I can't imagine how a father would feel when you're already feeling guilty because you can't spend time with your son the way you want to because you're on the road all the time chasing your own dream, and then your son has a heart attack. I mean, he almost died. So I think LeBron is doing what any father would do. In fact, give me a yes or no on this. If any of you were LeBron James, would you hook up your son? Would you give your son a chance to play in the NBA if that's what he wanted to do? Yes or no? How many of y'all would do that for your own kid if he was doing his best, trying his hardest and showing up for practice every day? I know I would. I would totally do it, right? I'd be like, son, you get to move to the front of the line because I paid the dues in advance for you. And this is something that I think every black person should embrace is the idea of black privilege. If it's okay for the Trumps to take care of their kids, Barron Trump's going to be at the front of the line. You know that his daughter, is it Ivanka? She's going to be at the front of the line. You know that Donald Jr. is going to be at the front of the line. You know that even his stupid son, Eric, is going to be at the front of the line. So if all of his kids can go to the front of the line because of their wealth and their power, then why can't Bronny, right? Why can't Bronny get into the NBA because of who his daddy is? I saw nothing wrong with that. And here's the thing, too. I really think that anybody in here who has kids, I think you should think about this, right? I think you should think about the fact that you get to spend a lifetime working for something, whatever that is. And whatever you work for, in my opinion, should be something that gives black privilege to your child. That might be something as basic as buying some shares of stock. If you just bought a few $1,000s worth of stock back in 2001 and just did that consistently every year, your kids could inherit massive amounts of black privilege where they would have so much wealth that they would never have to go beg a white man for a job or a black man for a job for that matter, or any man for a job. They would be able to be economically independent. So I think that we as black people have to be careful about getting caught up in this idea that we don't deserve to have privilege and access because of what somebody did before us. Actually, that's the way the world's supposed to work. The world's supposed to work in such a way that the parent is able to block for the child. The parent is able to clear the path for the child. And this is one of the reasons why this whole working for the white man culture has to be sort of questioned for black people, because you can work at that factory job your whole life and you can't pass that job down to your children. Tell me if you get what I'm saying. Your kids are not going to inherit that job. I don't care if you gave 45 years to Ford. They're going to take your job, and your little black job. You call it a black job, but really it's not a black job. It's a white job in blackface. You understand? It's a white owned black job, and the owner takes that job right back once you die at your desk and you can't do the job anymore. So you can't pass that to your kids. But what you can pass to your kids, you can pass from real estate to your kids. Give them some black privilege off of that. You can pass them some shares of stock. We talk about stock all the time. You can pass that down to your kids. If you got a little business, even a little raggedy business, maybe you haven't done much with it, but you're taking pride in it. You've done your best. You poured into it. Well, you bring your child to work every day. You can give the business to the child, where they don't have to go through the rat race of chasing jobs. They could say, I got a business. In fact, my brother, I didn't get to give a business to my kids, although they're going to be wealthy when I'm gone. I got about one biological child, and then I have some other kids I've scooped up along the way. They're all going to be rich if something happens to me. But I know that with my brother, I felt really proud of the fact that when he went to Cornell, I was able to help him create a business so that when he left Cornell, he didn't go to a single job interview. He said, why would I go work for somebody when I've had the power of running my own organization? Right. So this black privilege is something that I think all of us should embrace. I don't think there's anything wrong with what LeBron did. And I think that that's fine. Now, I'm going to go to another side of this argument because this is an economic conversation. I think this is a generational wealth sort of discussion. But before I do that, if y'all could do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. This podcast is also on Spotify. So if you look up my name on Spotify, you'll find plenty of discussions about wealth and Black economics on Spotify. And also, just so you know, every single morning at 10 a.m., we teach finance in the Black Business School. We have a class that's 100% free. It's my financial consciousness class. I'm a finance professor. My PhD's in finance. And every single morning, 7 days a week, I come in and I talk to my people about Black economics. That's what we do. We're doing the Booker T thing. We're doing the Marcus Garvey thing. We're doing the Malcolm X thing. So you're going to get Booker, Marcus, and Malcolm every single morning. So if you blickety black like that and you care about your paper, then come to us in class because I got a whole PhD in finance. And I can tell you this, we just took a survey and 78% of the students in the Black Business School told me in the survey that their money is higher because they've been coming to class. Now, you can't say that about the college you went to. You can't say that about a lot of universities out here. But literally, we put money in your pocket and we get the job done. So feel free to join us. You can go to drboyceelevate.com. You can also just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Now, here's the thing. So if you talk about LeBron and his confrontation with Stephen A., which I totally get it. Stephen A. was talking about his son. He's mad about it. I totally get why LeBron has gifted his son opportunities that other kids won't get. I get all that. I'm not mad at him for that at all. But here's where I also understand where Stephen A. is coming from. LeBron has to understand that to whom much is given, much is expected. You got to understand that if you're putting your son in the spotlight and you're putting that crazy, and somebody's choosing to put that much pressure on him to literally play in the shadow of arguably the greatest basketball player of all time, definitely top 3, top 4, top 5. Well, then you know what? Some criticism is gonna come with it. I don't know if y'all saw what I saw. I mean, Bronny's doing okay in the G League, but the G League is not the NBA. The G League is that's like, little league, like for NBA players. And look, Bronny was not doing so good. So, with that capability comes some scrutiny, and you can't expect Stephen A. if he's trying to be a journalist with integrity. You cannot expect him to get up there and lie for you just because he knows you. You can't expect him to just pretend like he doesn't see the fact that your son was making a lot of mistakes on the basketball court. The idea that he would expect that Stephen A. would just not talk about it, it would be absolutely ridiculous. So while I think you could argue, I was trying to figure out, I was like, who was over the line? Was it Stephen A. or was it LeBron? I'm going to say LeBron was over the line. LeBron, bro, you should know this. You should understand this. This comes with the territory. You brought your son in the frying pan. The frying pan is hot. You know how hot it is. You know what the scrutiny looks like. If he was great, they would be giving him praise. He sucks, or he doesn't suck as bad as he used to. So I'm not going to say he sucks now. He doesn't suck now. But before, I'm a basketball fan, and I was like, oh, Lord, this ain't good. Man, why are you playing basketball like your dad? That's a lot of pressure. It's like Michael Jordan's sons. Did y'all see where Michael Jordan's sons? And they're not even as tall as their father. I think they're like 6'1" and 6 foot. I would hate to be a 6 foot genetic clone of Michael Jordan with like inferior basketball genetics coming from my mother. They date they have kids with these little short women. So the 6'6", 6'7" guy has a baby that is like that grows to be 6'1", and you're 6'1" trying to stand in the shadow of a guy who's 6'6", 6'7", 6'8". Just being 6'7", 6'8" by itself means you won the genetic lottery, right? So it would be much more fair to these poor kids if their daddies dated tall women. Like they need to stop shopping in the short girl section for a woman. They go to the WNBA, get you a big chick. Because same thing with Shaquille O'Neal's kids. I think his kids are tall, but they're not big like him. Because why? Because Shawnee is so small, you can put her in a cardboard box. So to me, I just sit here and I'm just doing the math in my head, and I'm thinking, God, I would hate to be one of those kids, because you want to do what your dad did. Like, you want to follow in your father's footsteps. But if I'm following in my dad LeBron's footsteps, you know what I do? I say, you know what? I'm going to be the best damn sports agent to ever get into the sport, or I'm gonna be the best baseball player ever. I would be literally playing baseball. I would be playing golf. So I admired the courage that they had to follow in their footsteps. But I think that you're asking for trouble, because every time you play, they're going to compare you to your father, which is just a terrible place to be. The only athlete I can think of that matched up to their dad might have been Marvin Harrison Jr., who played for my Buckeyes, Ohio State. Layla Ali, who's a friend of mine, who's the daughter of the great Muhammad Ali, who's also from Louisville, like I am. I can't think of too many people who can do that. That's hard to do when your dad is the greatest ever, or one of the greatest ever in the sport. I just think that that's a lot of pressure. I'd be curious to hear the family conversations at the dinner table about how you decided to play basketball like your daddy. I just kind of feel like there might be other things you could do, but hey, who am I to judge? It ain't my right to do that. But I will say this. One of the challenges that LeBron is obviously facing is there is a constant ongoing conversation, particularly when you talk about economics when it comes to nepotism. Oh, thank you, Roy. Steph Curry. Yeah, that's right. Steph Curry is a better. His father, Dell, was a great shooter. And his daddy got his sons because Steph has a brother, and both of them shoot better than their father, and their father was one of the best shooters in the NBA. So Steph Curry is an exception as well. But anyway, there's an ongoing conversation when you talk about economics, and it relates to nepotism and versus meritocracy. And one thing I'll say is that in America, when you talk about economic legacies and economic impact and economic opportunities, nepotism trumps merit almost every damn time. Nepotism and family connections and all that trumps everything else. So one of the things I would ask you to do is to consider, what advantage am I going to give my child that's going to allow them to benefit from the fact that we do live in a society where nepotism runs the day? Like, what am I going to do? Or am I just going to leave? Am I just going to leave my kids out here hoping for the best? Am I going to let them struggle out here? Or am I going to position them so that all the hard work that I do is going to give them an advantage and an opportunity that others will not have? And I can tell you this, if you're buying stock consistently and you have assets to pass to the kids, you're giving them nepotism. And there's nothing wrong with that. If you're acquiring real estate, and doing your best to do that, and you pass that to the kids, pass some cash flow down, that's nepotism. If you're running that raggedy little business and putting all your blood, sweat, and tears into the business and training your kids to take over or have some kind of cash flow coming or some opportunity where you created a job for them, that is nepotism, and that's Black privilege, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think everybody on earth, every Black person who cares about their kids should at some point aim to give their children some degree of Black privilege. If you can't give your child Black privilege, I want to ask you, what are you doing? In fact, I'm gonna tell you what you're doing. If you're not leaving Black privilege to your children, you know what you're doing? You're contributing to white privilege. That's what you're doing, because you're getting up and you're going to work every day at some job with some company owned by a person who is not Black, and every hour that you put into that job, you are adding to their ability to have some degree of privilege that they can pass to their kids. Or it's either the owner of the company or the shareholders in the company, because the shareholders own stock. Stock can be passed to children, and that's how America works. So give your kids some Black privilege. I'm not mad at LeBron for doing this. I think, especially with what that family's gone through, and I'm so proud of LeBron. He's really been a model citizen. He's loved his wife all these years. He's been responsible for a family. He's raised his kids. I like that a lot. I really admire that. I know that everything beneath the surface is probably more complex than it looks out from the outside in, but I can just tell you that I really like LeBron James overall, and I admire him. And Stephen A. Smith is fine too. I don't have no problem with him. He's interesting. He's more. I probably like LeBron more than Stephen A. But I don't dislike Stephen A. either. I think that they're both smart guys, and I think it was an interesting conversation to be had. All right, guys. So anyway, I'm going to get out of here. I just wanted to come in and talk about that really quick, because I think that there's something there in terms of a Black conversation that could be had around this idea, economic nepotism and Black privilege, and passing that to your kids. And so I hope this was helpful to you. And also tomorrow morning, we're going to meet for class. And also, if you like stock options, I'm really good with stock options. We actually, in the Black Business School, have a new stock options program. It's called Coin, stands for Certified Options Income Network. And so if you want to join our next cohort for Coin, we start next week, March 14th. You can go to drboycecoin.com, drboycecoin.com, and you can set an appointment and apply and talk to someone to see if it's a fit for you. So feel free to go to drboycecoin.com. All right, guys. So anyway, I'm out of here. Tomorrow morning, we'll meet again for our financial consciousness training, and also the other thing too, I'm super proud. I want to mention that when we asked the students that were in the morning class, I said, how many of you would recommend this class to a friend? In the survey, literally 99.1% of the students said they would recommend it to a friend. So if you want to join us for class, we're really good at what we do. I think we're the best HBCU in America because we focus on Black economics and building wealth in our community, building ownership in our community, having the means of production, and actually having real economic power. So if you want to join us, just text the word morning to the number 87948 on your phone. Text morning to 87948. And we can also talk tomorrow about what's going on with Trump and whether or not Trump may cause a recession and what's happening right now with the economy. There's a lot going on with that, and I'll discuss some of that tomorrow. So I'll see you guys. Have a good night. God bless you, and thank you guys for listening, and I will talk to you soon. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.